and your timing goes wrong, so you forget how to inhale through your nose and breathe out through your mouth. That thing forces you. If not, you will have a panic attack in there.
Yeah.
So the first 30 seconds when you go, you would just align your breathing. Listen to the music, and just get your breathing in, and know that for 3 minutes, you can't stop. I go in there for 3.5 hours.
Do you really?
Yeah. 3.5. I started at 3:15.
You started at 3:15?
Yeah, the first time I went there at 3:15, I thought I was going to fuck.
I started with 2.
I started at 3:15 and worked myself to 3:30.
God damn.
At 3:15, I know to turn around and start putting my robe on.
Okay.
I always leave the one arm fucked up to force me to adjust to the stress. Like if it's cold, I want to get adjusted. So I just don't. I always leave the arm up.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm trying to say?
I think so, yeah.
To give me a harder time to get out of it.
Okay.
So once it says 30 seconds, I throw punches for another 15. I count them off, and in my head, I stand there and I very relaxedly take the thing off. I don't want to do that because now you're creating panic in yourself.
That's true.
So I force myself to take it off as cold as I am, to hold the sleeve down, and put one arm in, and when it turns off, she opens the door, I come out, and she fucking tests my body. I work it.
I love that feeling when you leave. It's worth it for it, man. The bills,
I might go to that because I'm hungover.
Yeah.
I'm hungover, just, sleep hungover.
Yeah.
I did an edible the other night that was so fucking strong that my wife woke me up at 20 to 2 on the couch. And I thought, she goes, you had a look on your face like I was a demon. I go, I passed out. I was dreaming about food.
You were?
Like when she woke up, I was like, oh my God, I can woke me up. I was out and dreaming about shit. She went in the kitchen and filled up a water bottle, 20 to 2. And I walked straight to the kitchen, opened up the fucking cabinet, and there was a half a jar of Pringles. I just started Pringling. I just ate the fucking Pringles. Then I made a ham and cheese sandwich. I ate that, and then I went right to bed. I was so fucking high. Like the next morning, I woke up and I saw the American cheese. Because when they slice up the butcher, you put the paper in it. I saw who ate the cheese left? Oh my God. I ate the fucking cheese left.
How strong was the other one?
100 milligrams. It's stronger than death. I took 2 of them to New York to shoot this movie. And I took one of them one night when I had insomnia. Slept like a baby. And then the other night I took on the flight back.
You took the 100 milligram on the flight back?
Flight back. I started freaking out because the plane was going around. And they pulled the plane over to the side because of the rain in the Midwest. And they kept saying, if we don't leave in 30 seconds, in 30 minutes, we're probably going to have to cancel a flight till tomorrow morning. I'm high as a fuck. And I'm thinking, maybe I took the wrong plane. I switched. Maybe because I was supposed to leave Saturday.
You're out of your mind.
Out of my mind. I'm an hour in with earphones. The plane was at the gate for half hour, and they made the edible go up. And then we drove around all over fucking New York City with Kennedy Airport. We were cutting off Ubers. I'm like, where the fuck is this plane going? And I saw little Arabs pulled over to the side. Fuck you. I'm trying to drive Uber X. We're in that fucking plane. After a half hour, I'm thinking we're in the air. This is Jesus, man. Now, DirecTV, JetBlue has the DirecTV.
Yeah.
So I'm not watching the TV. I'm focused on the radio, and I'm thinking we're in the air. And I open up and I see 20 other planes. I go, where the fuck are we? We have been driving for an hour. I don't know where he went around Kennedy Airport. Just flying around for fucking an hour. And I'm like, where the fuck is this pilot going? I thought we were in the air. I swear to my daughter's grave, I was so high, I thought we were in the fuck.
I took 20 milligrams on my last flight to New York, and that was too fucking much for me.
Really? 20 milligrams will do something?
For do something.
I took 50 on the flight there.
Nah, man.
Fucked up.
I was fucked up.
Those little stars, those green stars I bought, 10 milligrams of each.
Yeah. You do.
I took, because I bought those too.
Yeah.
You control your eye. Capsules Tripoli. Thank God. Tim Ford podcast, give him a shout out. My man Stan Tripoli. I called him Sunday.
Fighting crime.
I go, Tripoli, I need another 5 of those things. You should have.
They're good. Sammy, he gets down.
So fucking now the guy goes, all flights going south are available to take off. All flights going westbound are stuck. We're on hold.
Make it
Open
open.
up. And now this edible's getting stronger and stronger. And now I'm thinking to myself, I was really supposed to leave at 5:33 in the morning and get to LA at 8:30. That was my original flight. Being the fucking pig that I am, I gotta get out of here early. I want to be home in the daytime for her tomorrow.
Yeah.
Instead of getting home tired, let me get home. I'm on that fucking plane, I'm sitting around, I'm like, you know, I was okay. This is how people die. This is how people die. This is how people lose bets. All week you wanted the Mets. And last week you called the Yankees. And you lose. The Mets were going to win. That was your first fucking option. Why did you switch?
Yeah.
So I started thinking that way. And I'm like, holy fuck, this plane's going to go down. My daughter, Lee, my family, my friends. I was that high.
Damn.
And I'm like, how can I get off this plane? And all of a sudden he goes, all right, we've been approved. So I'm like, God damn it. As the plane was taking off, I go, I can't even listen. I was so high, I couldn't even hear music.
Yeah.
Like the music was making me panic. So I took the earphones off, and I go, I'm just going to watch TV without the sound.
Yeah.
So I put a mistake or CNN in desk, and it shows the plane went down off Guantanamo Bay.
Oh, fuck.
And at first I'm like, and I'm like, oh, fuck it. The plane went down tonight. I'm good.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He took my place.
He took it, yeah.
So I was asking you, how you keeping your head with all the great success you've had the last couple of years? Because you're still one of the sweethearts of my world.
I don't know, man. I mean, I think having a family keeps you grounded, right? Like we have kids that, you know, your family, that's like the most important thing. And then, I don't know, I feel lucky. I feel fortunate to have opportunities, you know what I mean, to get to play the shows, the big shows, and you just feel like, you know, I think also maintaining, working the same way that I always work is, for me, like comforting. You know what I mean? Like when I was like a $1,200, $1,500 a week act, I would just go on the road, do my shows. I had like a routine, right? Like just, and I do the exact same thing. I just bigger venue, but I prepare for touring the same way. I tour the same way. I think that keeps me, like, I just think of it as the same thing as the $1,500 week act. You know what I mean? Like, prepare the same way, just more people are at the show.
Which you travel.
It's like the last few weeks are super busy, so now I'm off for a few weeks. I got an easy week next week. I have a Riverside theater show, and then Saturday Vegas, and that's it. Fly home Sunday morning, and I'm done. So that's the only show for the next few weeks. And then it picks up again in June, but then I have July, 3 weeks in July off. And then August, September, October, November are pretty busy. Like at least
How's your
2 weeks. December's, I do one thing at the beginning of it, like 4 shows, and then I do New Year's in Hawaii.
When do you shoot another special?
November.
Where at?
In Austin, at Austin City Limits.
No shit.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, I'm excited.
That's been a hell of a ride for you, man.
It has.
I've seen it since day one.
Yeah, it's been crazy.
For all of us.
Yeah, everyone, this whole circle of friends, like the way that this has turned out is nuts. You know what I mean? It's like, it's expanding, but like the circle that I consider, like, you know, that I'm close to, buddies with, you, Joe, Ari, Bert, like what's happened is with podcasting and with stand-up, this is the biggest era of stand-up ever. Stand-up's never been more popular. I'm saying across the board. You know, like I was talking to a promoter last week about it, because you forget. I forget. It's like, you know, like 15 years ago, do you know how many theater acts there were in comedy? It was like 5. You know, it was like Cosby, Carlin, you know, whoever, like Seinfeld. You had to be like a fucking huge, well-known name to be a theater.
In the subway system.
He goes, now just pull up any theater list. It's like there's fucking 200 comedy shows a year at this theater. So it's the best time to ever have things going well for you in comedy. It's definitely, I can't reference it to the memory, but like it's got to be crazier than the 80s boom that people talked about.
Where do you want to take it? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Do you want to be like Gabriel doing arenas and Kevin Hart?
Have been north and
Feel
west
like-
of our immediate
I mean,
area.
I'm
Now, not to say
kind
we
of
haven't
conflicted in
seen
that,
some
like,
strong winds
I've done
and heavy
4
rains. Right now, we are
parts
seeing
in
some
movies in
passing
the last year.
showers and a
You know,
few
from a
downpours,
big budget film all the way
especially
down to like
north.
a micro budget film.
You just shot a film most recently.
I just shot a movie 2 weeks ago. I had like 5 days or something, 6 days
Here in town.
here in town, which is
Thank God.
the best. I like movies way more than I like television. I love the whole layout of movies. I like that movies have a schedule and a wrap date, and then it's over, so you can see. Like, I love the finality of a movie schedule. I love the storytelling aspect of it. I just like it.
Before you got here, we and I were
But
talking
we've
about
also
scheduling.
seen some coastal
I have a
flooding
big
down
problem
the
with comedy
Jersey.
scheduling anymore. I have a big cop problem with comedy touring in this town and how it ends. I have a big fucking problem with it. I always have.
Reports there. This is in
I
the
do
area,
not,
but just before
as a
3
comic,
o'clock
in my
in
opinion,
Port Jervis. So not
ever
the same
start comedy
storm.
and be on the
This is
road
what it looks
50
like down the
fucking weeks a
Jersey
year.
shore. You can see
Oh,
the
yeah.
surface
Not
is
at all.
very happy
Not
for those
40,
rough waters.
not
You had
30.
this perspective, though.
Since day one.
Yeah.
I did not like it. I did not like it. If you live in fucking Hollywood, we live in Hollywood for a reason. Let me tell you what the reason is, okay? The reason is, do I want the Joey Diaz show? At the end of the day, if you really sit here and think about it, Tom Segura, I know you sold the show last year and I sold the show,
Yeah.
but in hindsight, I don't want a fucking show.
Yeah.
Okay? And neither do you. You know why? Because it sucks the blood out of you and turns you into a
That will
vampire.
continue as
Now,
we go through Saturday as well.
Chicha
As far as
Bastich
what's
had a show,
left of the rain,
and he wants to
not
make me a
much.
jam.
Passing showers, I think,
And he
for the next
guarantees
couple
me
of
6
hours, maybe a
episodes.
stray, raindrop
Out of 10
or,
episodes.
top of thunder
I
in the
cancel 10
overnight,
weeks
and
of
then
comedy.
you do clear out.
And for
as
10
we
weeks,
head
I
into-
shoot that TV show. I do my podcast, and I work out at the store.
Mhm.
When that show wraps, I go on the road. Fresh. Fresh. You go fresh.
I see no reason for this.
You do that for a year or two. This is the way it got when I got here. When I got here, it was completely different than what it is
Sooner
now.
than that 10 o'clock
Then you
timeline.
did your 10
Once the
episodes
rain is
again,
out,
and guess what?
dry air moves in. And
Somebody
that
offered
doesn't
you a
mean
movie.
we just
Yeah.
don't
So
have
now
rain
somebody
before
called
that.
and said
I
from
think our
April 8th
humidity is
to
gonna be
May
down
6th, we
as
shoot this
well,
movie.
and
We don't have the dates. Cancel comedy.
Yeah.
It's off the fucking plate. Do not bother me. Do not talk to me. We have nothing to talk about. So now, instead of you working constantly year round,
Temperatures we'll talk about that.
because where do you work out your material for a Netflix special? On the road.
Yeah.
So now they
And
get
we're
to
really
see it
looking
again.
to turn the page
That doesn't
here,
make
Matt.
sense
In
to
the
me.
meantime, in New Jersey,
That
the
doesn't
wind
make
causing
sense to me.
headaches
That
for
I turn
homeowners
on your
and commuters
Netflix
tonight.
special,
News Force
and I
checking
know
Bedford is
20
live
out of the
south on
45
Saturday,
minutes that
but
you
they're
say.
up against checking.
Doesn't make sense to me. Never made sense to me. I want to see your special and go, oh, I've never heard this from top to fucking bottom. He said that when I saw him a couple weeks ago in Cleveland.
Half of
Yeah.
the city
I don't
being
want that.
flooded. People at this
I don't want
intersection
that.
suppose
I'd
look
rather
like
do
trapped in their
those
cars at
and then
one
wrap
point.
yourself
And then
around
again
3
today,
weeks in
we
clubs
saw
that nobody will
more
fucking
rain
see yet.
and more wind
That
affecting
they
the
don't
tri-state.
matter. I don't want to say what cities so nobody gets
Yet
insulted.
another weather
And then you
wake-up
shoot your
call for
fucking
the
special.
tri-state.
I was sleeping.
And then after you shoot your fucking special, you go on the TV show for 10 weeks and put the pen back on it. Get the fucking feather with the chicken blood out. And now it all balances out. And at the end of the year, we're not burnt out on the stand-up. You're not burnt out on the movie. Because when you wrap a movie, you're like, thank God this is over.
Yeah,
Okay? I don't give a fuck if you're working with Olivia. After 6 weeks of long days and driving and whatever, you know, you get fucking sick of TV. I'm shooting a movie in New York. And you just said the magic words.
Yeah.
I don't mean to insult nobody. Big difference between a set in LA and a set in New York. Big difference. You eliminate the cunty aspect. There's no managers or agents on that set.
No.
Still burying
The set I'm
backyards
working on
today,
now,
and
Yeah.
homeowners
they
now
don't give a
bracing
fuck
for
if you're
what more
Olivia.
rain
You
will
ain't getting
do.
none.
We're thankful that no one was hurt this time.
Okay, so it's just a director-writer situation with
Will
producers.
bring even worse
And
damage.
it's working.
And that begins
Nobody
with
stops
tonight.
us. It's time. When you did that line, it was so brilliant. There's none of that shit.
No.
You just shoot go. The last 2 or 3 things I've shot have been television. And I gotta be honest with you, and I'm not sounding like I'm trying to be as honest with the audience
Yeah.
as I do as I can.
There's a bunch of people
On the
waiting.
ride
around us.
home, I
Big
want to
family.
put
You
a
just
gun
start
to my
talking and
throat.
like, oh,
TV.
we'll catch a new
TV is
So
something
you
that
guys
we
just
don't
decided
want.
to get in the car
It's
together
sold
and,
to us.
make the ride?
They sell us a number. They tell us what you're gonna make per episode. our dick gets hard,
And right now
and
we're
by the
seeing kind of
third week, you're
misty
losing your
rain,
mind.
Yeah.
not
Because
like
you
rain
have a
we saw
college
the
kid
last
telling
hour,
you
which
what's
was-
funny. Bitch, did you do Philadelphia with Bill Burr that time when I was getting thrown bagels? No.
Yeah.
Then shut your fucking mouth. Fuck you and your Saturday Night Live watching
We're live, and
fucking
check you guys.
faggot
Sports
ass.
Fuel.
Okay?
Encouraging news. Check
Fuck you
Thank
and your bad
A
TV.
reminder, you can
You
take Storm
when I was a
with you
5-day,
everywhere
I
you
watched
go with the
Saturday Night
NBC4 New York app.
That's not
Track
funny.
severe
That's what
weather
you
and
read,
get the
though.
latest
We're
weather
bringing the heat.
alerts
Look
sent
at
right
Chicago
to your
cancel
phone or
the show. You think
tablet.
you cancel it? You're
Now
out crack.
to another breaking
Because
news
eventually
story
you get
that
sick
we're
and
following
tired
tonight.
of people who don't know your craft
telling you
telling you about your fucking craft.
This is the worst.
Okay?
Yeah.
When you do TV, after the third episode, they're selling you shit that you've never even heard of. But I have,
At Evergreen Meadows on Birch Road in
but
Edison
we
and
want you to
Sarah.
have a boy and a girl, and the one kid's missing an eye,
To get back
and the
into
other
their
kid's a
homes.
fucking tranny. And you're like, I didn't want that.
Yes,
That's
you
not
know,
what
it's
Tom
hoped
Segura is
that they
about.
will be
That's
able to
why we have a
return
hard
within
time
the
with
next
TV.
24 to
Yeah.
48
That's
hours.
why. The movie, this movie I'm working on, I'm
280
loving.
units have been
And that was a
evacuated.
schedule
The
I was
mayor
brought up on.
absolutely
Yeah, like
furious.
But to live in LA, look at where those comics are. They're dead.
You know what I'm thinking of doing? The only thing that really sucks about feature business movies is like
Then
the
collapsed.
business of it
We
is
talked with a
horrible.
husband
Like,
and wife from India
trying to get
visiting
something
their son
going
and
is like
his
a
family.
fucking
They were
For
trapped
yourself.
Yes.
Like
underneath
to
the
make a
rubble.
Tom Segura
oh,
movie.
fucking it's the
Tom,
worst.
I got bad news for you. I got good news for you.
Yeah.
That's all great and dandy, and we try.
Yeah.
And look, we all want to sell a show and be like Louis C.K. You get to edit it and
Yeah.
cut it myself and I'll do all that shit. You know what the chances are of that?
Yeah.
That's 6 dudes they do that
Yeah.
with. And they got to be in love with you. And those are the people. Louis C.K. was a funny guy that got that privilege. The privilege they give to those people, the unfunny ones.
Yeah.
And I'm thankful
You
that no one
know,
was
like I
seriously
said,
injured
all I want to
or
do at
minor
this point in my life,
injuries.
you got a recurring job,
And,
you got a job.
it's just unacceptable. The management
You gotta come
company
in,
has
a
to be held
janitor, a neighbor that comes in with underwear on. I hit your wife in the face with
in a
it.
statement.
You go home,
Nice show.
you go home, you go home, and it has nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
You move on from show to show. And over the years, look at these people that are worthless. Look at every year, there's a new show on Fox. Why don't you just cancel 3 shows?
Yeah.
You've just been on 3 shows. that
Dude,
have been
shows
canceled.
aren't the same anymore.
They're garbage.
They don't mean anything.
They don't mean
anymore.
anything. You
Yeah.
see how many shows they cut yesterday?
All the time, man. Every week.
No, Variety cut. Yesterday I saw them Variety on Twitter. They must have cut 30 shows.
Meanwhile, in Westchester
And
County,
you know what the other crazy
same
thing is?
problem
You
closing
used to
Clovis
not.
Park
There used to be
Beach,
no such
Rhinetown
thing
Park Beach,
as
and
somebody being
Playland
like,
Beach.
"Yeah, I'm on
That
this
is in
show."
addition to other
You would go
Westchester
like, "What
beaches
show?"
already
They
closed
say
to
the name of the
swimming
show. You go, "Oh, I know
until
that
further
show."
notice.
Dude, now people
Coming
say
up, the
shows. I'm like, "What's that?" And they're like,
42nd
"That's in its
annual
6th
Jamaican
season." I'm
Days
like,
steps
"I've
off
never
this
heard of that
weekend.
TV
show."
doesn't matter.
Closures,
Yeah.
you need
You know,
to
when I
watch
got the
out
longest
for.
shot, I realized that TV didn't matter. People would tell me they don't want to talk to people on TV. They want to talk to people who are in the movies.
Yeah.
I believe in one thing in stand-up comedy. First of all,
They know it as breakdancing.
I like being
18
fresh. I like
girls
the
are heading
stand-up
to
comedy.
Yeah.
the
And I
Not
really
right now.
love being fresh. I really love wanting to go out there and hug the people after the show. Once you don't want to hug the people after the show, take pictures of them, don't do it. You don't really want to do it. You know, I'm not saying every weekend, but I'm saying
Wicked on Broadway.
I don't want it to be. I believe in what Winston Churchill says. You know, when you go from area to area with excellence. I like podcasting because I don't have to go out that extra week a month. I like movies because they're like that. You get to do several different things and you're fresh for all of them. If you told me right now, Joey, I picked up a show for 10 weeks, I'm definitely writing into 6. I'm mentally prepared for that. And I'm excited for that. I'm excited to drive the flock. I know where I'm going to eat bagels. I know where I'm going to do jiu-jitsu on the days we work late. I know where I can kickbox. I have a friend that lives, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you turn it into your life. I don't want to shoot a Fox show if my agent's calling me saying, why don't you book a Friday that week? I don't know what's going to happen.
Unlike any other.
I don't know what's going to happen. Let's not book anything so we can avoid the drama, so we know where we are for 10 weeks. That was all I ever wanted. I want this to be broken up. I do not want to be on the road. Rogan didn't go on the road, all that shit. Rogan doesn't know what he wants
He does it
because he's got a vote downstairs.
Yeah, he's
He
got it.
did it the right way. He did 2 shows.
He's got it. Like really down work wise. He really only works where he wants to work, when he wants to do it.
You can be
There's a big difference
deprioritized.
between being hot and then one day you go cold.
Forget
like the things
T-Mobile
we
cell
spoke
phone
about
internet.
before the
Yeah,
show.
yeah,
And now you got to
Get
go out
home
there and
internet
keep
that
the
puts
lights
you
on.
yeah. That's terrible.
Guys, that's a grind. The guys you see on tugboats now, what do you call them? The ship convicts? Cruise ships, those tugboats, they're ready to hang them. There's going to be a bunch of brodies the next couple of years. Tugboats. Every weekend they're going to come back with a new brody. We're going to be having celebrations on ships for fucking years because you can just take so much of that.
The cruise
When
ship.
you walk out of your room and you see 3 people,
If you're planning to drive,
you just listen. That's a brody fucking. That's like that Scientology boat.
Yeah.
They got back last week because of measles. Those poor motherfuckers. That ship shit. Can you imagine? That's how, you know how fortunate we are? Bro, every time my feet touch the ground in the morning, bro, I'm pissed. I'm
Yeah,
thankful
so much
God.
better.
Do you really?
Even
I
this
swear
evening,
to God.
showers
That gratitude shit is actually very
Every day.
tonight, but
effective.
Every day.
most of that
First of all, I'm not on a cruise ship.
considerably in the
Yeah.
last couple of hours.
I'm not going to Long Beach and get on the ship. Hey,
Pocket, I want to keep
with a
an eye
bunch of
on,
mortadels. Who goes on a cruise ship? You ever go on a cruise ship?
There, but
I've been
most
on
of
it. I
this
don't
is
like it.
moving
No.
quick.
Yeah, I've been on it one time, the cruise to nowhere.
My parents like it.
Yeah, please, sit them down and talk.
I tried
Say
to.
the next time you go on a cruise ship, I'll get a 6'4" black guy to throw you off. I swear to God, right there in Curacao, I'll never find your body.
I hate it. I don't like
Pablo
it.
Escobar.
I don't like
You
it.
get the measles, everybody gets the measles. You get VD, everybody gets VD. If that ship goes down, they ain't no Leonardo DiCaprio. They ain't no Leonardo DiCaprio. They ain't no chubby chick. What's her name? Kate Winslet.
Nice stretch of sunshine,
She's
man.
hot as the
Thank you,
fuck
Matt.
though. That pussy, that movie with a pussy out
Yeah.
with Harvey Keitel. She shows her pussy. She got a beautiful fucking pussy. Most of the good-looking chicks got that ugly tuck under pussy. You ever see that
Yeah,
ugly fucking thing? What? It looks like some kid would have it. Those tuck
Those
under pussies when the clit don't come out.
How do you like? Do you like it like slim and neat, or do you like a little meat to it?
I like the little meat.
Yeah.
I was telling Kate, she got a nice body and no pussy. It looks like cardboard down there. You know what I'm saying? If I suck a pussy, the uterus will come out. I need some meat down there. I need that clit to be chewy like a piece of calamari. You would chew on that clit and you're like, it's tough like calamari. That's how it. I don't want calamari tough.
Yeah.
But when I eat pussy, I want that. You know, if you bite it, they ain't gonna yell.
What do you bite it?
You gotta bite it from time to time.
What about you? Are you eating pussy
Wait,
lately?
don't even get the pussy. We've been off the subject from my sleepy killer.
Yeah.
You know,
I
we
eat
also
no.
carry buses.
Please.
I don't chew on it.
That's why you're single. Because if you ate pussy the right way, you have 20 bitches around. You're a chubby dude. Chubby dude should always have 20 bitches because they eat that thing like it's their last supper. You go down there, you're scared. You don't want to lick the asshole. You don't want to open the cheeks.
Yeah, I don't want to
Yeah.
assholes.
You never eat ass? Really?
I don't want to. God damn it.
Oh, that's good.
Just like your
Oh.
Oh. What you eat though last night? Took my wife to. Yeah, I know. Took my wife
Oh, yeah?
to fucking. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. You just do restaurant here.
Yeah, sometimes rice and beans.
How was that fart?
I don't breathe in now. When it
No.
does that.
It goes
You gotta eat the ass. dude.
Why?
Don't. Please. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
And by the way, I'm very flattered how often I get tagged with you, my twin.
Oh, thank you. I don't know. I lost like 50 pounds. I need to lose some weight. Be nice.
Tom Segura, I don't want to take any more of your time on a Monday morning.
You're the
gotta
best.
go home and feed the fucking kids. Where are you next week?
I will be in Las Vegas at the Cosmopolitan.
Nice.
Yeah, and then I got Big Show. The only thing with tickets left is June 2nd, the Late Show at the Chicago Theater. It's Sunday.
We turned out all right.
I got 2 shows there that night. The night before is Detroit and St. Those are all sold out. So the Late Show, June 2nd in Chicago. Come to the Chicago Theater. It's a 9 p.m. show.
On a Sunday night.
June 2nd. Yeah.
I had the balls to send the Jew out of prison to light the fucking theater on fire. If I had a second show on a Sunday night, you're a fucking gavone. You should have just taken the money from Sunday and ran
I
home.
know.
Go get a fucking beefsteak sandwich. Now you're sitting there like a fucking Pavarotti with a cup, looking for people to come out on a Sunday night in Chicago. They got
They
shit.
made it get off them. What am I going to do?
They got a TomSegura.com or something like that.
Yeah, TomSegura.com.
Beautiful one.
That's cool. Great, man. Yeah, she's great. She loves you.
3 Hungarian friends.
She's one of them.
Christina.
She loves
He
you.
finally said it right now.
Huh?
He finally said it right.
What's that?
He said it right this time.
What's in there? I don't even know what I call it.
Christina. You call it Christine.
Sometimes we call her Christina, and we always laugh about it.
She goes nuts. I love her to death. Is there a TomSegura.com?
Yeah, TomSegura.com/tour has all the dates.
Tom Segura, I'm happy.
Europe, all that shit.
Europe?
Doing Europe. So
When
when
you leave,
that's October.
Night filled with high
With
quality
the
food, right?
ISIS
Even
fucking
higher prices.
fucks you in the ass. Don't come texting me.
Same
I'm over here, we'll save it.
Well, he's actually
Wait till they fuck Bert Kreischer. Wait till he goes. He's going back to Australia.
He's going to Australia.
Yeah, wait till those kangaroos get him. Put that kangaroo dick in him. He'll never be the same. If you thought he looked Chinese before, wait till you see him when he comes back now. I swear to God, I thought he was a fat chick. I thought he was into the dragon. I didn't know what the fuck. Anyway, I want to thank my man Tom Segura and the Christ Killer. But most importantly, I want to thank you guys. But real quick, picking a reliable CBD company is like pulling fucking teeth, okay? But those days have ended. Lucky for you motherfuckers, Uncle Joey found CBD Lion. Tremendous. They make CBD products from start to finish. CBD Lion has you covered. It comes in vape, cartridges, and a shadow. And if you're not into smoking, they got a tincture you put under your tongue, you're fucking tip-top magoo. Their products are clean, Bobby. And they aren't like the fakes that you see at the fucking liquor store making false accusations and shit like that. So do me a favor. Go to cbdlion.com and check out their third-party test results, and you'll be fucking flat. Let me tell you something. They're best. And they got tremendous raspberry gummy bears and orange ones. I don't know if they have any left, but jump on them. Do me a favor. Go to cbdlion.com. And on the way out, press church and check out and get 20% off. Who's better than you guys? You understand? You'll be healthy. You'll be fit. They don't take you for an arm and a fucking leg. Number 2, listen. Memorial Day's around the corner, and you want to get your dick sucked. But you got that fucking bush of hair. It's dry. It's brittle. Your nuts smell like fucking hummus. And then you wonder why you're fucking single. Well, you got to help yourself. You got to fucking raise your percentages of getting pussy. How do you do it? By having a beautiful dick. Okay? I mean, if you're going to send a dick pic, you can't send it with hair.
That thing is great, by the way.
Manscaped is tremendous. All right? They got precision tools for your family jewels, if you get what I'm saying. Manscaped has redesigned the electric razor. They invented the lawnmower, a handheld razor with skin-safe technology so you won't nick your dick or snag your fucking nutsack. Because you got to go easy on the helmet, guys. It's all God gave you. This bad boy will leave you clean, smooth, and pain-free. Plus, it's rechargeable and easy to hold, and you get all the nooks and crannies. If you're a fat fuck, you got more rolls than fucking Dunkin' Donuts you got to pick up because hair comes out everywhere these days. Manscaped will get your beanbag looking as smooth as a fucking egg. And I'm going to let you in a little secret, all right? If you trim the hedges, that fucking death toll will look a lot bigger for you. Trust me, I've been working it for years. Now, at manscaped.com, you get everything you need to make your balls shine, keep your dick looking good, and your balls smelling fresh, because that's the most important thing. If your balls don't smell fresh, you ain't going to have no friends. So, if this is the first time you've considered manscaping, we got the deal for you, all right? We got a thing called the Perfect Package. It comes with a lawnmower and a safety razor, plus the Crop Preserver, a specially formulated deodorant so your balls don't stink. I said it. Your balls stink, and the Reviver, a tremendous sprint that tones and refreshes your nutsack and your dick stick to keep it nice and fucking cool. Now do me a favor, the church family, you get 20% off, 20% off, 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH, for you stupid fucks, at manscaped.com. Again, manscaped.com, code CHURCH. And if you order the Perfect Package, you ready for this? I'm going to throw a little travel bag for you. I got one at the house. I got my fucking razors in there. I got a little bit of weed just in case the bag falls off the ship. Whatever the fuck it is, they got you covered. And if you order the Perfect Package, they'll throw the free travel bag in. That's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH for 20% off your first order. Keep your fucking balls clean. I want to thank my brother Tom Segura. I want to thank the Christ Killer. But most importantly, I want to thank you guys for always having our backs, you bad motherfucker. I love you all my heart. We'll be back Thursday morning, ready to sling dick and give out bubblegum. Don't forget, June motherfucking 7th, the Fillmore in New Orleans. June 8th, the Tabernacle in Atlanta. Tickets are on sale. Go to joeydiaz.net and let's get this fucking party started. I'll see you then. Take this fucking mule, Lee. It's Monday.
And then we have 4 games to choose from. Every single game comes with a how-to video, and we also have a host who helps walk you through every single game. So, like, if you've never played before,
When I was about 5 years old, we lived on 205 West 88th Street. That's when we got the house. The apartment was raided on 89th Street because of bookmaking activity. So my mom had to move to 88th Street, 205 West 88th Street. Every other day, my mom is the one that got me hooked on Chinese food. We'd walk down the corner of 88th Street, hook fucking left on 88 towards 87. And right in the middle of the street was a little Chinese restaurant that was fucking delicious. Best wonton soup you ever had. I mean, that's where I discovered real Chinese food with the metal, the whole thing. My mother was in there 3 nights a week, and we probably got food delivered 1 night a week. My mom liked taking a walk over there and fucking with the fucking Chinese dudes. So there was a particular way that she had. And every day, when she'd go in there, the waiter would come over, my mom would duke him a fucking 20, and everything would be perfect. Well, one day my mom goes in there, and I'm with her, and I'm fucking afraid of the waiter ain't there. So we get this other skinny Chinese dude, and he's fucking like he's not getting the order right from my mother. And these days, my mom would go in there in the mornings when she was hungover, like 11:30. It was basically for the wonton soup, and then she would get like an egg roll or some fucking entree. I would always go for the wonton soup and the pork fried rice and the egg roll. On this particular day, the fucking dude comes over and he brings the wrong order to my mother. My mother's got half a bag of it. And she takes the fucking fork and she stabs him with the fucking fork. And the Chinese guy starts yelling and all these Chinese guys on the back. My mom pulls a fucking knife and I'm in the middle of it. And my mom was like, we're going to walk out of here. But there was one Chinese dude that liked my mom and he came over and he walked us out. And we were 69 from the place. That's it. You're not allowed back in here. They wouldn't even order. They wouldn't even let us deliver to the fucking apartment. So my mother had the balls one day. I got home from school. She's like, I got a terrible headache and I need that soup. You're going to have to go over there and get me some fucking food. I said, threw us out. You're not allowed in there. She goes, no, I'm going to fucking disguise you. And she put like a little mustache on me. I must have been about 5. She put a little mustache on me, a little hat, like a fucking Sinatra hat. She put like a suit on me. And she called the order in. In those days, there was no caller ID. There was nothing. She called it in under a different name. And I went in there and picked up the food. To this day, she's 69 out of there. She was 69. We went in there years later, even after she moved to Jersey. And they still told her she was 69. But she would go in there and make fucking, if you take your 2 fingers and make a pledge, do it with both your hands and then put your fingers over your fingers. And if you whistle through it, that's an insult to Chinese people. So my mother would put her 2 fingers on top of the 1 finger and whistle at them and make them go crazy. The moral of the story is if you like Chinese food, don't fuck with Chinese people, all right? Greetings from motherfucking Podcastville. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by Tim's. Just a fact check. It's not unusual. In fact, up to 39% of men experience it. Is the fun of ending too quickly. It's a nightmare. You want to maintain your erections for longer? Premature ejaculation can make men feel down on themselves, creating a vicious cycle of sexual anxiety. Most guys aren't thrilled at the thought of opening up to a doctor about performance problems. That's where Hims comes in. In fact, it's 4hims.com. It's a brand, a wellness brand for men, from hair loss to help with your erection. 4hims.com is there for you. Listen, I suffer from all this stuff. I never even thought of going to a doctor. I worked it out through different things, but for years I came quickly. Nothing to be ashamed about. What 4Hims does is they connect you with a doctor online who can evaluate you and help you identify the right treatment for you. So do me a favor. The church family, you got a special offer. Just to get started, I'm going to charge you $10. So 4hims.com is going to charge you $10. What you're going to do is just go to 4hims.com/Coco to get started. That's /Coco. That's 4hims.com/Coco to get started. The church is also brought to you by Onic, motherfuckers. If you want supplements, Onic is the way to go. From the Shroom Tech Immune to the Shroom Tech Sport, you know I love their protein powder. You know I love their Alpha Brain, 100% money back guarantee. What you do is if you've never ordered from Onic, it's time for you to go to Onic right now. Go to the webpage, Onic.com. Take a look at their supplements. I can't help you with the weights or the fucking bags or anything else. I could just do supplements. I'll get you 10% off, delivered to your house. All you gotta do is press in. Church, that's it. Church, you get 10% off. If you go with Alpha Brain, they got 100% money back guarantee, and none of them want the fucking product back. Don't try to pull a Puerto Rican scramble. Don't even think about it because they know how the fuck you motherfuckers work. Go to onit.com/church if you're serious in changing your life around and getting your mental thought healthy and getting your immune system up to fucking par. Onit.com. Kick this motherfucking mule, Lee. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? It's a solo fucking podcast today. It's myself and the fucking Christ Killer. Hello. We'll come and direct at you from the fucking Voodoo Lounge. The reason why we're doing a solo podcast, something I've been thinking about for the last couple of days, that it's just very interesting. It's Mother's Day. You know, it's, you guys know it's a fucking holiday, fucking a Christmas card type holiday. Like the card companies made up Mother's Day and Father's Day. It's not that somebody celebrating. I mean, if you're a decent fucking person, you know that Mother's Day is every fucking day. But for some reason, this Mother's Day, I went on the computer Sunday morning just to see what was going on. And I saw how many fucking people were dealing like with a mom's death. Like my mom's been gone for 3 years in heaven, or 5 years in heaven. And today the first thing I did this morning was call Jerry Rothschild. His mother died. So I called him. The first thing I did Mother's Day was give him a call. And I could hear it in his voice. It was fucking traumatizing. And all I could think about was my first Mother's Day without my mother. And to boot, it's my mother's birthday, Mother's Day weekend. So it's fucking, it's just eye-opening. The first 2 or 3 of them, you don't even know how you're going to make it through. And this goes for your father, too. You don't even know how you're going to make it through. You really want to just sleep the day away. But you want to go to bed Saturday night and wake up Monday morning and not even process it, whether it's Mother's Day or Father's Day. It's such a painful thing. I was thinking about, like, you know, my mother didn't die in the hospital. My mother didn't die in a fucking car accident. My mother didn't die in all that shit. I found it, plain and simple. I was 16 years old. You know, I went downstairs and there she was on the fucking floor. You know, at that age, my world collapsed. I mean, I didn't even know what I was going through till now. And I don't have a lot of things going for me, but I do have one thing over you guys, and that's years. I'm a lot older than you guys, and life experiences. I mean, look at my fucking face. You can see the fucking map to death on my face. And it was because of those years of me trying to, you know, at 16, you're trying to wrap your little fucking undeveloped mind around the death of the most important person in your life, who's supposed to be the most important people in your life, your mom and your fucking dad. They're number one, unless you were raised by grandma, whatever. But, you know, for most people, it's your mom and dad. To wrap your head around that at that age, it was tough. And I'm not feeling bad for myself. I overcame it. I thought about it. I mean, listen, for me, it's Mother's Day every day. Because every day I grow from the pain. Every day I think about it. Every day I think about what my life would be if she was still around. Every day I think about if she could take a good look at Mercy. You know, your mother's always with you. I mean, it took me 5 years to accept that she was even fucking dead. For 5 years, your mind has no fucking closure. Like, listen, I look on my phone now, like sometimes I gotta call somebody and I open up my phone and I see Brody's phone number. I've never erased them. I see my man Burke's phone number, or I see my man fucking Ralphie's number. I've never erased them. And yeah, it hurts a little bit when you open it up. You're like, Jesus fucking Christ, you know, you go through sadness and then you think of a joke they said or something they said and you smile, you know. Somebody put up a video of Ralphie that day. And I went on the computer and just nearly had a nervous breakdown. It was him doing comedy and Snoop Dogg sitting in the back. I mean, I still can't wrap my head that he's dead. To me, he's just on a long tour. For me right now at this point, he's on a long tour. I just haven't seen him. My head, with any death, your head never, it takes years for you to wrap your head around his death. So it took me 5 years just to come to the realization that she was dead. And I went off the fucking rails. I went off the fucking handles. And I couldn't handle it. Yeah, now the pain doesn't sting me as much. Unless if I really, really, really get involved in my mind into it. Like last time the way up Laurel Canyon Saturday night at the Comedy Store. I thought about it because I saw something that said Mother's Day. And for some reason, it dawned on me that this is going to be the 40th Mother's Day without my mother. 40 fucking years. And guys, it still hurts. 40 years. And it still hurts. It hurts because of how it happened. Like, you never expect to wake up and see anybody on the fucking floor. You never really do. I knew my mother had her problems and her issues, but I didn't think she was going to die. I mean, you never think. You don't even go there with your mind when you look at your parents. You just avoid it. When it does come up, you see your mom and they're getting old, you're like, oh, she's going to die. And you say to yourself, no, she's not going to die. I'm not even going there. You don't even let your mind go there sometimes. So when I see you guys posting on Mother's Day that you're having a hard time, my heart goes out to you guys. I mean, I saw 10 people post that their mothers were gone 3 years, from John Bender to, R.I.P. Mom. And yeah, it's a funky place to put it up. Whatever works for you. I'm not here to criticize nobody because they put a post up. Whatever works for you to make you feel better, For me, it took years. It took years to understand what had happened. For years to understand what I was going to do with my life. I mean, 40 fucking years. I'm driving up Laurel Canyon. I'm like, okay, I made it 40 years. I did this with my life. I did that with my life. I cleaned up a little bit. I'm not a fucking common thug anymore, but I still miss my fucking mom. How did I survive without her for 40 fucking years? When she first died, listen, guys, and I've said this to you guys from the heart before, I wanted to die. I just didn't have the balls to pull the trigger. I did everything I could to fucking die. I didn't take care of myself. I did drugs. I did everything I could till I felt that I was somebody. So, from 1979 to 1991, in my mind, I had no fucking value. I mean, none at all. And I know a lot of you guys are going through that at a young age. From the age of 16 to the age of 30-something, my life had no value in my mind. If it was money-wise, my life was worth a nickel. I'm telling you this right now. Now it's not worth any more, but I have more value on myself than I had between the ages of 19 and 31. At the age of 31, yeah, I found Tommy. Thank fucking God I found Tommy. That was my fucking religion. But for a long time, I walked around wounded. And in other words, I was just spinning my fucking wheels. Until I started doing comedy, I started writing, and I figured out a wise man named Doug Stanhope told me to write out my life. And while I was on the road, on buses, I would just take a notebook and write out my life. And then I came to the conclusion why she died. You have to break this down in your mind. As hard as it is, as painful as it is. Yeah, a tear's going to fall from your eye. But you're all fucking big boys now. You look at our ultimate end is that we're all going to die. We're all going to die. That's it. We don't know when. We don't know when the expiration day is. We're all going to die. But when you think about your parents, it's like fucking, I cannot believe she's been gone for 40 years and I've made it without her. 40 fucking years and I've made it without her. I didn't know. I had no fucking idea till Saturday night when I was driving that this had even happened.
How old were you when you were able to start dealing with it? Like, how many years ago?
I started dealing with it when I was 24 years old, maybe. No, I started dealing with it the first time that it came to my mind that she wasn't coming back. I was 22 years old, so it took me from the age of 16 to 22. I thought she was like Ralphie. She was just on tour somewhere else.
It's just so weird. Like, now that what I haven't had, like my parents are still with us, but over the last couple of years, I had some people that when I moved out here to LA, I worked with them and they died suddenly. It's so final and it's so quick that it's hard to even know what do you mean that?
Look at the Brody situation. 1 minute he was at the store, and the next minute he's gone. Look at the Ralphie situation. 1 minute he's in Las Vegas doing a show. The next minute he goes home. We don't know. We don't have the fucking answers. I'm just here to help you cope with it a little bit because I'm coming from that experience as a young man. I had to learn. And don't get me wrong, there was tons of drugs and alcohol involved, and insecurities and fucking confusion because the pain comes on. You don't even know what it comes. The pain is disguised. The pain is disguised as something fucking else. Anxiety, and it's always disguised until you manifest it and you realize this is fucking pain that's eating me alive. You know, a couple of weeks ago, like I told you guys in the podcast, New York was very eye-opening for me because I realized that I really wasn't doing what I really wanted anymore. I was doing all this stuff. Like I said, I love doing stand-up, but I also like doing movies, guys. I like doing a podcast. I like spending time with my family. I like spending time with my daughter. I like spending time at the comedy store. You know, I like so many fucking things that I don't have that much time to focus on just one. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about dealing with fucking pain and how it creeps up on you every day. For me, I inherited pain from my mother in the sense that I saw her deal with it at the end of the day. That was when the pain of losing somebody, when there's no friends around, when the bars are closed, when you're home taking off your shoes at the end of the night. That's when the pain would hit me the most. That's why I think people ice themselves when they go home at night, because that's when the pain manifests, and that's when you start hearing voices, and that's when you start getting doubts. I don't know, because it used to happen to me the first 3 or 4 years after my mother died, guys. 3 o'clock in the morning was always a tough fucking time. I mean, once I'd be home and the coke would wear off and the alcohol would start to diminish, and no matter how fucking drunk you got, I don't care if you were fucking pass out drunk, you'd wake up to pee and you feel the pain coming in on you. And then you wake up the next morning, you fucking take a shower, you know, you start thinking about your day and the pain disappears. But once you get home at night, I think that's, you know, that's why a lot of us eat late at night. You know, a lot of us, like with me, I gained all that weight over the years. It was my late night eating habits. So I can't blame it on that. I'm not going to tell you that it was that. But I'll tell you, dealing with nighttime for me are fucking rough. Not anymore. Not anymore. I'm pretty solid now the last 12 years. I think the last 14 years. I think even the last 2 years of doing the drugs, that's when I caught on. That's why I had to get high at night. I wasn't at all high. Think about that. It's very interesting. I never got high in the daytime. I've been telling this podcast for 7 years. I've told endless stories about getting fucking high. The only time I would be high when there was sunlight is if I stayed up all night too early. I was never the type of person to just take out a bump of coke and do it at 3 in the afternoon because I knew it would ruin my fucking day. And I didn't have time for it. I still wanted to do comedy. That's why I say to you guys that the comedy was my fucking religion. It saved me because I would not fucking do a bump in this daytime. Nor between you and I, did I need one? Or was I interested in this? Did I go get coke in the daytime for that night? A million times. I can't tell you how many times I would go, you know what? I'm not doing anything right now. It's better than going over there tonight with cops all around and when it's dark and you get pulled over. I would shoot his house in the daytime. He'd give me a package. I'd go home. I'd put it in my fucking closet, in the fucking pocket. And it would stay there till I got back. Sometimes I'd take it with me to the comedy store, but I didn't need it at the comedy store. I would do it at the comedy store as a means of entertainment or whatever. I needed it when it was just me alone with myself. That was the only, even if I partied with you, even if I went back to your house with a few lines, I always saved something for when I got home so I could deal with whatever the fuck was eating away at me. But now in hindsight, I think about all those years that I ate. I haven't eaten, but see, the thing about me is I could count on fucking 4 hands how many times I've gone out to eat. I mean, how many times have we gone out to eat past midnight since you know me? We went to the Coral and had the cheese omelet. I mean, I've always been very scared of eating at night. But when I was younger, I would eat fucking tons at night. If I didn't have cocaine, it was food. it was food for me. It was real interesting now thinking about it in hindsight. But I would go home at night and stuff myself. I would eat fucking 10 sandwiches if you let me. When I lived with the Benders, they would always have go-karts because they had a deli in Hoboken. I would go home at night if I wasn't high, and I'd eat myself into the point where you can't fucking, you know those people that can't put their pants back on? Like that type of shit. So you stuff, you know, your emotions with food, drugs, alcohol, whatever the fuck it was that was fucking eating away at you, you know? Today the pain knocks on my door from time to time. I'm not gonna lie to you. And now, because I've been living with it for so long, I've adjusted it to draw on that pain. So, like I told you guys a million times, before I do comedy, I don't want to do nothing. I don't want to do nothing. I don't want to hear nobody's voice. I don't want to go to dinner. I don't want to do nothing. I have a preparation. Preparation is looking at my notebooks, at the jokes I'm going to say. At some part, my mind just forces myself to think about my mom. I don't know why. Or my dad. You know, with me, it was the pain of my dad and my mom. My dad died at 3. So the only connection I have to him was the early connection you make as a baby and as a, you know, a newborn, whatever that connection is called. I don't know. I read about it years ago. But that was it. Did it eat away? Absolutely. I wasn't even recovering over my dad, and all of a sudden my mother died. So now you got two different forces meeting on you. Does it surprise you why I ended up doing all those drugs? Does it surprise you that I would wake up like fucking that guy from Narcos with that little foamer on my mouth? Does it fucking surprise you? Does it surprise you? Does it surprise you that I still get high today? That I smoke weed? Why do you think I smoke weed for? Because we all struggle with something. We all struggle with something. Listen, I could go home at night, get high, smoke a bowl or a bong, and I could write out whatever's bothering me. It took me years to figure out that when I have insomnia, some nights, yeah, you have insomnia, something comes on the TV that's good. Maybe you drink a cup of coffee. Later on at night, maybe you drink a soda, you have a ton of caffeine. You know, in some of those green rooms, sometimes I go in there, they have the sugar-free Red Bull, and I'll drink half of it before the second show, you know, shit like that. But sometimes, 90% of the times, 85% of the times, if I have insomnia, it's because something's rooted in me and it's sideways, which means something's eating away at me. And I'll get up, dog. I'll get fucking one of these things with water, and I won't go to bed till that water's gone. And I'll force it's like fucking Chinese timer. You know, an egg timer? Yeah. How you have to flip it over. That's what you do. You time yourself with water. How long would it take me to drink 16 ounces of water and just sit here and think? And I'll write out whatever the fuck is going on in my fat little fucking brain. I'll write it out. And after I write it out on paper, I make another outline. I make an outline of what can I do so I don't have these feelings recurring in me anymore. What do I have to do in my daytime? What do I have to do in my life? What do I have to do in my personal life so I won't have these fucking feelings no more? And right then and there, I take care of it. There's no psychiatrist. There's no nothing. The wordage is right on the fucking notebook. And you work it out yourself. It's like when you used to be a kid and you'd have 3 + 4. And you just couldn't tell the teacher 7. You had to show them how you fucking got to it. You show me the work, and that's how you get through the fucking pain. Or that's at least how it worked for me. Confusion, I take it to a notebook. You know, a decision, take it to a notebook. You know, even if you have to do an Abe Lincoln close. You know, little Abe Lincoln closes when you take a sheet of paper, and you put a line through the middle, and you put the negatives and the positives on the whatever it takes for you to move forward. The notebook is there for you. It might not work. You might be going, Joey, doesn't work for you. Then talking it out with somebody, but with that same formula.
Well, the thing that is
in just 2 short weeks,
like,
the Paralympics
that is blowing my mind right now is we're all different. We all go through different things. We're all different people. But we all have moms and dads. We all lose jobs. Like, did you ever talk with, like, it's good that you have the notebook thing, but did you ever talk with your buddies about it or anything like that to, like, or were they too young and they didn't lose their parents at that point?
Didn't care about the success.
My friends would bring it up to me.
He's one of 7
when I was
players from Tokyo with the chance
2 or 3 years after my mom died.
I'm just ready to go.
Some of my friends would talk to me about that night. Like, how was I feeling? How was I dealing with it? And I broke down in front of my friends, and they never made fun of me. You know, we're men. Well, nothing wrong with fucking a good cry from time to time. And these guys that I grew up with by the book.
A native of Mexico.
And sometimes when we were alone in the car, they would ask, you know, how are you holding up? You know, I would tell them the truth. You know, if it wasn't for you guys making me laugh, I don't know what I would have done at that age. If it wasn't for the intensity, you know, you hear the stories I tell from the age of 16, 15 to 21. This is what kept me from taking a fucking swan dive. Thank God that I had humor in my life. And it's so weird that I ended up becoming a comedian because I didn't know until just recently how much humor. I was with Timmy. A couple weeks ago, we went to the New York Comedy Club. And Timmy and I were telling stories about his brother and how much I owe his brother, Roger. Because growing up, there was a point where, from 79 to maybe 80 or 80 and a half, or 81.
There's a ton of excitement too for
I was dealing with it in a drug-y way. You know, I was dealing with my mother's death in a drug-induced coma way, between the acid and the cocaine and the fucking speed and the fucking drinks. And the, you know, when I met that group of guys, I always knew Roger. But when I started hanging out with Roger, when I moved uptown, when the benders threw me out, I discovered another aspect of life, which was comedy. Not stand-up comedy, not sketch comedy, living comedy. Like I had become part of a living fucking sitcom, hanging out with these guys. I'll give you an example. When I went back home, I went to dinner with one of my buddies. I was reminding him of a story. We used to hang out at this place. It used to be Tom and Corky's, but the one guy couldn't take it no more. He sold it all to Corky, and he called it Gregory's 7-Day Weekend. This started like in 1982, 83. It was called Gregory's 7-Day Weekend. And it had the loudest jukebox in the tri-state area. You couldn't even think of it. You couldn't even fucking think of it. I saw beatings in there. I saw things in there as a child. Like we would be there from the age of 15, 14. We would hang out next to it in a pizza parlor. And, you know, we saw them waking up. Like we'd be outside eating lunch at Nick's, and all of a sudden the door would open to the bar. The bar would be closed, but the door would open, and the owner would walk out with his shirt ripped, with blood all over his shirt, with a black eye, with ice on his eye. He was like, it's a fucking crazy night last night. We walked here until like 7 in the morning. I mean, it was just, so as kids, we couldn't wait to get in there. And once we got in there, we had become those guys that were crazy. We threw ice at the bartender. We did a bunch of shit, but this is how. The craziest part of my life was definitely after I quit high school, till about April of '83, when I moved out to Boulder. I moved out to Aspen for the first time with Jimmy Burke. April 25th, 1983, I left New Jersey. I was fucking nuts, but I tell you what else I was. I was in a lot of fucking pain looking back at it. I mean, monumental amounts of pain. I couldn't deal with it. I was living in my head I was lying to myself. That's when you know you have pain. When you're fucking lying to yourself. I was lying. I was living a fucking lie. And every Sunday we would go up to this fucking Gregory 7-Day Weekend. Every Sunday it was known that you went up there and you started the week fucked up. And sometimes you went there on Sunday at 2 in the afternoon and just kept it going till Monday. And we would get fucked up. This one Sunday night, I was like, you know what? I've had a long enough weekend. I'm not going down there tonight. I didn't go down. I went out, but I didn't drink. I didn't do coke. I used to go out in those days and drink like Irish cream on the rocks. On the nights that I didn't drink, that's when I would drink. Bailey's Irish cream on the rocks. Yeah, that's no drink. Bailey's don't do nothing to you except give me a fucking sugar headache the next day. And there's one night I leave all these animals up there. And the next morning I wake up, I look at the fucking the answer machine, and it's blinking. And it's my buddy Roger. My other friend that hit him with a fucking car. You know, like when you point a car at somebody and you're like fucking around, like beep, beep, get out of the way. Well, my friend didn't move. And the car hit him. He fell off the fucking thing, He got up and went to take a swipe at my other friend, and my friend put his arm up, and he was skinny at the time. So by blocking the punch, he broke his arm.
Oh my God.
You can't write this shit. So my friend with the broken arm went to the hospital and got treated, and my other buddy went home. But my buddy that broke his arm kept threatening him, telling him he was going to sue him. Like, I'm going to sue you. That's it, cocksucker. You know, the business you have is going to become mine. And the kid had a business. The middle initial was P. And he kept saying, you know that P in your name, that's going to stand for poor. Who with you and all this shit? I mean, he was just tormenting this kid just as a matter of fact. And the next day, my buddy, that night, in the middle of the night, like at 5 in the morning, my buddy who threw the punch, the doorbell rang. And he was my buddy with the broken arm on his hands and knees, begging him not to sue him. His dad would shoot him and shit. And my buddy was never going to sue him. He was just saying that to him. The fuck, I'm going to sue you, cocksucker. I'm taking you for everything you got. He slammed the door in his face, and the kid called me up at 6 in the morning crying. I mean, this was classic shit. Like, you can't write this shit. And then for the next 2 months, we all hung out together with this kid with his arm in a cast. And he would drink with us, even though that they broke each other's arm one night when we went out.
What happened to the guy who got hit by a car?
He's still around. And he's a longshoreman.
Oh my God.
His name is Roger. He's Timmy's brother.
Oh my God.
So we all kept it in the family. Like, it was tremendous. He went flying. But then, see, my buddy had a business, and he would put cones in front of his business because you couldn't park in front of the business. My friend Pelican would stay out all night and get fucked up. And while he was standing outside in front of his father and his mother, he would run over the cones. Just up, he didn't give a fuck who was out there. My friend would run over the cones. This went on for years. Or he would beep at him. He would beep at him, well, how you doing today? You know, they would keep fucking driving. I had friends that took my mind off the pain. That's the point I'm trying to tell you. That the pain couldn't live up to that. But at night, I still had to find a way to deal with it. That was the tricky area. And for years, that's what I went for. Just to pass out drunk, pass out drunk, pass out drunk. I would wake up and there'd be vomit on my shit. And that's why I stopped drinking. That's why at the age of 19, I had to stop drinking when I moved to Snowmass, because I would drink till I was pass out drunk and puke all over myself. You know how many times I puked all over myself until I was fucking 20, 21? A lot. I puked on people. I puked on people's clothes. I puked in tons of cars because I can't handle fucking alcohol. But I would keep subjecting my body to it. I think I'm allergic to alcohol. That is why I do not fucking drink. It's because of what I did to myself. Because the pain would make me have to pass out drunk. So it gets to a point where you stop doing the cocaine and the alcohol conquers you. You can do cocaine all fucking night, but at one point it's going to run out. And then all of a sudden, all that alcohol you drank is going to catch up with it, and you pass out. So when you're drinking, you're snorting coke with it. The alcohol is kept to a limit. Like, you can't believe you're drinking.
That's what I've heard. They sobers you up.
You can't fucking believe you drink. You can't believe the numbers of beers that you're drinking. And then you go, wait a second, you stop doing coke. The coke ends. And all of a sudden, that beer shows up like a ton of fucking bricks.
Choose Boston.
And you just wake up, 8 hours later with a fucking tremendous headache. Now you're processing that alcohol.
And that was your plan, everything.
That was my plan, to pass out.
2024, choose Boston.
Looking back at it,
Get the vacation you deserve.
do you wish you had talked to somebody, or do you wish you'd gone to a priest or to someone to work it out? Or?
Two things, two frames of thought there.
Behind the cards and receipts, there's
I thought when I had a priest couldn't help me or a psychiatrist couldn't help me.
reminders that nothing.
This is what I thought. I didn't think that there was no way
Which
that
is
you
why
could help.
every TD employee
At that
helps to
age,
make our bank.
being
A
that
great
young,
when your dog by
I
your
did
name,
not know. And
longer
then
when your Aunt Susan
once I
needs us
found the
kind
way
of
to
place.
deal with that, I got married, divorced, and I lost my daughter. And that strung up all that fucking pain, plus,
Love,
plus fucking
guidance,
guilt,
and
plus all that shit,
people
from
first.
95
Because TD sees
to maybe
millions of
2003,
transactions, but we know
I was
it's the
living
people
a pure
behind
hell
them that matter
that I
most.
had put myself in.
And that's how
Anger,
banking can
pain over my daughter, pain over my mother. It was all mixed in like a hurricane. So when I tell these stories about doing blow, this is what fueled it. This is what was. It took me about till
And the
two.
pin has his famous catchphrase.
Took me
in case
about
you
to
didn't
the
know.
age of
One
40,
for the
guys.
ages.
Wow.
To realize
So is that Snoop
how
Dogg's
to put the
mobile
pieces
app?
together.
Those are the
What I'm
highlights
saying by
over
putting
there.
the pieces together is taking the pain, putting it
Well, we
aside,
worked internally
so I
with
can
the
move forward.
product development team at NBC Studios.
You know, that thing
Then
with,
we worked
with my ex-wife and my daughter, I had come to the conclusion that I was a loser in 95. Yeah, unless you're a retard and you don't see things, you know. Yesterday I went to a park with my daughter on Saturday, and I'm at the park, and there's a guy doing jumping jacks by the fucking kids' playground and push-ups and jumping rope. After he got on the monkey bars, I eventually had to say something. That this is a kids' park. This
Yeah,
isn't
but
a
this is a
fucking
popular pin. I'm so
exercise
happy to
park.
have one. These are
The
coming.
parents, you know, he was something from a different country. He wasn't American, and he had a ton of fucking cologne on. It's that cologne on top of sweat.
Yeah.
And he's fucking sitting there, and I'm like, hey, man, I don't mean to be rude. You can't. There's a whole park here. You can't be doing these exercises. He hit a girl with a jump rope.
Oh, Jesus.
And I had to fucking say something. I was mad, you know. He looked at me like I had three fucking heads laid. And I walked away from him. But he just did not know. If that answers your question, when I was going through all that shit early on in my life, I didn't know that there was options. I just dealt with it. I don't think anybody would understand. And listen, I just contacted an old friend of mine maybe a year ago.
Right here on the Olympic
He was the therapist in the halfway house.
Okay.
And he was a friend. He had become a friend to me because I was dear friend to his brother in the car business. So he was a psychiatrist that kind of just signed the paperwork for me. You know what I'm saying? Like he knew I had problems. But then after I got separated, after I got divorced, we got into a few arguments on the street. So part of my thing was to go see a therapist. And I paid him basically to just sign the paperwork for me. And I wouldn't have to go. It was like you bought like a chunk of 10 visits.
Right.
And that's what I would do. But then I started going to him. And I was angry. You know, him and I used to go to lunch afterward. And he would say, you have to figure out how to work out this anger.
Well, it is kind of crazy because how old were you when you got divorced?
I was 28.
So you had basically just started dealing with your mom's thing.
I had just started dealing with my mom's thing. I had just started basically dealing with life, Lee. I had just come out of fucking being in the joint. I was learning how to deal with life on life's terms, but I couldn't because I had all this pain swirling around. And then I get separated and I get into comedy. Part of the reason why I forced a hand in comedy was to take my mind off what was going on. You know, part of the reason why I love comedy so much is because it really, really did save my life. And for some people, it may not be comedy. It just might be drawing or sketching or building fucking fireplaces, you know. Something else. You have to find what brought me that genuine happiness of doing, not even for the money. And I didn't know about these things, guys. Don't think that I knew about these things before I didn't know that comedy was going to take off in my life the way it did. I was the type of guy, I wouldn't bend over for a piece of paper trying to get paid. You know what I'm saying? I was that type of a low life. If you're not paying me for it, I ain't going to bend it. There was nothing I enjoyed doing that I didn't want to get paid for. The only thing I enjoyed doing was snorting coke and drinking and smoking pot.
Crazy
So
story.
what
Yesterday,
was it about comedy? Was it making people laugh? Was it like you doing something that worked? Like what about it was the thing that made you
We're
happy?
having a blast. And she tells me it's recommended by
That I was finally working towards something that I could see the payoff. I didn't see the payoff by going to work for you at a bar and learning to be a bartender. I never saw the payoff of me going to be your slave for an apprenticeship for 4 years where you give me no fucking money at all and you make money because you're billing for me. I wanted to go into, there was something yearning inside of me. Some people call it the spirit of entrepreneurism. I call it suck my dick. can call it taking control of your life. Everybody wants to be an entrepreneur. You can suck my dick. I'm talking about I got on stage, and on the drive home, I realized that this is what I wanted to do. I had watched enough of it. I had, at that point, I was a fan. I wasn't as fan as a lot of you guys are. I take my hats off for you. You go see Theo, you go see Joey, you go see Bert, you go see fucking Segura. You guys are real comedy fans. I wasn't a fan like that still. I still had my criminal life. And, I go to a comedy show and I look at your wife's purse. You think I'm going to sit there? That purse is going. That purse is gone. It's out of the park. So I never put myself in those situations. But what was it about comedy? It filled that void. It made me feel I could do something. I thought I could do something when I bartended. I didn't want to give drunks fucking drinks. Once you realize what you're doing as a bartender, you're just giving drunks more fucking drinks. But, I didn't even like alcohol. I didn't like being around it. Why was I a bartender? I did the plumbing, I did the construction, I did the drywall, I did the fucking, the labor. I did everything I could, and nothing filled that void. The comedy filled voids that were imaginable, but I thought I would never fucking fill. It made me stick to something. Nothing. I was 30, like 30 years old, 30 million years old, and I couldn't stick to anything, guys. Anything. Because of the fucking pain. I'd taken like nothing. I couldn't focus. I would focus for 2 days. Yeah, this thing, I would take a warehouse job. And then after 3 days, I go, there's got to be something else. There's got to be something else. And when I got involved with the comedy, don't get me wrong. At first, listen, man, I was really angry at my ex-wife and my daughter and all that. I'm not angry anymore. They did me a favor. They gave me the gift of having a life. They let me, by me trying to become a comic to appease, because see, I became a comic to just get through, but there was a little part of me that hoped I could do something with my life so I could go back and win her love over. But you know what ended up happening? I didn't get her love, and I won my love over. I won the respect of myself for myself. So in the process of looking for something else, I found something else that was more than I could even ever fucking imagine, because I never had that for myself. Here I was getting on buses, booking gigs. Was I becoming rich? Not even close. But I was doing it all myself. For years, I was waiting for this guy to discover me, this guy to fucking give me a job making $80,000 a year. It wasn't like that. I come to the conclusion that nobody was going to do anything for me unless I did it myself. That's it. This is bullshit. You always hear these stories of you met a guy and he got you a job driving a truck for $80,000 a year. This is why you're rich. I got sick of that story. Because for years, I never depended on myself. I didn't have any value on myself. I didn't think I could put anything together. So when I got out of jail, I figured out, once I got to jail, and I was doing that bookmaking thing in jail, even by doing something negative, I figured out that I was good. When I started, maybe I'm over-exaggerating it. I started feeling good about myself when I started selling cars. There was no spark in my eyes.
Right. I'm glad you brought that up. It's because it's the cars thing and the comedy, I think, are a little bit different, because comedy takes a lot longer. Like, it made you feel good, but was it hard to stick with it for almost 30 years? Because cars, you could sell a car your first day.
The toughest realm of comedy is the first 10 years. Once you hit 10 years and you come to me and you go, nothing's up, I think I'm going to quit, that's when I have to beat you up. So you already went through the fucking shitstorm. You went through boot camp. For some people, boot camp is 5 years. For some people, boot camp is 8 years. And for some people, boot camp is 2 years. For some people, boot camp is 6 months. For some people, it's 10 fucking years. But once you do 10 years in something, whether you put 10 years into something or 4,
with all the experience, and then
once you put 4 years into something, that means that if you live to 40, you did something 10% of your life. You know, so once you do something for 4 years, I don't want you to quit.
Which is a phenomenal leg.
Like you already went through the toughest fucking windstorm. You went through getting on stage. You went through getting material. You went to getting your feelings hurt for people not putting you up when they're going to put you up. For people saying to get there to do a podcast and you get there and not there. For people to shit on you and tell you they're going to pay you $50 and they really gave you 10. For people who took you on a gig and left you there because they met a chick. You've already been exposed to so many fucking negatives.
The U.S.
You can't quit now.
Like
You've already slept in a car for a year. You've already fucking been broke. What's the difference? You're not going for money. You're going for happiness. And then the money will come. And if comedy was, I ain't mad at nobody who gets into stand-up and says to me, hey man, at the 8-year mark, I figured out that doing stand-up wasn't for me. But I wrote a book. And now they're a fucking off. Because taking that path opened up another path. Like when I said to you about comedy. When I got into comedy, I got the comedy to do something and to come back and win the love of my daughter. But in the meantime, I missed all that. I lost that right to get the love of my daughter. But I got something more powerful than the love of my daughter. I got the ability to love me. I started loving me for who I was. Wow. And even though I was still doing blow and I still had a lot of problems, it took a while. It took a while for me to start loving me more. And more. And then I got all the way up to 418 pounds. I really wasn't loving myself then. And I was doing coke. And I made a mental plan that if I get off the coke, everything else will follow. And I started with the coke, and then 3 years later, I went to Weight Watchers, and here we are, 160 pounds lighter. And it all started with that first little move. It took 10 fucking years. 41 from me. I don't care how long it takes. All I care about is that you're on your journey. I stayed on that journey. Yeah, you're going to have bad weeks. You're going to have bad weeks in this life, whether it's comedy, carpentry, banking, selling insurance. You're going to have bad weeks and good. I just want you to love what the fuck you do before you worry about the money. And once you love what you genuinely do, that pain you have in your childhood, all that bullshit that you keep. You know why I don't like psychiatry, Lee? I'm going to tell you why. Yeah. Because you keep picking at the scab. I don't want you to keep picking at the scab. I want you to put it in front of you, deal with it, and let's move on to the next fucking hurt. I don't want to go, so tell me about your father. Well, when I was 8, my father smoked pot outside my window. How did you feel about that? You didn't give a fuck. You were too busy eating Oreos and building a model or playing a fucking video game. But now, because I put you on the spot, you're going to have to say, well, I felt disrespected. You didn't feel anything. You thought your father was fucking crazy. I thought my mother, the first time I smoked pot, I was embarrassed for my mother. First time I realized my mother smoked pot, I was embarrassed for her. But then it's your mother. You accept it. And you shouldn't feel anything. You feel that, yeah, that's what I didn't like about therapy. I had gone to, like I said, I was forced into therapy by the halfway house. And I went to a rehab, a non-residential rehab, when I gave them a hot UA. I didn't like how they would pick my scabs when there was no scabs there. We're just opening up a wound. We're just opening up. It's like if I went to the doctor tomorrow and he opened up my shoulder and stuck his hand on it. There's no bumps on it. You feel a bump? No. Then why are you opening the fucking thing up?
Do you think if you open up a wound to try to fix it, do you think that would help? Or I mean, it's not for everybody.
Okay, so let's say the fucking plumbing is working. Let's say one day your plumbing is a little fucked up.
Right.
And you fix it. And after it's fixed and it's working for 10 years, one day you open up that fucking wall and go in there again just to see. If something is working, let's not refix it. Let's not visit it. You know, traumatizing times in my life that I could break down in front of a thing when I saw my neighbor beat up his wife. Traumatizing times in my life when I found my mother on the floor. You know, I saw my stepdad shoot a guy on 148th Street. I buried a kid in the 8th grade. I buried another big dear friend when I was a sophomore. I buried another guy when I was, something. They've all taken pieces of chunks of me. Ralphie. last year. You deal with it and you put it away. Like I said, I haven't come to grips with Ralphie yet, I don't think. I really don't think so. You know, the other day I saw a picture of Darren Rager that Danny Bianculo put up. It was his birthday. I cried. That kid used to drive me to comedy shows in the beginning and take care of me, give me lines of coke and fucking make sure I got to the gig in time. All these things. I can go to a therapist and open up that scab. I can go to a therapist tomorrow and go, I want to talk about Darren Rager and give her $140 a week for a year. And I can tell her Darren Rager stories, even though I've come to terms with Darren Rager. There's nothing I can do to bring him back. We were dear, dear friends. He knew I fucking loved him. He knew I loved him, and he knew I was grateful. If he's watching over me right now, he knows I'm grateful. What he did for me, I turned it into something. His investment became something. So I'm at peace with Darren Rager. You know, I'm at peace with my mother. She wanted me to become a man. To be a, what does that do? To fuck 20 chicks? No, to love my wife, to have a daughter, to respect my friends, to get up in the morning, to fucking treat people with respect and be kind and help people out when they're in a mess. You know, your buddy came down last night, Eric, who I love dearly. You know, you and Eric never asked me for a spot at the comedy store. I call you and give it to you, right? That's part of the comedy karma. That's part of life's karma. I can't take care of you every week, but I give you hope. That's what comedy is. Comedy life is, listen, just when you're down on comedy, you got to spot the original. Right. I do that for you every 3 weeks because I want, no matter how bad shitty, and even if you go down there and bomb, it doesn't matter. Who gets to go to the original room on a Monday night? Not too many fucking people. I don't do that because I'm being a last guy. I could do that. I've never said this to you in front of people. I could do, what we do at the comedy store. But every couple of weeks I call for you, and then a week later I call for Eric. And that's to give you the same opportunities that were given to me. Not at the comedy store, but by a guy named Jimmy Abega in Denver. When I was stuck doing shitty fucking open mics, I didn't have to pay for them in those days. But when I was get stuck going to fucking poetry nights and going to karaoke's and going to the Boulder Theater and bombing, I would always get a breath of fresh air from Jimmy Abega and Andy Payton. And I never, ever forgot that. Never, ever. When I do Denver, I think I'm going to call Jimmy. I haven't told him yet. I want to surprise him because I never forgot what he did for me. He didn't make me a star. He didn't make me money. He gave me an opportunity to feel good about myself every couple of weeks. He would throw me. He's the one that got me on the Mencia tour on HBO. Well, he's the one that got me, these 20-minute spots where I really had 8 minutes. He would fight for me to do 20 and stay up there, stick it out.
What do you think it is about comics that they forget about that? Because we were talking with Segura the other day about Sam Tripoli. And right after the podcast, he hit me up and he gave me a spot later this month.
What
and
am I saying?
There's a lot of people who, like I was in Vegas and there was a show that I could have got on. And the guy knew me, but I'm not really a draw yet. And there's nothing I can really do for him, so he didn't put me on. And it's like, why do some people only help out people who can help them and other people remember what it's like and they help out everybody?
Because some people actually forget. They forget themselves. They forget who they are. They forget what they've become. I know that I was blessed. I was, some fucking jerk off made a remark at me a couple days ago about, you're just really lucky that you met Rogan. Again, some fucking jerk off that doesn't know anything about the work process or what it goes into even being a human being. That's how I look at it. He doesn't even have an idea what it is to be a fucking human being. And I said to him, it wasn't Rogan that presented the opportunities. It was the 28 years I stuck with it. Rogan came into my life. I was doing comedy 9 years ago. I was already convinced I was doing this. Rogan put me on as a feature. I failed him. And then it took me 2 years to get back into the rotation. But then we never stopped. He was very good to Ari. He was very good to Duncan. And I speak to those guys all the time. And we've never forgotten about what Rogan did to us. But we also did something that a lot of people don't do. We did our own thing. God, do your own thing. God, do your own thing. Because once I feel you're imposing on me, that's what comics don't like. Right. When you start calling up and going, hey, you're going to be in Minneapolis, don't call. Don't call.
I'm always amazed when people have the balls.
If I think you're right for the gig, I'll call you. Yeah, I know who's right for this gig. I've been doing it for fucking 28 years. I know who's right for this gig. Once you call me, you lose me. Once you call me, you lose me. I know who's right for this gig. I've been doing it for a long time. I know the audience, and I want to brighten somebody's day. The same way it was brightened for me, you know. Your friend came up to me Saturday at the store, very happy. Chelsea.
Oh, yeah.
Skidmore. I see Chelsea's fucking working. I see Chelsea's making a move. I see she's doing videos. She's doing podcasts. You know who's faking the fun. You know, we had a friend that came out here that wanted the world given at him. And when it wasn't given at him, he disappeared. He ain't getting on stage no more. That's how I knew I was correct, because he didn't love this. He wanted somebody to handle this. You know, the kid that I had to block on Facebook the other day, I had to block him because every time he hits me up, it's always for something. It's always a backhanded remark. It's always guilt. You know, this kid's telling me how he needs $10,000 to move to San Diego. What's it got to do with me? Right. That he makes this, that he lives here. Why is he asked me 9 questions in a row that I couldn't give him an answer to because I don't get that involved with Rogan. That's why Rogan and I are friends, because I've kept it light over the years. But to get back to your question, you can never forget what those first 10 years of your comedy life were like. You have to, I'm not saying hand somebody the golden keys to the palace, but you gotta be there for the younger guys. Be there for them. Sometimes just being there, shaking their hand, hugging them is enough for somebody, you know?
And it's hard because, like, to be honest, I see, like, I know there's the shows that you guys do with Tripling at the store in the main room. I've been very lucky that I've been able to do some shows in the main room. I know in my head that I'm not ready. I'm obviously not at the level to be on those shows. Would I like to be at that? Like, I would love to. But I look at those posters. I'm like, God, I can't wait till I'm on those posters.
You're never gonna know you bench 350 pounds if you don't try it.
Right.
No, Tripoli doesn't give you those spots to make you a star. Tripoli gets you those spots to do the same thing I do, to give you an experience. We know that 9 out of 10% you're gonna bomb. Right. If you do well, it's in your favor. But we know. We just want to let you. I get very impressed with those guys. Dean Delaware. Yeah. I've seen the people that are offered you work, the same people I've offered work. So you create this little family, and this constant flow. And that's just the way it is. If that's not the way it is in your life, then you can't, this isn't for you. You know, I have 20 friends of the comics that really work hard, that really need to. That's who I throw work at, regardless of what you might do or what you might think you're doing. I see what you're spinning with you. I know who's really waking up in the morning. I know who's fucking thinking about this. And you can't give them the keys to the castle, but you can take them there and show them what's in there through the bars. That's what I've tried to do with you and with Eric. And look at Dean Delaware. Me and Dean started fucking around 3 years ago. Look at where he's come. Look at Kate Quigley, where she's come. Because I understand what people need as a pull. Yeah. And they're doing it on themselves. I'm not doing shit. I'm not doing anything at all. They've done it for themselves. I took him to Green Bay knowing that he was going to kick ass, Dean, and they would rebook him. And that's exactly what happened. They rebooked him. He's coming back in February up in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really cool.
I know what level you're at. I know what you can handle. I know what you've been through.
Your first Olympics, man.
Like the people who say, like, for the Rogan thing, there's been plenty of people who've been on Rogan and haven't had their career explode. So there's even possible to get around.
It's the door is, if the door is open for you, it's what you're gonna do with that door being open. That's it. It's like doing the HBO. It's like having an HBO special. It's like being put on the Tonight Show in the fucking 90s. You did great on the show. It's what you're gonna do with it. When I've gone on the road, I've always expressed my feelings from the heart. I've never I tell it how it is on road. I didn't expect this shit to happen. But it's not only the stuff I did on road. It's the stuff I did on Segura. It's the stuff I did on Duncan's. It's the stuff I did with Fat Felicia. It's the stuff I did with you. It's the movies I did. It's the radio shows I did. It's the podcasts I did. It's the TV shows I did. And finally, all that threads together. that all threads together. All that shit that you didn't think you did years ago actually starts to become something. It becomes part of the fucking thread, and you go, oh. So when I did that show in '98, that's how it all becomes a thread. There's an expression that everything is everything. It really fucking is at the end of the day. It really fucking is. Everything we do matters for that final funnel. It's like a funnel. We just go around. We just keep pouring shit in there. We're just making the right fucking chemicals. Right. So,
And do you think it's also hard because, like, let's say you wanted to just give me the key or whatever it is. Would the way you did it maybe not work for me?
I know for a fact it won't work for you.
That's pretty crazy.
I can't take you on the road. I can't, because it's not going to work for you. You're going to forget about the work that you need to be done. And 8 years from now, you're going to fall back on that. You're going to have to go do that work. So you might as well do it now and get it over with. And you get it. And I know when you're suffering, you'll have that look on your face that Ralphie had, that I had, that Ricky Cruz had, that, Sebastian Maniscalco had, that Steve Renazizi had, that Ari had. There's a certain look on your face that looks like you're going to fucking vomit. When I see that look on your face for a year straight and then you move forward, that's when you know that you're ready. There's a point where Steve Simone was going through it recently. Dean Delray went through it recently. There's a point where there's a sticking point. You're a feature and you're a good feature. You don't know how to get to the next level. This is levels and this is time, And it's like anything else. It took me 20 fucking years to acknowledge my mother's death and put a spin on it so I could deal. So you could deal. So you didn't have to do that line. So you didn't have to do that fucking pill. It takes time to get something, control it, and then give it a story so it makes it digest into your system a lot easier. You never worry about it again. And that's the Wednesday motherfucking morning podcast.
I like it.
Just a little pain. If you had a rough Mother's Day, listen, my heart goes out to you. I've been down that road with you. I saw you put it down on Facebook, and this is what inspired this podcast to say that. Pain is there forever. Don't let it fucking dictate you. Handle it, draw from it, and execute from it, and you're going to be fucking fine, the same way I was. Today I'm fine. I love to tell you that, I cried. No. You learn how to control everything at your fucking speed, not at your whatever anybody else thinks. Everybody has a certain way of dealing with things. As long as you don't kill yourself, drink yourself to death, or kill yourself to death, I'm okay with what path you choose. I really am. As long as it doesn't affect none of those things. I don't care if you write it out. I don't care if you fucking send smoke signals to the fucking Indians. However, whatever it takes for you to handle this eternal pain of a lost one, whether it's a dad or a mom, my heart goes out to Crystal. My heart goes out to Bob Lolingus. My heart goes out to just so many people that have been in the church family that have lost loved ones the last couple of years. My heart goes out to you. And this podcast is dedicated to you guys. Learn to control it. It's going to be there for a long time. And just learn how it's with you. I finally came to the conclusion that my mother stands with me. My mother's on my right and my father's on my left. And that's why I made it to where I am today, because I have this fucking angel. And all I ever pray for is that they will watch after my daughter if something happens to me, so my daughter could end up on the same path of happiness that I ended up in. And that's it. You bad motherfuckers. Do not forget, June 7th, I'm at the Fillmore fucking Theater in New Orleans. Oh, shit. And then on the 8th, at the Tabernacle Theater in Atlanta, I'm taking my boy Steve Simone down there. We're going to be eating some fucking everything in fucking New Orleans. Whatever you got, we're fucking eating, cocksuckers. So go right now to joeydiaz.com, look at the schedule, and get your .net and get your tickets. .com.net, who gives a fuck? Just get your fucking tickets, and I'll see you when I fucking see you. Before we go, I want to talk to you people about something. Number one of my all-time sponsors on it. They've been there since day one with me, selling supplements, believing in me, and I believe in them. That's why I've been with them since day one. From the protein powder to the Shroom Tech to the Alpha Brain. Let's start out with the Alpha Brain so you don't lose dick. Because if you don't like it, there's 100% money back guarantee. Nootropics gets your mind going, controls what you're doing. This is the way to go. Give it a shot. Give it a shot. Columbus did. Go to Honor.com right now. Look at the great supplements that they have. From the Shroom Tech to the Shroom Tech Sport to the Shroom Tech Immune. I don't give a fuck. But if you don't believe me, start with Alpha Brain. That's their flagship. And like I said, you don't like it, you get 100% money back guarantee. Go to Honor.com and press in. Church. CHURCH to get 10% off your first order delivered right to your house. Like I told you in the beginning of the show, I'm very selective with these sponsors, and I love the 4 Hymns guys. Why? They treat the problem, and they do it at a cost that you could afford. You're like, Joey, what's for him? Let me give you the facts, all right? 4 Hymns is a wellness brand for men. They offer access to physician consultation and prescription treatments online for common issues that men deal with, like hair loss, stuff like that, whatever. You know, the fact is, it's not unusual. Up to 39% of men experience that the fun is ending too quickly. If you want to maintain your erections for longer, this is the way to go. Because premature ejaculation can make men feel down on themselves, creating a vicious cycle of sexual anxiety. Most guys aren't thrilled at the thought of opening up to a doctor about performance problems. I know I'm not. So having a positive mental state is good in and of itself. It can be the key to better lovemaking and help guys gain control when crunch time hits. That's what we call a win-win situation. Now, with 4 Hymns, when you visit 4Hymns.com, you get a convenient and affordable treatment for your early arrival. They connect you to a doctor online who can evaluate you and help identify the right treatment for you. Best yet, it can be delivered right to your door in a discreet package, not even your wife or your girlfriend know. This means no more awkward in-person doctor appointments. So if you want to slow down your roll and make the good times last, go to 4Hymns.com. They also help you with hair loss. They also help you with erections. If you have a men problem, 4 Hymns can help you. Okay, right now, special time only, 4 Hymns is offering you the church family a special offer. You can get started on 4 Hymns for just $10. Joey, what are you talking about? $10. $10. I'll get you started on 4Hymns.com right now. Just go to 4Hymns.com/Coco. That's 4Hymns.com/Coco. I'm going to save you money, time, aggravation, face, and you're going to be so happy that I steered you to 4Hymns.com. You're probably going to send me a Twitter and go, Joey, you're a fucking genius. Yes, I am. Because 4 Hymns has the solution to your problems, whether it's hair loss, dysfunctional penis, or you're coming too quick. They can help you out right now. Just go to 4Hymns.com/Coco to get started. That's 4Hymns, FORHIMS.com/Coco. See website for full details and safety information. Listen, I want to wish you a good fucking weekend. Have a great time. I want to thank 4 Hymns. I want to thank Honor, but most importantly, I want to thank you guys for being the church family and for listening to us and for supporting us. I want to thank the Flying Jew, a.k.a. the Christ Killer. And I want to just re-wish you all a happy Mother's Day to your mothers, and if you feel bad, because it may take a few days to fucking understand what's going on. I love you guys. I'll see you tip-top. I'll do next Monday morning, the fucking 20th, ready to fucking rock. Kick this fucking mule lead. Greetings from Podcastville. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by Onnit. Listen, for all your supplements, Onnit is there for you. Whether it's the Alpha Brain, the Shroom Tech Sport, or the Shroom Tech Immune, my favorites. Alpha Brain, when it comes to, listen, you get 100% money back guarantee if you don't like the Alpha Brain. And guess what? You don't even have to send the product back. That's what Onnit's about. When they put something, when was the last time you went to a Chinese restaurant? They said, if you don't like the egg roll, you give it back. No. It don't work that way, but Onnit makes it work because they believe in their product. Go to Onnit.com right now. Look at the fine line of supplements they have. If you find something, press in Church, CHURCH, and check out. Get 10% off delivered to your house. Also, let me tell you something. Uncle Joey's here to tell you, don't cut your dick off, fucko. The suffering and the depression ends now. With Manscaped, you get it done without the pain. What pain are you talking about, Joey? The pain of that fucking bush and that stink growing between your legs. You got to cut the bush off. Summer is coming, cocksuckers. Everybody wants to get their dick sucked, but it smells like a dead goat. Go to Manscaped right now. They got premium tools for the family jewels. Manscaped has redesigned the electric razor so you get all the nooks and crannies where the stink develops, where the stink starts. You understand me? You want chicks to suck your balls, but they taste like fucking sour cream. Would you suck on balls that taste like sour cream? Never. No. Go to Manscaped. They got the fucking solution for your problem. At manscaped.com, you get everything you need to make your balls shine and keep your dick looking like fucking Cleopatra. You understand me? Now listen. The church family gets 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH at manscaped.com. And if you order the perfect package, which I'll tell you about later, they also throw in a free travel bag when you use the promo code CHURCH. That's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH for 20% off your first order. You got to keep your balls clean. The summer's coming. Kick this motherfucking muley. This is Church of What's Happening Now. My main man is here today, Mr. Nick Valalanga. You guys like scratching it. Who's Nick Valalanga? Academy Award winning Nick Valalanga. You cocksuckers, the Green Book. How are you, my dear friend?
Good. How you doing?
I finally figured out where I met in the whole situation. You and I did a horrible movie together in 2012 that I would not discuss on TV on this, except for you being. We did a movie called Jersey Shore Shark Attack.
Oh,
And
yes.
I think the next day, Paulie Walnuts was showing up
Yes.
or something. Yeah, I only did
That's
the movie.
right. I forgot about it.
2012. I didn't even do the movie because of cocaine money. I did the movie because the guys had put me in like 8 other movies. They really did. The guys really put me in like 6 movies, 7 or 8, and that was the 8th one. And when they called me, I really go, we got something perfect for you. Jersey Shore. I'm like, oh God, he's gonna.
That's right. That's where we met.
That's
I
what I
forgot
met.
about it.
That's why I met you.
Yes.
And then I didn't know if it was. I kept saying for years after the movie came out, the Green Book. A dear friend. Listen, I haven't been in contact with movies in years. You know when you're just too busy.
Yeah. You're bigger than.
No, you ever just been too busy to watch TV? Like there was a time. I grew up in the movie theater. So did you. Where'd you grow up? The Bronx?
I grew up in the Bronx and in Jersey.
Okay. You grew up in a movie theater.
I was an usher.
On Saturdays, you can't wait for a fucking movie to come out. That's right. But now who has the time? I wish I had the time to go to 2 movies a week and sit and argue with you about the acting. He didn't do it right. I don't have the time.
You're right. I joined that club. You know, you pay one fee. You can go to 3 movies a week. Because I thought, oh, kidding me? I can get my money's worth. I barely have a chance to go anymore. I used to go all the time. I want to go see every movie that comes out.
When I went to the movie theater for years, and the best part was you got free movies. I saw everything for 5 years.
You couldn't wait to see a fucking movie.
Right.
And now it's like a movie comes out and you already, I don't know if it's called Jaded, but you see the trailer and you make your decision up right there. Like, I'm not going to see that. That's a waste of my fucking time. Or you don't see the trailer. And like a dear friend of mine, Mike Bertoli, who I've known for 30 years, called me for like months, and he kept telling me, "Did you see the Green Book? Did you see the Green Book?" I'm like, "Nice. When the fuck do I have time? You know, go see the Green Book. Go see it." And he worked with Frankie Valli.
Oh, okay.
So go see the Green Book. Go see the Green Book. And finally, I think I got on the plane and watched it. It was on, and I was fucking blown. You know, when they said Sebastian's in it, I was definitely going to watch it.
Yeah.
He's my little brother. I'm not going to watch it. And you wrote something that touched the fuck out of me. You know,
that's nice.
I think the movie was supposed to be based in '63.
Yes, 62, 1962.
It's so funny. When I came from Cuba in '65, I came from Cuba in '66. When I was 5, from the ages of 5 to 7, I hung out with an African American kid. My mother had a bar on 27th and Audubon, and that made me think. I wish I could find this kid today in Hungary, because his family took me into their home. In '68 and '69, you kept to yourself, and the brothers kept to
That's
themselves.
how. It's just how the culture.
That's how the culture was then. So the brothers had the Afro picks with the fistum. They put in their back pocket. You remember all
Yeah,
that?
in New York, the Italians were in one section, the Jewish people were in one section, the Irish were in one section, the black people were in one section. It's just the way it was because they were tribal. Everyone stayed with their own. That's just how it was during that time, the 30s, the 40s. The 50s.
But I still remember walking from his house in the projects, 125th Street, and him getting shit for bringing a white kid into the neighborhood, and then walking away from 125th, and as you got to 135th, white people would say shit to me for walking around with him. Like they still weren't, you know, depending where we went, what color. You know, it's like, what are you bringing them into the fucking neighborhood for? Leave them outside the store, shit like that, man. And I didn't know.
Yeah, crazy.
So today, my daughter's 6. And if I tell my daughter, hey, what'd you think of the black guy? She'll look me straight in the face and go, oh, the guy with glasses on. She doesn't see color.
That's good.
So unless you teach your child that shit, they don't see it. That's a lie. Because I didn't see it at first. I heard about it years later. When I moved to Jersey, you got no choice. When you move to Jersey, they just tell you right out. You respect. Yeah. You know, they don't give a fuck. You know?
That opening scene was crazy, where the 2 plumbers came over and he threw away the glasses.
Yeah.
That was.
Well, it was important to show that because even my father, you know, to show my father in that light. But I had discussed that with my father, and he had to show it. It shows what was going on at the time. Even though he wasn't a bad person, he was still a product of his environment, his culture, and he changed. So that's the point of the movie. People can change and learn. So that's why. That had to be in the movie.
How old were you the first time your dad told you that story?
Well, I met Dr. Shirley when I was like 5. My father took me up to Carnegie Hall to do exactly what you see in the movie. Above the Carnegie Hall, they have this amazing penthouse suite with the grand piano, chandeliers, all the artifacts, the African artifacts. He came out in this amazingly beautiful African robe. And so that was like walking into Oz, you know what I mean? So I never forgot that. And then, you know, when I was in my teeth, my son told me the story. But I remember the Christmas Eve when he came over. I remember that. I was little, but I definitely remember him coming to the bar.
What did your family think? Was it like in the movie, that much receptive, pull up a chair?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody froze.
Once he came in, you know, we were a comedic moment where everyone freezes. But once he came in, you know, my mother and my family were loving Italians. Once someone's in the home, they sit down and eat, you know. So, yeah, I remember that very well.
I remember the first time we met him that said you came up to me and told me he was your dad. I got to tell you something. He was one of my all-time favorite gangsters. And I tell you this in all sincerity. I laid my eyes on him the first time in the Pope of Greenwich Village. And he said something so deep in that movie. At the time, I was fucking around with loan sharks. My whole life was just torturing 2 loan sharks. You know what I'm saying? Borrowing from one, borrowing from the other. And that line, he said, how come nobody keeps me awake when they're looking to borrow?
Yeah.
That line stuck with me forever because it's true.
Yeah.
If people want to borrow money from you, they call you. I'm going to be there at 5. They get there at 10 to 5. There could be a blizzard, 2 snowstorms, their mother got hit by lightning. All the excuses they give you when it's time to pay you the money.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not going to believe what happened. My goat ate the cash. The bus went to the wrong place. So for me, hearing that fucking cracking me up,
it flowed off his tongue.
You know, oh my God, it really,
He had a little experience.
it was like the second line of the fucking movie. He was back there waiting for you. And Mickey Rourke was back there. How long has your dad been acting?
We started with The Godfather. So he was working the Copa. And I guess either Francis Ford Coppola or casting directors, Lou DiGiamo, Fred Ruse, I think, the producers, they went into the Copa to see some gangsters and hang out. And they brought my father as the one who was going to introduce him to some people. And they asked him to be in the movie. And that was the first movie.
And you and the Godfather off.
Yeah, because then once he got in, then they said to him, we got kids. We need Italian kids. We were having this big wedding scene. And so my brother and I had to go screen test for it, and we got in with like the little kids in the wedding scene.
How was that?
So
Oh.
as these dives
Well, for
continue
me,
to
it
round
was
three,
for whatever reason,
the medal race
I
continues to be
I
very
loved it from the minute I was there.
And good
I
someone
just
like
knew
Julia
this is what I
Vincent
want to do for the rest of
in
my
her
life.
what she is
I always
declared to
loved
be her
movies
final
as a kid.
Olympics, her third and
To see it
last.
made, to be
Her first
there.
final, and Laura, she's
It was at the house
in
in
the mix
Staten
right now.
Island.
She's on
To see
fire
that the
right
walls
now.
were fake. One day I saw them taking the wall apart. I said, "What the hell are they doing?" And then they took it apart. I saw that the wall was only paper thin, on two sides. It was just wood in between. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. That this is all fake. This is it was crazy. It was something else.
You guys were talking about a bad movie that you were both in, but you're like, and I know you were probably too young, but when you were on like The Godfather and then The Green Book that won Best Picture, is there a feeling when you're on like a movie like that that's like, this is gonna be an amazing, like this is different from the other movies?
Well, luckily I've been I did a lot of extra work in New York. That was my film school. I didn't care about extra, non-extra. In New York, it was a little different. You had people that were doing Broadway, then they were doing extra work during the day, and you got to know the ADs. The same guys would work in New York. So a movie or TV show would come in, it's the same guys. So after a while, doing so much extra work, they get to know you. They see who has a brain in their head, who's not an idiot, talking all the time. So then something would come up sometime on the set. They need a guy to say a line. They need a cop to do something. They go, "Nick, come in." Because they knew I was an idiot. But so doing the extra work, I learned, I watched, I stood back. But I was a Godfather. That was when I was a kid. Then when I got older, I was in things like Kutzizana, Goodfellas. I just Sidney Lumet film. I did. I can't think of the name of it. With Sean Connery and Dustin Hoffman. Just every film that they did in the city, I was in it somewhere. Goodfellas, I was. My father was in a good part of Goodfellas. He was in the whole movie. But I was there for the Copa scenes. I was supposed to be part of Randy Oldie's crew. Like he had his own little crew of young guys. So we're in the Copa scenes. You don't really see me. And then I was in the prison scenes. And I'm with Ray. We shot some stuff that didn't make the movie, but when his wife comes in, I'm sitting right behind him, sitting watching him from the tail. I'm right there with him. We did a bunch of stuff there. So I didn't get a chance to talk to Ray when we saw him last. But yeah, I did that with Ray Liotta.
Now, how long? Your dad passed in
2013.
2013, and I'm sure he's missed by a lot of people. How long have you been discussing the script?
For Green Book, well, I interviewed him in like 1989 and 90. Who's that? With my father. And then I taped the cassette. And then he said, "Okay, we got to talk about the show. We got to get his side of the story. And we got to get his approval, what he'll let in and won't let in." So I started having long phone conversations with both of them on the phone. In those days, you had the extension, one phone in one room, another phone in another room. And I took tons of notes. And he told me what was what. He told me about the trip. And he said, the only people on this trip are me and my father. So I never want you to talk to anyone else about me. Don't ever talk to my family. This is it. When I tell you, that's it. You got to promise me that. I don't want anything about the rest of my life in it. Because maybe he was thinking of doing his own book or his own movie. Because people say, "Oh, it's not enough about him." It's exactly what he wanted in. So all that criticism, "Oh, it's about your father." Well, yeah, of course it's about my father. He told me the story. So I'm telling you from my father's perspective. How this guy from the Bronx went on this trip with this genius piano player. But I didn't have more Dr. Shirley in it because he didn't want it. He said, I only want you to tell from when I met your father to when we were on the trip together. So that's what we told. And he also was a psychology major. He studied it. So like he would tell me that he would say things just to push my father's buttons to see how he would react. Because he said, I never met anyone like your father before. So some things he might have said or done, maybe he didn't really say or do outside of that, but he told my father. So I just put in what he told my father and me. And then we have it. But their stories all got corroborated, and he approved everything that was going to eventually be in the script.
Dr. Shirley or your father died in North Park.
Yeah, just by coincidence.
So their family or Dr. Shirley will get to see this beautiful story. Okay?
Right. They didn't, each one of them. But Dr. Shirley, I didn't know about his family, and I got criticized for that too. At the time, I didn't know about his family because in 1991, when he told me, don't ever talk to my family, I mean, he could have 10 brothers, 2 brothers. The only brother he had mentioned was once he told my father, yeah, I got a brother somewhere. So I never, at that time, there was no looking anyone up on the internet, but even years later, when I was closer to making the movie, I didn't look up his family because he told me not to do that. I mean, you know that, you're from New York. If I say to you, I don't want you to do this, but you can tell my story, but you give me my word. Don't talk to my family, don't make it until after I die.
Done.
What would you do?
Done.
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 You give your word, you're a stand-up guy.
Done.
So I gave the man my word. I waited till after he passed away. He didn't want it in there. Anything done until after that.
T-Mobile cell
And
phone
I also
internet.
didn't reach out to anyone
Get home
because
internet that
that's
does
what
you
he asked me to do.
Get Spectrum.
Did the families come out after the movie was released?
Family came out afterwards. There was a lot of press about it saying I didn't do my due diligence. I didn't talk to them, which again put me in an awkward position because he told me not to talk to him. And what more due diligence could I do than talk to the man himself? So I did as much due diligence as I could do. But you got to remember, this happened in 1962-63. I talked to him about it in 1990-91. I didn't start making the movie, start even writing the script with Peter Farrelly and Brian Curry until 2015. This is 50 years. I didn't know. I didn't look up the family because the family couldn't have told me anything about the trip, and I told them I wouldn't look up the family. So they were upset, and I felt bad about that. But then they, they said some kind of hurtful things I didn't think were necessary, but there's nothing I could do about it. That's what I said. I promised the guy I wouldn't talk to them. But they reached out to them. They invited them to screenings. They even pre-screenings before the movie came out in New York. They invited them. They said, would you like to see it? And even though you're hearing about some of the family that were mad, there was a lot of family members and friends that said, this is beautiful. It's exactly how he was. You guys captured it perfectly. I remember that trip. Some people remembered it. And so I think for the most part, most of them were happy. There were a few that weren't, but
you're not going to make everybody happy.
No, of course.
At the end of the day, nobody's going to be happy.
But we tried to make, listen, Mahershala's portrayal, beautiful man, beautiful portrayal of the guy, a genius. I think we showed him in showing what a genius he was. Listen, no one would even know his name right now. No one would know who he is. No one would know about the Green Book. So it wasn't a biopic of Don Shirley. It was a little slice of life, a little portion of his life, like my father. A little portion of his life. And everyone took great care. Peter Farrelly, everyone, from when we wrote it to producing it to Pete directing it to Mahershala portraying him. I think it was a beautiful job. The guy's known. People are downloading his music. I mean, he was sort of one of those lost guys that in his time he was known, but he wasn't like a big name outside of the jazz world and in that classical sort of world. So I'm glad his name is out there. People know who he is. They know his music. They know what the Green Book is. And then we made the movie's not that bad. It won Best Picture, so we didn't do that.
I think it was a tremendous movie. In a world where I like certain fucking movies, Nick, I don't go see everything. I don't want to see the Avengers. I don't want to see a lot of shit. I don't want to see remakes. I'm done. I'm 56. I've seen it all. I've seen the good ones and the bad ones. And once you're in a movie, you see behind the curtain why a movie's made.
No capes. You don't want to see the capes.
No capes. Yeah. No capes. No nothing. So to me, that movie, it came somewhere where I've been. I was telling people here that sometimes I say the word Arab or whatever. When I was in college, my tutor was Mohammed Zabib. He would come to my house. I would go to his house. He would tell me about their culture. So whatever the fuck you say, it doesn't really matter because I know the truth. They're sweet people. So we've all gone through that transition where we prejudge somebody.
Yes.
The way your family did it was hilarious in the movie because that's the way every family was.
Sure.
Fuck, the two glasses. I saw crazy as shit.
Yes.
I saw crazy as shit.
To me, it reminded me of like there's movies used to have like a point. Now like a lot of movies out there are just like even I like action movies, but there's not. It's just it's a fun 2 hours where stuff blows up, and I like something where you learn something, you get like you learn about that time, you learn about like I've heard about something like the Green Book, but seeing them go to the bar when he gets drunk and the guys are beating him out, I'm like, wow, that. And then the scene that I really liked was when the car broke down and the guys were working in the field. I was like, wow, that's.
Those are the scenes that they mean something. Look at when you watch Rocky, you feel something. Right. There's certain movies you watch, you don't feel dick.
Well, that's what I wanted to do.
I felt something when I watched your movie.
I wanted to make a movie that people felt something, and that I made a lot of crap before that. But you try, I was kind of in the minor leagues of movie making, making lots of independent movies, never having enough money, whatever the excuses are. But I always wanted to make those type of feel-good movies, like Frank Capra movie, the Bicycle Thief, or Walt Disney movie. The movies that make you feel. There's room for everything else. I love action movies. I like superhero movies if they're good. Whatever it is, if it's entertaining, I think there's room for everything. But when I talked to Brian Curry about it, to bring him on to write with me, and then we went to Pete, we all, wanted to make the movie that touched people. We're not solving racism. It's just a slice of life. But there's a little hope at the end. And it's a story about human beings. I never thought about black and white. I just thought about two people. And that's how you should look at it. So I think, like I said, we were very meticulous about the script. And then when Pete's direction was impeccable, I mean, he should have been nominated for Best Director. That to me is a travesty. How does a movie get nominated for Best Movie? Would it direct itself? You know what I mean? I feel the same way about Bradley Cooper. He should have got nominated for Best Picture. The movie's a Best Picture. That should be a thing. If there's a Best Picture, the director should be nominated. Nothing against the other guys that got nominated. But how is Pete Farrell not nominated when his movie's in Best Picture? Something wrong. But my point is, Pete did a hell of a job. We all cared about it. And it's filled with, I think there's a truthfulness to it, despite what some people think. All those little incidents really happened. The only creative license we took was it happened over a 1.5 year period. We moved them around. Pete wanted to concentrate it, so we did it in that 2-month period before Christmas. But that's, it's not. It all actually happened. We just took all the best stories and put them together. And we knew, okay, this is a true story, and I think that's why it resonates. That's why you feel something, because it's not a bunch of garbage. So it's not a lie. You're feeling these things happen. These people really were affected, and this criticism. Oh, all of a sudden, Tony Nick's character turns around in 2 months. Well, it wasn't 2 months. It was always a period of time. But yes, he did turn around and change his life, how he raised us, how he treated other people. I was happy that I was able to get that story on the screen.
The one I didn't understand, the one that fucked with me a little bit was funny and sad at the same time. Not even funny is when he's straight out and he caught him at the Y, or whatever the fuck it's supposed to be.
Right.
Mercy. Fancy Professor by day.
And you and I both know at that time period, people like you and me would have been shot. Like I would have been shot. Your dad didn't really judge him at that period. That time, he just walked out of there. Did your dad tell you the story? Did the doctor tell you?
They both did.
And
the thing was, that's why even, life is complicated and people are complicated. So, the word racist, I guess it means one thing to a lot of people. So you see something like the glasses at the beginning. That's a racist effort, But again, and this is, I don't like it, there's no excuses, but
it was
one thing where how a person is doesn't mean he's completely one way or has a bad heart or he has a. He wasn't a racist in the sense he wasn't walking around with a hood.
We're not teachers.
He was a people person. He loved people, human beings, and he didn't really judge people. Like my whole life, we were around all kinds of people, and he loved other people's cultures and food and how they laughed, how they danced. It didn't like how they dressed. He would love it if he saw something. It didn't matter if you were black, white, Jewish, So even though in the culture, and growing up in New York and stuff,
Harnessing the power of
there
human
were
ambition
tribal
and cutting-edge
groups, but
technology
everyone stayed with their own
making
kind.
the toughest
But
climb look
my father, once he mixed with people,
easy.
he treated them all the same, and he brought us up to do that. So in that particular sense,
PWC.
like he says in the movie, I've been around nightclubs all my life. I know it's a complicated world. He's done and seen everything in the city, right? He's in nightclubs. He was working at the Wagon Wheel and Peppermint Lounge. He grew up knocking guys out. He was all over the place. He saw it all. So
Well, China's
he said he
dominance
knew
for the
when he
third
met
Olympic
them.
Games
Says,
in
I know
Tokyo,
he
they won
was
7
man.
of 8 diving.
I didn't care. What I care.
In the
It
cycle
was his
since,
business.
they've crushed it
Nothing
in the World
to me. He was a
Championships,
nice
winning
guy
all
to me,
but one
treated me
gold.
fantastic.
And if Paris
So I was there to
and
protect
within
him,
one
and I
dive,
protected him. And I'm not there to judge him what he wanted to do or what he didn't want to do, but I didn't want him going out without me because I didn't want him getting beaten up. I don't want him getting arrested. I was trying to, in those days, he says in the movie, you know what would happen if this got out, your career and everything? Because they were judged for that. So
and can she complete
he's had a good heart,
as she did in both the prelims and
even
the
though he's just
semis?
rough and tumble
Do it
guy.
again
And
in
that's
the
what that
finals and come
scene
back.
was about, and it really
Early
happened.
miss.
So
This is
we
one of
put
her
it in.
best dives. It's why she
Has there
comes
been
in
any
last.
thought to
She
making
goes,
a television show just so you could go a little bit more in depth into some of the stories?
It's never really come up. You got some cash, you want to fund it?
I'll be very small in the.
It's just, how many scripts did you write before this?
Oh, I had a lot of independent movies that were made. First movie was a movie called Deadfall
It's a good dive.
with Nick Cage, Michael
It's not
Biehn,
her classic.
Talia Shire,
entry.
Peter Fonda. It was a good cast.
In all this writing, all through the years, did you ever think of winning an Academy Award? Did you ever think it was possible? Was it something on the back burner, or was it something like me? You never even think about it. You just live your life.
It wasn't like
you just have to
I'm
eat.
going to
Right,
win
you
an
just have to
Academy
eat.
Award. Like any other kid or even just person, not even in the film industry. When you watch the Academy Awards growing up, you always think, oh, what would I say if I was up there? What would it be like to be up there? Maybe I'll be up there. But not actually when I was doing the work to do something. Just trying to make the best movies you can. Even if you're making a crappy little movie, and I made a lot of those, I'm still trying to make something good. I never thought of Academy Awards. And when we started getting on this ride, it was a nice thought, but
She would have to do something pretty
to me, it
magical
sounds
right here.
cliche. The reward was I got the movie made. A lot of big
Receiving
people.
over 8s,
It got
mostly
seen. The
8.5s.
audience response was unbelievable. This awards like sort
Would
of
be the
campaign, that was rough, man. That was rough.
Really?
That was. I said these people. I mean, I used to play ball, baseball, and stuff. And you win, you win, you lose, you lose, you shake hands at the end of the game. That's how I was brought up. This is brutal. People,
She would
if
have
they
needed
could
to disappear on that entry.
chop
It's a
your head
great
off, they would.
takeoff.
And I
Nice straight legs.
got a little thrown off
There is
by
a
that.
little
And
bit
then
of
I
water
started,
coming up on the
we were
entry.
getting
I think
attacked
she'll
on
get some
every
7s,
level
maybe
except
some
the
8s.
Shirley family, press. Oh, he's lying about this. Him and his father are racists. Vigo got attacked. Pete Farley got attacked. I got attacked brutally. People were trying to knock the movie down.
But how bad does it feel when somebody calls you a liar? And you know that you're telling the truth, and you really don't give a fuck. If he thinks I'm lying, I really don't give a fuck what he thinks. I know what happened. I was there.
But I had to keep my mouth shut with a lot of things because of the good of the movie and the publicity. Because the more you say, I noticed that a couple of things I tried to explain, even though I'm telling the truth, they twist it. So even when I told the truth on a couple of things, they said, "Oh yeah, that's convenient. Yeah, he didn't. I'm sure he's saying it now." So how do you win? You can't win. You can't win. I won't even get into it. There was a tweet I made in 2015 about whatever I made it about, and they twisted it. It's not about what they said it was about. Not what I meant was what I was talking about at all. And I couldn't come out and say, "Oh, that's not what I meant at all." You're reading it wrong. It's a tweet. So
How beautiful is to take a look at one of your tweets? Well, 2014, and sum you the fuck up in one fucking thought,
in one thing,
140 words.
Right. Well, first of all, it shows you that they were digging. So that's the best that they could come up with, right? Some stupid tweet. I'll say what it was. They were talking about. It was about when I guess Trump was saying he saw Muslims cheering in 9/11 on rooftops. Said he saw it on the news. So then the news came out and said, well, he's nuts and he's lying because it was never reported, specifically CBS News. He said, I think I saw it on CBS. So I used to work for CBS.
Wait 8 years to get another chance.
9/11 was crazy in New York. It was in the tri-state area. It was devastating. And on CBS News, they reported that this was going on. Now, whatever. I saw it, watched it. 2014-15, they said, oh, it was never reported. So for some stupid reason, that got. I was pissed at the news. I'm like, how could they lie about that? Whether it happened or not, I don't know. I didn't see it happen. I saw the news report that said it happened. The news report said it happened. So all I said was, but I wrote it in an odd way. I said, yeah, 100% correct. Cheering going on. I think I saw it in CBS News. They came out and said I'm racist and anti-Islamophobic rants and tweets. Well, first of all, one tweet. No one. How does it make me racist? I didn't say it. I just said I saw something on television. I saw the news report on television. That's it. But because it was a tweet, I could only write so many words. If I know I was writing, if I wrote a dissertation, I would have said, "Oh yes, I also saw the news report that said that on TV. It was on Channel 2." Crazy. What went on with that is just insane. Which shows they could say anything. So I didn't say anything about it because for the good of the movie, they didn't want me to say anything. I wanted to defend myself and say, well, what they're saying is not the truth. I'm being accused of something I didn't do or didn't mean. It wasn't even in my heart, mind, or soul what they're saying. And that's what happened. So it taught me a great lesson. Luckily, I was not a real tweeter. I think I only did 20 tweets so in my whole life about come see this movie, go see my movie. That one in particular pissed me off because I thought, how can a news organization lie and say it wasn't on the air? Not on YouTube. I found it. I found the news report. It was on. Everyone else that knows me saw it. People in Jersey. And I got a lot of people who don't. And we said, "Oh, I saw that." But so what? I saw it on TV. What is it?
Plus, we're going to see
we all saw planes in the building. We saw the World Series being won. I said, "Yeah, I saw the Red Sox win the World Series." I saw it on television. I did. You know what I mean? It's bizarre.
So they come after you even when you win the fucking
right.
thing.
So it was a tough time. It kind of took the fun out of it for me, and but it didn't stop the movie. And the movie did well because I think most people saw it. I think it's a small minority. And then the people that report that stuff aren't real journalists. Real journalists, I met a lot of good ones on this trip. And they're good people and they have brains in their head and they ask both sides of the story. This was just attack. And you know what? I'm a big boy. I could take it. I dealt with it. I said, whatever. I don't care what they think. So.
Nick, a fucking Academy Award.
We won 2 Academy Awards.
You know what I'm saying? Academy Award. This is when you were writing it, who were you thinking of for the lead when you were writing it?
I knew it had to be in Italian. Before I met with Pete and Brian a couple of years before, when I was first thinking about it, I talked to James Gandolfini about it, and he loved it. And I was thinking, we were going to pursue that. Unfortunately, he passed away. So after he passed away, again, I put him sort of on the side burner. So my father had passed away the same. Gandolfini, the last time I saw him was at my father's funeral. 4 or 5 months later, he passed away too. So it was really a rough sort of time for me. And then when I started doing it again with Brian Curry and Peter Farrelly, lots of names came up. And we talked to a lot of different people, and Pete met with some people. And then it was Pete that came to me and said, "What about Viggo Mortensen?" And Viggo Mortensen's one of my favorite actors of all time. And I went, "Wow, Viggo Mortensen, unbelievable." I said, "But Peter, there's something about it. I think the guy's got to be Italian, at least half Italian, have some of that sensibility because when you start doing a bad New York Italian, it's like a Saturday Night Live skit, Some guy's imitating Joe Pesci badly, So." I thought about it, and I said, well, you know what? Who's the most iconic Italian character ever put on film? It's The Godfather.
Opening the
If you
neighborhood
think,
gym
who's the
early,
biggest?
so
The
a kid
Godfather.
can work on
Marlon
that jump
Brando.
shot.
Not Italian.
Somewhere,
Marlon
girls are
Brando's
drawing their
Irish.
own finish lines.
Maybe mixed, whatever he is, but no Italian.
Champions are turning into
I said, you know what?
legends.
Vigo is like our Marlon Brando.
And somewhere,
And I said, Pete,
teammates
I
are
think you're
whispering
onto
to the
something. I
unsure.
think you can do it. I pictured it in my head.
You've got this.
And Vigo, man, what a job he did. That's my father. You watch that movie, that's exactly my father, how he was at that age. Vigo studied film, tape. Luckily, my father later in life was an actor, so we watched The Pope, we watched The Sopranos, we watched everything my father was in. Listened to the tapes that I recorded of my father telling the story. And he just gained 45 pounds, hung out with me and my brother and my uncles. He picked up not only the Bronx accent, but when he spoke in Italian, my father and his family had they were from Calabria. So the Calabrian accent mixed with the Bronx had its own sort of dialect, you know. And Vigo was right on. But that was Pete's idea, and it turned out brilliant.
What did you start off as? You went to college?
I went to college, yeah.
What kind of degree?
Communications.
Did you think you were going to write it all?
Yeah, I always was writing from when I was a kid. I wrote little books, I wrote little stories. I was writing.
And watching your dad act, did that inspire you to act? Or?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. But I loved it like I said, when I was 10. I always knew I wanted to be an actor. I don't know why. It's not the smartest
After Godfather, did you do a bunch of stuff?
I wasn't like a kid actor. I did The Godfather, but that was the thing that got me into film, filmmaking. So I was always making little films in those days. They had the 8mm cameras with Super 8.
Yeah.
Literally cut them with scissors, put them together.
With fire?
Yeah, so I used to make my little movies, and then in high school, I was the only kid that took the film class and not go to sleep. So I watched, the film teacher was excited about that. Oh, finally one of these kids gives a crap. So he showed me Citizen Kane, It's a Wonderful Life, all these great movies, learn about editing. Then I became an usher in a movie theater, and I watched movies over and over and over. And that was like a film school unto itself. Because I said, okay, now I'll watch how they edit. Now I'll watch just the acting. Now I'll watch the action sequences. So every movie, because in those days the movie was there for 9 months, so you watched it hundreds of times. So I just love film. I always knew I wanted to get into it. So I went to college for communications, studied film and TV. I was acting during college. I started doing the extra work in New York. Off Broadway, I did lots and lots of theater.
How long did you kick around New York for?
I was from right out of high school. Even when I was in college, I was doing stuff in New York till I was almost 30 when I moved to LA.
When you moved to LA, what did you want to do?
Well, same thing. I knew I had to get out here
And get to
and get it.
How long till you sold your first script?
I sold the script very quickly.
Really?
As soon as I got out. So when I got here, I got a play, I got a TV show, and I sold the script like right away. Just boom. So but then after that, it went downhill for a while. But when I first got here, it went good.
And what do you mean downhill?
Well, then it was, then it was the struggle. I was back trying to get movies made, write some more scripts. I was getting little ones done here and there, but I was like working in clubs. I was doorman. That's when clubs in LA were big time with lines down the block. Working in all the hot clubs, which was good and bad. But meeting different people, and then still continuing to do some whatever little theater was in Los Angeles, and then writing and directing and producing little indie movies. I'm the type of guy, I'm not getting cast in something, I'll write something for myself in it and make it myself. That's how I was. So I did a bunch of those things.
Good for you, man. You've never stopped.
Just keep going.
And the thing I like about you is that you're a Renaissance man. You'll act for 2 weeks, then write for 2 weeks, then go here for 2 weeks. You went to the Kentucky Derby.
Well, there's things like they say about guys like me, jack of all trades, master of none. But I like doing lots of different. To me, it's all one thing. It's art, and like you see guys like us that people think, they think they're actors, but it is a Renaissance man in the sense of I never wanted to pigeonhole myself, and I liked lots of different things. I did some musical theater, sang, danced. I just love the arts, I guess. But when you say that and you're a big mug, they think you're a moron. But I studied it, read about it. I like all kinds of literature, film, books, and so drama, comedy, a little bit of everything. So why can't you do it? You know what I mean? If it's fun and you like doing it, and you do it fairly okay, why not?
When the movie hit the theater and you saw the response, what did you feel like?
It was very
one thing to act in something.
Yeah, very emotional. Very emotional. I think we all did. It was kind of weird, Pete. Everyone would get choked up. At the end of that movie, you see people in the theater crying at the end of the film, and hushed in other parts, and laughing. And it's when you achieve that, when those are the scenes you wanted them to laugh, and those are the scenes you wanted them hushed, and those are the scenes you wanted them to cry, and it's working like that. It's weird. I'm in the movie. I play the mob guy that my father's character Vigo goes to see in the restaurant. I forget him in the movie. Because to me, it was more about the movie as a whole and how it affected people.
The Chinese bartender, shut up!
See, that was another little touch. That was actually my brother reminded me of that. And when I said, "Oh, we'll do the scene in Joe and Jones," he goes, "Well, remember Dad would take us everywhere. There was always a Chinese bartender, even Italian restaurants in the Bronx." And I'm like, "That's right. Every bartender was Chinese in the Italian restaurants for some reason. Well, they just were there." So I told that to Peter Farrell, and he goes, "Oh, Chinese bartender."
And just the fact that the guy said to a white guy to shut up, hitting your head in the head with a bottle, shows you the power of the bartender.
Yeah, and he's a guy from the Bronx. Chinese or not, Chinese, Italian, he's a Bronx guy, so he's not taking it.
To me, the highlight that hit home with me was when he just broke it down about, he was from the Bronx, his mother was from the Bronx, his father was from the Bronx. That he knew who the fuck he was. That was the emotional highlight for me. That made me cry more than the ending, because it's very important in this life to know who the fuck you are and to stop playing games with yourself, thinking that you're rich or whatever. Your dad in that film, Tony Lip, his character, he was kind of insulted when he didn't know who the fuck he. Why don't you know this fucking band? These are your people, Doc.
Right.
When you say these are your people in today's world, that can be used as racist. And I say that. How don't you fucking know? How don't you fucking? It's like right now, you put on Willie Colon for me, and you go, Joey, how don't you know this? These guys are your people. I wouldn't get offended to that, but for me, that was the part of the movie that hit home. I wanted people that were watching it to understand where the fuck he was coming from.
Right. Because people, like you said, they take it the world. People now take the same thing with that fried chicken sandwich.
With masterpiece.
Controversial.
Because I go to fucking Tennessee, and that's the first place I go to, the fried chicken place.
My father said, he goes, Kentucky Fried Chicken in Kentucky? When's that ever going to happen? And when he says that line to him, Doc, this is your food. Same type of thing about these music as you eat. See, people miss later on. They go to a plantation where he's playing, and they serve up fried chicken. Now that's racist because they said, "Oh, the black guy really good fried chicken." Well, my father's saying it's a whole different thing. He's saying, "What do you mean you don't never had this?" And whether he had it or not, I don't know. But he said he never had it. This food is great. The collard greens, he says the collard greens is a mistake. The black chefs made it for me. I love it. You say I like spaghetti and meatballs, I'm not insulted. It's food. I'll give you my food. I like your food. There's cultures. It's all good. So he's not saying it in a hurtful, prejudiced way. That's the way he was. He was like, well, this is life. Food. He's a guy, food, eating, drinking, laughing, talking, smoking. He enjoyed life. That's why he's not going to sit in the car and not talk to them. The guy didn't want to talk. He wanted to just sit in the back seat. What are you talking about? We're fucking driving fucking across the country. I'm not going to talk. I'm going to open the window. I want to eat while I'm driving. Blue is mine. But my father said, I'm here. We're here together. Let's make the best of it. Let's have some fun. So that's how he was. But that was part of, to people today that don't know this or are offended by it, they need to see it because this is how it was. This is how people were. It doesn't make everyone, shouldn't be judged by one incident or one thing that they say. People are complex. You know what I mean? There's a lot going on. And that's how my father was. He was a complex guy.
You know, I read somewhere that one of the magazines called it one of the top buddy movies or something. Was it Rolling Stone?
Yeah, I think so, yes.
We're talking about a movie, fucking 48 hours to get this much time. You know what I'm saying? Right. He called him a watermelon. He smacked him. You know, he abused him. He did things to Eddie Murphy. And at the end, again, it was nothing. We're peeling through the skin to get to the fucking banana.
Yes.
That's what we're doing here. We're peeling through the skin just to get to the banana. At the end of the day, you know I'm solid, and I know you're fucking solid. And that's it. You know, we've been on here for a little while, and the racism part of this movie, which I didn't see it at all, has come up. I didn't see it that way at all, Nick. I didn't feel like when I watched Planet of the Apes this last time when it got re-released. I'm in the movie theater, and at 55, it finally hit me. Whoever wrote this is fucking racist. You know what I'm saying? Whoever wrote Planet of the Apes, if you watch the early ones in 1969, you're like, there had to be a little fucking racism mixed with marijuana.
Well, I think that was on purpose. I think that they were trying to show that the racism in a real world, the differences we're all the same. My whole thing is we're all the same. I don't think of race.
Me neither. I don't give a fuck.
I remember the first time I heard it was when Guy Brando some job interview and he said, "You put down race, you put down human."
And she did.
That's what it is. Humanness. We're all the same. We're all the same in the eyes of God as far as I'm concerned. Culturally, there's differences. It's cultures, but that's whatever. But I don't think anyone is different. So as much as I got accused of otherwise. So, but in history and in time, these things went on. We need to show it. I mean, this movie handled race in a certain way. Again, it's a little slice of life movie about two people. Spike Lee had Black Klansman that handled race in a different way. There's lots of stories about race. They all should be told. Some are more serious. Some could do it with some humor. But it's still serious, I think. You know, as much as the movie's funny, Green Book, and there's a lot that comes from human beings are funny, right? And people. I think there was some horrific scenes in there showing how the racism that he had to deal with during that time. And my father saw it happen and going, holy shit, I wouldn't take this shit. And realizing, well, this guy's taking it for a reason. He saw how horrible it was when he was seeing it with his own eyes. And that's what changed it. So that's what the movie's about.
Your dad punched him back. That was also shows the other side of the view. That was a beautiful scene.
Right.
That should have and was included in there. That makes the movie complete.
Yeah. True story.
To show you what was really going on both sides of the fucking thing. Did he really call Bobby Kennedy?
Absolutely.
No shit.
Absolutely.
Where's the Academy Award now?
I got two of them because I won Best Screenplay and I produced it. So Best Picture I got. So it's Italian from the Bronx, New Jersey, got 2 Academy Awards.
Who would have fucking thought that?
It's insane.
My least favorite part of school was when they were handing back a test. My last name was Syed, so I would always get the test back last. What was it like when you see that your categories are coming up and you're waiting for them to announce it? Are you sweating bullets, or you don't care, or what is that like when you're waiting to?
Well, I'll be honest with you, because of all the crap I went through with this the tweet and all the controversy on that and everything else, I really didn't enjoy the Academy Awards. I didn't want to be there. I say it now. I'm glad I went, and I'm glad what happened. I was on edge the whole time. I was almost like, what if I get booed? If I win, what if I get booed off the stage? I gotta know how people felt. So it was a weird vibe for me. It wasn't how you dreamed about it. So because of all that stuff, so it took a lot of it. But when it came up. And the first one was screenplay, and for me, and in rehearsal, I had one for best supporting actor. I was so proud of that. But when it won, I thought of my father and my parents and family and people.
Your mom and dad are gone.
And like, you know, and what, not like I thought where I was through my whole life, but how people supported me, and aunts and uncles and family and friends that always said, keep going, keep going, keep going. So then I felt good, you know. And then to win Best Picture, I kind of didn't.
Two of the three
Listen,
US
we're
women
there.
have
You're not
through.
winning. You
Coming
want
up,
to win. You think
the
you can
third,
win.
it's Masai
I thought, well, you know, it's the
Russell.
best picture of my life, no matter what
Join
happened.
her teammates
But
for
that was the
everything.
one that really shocked me. I was shocked me in a good way. I was like, this is,
Comcast presents
I mean, I want some
Moments
Academy
of
Awards.
Joy.
It's crazy. In this business, at least, that's the pinnacle that you're going to get to. I think there's lots more important things in life, but if you're in this business, that those things are held in such high regard. It doesn't get any better. It's like a 2 Golden Globes, 2 Academy Awards. Emily's won some other things along the way. Quite a ride, quite an experience. I mean, I got to thank my father for it. My father's story. It's my father's story helping me from upstairs. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, I always say something really weird, Nick, and I thought about this with you, and I found out you wrote it, blah, blah, blah. We sit here for years as writers or whatever the fuck, and I see it all the time. People who write about shit they're not really connected to, you know. I always like sharks. You write a movie about sharks and we end up doing that piece of shit movie about sharks in New Jersey attacking people. But sometimes the best story is the simplest one, is the one that we could tell with our eyes closed. But meanwhile, we're sitting there trying to write the next big Academy Award winner. I think you learn something, because I feel the same way.
Yeah.
You know, I sold a TV show last year.
Come with cameras.
I love the writers, but what they wrote wasn't my life.
What you do need to get
They took it, did what they
So when
wanted.
you do your stand-up,
You get a crack
you're
in your
doing
windshield, there's only one
what comes
choice.
out of you, right? And I think most stand-ups, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, the ones, I mean, if you go back, Lenny Bruce and Pryor and Carlin and all the way up to Dice and Maniscalco, you are guys that are talking about what they know. Their family, their friends, their life experience. So I think it's the same thing that you're talking about. This movie was something new, came from the heart, the family. But comedy, same thing. I mean, these guys are the joke writers. And there's room for that too. But the guys that really resonate are the ones that are coming from their own inside and their heart, good or bad. They're giving it to you, you know, and I think that makes for the best type of material.
I'm happy that you're happy that you put out, I mean, last year's best fucking work, you know. I'm happy that you saw all the simplicity. For years you wrote about satellites and Martians and fucking gorillas getting beat up, but the story that shined the most was the one under your nose, like I'm trying to say.
Yeah, exactly. You're right.
How long did you, I mean, from 91 was when you first fucking tape recorded Dr. Shirley and your dad saying all that. How long did you hold on to those cassettes? Did you?
Oh, I still have.
But did you?
I had Pete Farley heard them, Brian Curry
Did you
heard
start
them.
writing this already in 92?
I had, over the years, I had lots of notes. I wrote treatments. I wrote sort of breakdowns at the beginning and middle ends. So I had a lot of material. So when I told Brian about it, he told Pete, I had a lot to start.
You were telling your dad you were definitely going to do this before he passed. He was.
Oh, he knew my whole life, but he knew couldn't do it till after Dr. Shirley passed away. So that's why I never did. I got approached a couple times to do it, and I even got said, change the names. Change the names. The story's so unbelievable. Change the names. But I didn't want to do that to him. And a couple of times I was broke, and I could have made a lot of money. I was with one of the time Brandon Tartikoff, president of Paramount, in his office. So I'll do this right now. Let's do it.
Get ready for
He doesn't want to be the head of Paramount. And I was like working in nightclubs. But I said, no, I promised the guy I wouldn't do it until after he passed. So I didn't want to do that.
And you promised Dr. Shirley you would not do it till he went on to get married and stuff, correct? No, he stayed.
No, I think he was married like in the 40s or 50s.
Before the move, like he was telling them that he was married for 2 years in the music and whatever.
Right. But then no.
Why did he want the story done until he was dead?
He didn't tell me. It could have been because of the dad thing. And I respect that because he was still from an era that, you know, he never, I don't think he ever came out publicly about that. If that was the reason, whatever the reason was, but that's what I just respected what he asked me.
So, Nick, you went from Long Island Shark Attack
New Jersey
to an Oscar and Golden Globe. What advice do you have for young writers? Do you have any? Like,
well,
did you take a writing course? Did you read a writing book? Or you just looked at other scripts?
I looked at other scripts. I read books on writing. I read, you know, the famous one, William Goldman's book, Adventures of the Screen Trade. I read later on Stephen King's book on writing, great book. But that was like later. When I first wanted to write a script, there was a book of screenwriting format. I just looked, that was a typewriter. I just looked at, okay, you put dialogue here, you put this here. And I went to look at scripts. And then I just said, okay, this is how they do it. Interior means inside, exterior means outside. And it sounds stupid and simple, but when you don't know. And luckily, my father was doing some movies, so he'd bring scripts home for me and say, read this, look at this, you know. So he helped me, encourage me in that way. So just kind of Indian. But I would say to anyone doing it, don't give up for anything. You know, I've been doing this a long time, hanging around forever. And, you know, I hit this point. Now, so maybe all downhill from here, who knows?
No,
but
it doesn't matter after this.
You know.
Nick, it doesn't really matter. You made your point. Maybe it wasn't the way you wanted it. Maybe you wanted to fuck Angelina Jolie in a movie. You said it didn't like that, but you came a long way. You're a kid from Jersey and the Bronx that grew up on everything from Jailhouse Rock to fucking The Exorcist, and you got your shot, and it came through, and you wrote something that was deep in your heart. You kept the form. You didn't break no promises, and you didn't sell your soul along the way to make the script. Well, why don't you make his wife black and play the bongos? Because, as you knew when you were writing, you run into a bunch of geniuses. Yeah. And they try to take it so weird. I think it was Donnell Rawlings. I saw him on a radio interview on Twitter. He was saying, you know, when you get here as a comic, they tell you what to say. Your agents come up to you and say, you got to go up there and do material on the sitcom. And comics get fucked up. They get fucked up. They want to go up there and sell a TV show, so now they're talking about their grandmother and how you're like, last week you were talking about sucking some chicks fucking reviews like a pussy, and now you're talking about your grandma and your fucking 3-year-old kid. And then they go away, and they realize they should have stuck to their guns. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I think the same thing happened. Right, I think the thing happened with you, where you had this all your life, you put it out there, and now it's a fucking thing, and your dad looks great. You know, your dad ended up looking beautiful.
I'm very proud of it. I can't be happy. I mean, make family proud. People see it, love it. I got to work with great people. Peter Farrelly, Viggo Mortensen, Ursula Lee, Linda Cardellini, Sebastian. Everybody really involved in it, cared about it. Everyone knew this was
Johnny Roast
Beef. Great scene.
Where'd you bump into him? Down at the fucking meatball place?
Well, I know him forever, and a good friend of my father's, and he was in Rayo's. I brought Peter Farrelly into Rayo's to see him, you know. And once Pete goes, we got to put him in a movie. I go, yeah, the guy eating the hot dogs. He goes, oh, of course, perfect. Yes. So it was nice, you know. I got some other friends and family. My brother's in the movie. My uncles are in the movie. The grandfathers are both my real uncles playing their own fathers in the movie. My brother plays Viggo's brother. So it was. So Pete was very generous in that way that he let me be creative with him and collaborate with him. He ended up picking everybody and doing everything, but he let me bring a lot to the movie. So it was great in that way. And you know what? Best picture I got on stage, Julia Roberts, Henry my Oscar, and me kiss. Who's better than that?
Nobody. One last thing about your dad. Your dad he's like in 4 of my favorite movies. I did not know he was in 29th Street.
Oh, yeah.
I did not remember. Now I remember exactly who he was. He gets shot in the beginning of the Year of the Dragon.
Yes.
I got the good shit.
Yes.
He has the cigar.
Yes,
goes to the back of the
yes.
Chinese kid. Fuck you and your cousin.
Yeah.
You know who my fucking cousin is?
Exactly.
Fuck you and your fucking cousin. Little skinny fucking Chinese guy delivering spare ribs. And then that was an interesting movie. A lot of people don't know about that.
Yeah, it's an underrated movie. You know, written by Oliver Stone and directed by Michael Cimino. A very underrated movie.
Nobody talks about that. No, not at all. 29th Street, one of my all-time
George
favorites.
Gallo, the best.
One of my all-time. Now, who's the dad in this? Louis the Lung?
Yeah, Louis Bad Lungs or something. He had a big sequence. I think most of it got cut out, but he's in there. They show him. They talk.
Paulie Walnuts, Vinnie Curto.
Yeah, a lot of guys from
Anthony Lampaglia, right? Anthony Lampaglia. The other kid that played his cousin was in The Sopranos at the end.
Yes.
He played one of the hitmen in season 7. He went after Silvio.
Yes.
I never saw that guy again. His cousin was connected.
Yes.
Remember the 29th Street? He was always good at people.
Yes. And 29th, it was Frank Pesci's true story.
Frank Pesci's true story.
Yeah.
So you still bumping the Frank
Yes.
Pesci? I just saw him about 6 months ago and gave him a hug somewhere. Where the fuck was it? You remember?
So he did. He pulled it off, Frank Pesci. You know, that was a great movie. Chaz pulled it off. Chaz made a movie, but Chaz was great to me, Jeff Palminteri, through this whole thing, because he was the only guy who could really talk about that was going through this on this level of a movie, and he did it, you know, with his story too. So he was great to talk to, and he read the script. And, actually, George Gallo, but 29th Street and Chaz were the only two guys that read the script to say, what do you guys think?
Man, I'm really happy for you. It was really good reconnecting with you.
Thank you. I hope we didn't bore your audience. This wasn't a laugh-filled.
No.
You got to see a soft side of you that they don't normally get to see.
No.
And I said, "What did he run out of Italians to interview? Is that why there's nobody left in Hollywood?"
I think that you're very interesting. I think your story was fucking sensational. You're the first Academy Award winner I've ever had in this motherfucking office.
Something.
And I give you a lot of respect. I like what you did. I respect how much you love your dad. My dad died when I was 3. I wish, there's a lot of things about this movie that connected with me in a lot of different ways. My first friend when I came from Cuba was a black kid on 25th Street, and I didn't know anything about color. I still remember walking miles to go buy James Brown hot pants in 1969. We were kids, walking on fucking Broadway in New York. And I didn't know I was supposed to be racist. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't know. I didn't get that fucking memo as a Cuban that I wasn't supposed to like some fucking black kid. I found out over the years, and I'm like, why wouldn't I like this guy? So the movie just hit with me, and I think you're a sweetheart of a fucking guy. And I wish you all the luck in the world. You ain't got no more mob movies. I have no reason to have you here. I still think you did a spectacular job.
Well, you never know. You never know what I'm going to do.
So I'm happy you took time to come on.
I appreciate you having me. Everyone was telling me, I was saying I was doing the show. You are? The show's great.
It's great. We're going to have a great time. And I tell you, I wanted to see, we never get to talk to Academy Award winning writers or whatever. So I want people to know that you're a guy from this podcast is about letting motherfuckers know they can do anything.
Yeah.
Don't let them hold you back. You're a guy that could have said, I'm from Jersey. Who the fuck's going to look at me? I'm from the Bronx. You're here, bro. So
thank you. I
it's been a long journey. Do not forget, I will be at the Ice House June 1st, and then at the Fillmore in New Orleans on the 7th, and then at the Tabernacle Theater in Atlanta on the 8th. All right, now for a word from our sponsors. All right, I want to thank my man Nick Balalanga, and don't forget to watch The Green Book. It's that good of a movie if you haven't watched it. I want to thank the Christ Killer, but most importantly, I want to thank you motherfuckers for listening and believing in us. That's why we try so hard to bring you the best product that we fucking can. Speaking of products, Manscaped.com. Let me tell you something. You ever ask your wife or your girlfriend to trim your nutsack, and you're sitting there looking at the wall, making believe like this is the last stand, like your dick is flying off. You see the blood coming out of the hole, like one of those fucking Bernie. What's that show everybody likes? Where we walk around naked? The Walking Dead. Yeah, your dick's looking like Walking Dead. You ever see when they cut one of their heads off, the next goes down with the stem out? That's what you see between your legs when somebody's trimming your hair. Well, guess what? The fear is over. Uncle Joey's here to tell you, don't cut off your dick and nobody's going to cut it off for you. Why? Because with Manscaped, you get it done without the pain, without the anxiety, without the fucking drama. Their invention is the lawnmower, an handheld razor with skin-safe technology, so it won't snick or snag your sack. No fucking bruises. You ever hit your nutsack with a hammer? No more of that shit. You got to go easy on what the Lord gave you. This bad boy will leave you clean, smooth, and pain and anxiety free. Plus, it's rechargeable. It's very easy to hold. Get it into all the nooks and crannies. That's where the stink starts. That's where everything. They got everything. So you pick your leg up and you shave between your nutsack and your asshole. That's the fucking stinkville. You can trim those fucking hairs. You know what I'm saying? You got the little hair that sticks out of your jeans coming out of your asshole. You can trim that fucking tool with confidence. With Manscaped tools. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. If you trim the hedges, the tree looks a lot taller. So if you got like a 4-inch dick and you take off the hair, it's a 6-inch dick. That's how easy this is. Trim up that fucking egg roll. At manscaped.com, you get everything you need to make your balls shine and keep your dick looking like fucking Pierre Framboise. If this is your first time considering Manscaped, then get the deal they got for you. You ready? It's called the Perfect Package. It comes with the lawnmower and a safety razor, plus the crop preserver, a specially formulated deodorant so your balls don't stink like a fucking camel, and 2, the Revival, a spritz that tones and refreshes your nutsack and your dick and all that area down there to keep you nice and cool. It's summertime. You want to keep the fucking that area nice and cool. That's what the Perfect Package has in store for you now. The church family gets 20% off. Again, 20% off. Joey, you fucking kidding me? 20% off with your first order when you use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH at manscaped.com. And if you order the Perfect Package that we discussed, they'll also throw in a free, beautiful little travel bag when you use promo code CHURCH. Who's better than manscaped.com? Nobody. They're here to make your dick and your ball sack and all that area look fucking tip-top lagoon. It's going to the fucking Oscars. You understand me? So do me a favor. That's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH and get 20% off your first order. You can't beat this fucking deal from Manscaped. Keep your ball sack nice and clean. Go to manscaped.com. Number 2, I want to thank Onnit for making the best supplements out there in the business. How do I know? Because I'm fucking living proof. I get on 22 planes a month. You understand me? From time to time, I get sick, but I reduce the odds of getting sick. Why? Shroom Tech motherfucking immune. That's why. Shroom Tech Sport. Shroom Tech immune. They're the way to go. And listen, you're a little off. You're a little fucked up. You got hit in the head with a fucking stick when you were 4. You want to adjust your brain chemistry? Alpha Brain is the way to go. Why do I tell you? Because it has 100% money-back guarantee if you're not satisfied with the product and they don't want the product back. That's a company I can stand behind. You understand me? They got kettlebells, and they got club bells, and all that stuff. I can't help you with that. As far as supplements are concerned, I got your back. And guess what? You get 10% off when you press in church, and it gets delivered to your house. You don't have to go to a fucking health food store and get it and wait online and give me your point number. Listen, you want to start living better, go to Onnit.com right now and press in church. Get 10% off of one of our tremendous supplements delivered right to your house. It's that easy. It's that simple, all right? So I want to thank Manscaped.com again, and I want to thank Onnit.com for always being there. But I want to thank you guys for support and for being the bad motherfuckers that you are. I love you cocksuckers. Have a happy Memorial Day. Stay safe, and we'll see you motherfuckers Monday, Memorial Day, nice and early, waiting for you. So you're not lonely, all right? I love you guys. Have a great weekend. God bless you. Kick this fucking mule.
Given that strategy,
Easy, no drama, brother.
I was worried it wasn't funny enough. I know you're.
I think so, but I think no matter what, an 800 is always going to hurt really badly. It's the last thing in heptathlon. You never really know exactly what your legs have.
Greetings from Podcastville. It's Monday, the 27th of May. The podcast is brought to you by Manscaped. Let me tell you something. No more anxiety. The summer's coming, and you don't want your balls sweating and your dick smelling like a fucking sewer. That's why you got to trim around the edges. Uncle Joey's here to tell you, don't cut your dick off, fucko. The suffering ends now. With Manscaped, you can get it done without the pain. They got precision tools for the family jewels. Manscaped has redesigned the electric razor What we're gonna do is this, all right? Church listeners, get 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH at manscaped.com. Let me explain something to you. Manscaped is the future. No more walking around with hairy balls and hair coming out of the fuck. No more. Manscaped is going to help you out. Their invention is the lawnmower, a handheld razor with skin-safe technology so it won't nick or snag your little butts, your ball sack, or your fucking love stick. And now, the church family, like I said, get 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH at manscaped.com. And if you order the perfect package, which I'll tell you about at the end of the show, they'll also throw in a free travel bag when you use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH. That's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH for 20% off your first order. Keep your balls clean and your fucking love stick shaved with manscaped.com. The church is also brought to you by Onnit. Onnit is the way to go. When it comes to supplements, Onnit's the only company I've been fucking with for the last 8 years. From the protein shake to the Shroom Tech Immune to Shroom Tech Sport to the main motherfucker, Alpha Brain, which is a bunch of nootropics put together, help you think clearer, get you a little bit more focused. And if it doesn't work, Onnit will give you 100% money back guarantee, and they don't want the product. Who else stands behind their supplements like that? Nobody. Onnit does. So go to Onnit.com right now and press in church and get 10% off your first order delivered to your house. Kick this motherfucking mule, Lee. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey here with my main Jersey native. Fuck Bruce Springsteen. I got Jimmy Florentine, this motherfucker. How are you?
Exactly. You know, if you're a true Jersey guy, you didn't like Springsteen.
No.
If you were a metal guy, he was, you didn't like him.
Fuck Springsteen and shit. I liked him later on.
Yeah, later on, you learn to appreciate him.
I got older. Growing up there, people drove me crazy. Like they would, they would just drive me crazy with that same shit. Springsteen. I got tortured as a kid because of my musical taste. And I always got trumped because always somebody pulled out the Beatle card or the Springsteen card.
Yeah.
And then when John Lennon died, when he got shot, I was so fucking happy for 2 days because I didn't have to hear those scumbags no more with this same old, because you couldn't say nothing. I went to see AC/DC last night. Fucking great show. Yeah, it's not better than the Beatles. And you heard that shit growing up. That was my beginnings of music from like 74 to John Lennon got shot in 79 or 80. That's all you heard growing up. Man, but then I do as good as the Beatles. And you couldn't argue with them. They would trump you. You had nowhere to go.
Yeah, the Beatles, and then if you're Jersey, it was all about Springsteen. It's like I had a friend that I was friends with since first grade. He was a big metalhead, and he met this really hot chick, and he started dating her. And he hated Springsteen too. When he went to see Springsteen with her, I didn't talk to him.
Oh yeah,
much.
People didn't talk.
I didn't talk to him. I was so fucking mad at him.
Stop talking.
Yeah, I'm like, how could you betray us?
We call the cops on you. We tell you, announce a coke, then put the cops on you and shit. And then when you call, we put Bruce Springsteen on. Have Bruce bail you out. You're like, Bruce, hey, born to run. Start running, you fuck.
I got bumper stickers made up. There is no reason for Bruce Springsteen, and the boss is a total loss. And I used to put them on people's bumper stickers. I cruise parking lots, and if I saw someone with a Bruce Springsteen bumper sticker, I'd put that over it on their car. I was out of my mind. I put them on every sign. I'd be driving around, put them on signs, put them everywhere. I got like 500 of them made. And I'm thinking to this day, I'm like, why did I do that? For what reason?
Why do you think music has such like a emotional, like he's just a guy singing, like why, like you guys hate him, like you guys like actively, like it's not like, oh, I just don't like him.
You don't understand. I hated a couple people. They just didn't have to be musical.
Right.
I'll tell you who the first person that had more hatred than life for, Richard Gere. Like I had a personal vendetta against Richard Gere. Because I was starting to get into the groove. You're starting to hit on girls and shit. You like women. And every woman was in love with Richard Gere. When I was starting to sprout, every woman, and then he fucking came on American Gigolo and showed his ass.
Yeah.
And that was the end. He couldn't compete with that ass. So I was like, I'm going to stab Richard fucking Gere. And one night I saw him in the city. I was all coked up and I was giving the evil out. And my friend's like, let it go. And I'm like, this motherfucker. He's fucked relationships up all over the world. Because women think they're actually going to get Richard Gere. I'm lying to you. The first guy that was going to go down was Donny Osmond. I was going to shoot Donny Osmond. When I was 12, he was the first one that fucked my game up. And then he disappeared for a while, so fuck him. And then Richard Gere showed up. And I was going to beat him the fuck up. But then I saw Officer and the Gentleman. It was pretty good. And I said, I'll give him a pass.
Yeah.
By 85, I was okay with Richard Gere. Well, for 4 or 5 years, I was going to fuck Richard
In this
Gere.
position
If you
with
listen to
Anna,
Richard
it's
Gere,
the
you're lucky.
blunt for her mind.
You would have never
And she
made Pretty
brings it
Woman.
every
That's
single
second.
time in this 800.
Yeah, I don't know. You just had this hatred, man. If you were into hard rock and heavy metal, you were against everything else. Because, so you just, like, too bad. Anybody that liked any kind of rock music, because you hung out with a different crowd at school. If you came in an AC/DC shirt, you hung out with the burnouts and the guys that smoked cigarettes and hung. And then the other jocks or whatever didn't like you and looked down at you like, fuck you. And if they wore a Springsteen shirt, like, you hated them even more.
So does it annoy you now that if they play like both of the like AC/DC and Springsteen on like a classic rock station together, like this isn't the same thing?
No, I don't mind it. Like I said, as we get older, me and Joey, just like, all right, he had some good songs. I don't know what was wrong with me then.
Okay.
It's really crazy. A couple of weeks ago, I went back to Jersey and I brought back these strong edibles. And I went out with my brother and I gave him 100 milligram. I kept telling him there were 50s, but I left the 50s at the house. So now I was stuck for the fucking thing. So he goes, did you bring it? I gave it to him. And he got fucked up. And I told Lee, and Lee goes, now he's going to get high and eat Domino's pizza. You can't eat Domino's pizza. You're from my neighborhood. It just isn't allowed.
I get that.
You wouldn't even be, you just would be ostracized.
Do they even have one in your neighborhood?
I don't even know.
Probably, but yeah, if you're 20 years old, if you're 20,
that's that serious.
That makes sense to me back here.
We hold our fucking down. And that's what a lot of people don't understand, a lot of people don't get. It's not just one time. It's a belief. It's a belief. It's like yesterday night or 2 days ago, Thursday, my buddy posted on Facebook. And I said, I missed you at Romer's. My friends still go to Romer's Pizza after 40 years. And they didn't go anywhere else. And I asked Charlie from Romer's, I go, who still comes here? He goes, everybody. Even though they live in all parts of Jersey, they stop there once a week to get a slice. That's the loyalty you have. And they don't eat pizza anywhere else. Anywhere else. That's crazy. I went back to Roma and I've refused to eat pizza here. Since I've gone back to Roma, since I've been back in Jersey, my daughter goes to that pizza parlor. I can't eat. Last week I went and had a meatball sandwich. I don't know what. Like, I'm done. Like, my friends would not do anything. Like, they would not listen to fucking music that wasn't authorized. Like, that's not even in their fucking brain. Like, it's not even in their brain. I don't know how many parties I went to.
Authorized.
I don't know how many parties I went to and I saw John Crowley just break a Bruce Springsteen out. Just break it. Just throw it out of the fucking guys. Like, if it was playing, he would just go up and throw it. Because you knew. Like, if you invited these people over, they weren't going to tolerate that. It's just the way, that's just the way it is.
I was doing construction at the time, and if Springsteen song came on the radio, we're putting the roof up or whatever. And as soon as that Springsteen song came on, I would fucking jump off the roof to shut that off. That's how crazy it was. I would run if I was in the middle of putting a piece of sheetrock up. I'd fucking stop everything and run to shut that off.
It was crazy how we boycotted things. I still have a personal boycott. Like, I personally boycott things, and I don't say dick. Like Tom Hanks. I boycotted Tom Hanks for crying on the Oscars when he won Philadelphia. Really? Like, I didn't watch another one of his movies. It took me 10 years. I personally banned Tom Hanks from my life. And that's what you have to do sometimes. Like, that's the fucking... I don't know why. I just get mad sometimes and go, that's it, it's over.
Yeah.
And I just won't do it. Like, I couldn't believe when I went back to this movie. And I tell you this with pain in my heart. I tell you this with pain in my heart. Because this is how stoic and old school I am. When I went back to New York, the first place I went to was 330 42nd Street to get wardrobe done. Think of the address I'm telling you. 330.
So you're all the way out by
No, I was a block away from 8th Avenue.
Right.
So after I got wardrobe, I went out. I go, what am I going to do with my time? I looked up. I went for a walk. And I walked down 42nd Street. I made a left. And I walked up. And if you walk 2 or 3 blocks up, there's an Olive Garden there. And it caught my eye, and I'm not ashamed to tell you, I stood there for 20 minutes wishing death on every tourist that walked in there. Because I don't know, I really cannot comprehend. Like, that's how stupid I am. But I cannot comprehend how a person goes to New York and goes to the fucking house.
Yeah.
I do not understand that.
It's amazing. Yeah, and there's a Chevy's across the street from
The Chevy's across the street.
Yeah.
I do not understand how I could go to Long Island and get on an elevator with a kid with a Domino's box and his parent right next to him. I can't tell you how much I had to hold back and beating up the parent for letting the kid eat a Domino's when he's in the fucking capital of pizza. Like, you're in the capital of pizza. Like, I can't even comprehend that type of shit.
Yeah.
Like, even if you're not hungry for a pizza, you gotta eat a pizza out of respect for being there.
Even though it sounds a little silly when you think about it. Does this sort of like strictness help you guys in your life in other ways? Like even though
what it is.
Even though Domino's is a silly thing,
It's the discipline.
Yeah.
That's where it starts. It's that discipline of little things. It's the little things that get you to the bigger commitment.
Visa presents
So if you start
small steps.
another dumb thing, there was a club named
In the kneeling
Quintessence when I was growing
category,
up.
I'm writing with
There was
my
a bar
upper
named
body,
Quintessence
but I
in
also am
Richfield
adapting to how
on
I
the way
hold
up.
on
It
to
was sort of
the
like a
grips.
disco.
I am even
Right.
I went to that parking lot one time, and in the parking lot we were snorting coke. And I told the driver, it was like 4 gorillas in the car, and 2 gorillas had to go in there to pick
Small
up chicks.
Steps is
And there was
presented by
something about the
Visa
front of that
everywhere
place
you want to
that I
be.
did not like. I did not like the doormen. I didn't like how girls were acting when they were
Show
walking
me
in.
your prodigies.
So I told the driver, let's get the
Your
fuck
wonders.
out of here. The kid who was driving
Overnight
me.
successes.
And for a year, I boycotted Quintessence.
And we'll show
It was
you
my little power play.
great night.
When people would come to me and go, "You going to Quintessence tonight?" I would go, "No." And they would drop, the look on their face would be priceless. And I did it on purpose to show people you don't have to go to that dump. We're Joe and Mary's type of motherfuckers. We're from a neighborhood bar. We don't go to those clubs. Like at one age, I decided that I didn't want to go to clubs. Rock clubs, I like the Bubble Factory. What was the one?
The Soap Factory.
The Soap Factory.
Soap Factory, yeah.
The Soap Factory, I kind of dug, but there was a lot of shitheads in there too.
Yeah.
But I went to see a couple bands in there, not bad. I walked out of Twisted Sister there, and I saw Aerosmith there. You do know Aerosmith played.
Yeah, because I know they played like, yeah, they played like the Fountain Casino in Jersey on that same run. I saw them there. They were all fucked up.
All fucked up. But I used to go, like, I made it a point not to go to Quintessence. Ladies' night, whatever. People lose their mind. And to this day, people look at me and go, "That's right. You never went to Quintessence." Like, I just refuse to go to Quintessence.
Do you ever tell any of these people like, you're banned? You're banned from my life. Like I'm not gonna go to your bar.
No, I just made a decision. I just make a decision one day that I'm not fucking doing that shit. I'm not. I don't want to be like everybody else and do that shit. I just don't do it.
Smart.
Why be like why live your life and be like everybody else?
Yeah.
Why live your life and have an earring and a goatee and the cap and try to be cool and you know what I'm saying? Like I hate all that.
Do you think those people actually think they look good? Like the people who
No,
dress
they
like that?
think they fit in.
They look crazy.
I never really wanted to fit in.
If you grew up listening to hard rock and heavy metal, you were not trying to fit in.
You were not trying to fit in.
Absolutely. And to this day, if you like that music, you're not trying to fit in.
I mean, I guess that's good. Though.
Yeah, I never wanted to really be in. I always thought I wanted to be in, but I knew I wasn't in it. Like I didn't when I was a kid. Everybody, all the kids in school would say, "Oh, Saturday Night Live." I would look at them and go, "I don't know what the fuck you're laughing about." Like it never made me laugh once.
Yeah.
So I knew there was something wrong with it already.
Yeah, and then growing up, any popular show. I remember when Friends was popular and whatever.
I wouldn't watch.
I wouldn't watch 1 second of it. I'm like,
I
no, I'm
wouldn't
not
watch.
watching. They're like, yeah, Joey got a new haircut. I'm like, who?
I wouldn't watch.
Yeah, and I wouldn't. Everybody was talking about it. I'm like, I will never watch that ever. You just don't.
No, I'm the same way. I didn't watch Game of Thrones. Everyone goes crazy. For
Even Star Wars. Everyone's talking about Star. I never watched. I never saw
Never
1
watched
second.
Star Wars.
E.T. I never watched that.
I don't like nothing space related.
Same with me.
Nothing space related.
Same with me.
Once I see a Martian, you lost me.
Right. I watched a couple of like Lost in Space as a little kid. I watched a
I
few
like Lost in
episodes.
Space as a kid, but I didn't watch Star Trek.
I didn't either.
I refused to watch fucking Star Trek. As soon as it came on, Batman rolled, boom, oh, Star Trek. I refused to watch all those fucking shows.
Yeah, same here.
I just refused.
As comics, though, do you ever feel like you need to watch any of these things or listen just to be able to reference them, or you talk about other things?
No. If you're a real comic, I don't know why you're watching anything to make you funny.
That's all. Yeah.
Yeah, I
If you're a
know.
real comedian, before DVDRing and binge watching, I didn't watch TV on legit. First of all, I didn't watch TV probably from '86 to when I went to prison. That's when I started watching on Sundays. We'd watch America's Most Wanted in prison and Married with Children. That was it. That was it. I watched TV on Sunday nights. And then once I started comedy, I didn't watch TV till I moved to LA and I started auditioning for TV shows. And that forced me to watch those shows. TV was out of my life. When I first got into comedy, I sold my Sony Trinitron. That was the first thing I did to get the discipline down. I think I sold it for $40.
Wow.
That was it. Right. TV. I don't need TV.
Yeah,
You're doing comedy.
Yeah, Saturday Night Live. I never watch it. I was always working on
If you're a
Saturday
real
night.
comic, you shouldn't be watching.
I was never home to watch it on a Saturday, so I didn't know what was going on.
Right. That makes sense. But I mean, and I guess it's also sometimes I don't like it. Like some comics, they have jokes about a song that's out or about a TV show, and I guess some of it's good, but better just talk about what you like.
Yeah, I mean, like right now, if you talk about the Game of Thrones finale, which I don't watch any of that either. It's like there's going to be 6 other comics on the show that are probably going to have a joke about that. So why would I want to go? Okay, well, I need to know about that because everyone's talking about it.
Okay.
I think it goes back for me because I was thinking about this. For me, it was more like when you see a fucking Mexican dude mowing the lawn, right? Go up to him and ask him if he knows what Game of Thrones is. Ask him if he gives a fuck about Archie, the kid from England, the fucking ugly fucking kid that was born to the Prince of England and Mary, whatever the fuck, Megan, whatever, Markley, whatever the fucking name is. Ask him if they went to see the Avengers.
Computers have a
They
funny
don't know
way
nothing about
of
that.
vanishing around here.
They don't know nothing about that. Like, and that's what immigrant mentality is. They don't have time for stupidity. You know, I grew up, I was very ashamed this last time about New York. Because when I was raised in New York City, the first thing your mom told you when you walk the streets was,
It's a Mac.
look straight ahead and don't fuck around. I can't believe how many New Yorkers I saw looking at their fucking phone. I wish I could smack them all with one hand. This is the worst fucking thing going in the world. This takes people's attention. This takes your fucking time. This is why when I go on the road, I don't bring social media. Once I'm on the road Thursday, there's no social media with me. I have Twitter on this phone, no Facebook.
Yeah.
I got my emergency fucking email. But that's it, because I've seen what it's done to people. People are fucking done with social media. It went from posting one thing to posting psychological problems. Social media is at an all-time fucking low. And it's not social media's fault. It's our fault for letting ourselves get caught up. You know what I'm saying? I use it to promote dates and to keep in touch with the fan base from the church. I don't use it to tell fucking people my problems or
your politics.
Yeah, it's gone somewhere completely fucking different.
Well, I think it's just people. That's where they're living their lives now. Like a lot of people, like whenever I'm on a diet, I watch people. I look for food videos on YouTube, and there's a new thing now where people are eating like 10 cheeseburgers, and I'm like, they call it like a mukbang. Like they eat like a whole stack of food, and they have like millions of views, and people are just living their entire lives on the computer now.
If you don't go online for 5 days and you go back on, you didn't miss one thing.
You didn't miss one.
You didn't miss one thing.
You didn't miss one.
They said 20% of people are on Twitter in the whole world, and only 10% actually engage with people. So 80%. I have 17 people in my family, and 3 of them are on Twitter, and none of them post anything. They just follow whatever news organizations to see what's going on. Most of the people have no. My friend got some Twitter beef with another comic. I go, you realize 2,000 people know what's going on in this whole world.
Right.
I go, no one knows what the fuck's going on. I go, don't play to that 2,000 people. Do you think that it's on everyone's radar? It's not. Who gives a shit?
Because we're all on it every day. We're a lot.
What kills me the most about
It's the next
this thing
chapter
that
of
we're
their
going through
story.
right now with social media is like I had to say something to somebody a couple of weeks ago. I really like this girl. She's come to a couple of shows and stuff. And she emails me once every 10 days about Thailand and how beautiful it is. And one Saturday, I just checked Twitter, and she had 20 fucking tweets in a row. There's two people that I don't know how they're living their lives. You know, people always go, "Oh, Joey, you got some outlandish fucking stories there." Because I wasn't raised on the fucking television or raised on a phone. I was raised on the street. I was raised living life experiences, not reading about somebody doing mushrooms or reading about it. So I lived it. You know what I'm saying? Like I lived it. I never had to read about it and then go do it to try to be like I didn't know anything about that. I lived for now, like, and I still live for now. I feel bad when I see people constantly, and you see them constantly all day. All you gotta do is look at the thread and see what you missed for 6 hours, and you're like, this person has not stopped.
100-meter relay.
You go to a fucking concert, what do you see? People with their phones up taping. Why are you taping? What are you taping? What is it going to do for you? To show somebody at work? Why are you taping? Why are you taping? You're not watching. You're not getting the full fucking experience. You're not fucking getting the full experience of what life is throwing at you. Put that fucking, this is the worst thing that they could have created for us.
Yeah.
This is the worst thing. It simplifies people. Nobody, you know, like I just stopped with text. Like if you text me, you might as well shoot yourself. You're not gonna get nowhere. Like don't text me because you're not gonna get nowhere. It's over. I disconnected the fucking thing. It's over. Like I get certain fucking. It's over. Like every day I shed more and more of the phone on social media. Like I'm down to Thursdays now.
Right.
Like I used to fuck around on Fridays. I eliminated Fridays because it's taking too much time. I noticed that it was taking, and it's not me. I see what it's doing to people. You're killing your life. You're not living your life. You're looking at something, and then you look down and post something stupid. Yeah, like something that has no value in our world or in your life at all. You know, the other night I went somewhere to eat, and I was like, man, let's take a picture. I go, no. Why am I doing what everybody else does? Forget this shit.
Yeah. I mean, I was trying to do a few weeks ago something on Instagram. The picture wouldn't fit, and I'm trying to shrink it down. I'm telling my friend, and I'm like, what the fuck am I just wasted 25 minutes to try to shrink it because it doesn't fit on Instagram. I'm like, what am I doing in my life? Who gives a fuck if I post this or not?
Are kids getting phones? Like I didn't get a phone until I was in middle school. And that way it was just a brick phone, like the Nokia old ones. Are kids, young kids, like elementary school getting phones now?
My kid's 8. He's going to be 9. He doesn't even, he's not getting a phone for a while. He's not even asking for one.
Really? I figured they'd be asking by like 4 or 5.
No, he doesn't. His cousin, who's a couple years older than him, he's got the phone, and now they have like it's affected their relationship because whenever they see each other, he's just looking at the phone, playing the game. And my son's just sitting next to him going, hey, wanting to talk to him, but he's just buried in the phone.
Yeah, I would be if I was a kid.
I forced my daughter out of the house every day. Today it started drizzling. I still forced her out. I walked to the park myself for an hour and a half. I forced her out. So there's I want her to live the same, I was talking to my wife last night about going to that fucking school where she goes to school at and saying that I want the kids to put together like a school newspaper. So they have to deliver papers. Each kid has to deliver a paper on their block. And you get the kids writing and going out. I think that a lot of people don't have that. I've noticed that a lot of the people that come on the podcast, the sharper people have a paper route. I noticed that kids that had a paper route are sharper fucking kids because they had that contact with humans at a younger age. You know how to wheel and deal. One thing I noticed last month especially is that adults are not slick anymore. What's that? You see that movie, The Town?
Yeah, with Ben Affleck. Yeah.
He tells the cop, next time, don't take pictures down the corner from my house. Be slicker than a 5th grader or whatever. He said slicker than whatever. This country has forgotten how to be slick. I see it from dealing with people. Dealing with people. People aren't slick no more. They're not slick. My 6-year-old is slicker than most adults today. They don't know how to fit nothing in. They don't know how to wheel and deal. They don't know the counter. You know, like when I was a kid and I come to your door, do you want the Sunday paper? No. I use that paper route to sell all my shit. Like if I was a CYO basketball player, all right, if you don't want the Sunday paper, you're buying a fucking sticker.
Right.
And if you're not buying a sticker, you're buying something. And I'm going to torment you every day until you buy something. Because you need to give. And when I realize you're not going to buy something, I'll put you on a list. And on Halloween, when you throw eggs, your house is going to get bombarded to the fuck.
Yeah.
So you work people. You understood how to work people. I want my daughters to have that same thing. How to work people. And that's how you learn all this shit. I'm going to that fucking school to teach them for the first grade. And all those, get 5 or 6 first graders and give them extra credit, make them right, second graders, third graders, fourth graders, fifth graders. Even if I have to walk down the block and deliver those papers, and to ask for the quarter, whatever the fuck it is. Because we're missing out. We're missing out. I see kids missing out on a lot of things that I had growing up. I'm happy I didn't miss out on them. Paper routes, working, you know, when it snowed, fucking shoveling people out. I used to make $100 every time.
Easily.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I took a yardstick out, fucking a shovel, me and my buddies. You want to drink tonight? You want to smoke pot? Let's go
knock on every door.
Knock on doors.
$20, $25, $30.
We have forgotten that. These are unknown secrets. And people, when they hear this, they go, I never thought of that because you're not slick. We've lost that gift. It's like I was telling you before the podcast started. And we'll call my buddy Mike Duffy right now. Mike Duffy was the leader of that shit. I didn't come up with it. I told you, 1976, for the 200th anniversary of the fucking whatever, we were down there walking around. And we saw a parking lot that was empty and the restaurant was closed. So we borrowed a fucking bolt cutter from the cop. Like, we went up to a cop and said, can we borrow a bolt cutter? He's like, for what? He's somebody tied my bicycle. The cop was looking at the Hudson River. We went and cut the fucking chain, and we charged $4 to park. Is it legal? No, it's not legal. But it's kids being slick. It's just kids being slick. And if you start at that age, how to flip a fucking buck when you get older, you'll know how to be fucking slick. Kids today, they have no paper route. They got no Quaaludes. They got no hits of acid. Yeah. You have no way to learn about business at a young age, 13 and 14. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm telling you the honest to God truth. You don't understand the value of a dollar. How to buy something for $2 and sell it for $4. Whatever the fuck it is. When I was a kid, I sold everything. I remember getting on a plane one time with my mother and stepfather going to Puerto Rico. In the first class, they used to give you shampoos and hand creams. And me sitting there going, I took a puke bag and I put all the perfumes because I would sell them on Broadway.
Right.
Like, I was that much of a fucking mensch when I was a fucking kid. When I was shooting that movie in Jersey, we had to shoot in the banquet hall. And I was sitting on one of those Hollywood chairs. And I was looking up and they had chandeliers. And they were like little gems. And I remember being a kid going somewhere and stealing the fucking gems off the chandelier, thinking they were diamonds, and selling them on Broadway. And people telling me to get the fuck out of there. It was the heart that mattered. I always was a wheeler dealer. I don't know if you get that from being from Jersey. I don't know what the fuck. When I moved to Jersey, those kids made a mint. They stole something every day.
And so, as you saw backstage, Christian
the common denominator, we would go to Sequoia for some cut points. Those things that you light on fire.
Yeah.
To kill the mosquitoes. I mean, we even went that far. We always were looking to make $1 every fucking day. We did something.
Did it slow down for you? Because when I was younger, I did that. But then when I got like a job at like 15, 14, like it was hard for me to ask for money as an adult. Like
we're not asking. We're taking.
Just take it.
There was a soccer field when I was growing up, Schützen Park, a German fucking hall, and they had people. You could see 1,000 people in the soccer field, and it was covered by sheet metal. We figured out that every sheet of sheet metal, we get $140. You don't know how many nights we were on top of that roof, taking a piece of sheet metal off, carrying it down the woods, and walking to the fucking sheet metal yard. You're getting $140 and splitting it 3 ways.
They have the potential to win
And then taking 2 sheets down, taking 3 sheets down. And people at home are listening going, Jesus Christ, Jordan, you guys ever stop? No. I still remember being a car salesman making $10,000 a month. And at lunchtime, I would walk into the Boulder Mall and steal cross pens. When it wasn't payday, I would ask the lady, can I see those pens? And she would open up the thing and walk away. And I would take a handful of cross pens and sell them to salesmen for $20 a piece.
And then the United
It never ended. Like that mentality never ended. I was always wheeling and dealing.
You had to. Those record clubs, those Columbia House, BMG, 13 albums for a penny. So we did all these different names. They'd come to our address. You know, you don't put a social security number, so they never messed up your credit. And then we'd go to this place called the Englishtown Auction on Saturday and Sunday, just get a table. We wouldn't pay for the table. You're supposed to pay like $50 to bring the table, or 30, whatever it was. And we'd just sit there, all the albums that we got, and we'd sell them. So we paid a penny. We just you just take the penny.
So 10 cents for 100 albums?
You know, get 13 albums for a penny. And then you had to buy them later on, and then you just blew it off. You didn't buy them. They would send another.
Buy shit.
Yeah, they'd send a new U2 record. Was a record a month. They go, okay, good, I got this now. And they go, we need 1386 from you. Just blow it off. Burn those bills, or just if a friend got a new apartment, we just get that address. What's your new address? And then we just forward all those bills there to get like 40 bills a day, and we just sell them at the Englishtown Auction for like $5. We walk away with $70.
Fucking Columbia House. They were in Terre Haute, Indiana.
Yeah,
Terre Haute, Indiana. I knew them that address by heart, and I would just take my magazines. And I would fill out Columbia House, mail them to the house across the street, and you'd wait for fucking the mailman to
see the big box come. Yeah,
see the big box. You'd run up the stairs, take the box, and then you'd have duplicate out. And all the albums were a farce anyway. They were all duplicates.
Yeah, they weren't great. They were really thin.
They weren't really the original albums.
Yeah,
just make copies. That's why you got 13 of them for a penny. And then you had to agree to buy 4 of them over the next 3 years.
Yeah, for like
$28.99.
Yeah, which is ridiculous.
That's how they made their money back.
Whenever they changed formats from album to cassette to CD, I would go, well, okay, I need all the Black Sabbath stuff now in a cassette. Now I need it in a CD, and I would just get it through Columbia House. I'm like, fuck it, I already paid for it once. I'm not paying for it again. I actually wrote a check to Columbia House back in like 2004 when I started making money in comedy, and I sent them a check for $2,000. I said, just cash it. I ripped you guys off for years or whatever, just cash it. Because I felt bad. Huh?
Did they cash
it? Yeah, I cashed it.
Did they ever mail you a thank you?
No, did nothing. I didn't hear back from them.
Fuck those motherfuckers.
But I don't care.
It made me feel guilty. I almost wrote them a check, but they're not going to say thank you.
No, they didn't say thank you.
They go, fuck you.
Believe me, I ripped them off for probably $5,000.
Oh, I got them too.
There was another company called Finger Hut where they'd have like these little CD players or whatever, or clock radios, all these little gadgets, and it was the same thing. You know, you can get it for free, and then you just have to buy stuff. So me and my brother, around Christmas time, we get presents for our family, like a CD player and shit like that, and we just blow them off and never acknowledge them again. They'd be chasing us. So down they had these great catalogs of little like shit. It was almost like Sharper Image,
right?
But shittier stuff.
Okay.
Like a shittier version of Sharper Image.
And they would send you shit with no money?
No money. They would send you one thing with no money, and then you had to buy like 4 other things. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
It's amazing, but like, how long did Columbia House last?
They're still around.
Yeah, they're still basically around, but years. I mean, I'm like, how does this company stay in business? Because I don't know anyone that paid them. I don't know one person that ever paid them. I tried to do it. My brother was ripping them off so much. I go, you know what? I should really just do it. I'm making a little money now. I put it in my real name, and they turned me down. I'm like, you motherfuckers. So then I just put it in Dan Marino's name. So I was a Dan Marino fan. I got 13 fucking Metallica records the next day.
How crazy is that?
I'm like, really? In my own name, and you're going to turn me down?
I started fucking with Columbia House when I was in Catholic school. Somebody told me, yeah, just send it in. I was like, are you serious?
Yeah.
I think I got like American Pie.
Right.
Don McLean.
Yeah.
That was one of the first albums I got. Superfly. I got from Columbia House. I got all those albums from Columbia House the first time. Then they'd send you letters, and I'd just throw them away. Then I figured out, let me send an account to my mother. And they took it. Then I sent them to my stepfather. And then I just started putting fake names and sending them to my address. And they would still send them.
Same one. You could use the address like 15 times with 15 different names. You just make up a name. and they would keep sending them.
People across the street to Tristanos. They had 2 girls. How many things I sent to their house? I sent pornos to their house because we used to get Super 8s. And Super 8, and I told that bit for years about people didn't know it before YouTube or YouHub or Pornhub and all that shit. If you wanted to get porn, you had to order it in the mail. When I was like 10, 11, you had to get porno in the mail. So you had to, and it didn't even go to like, it wasn't even Playboy or Hustler. It was like regular magazines. You go to the back and it had 3 pornos from 1995, and if you order now, you get a projector. So they would send you this little mini Super 8 projector. It was called Reel to Reel or something like that.
Yeah.
And you had to put it in, and you had to put a sheet up, and the pornos were just god off. Like the reason why I don't watch porn today is because of those pornos from the 70s. Whatever they sent you in the mail, all those women are dead. Like all those women got killed. They did not survive. They were lied to. They picked them up in a van. You could see it. Like they were crack hoes even before it was crack. Like it was that bad, the pornos. You can get pornos in the mail.
I don't remember that. I would have definitely have done that. I don't.
Me and my friends did it, I think, one time.
Right.
That's all it took.
Yeah.
It scared the shit out of us. Like we went into an area that you weren't supposed to go in.
Yeah.
It was me, Sabatino, the Special Brothers, and I think one of the Balzanos. And we all chipped in $5 because it was like $19.99 plus shipping and handling. And you had to wait 6 weeks for them to process it. It was just like getting a ticket in the 70s. Like if you wanted to go see the Who, like who were you in 76? We had to send Pink Floyd also. Pink Floyd The Wall. Not Pink Floyd The Wall, I'm sorry. There was somebody else that PLJ in the old days. You had to mail a check or a money order in to PLJ, and then they would send you tickets back. They would send you a letter with 4 tickets. You only were allowed to get 4 tickets. You didn't know that, Chick?
Yeah, no, I did remember. Yeah, you couldn't get too many. They wanted from the scalpers. They didn't want the scalpers buying 20 tickets.
So let's say Judas Priest was doing 5 nights at the Palladium. You would order, Lee would order, I would order, Keisha would order 5. So 5 of us would order 4 tickets. And if you went, then we would go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And usually if you mailed it in, you got it.
Yeah.
Unless you mailed it in 2 weeks late, you didn't get shit.
Okay.
But if you mailed it, right, PLJ said tomorrow at 8 a.m., if you mailed it that day, you usually got tickets. Especially at the Garden. Yes did that. Yes came every September, 5 or 6 nights. You had to mail shit in to get it back. But porno, the first time I saw porno, it was porno that you had to order in the mail. And I still remember waiting 6 weeks for it and fucking getting it, and it being like a secret fucking party, like handshakes. And people came over. We had to do it in my house up in the attic, and it was hot. We had to bring a fan and an air conditioner.
Yeah.
Like that's how crazy that shit was.
Yeah, man.
I think I lit those porns on fire. We melted them. That's how disgusting they were. They were that fucking disgusting. Like we thought we were gonna see like models and shit. They looked like women that had been run over and they smuggled them down the hotels and shit. It was bad. It was really fucking bad.
Damn. Yeah, because I mean, you just basically had a magazine. What we do with the Columbia House stuff, if we, got it shipped to our address, I remember this one kid in the neighborhood we all hated. He was a dick, so we just forward over to his address. Because you'd get the bill and you would forward out a change of address and just put his address. So now all the bills would go to his house. And he didn't know who it was coming from because I put Dan Marino down. So he had no idea. It wasn't my name. So he had no idea where the shit was coming. And he'd just get stacks of bills. Fuck them.
When I was home this time, too, I remembered something. I remember they used to bring the Coke up to Dan Marino at the University of Pittsburgh. I knew those guys.
Oh, yeah?
They're around.
I'm telling you, that's why he dropped all the way to Dolphins at pick 24 that year, because there was always rumors that he was doing Coke in college because he was going to be like number 1, and 5 quarterbacks went before him, before Kenny O'Brien, all these guys, because of the Coke rumors, and the Dolphins said, we'll take a chance on him.
Fuck it, he's down in Miami anyway. I didn't know you were that much of a damn.
Oh, huge. Yeah, huge Dolphin fan and Marino fan. I wound up get to know him because I worked on Inside the NFL like in 2004, and he was on there and shit. So we became friends and stuff. I still see him from time to time. He's a great dude. That guy, after like inside the NFL, Bob Costas, Chris Collinsworth, Chris Carter, or they'd do like a party or something like that afterwards. They'd all go sit at the table, like, you know, the hosts and stuff like that with all the executives from HBO. Marino would hang with the friggin' camera guys and drink beers with them and just tell stories. He wanted to hang with the blue collar guys. He was always like that. Grow up from Pittsburgh.
He's a Pittsburgh guy.
Yeah, Pittsburgh guy, yeah.
I'll never forget when Pittsburgh played West Virginia. Marino's senior year. And there was a guy on West Virginia called Darryl Talley.
Oh, yeah, he went to the Bills.
He played for
Yeah,
the Bills.
he's an animal.
Spider-Man.
Yeah,
You should have seen him in college.
really.
Like in college, I was like, who is this fucking guy? He was doing everything.
He had the face paint.
air.
Yeah, number
He
56.
was
in the Bills.
tackling people, sacking people, biting people, fucking intercepting balls. I was like, who the fuck is this guy? Still remember Marino. That was on a couple of weeks ago. The quarterback thing, 30 for 30.
Oh, yeah, with Elway and Marino,
Break
yeah.
it down, fucking brilliant. What the Yankees did with Elway. Elway just did not want to play for the fucking Colts. He's like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking doing it.
Yeah, that was amazing. You know, and yeah, he had a great junior year, and then Marino didn't have a great senior year, and there was drug rumors about him, and he dropped all the way, and Miami picked him up.
I still remember kids telling me they were going to Pitt to party. Not saying his name, like he wasn't a big deal at the time. But I still remember a handful of kids, a girl specifically, that she was dating one of those guys that was coming to Hudson County, picking up the shit in North Bergen and bringing it right up to Pitt for the weekends because the kid went to St. Joe's in West New York.
Right.
There was a kid from St. Joe's, West New York that went to Pitt, and he played. Pitt all 4 years with Marino. He was the fucking source of that fucking powder. Poor Marino. And he was still on powder in the NFL too, supposedly.
Yeah, I mean, if he lived in Miami and stuff, you know, he never got caught or anything. I don't know.
No.
No.
The receivers did.
The Duper and Clayton,
Yeah,
all those guys.
Motherfuckers were snorting like it was the fourth.
Oh yeah, yeah, they got busted. And even later on in life, like Duper was dealing and stuff like that. All those Miami guys. There was always these former Dolphins. Mercury Morris was the original one. Got caught with coke back in the 70s. It was in jail for like 5 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah,
guys-
dealing.
I don't know your history, Jim. I don't know if you did coke or anything like that, but I always think about, like, could you be like a musician on tour or like an athlete who's playing games and have it seems like it would take too much out of you to have a problem like that, but still be able to go out there and perform at like that crazy level.
No, there was guys in the 70s, a bunch of baseball players, like 10 baseball players, stars, got busted for doing coke. Going to games.
Pirates.
Yeah, and then Keith Hernandez was involved, and Dave Parker, Ron
Candelaria.
Candelaria,
The Candyman, Lawrence Taylor, bands, shit.
I saw Lawrence Taylor in a strip club. It was Saturday night at like 2 a.m. and he had a game Sunday at 1 p.m. in Jersey. He was fucking hanging out with strippers, fucking guzzling drinks back, and he had a game in 11 hours.
They're just that good, I guess.
They're just that good. They can perform under that type of. They can just perform.
I guess so.
You know, I did it for years. I didn't get high and go on stage,
But you've talked about how, like, if you got too high, like, sometimes your sets wouldn't be as.
Oh no, you have no contact. You have no emotion on your material. It's just words on a paper.
All those guys that got fucked up, and I worked with a lot of them when I first started. If they ever had a second show on a weekend, they were terrible. The first show, they were pretty good because they were just in a groove and they had a nice buzz on. By the second show, you have to wait an hour between the second show starting. By the time they went back on, they were terrible. Terrible.
Really?
Yeah, it just doesn't work.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
you can't be that fucked up for like 7 hours. You know, the first show starts at 8. You're getting off stage at 12:30 or whatever, 5.5 hours. It just doesn't work, and there's too much downtime in between.
And then they get more fucked up.
More fucked up, and then they're maybe doing some coke to get back up, and then drinking a ton and all that. It just never. And I always saw that going, like, I'm not going to do it. I'm never going to do that. I mean, I never did coke anyway, but I'm never going to be fucked up because I can see how much it affects the show.
I got into comedy in June of 91, and at St. Patty's Day of 92, I bought some coke, and I go, I'm going to do some coke before I go on stage. I know Richard Pryor did it. I thought he did it and go on stage. And it was such a disaster. And never again. I would do it right from the stage to the bathroom, but I would never go up on stage. Never. And it would make, I saw the difference it made when I got high the night before and went on stage the next day. I would go on stage for 4 nights and just bomb because I was getting high the night before. And I could feel it. And then when I had a big show, I wouldn't get high for like a day before it. So I'd be clean for like 24, 48 hours if I had a serious show. But I always got high after a show. And that's why I never got nowhere. It wasn't until
it really fucks you. It really affects you if you get really fucked up the night before and you got shows the next day. Your sleep's off and everything like that. You're exhausted on stage. You're just not thinking straight.
Which is why it's not for the athletes. Like you hear about John Jones talking about he was doing coke well before those DC fights. I guess they're just so like they're just machines. I guess.
Well, you have that muscle memory. You know, I heard Lawrence Taylor was snorting coke. It bothered me when people would say, "Well, the reason why Lawrence Taylor's so good is because he snorts coke." That's bullshit. That's completely bullshit. Because I remember being locked up, and we would do speed on Mondays, and Monday nights we would all be allowed to go to grammar school, like a mile away from the fucking prison, and play basketball. And I would be a mess. I would be a fucking mess. And that was speed. I can't imagine doing like coke. My heart would be everywhere. My breathing would be off. My timing would be off. And I was a young kid, and I just felt it then. I'm like, nah, I don't think this works if you get high and do what you're supposed to do. Listen, I'm sure that there's 1,000 comics that have done coke and gone on stage and done great. It just didn't work for me.
Because then you get in the habit of you have to do it all the time. You feel like it's all superstitions. Oh, man, I kill with it, so now I got to do it every night. You're doing 5-6 nights a week, you're going to be fucking dead in 10 years.
Yeah.
People always give me shit like, you don't drink? I go, I do this 5-6 nights a week. I've been doing it for 28, 29 years. I go, I have no liver left if I need to have beers before I go on stage.
Yeah.
Every night, you know what I mean? Like I would never get into that habit of doing that. And then I got to drive. I'm like, fuck that. You know.
That's the
I gotta
thing
take
that
this shit
frustrates
serious.
me the most. I can't keep it together if I drink and drive. I cannot keep it together. I'm not a big drinker, but if I have a half a beer and I get in the car, my heart rate's fucking pumping. Because I have no credibility. Once you have alcohol on your breath and you get pulled over by a cop, you have zero credibility. Even if you just had a little bit of beer with your meal, you have no credibility. You have nowhere to come from. Because once he asks you if you've been drinking, you got to say yes, and you got to take that fucking test. So I'd rather not drink and do 90 and take a chance. You know how many times a cop pulled me over and I was speeding over the speed? Weren't you in a car with me? And I just got pulled over for doing 80 and we didn't get a ticket?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because I'm a gentleman, A, and B, I don't have alcohol on my breath. Right. You could prove your point a lot more when you don't have alcohol and your car don't smell like reefer. And I knew this 30 years ago. Like when I would read that somebody got pulled over and they had a roach in the car and they had 3 kilos of coke, if I was the judge, I'd give them additional time for felony stupid. Like I would have that charge, felony stupid. Like I would have that charge. If I have anything in my car, if I have more than 2 joints in my car, I don't do over the speed limit. They gave us a right in California. They gave us the right to smoke pot whenever we wanted to. Do you really need to smoke pot in your car?
No.
If you do, you're a fucking idiot.
Right, yeah.
You're a fucking idiot. You know, do you really need to smoke pot in your car? Not really. California gave you a fucking chance to smoke all the pot you want in your fucking house or on your balcony. You don't need to smoke in the car. You're going to lose your license. You're going to crash. And they're going to trace it to that. You're going to get fucking sued. And the whole, you know.
And if God forbid you kill someone, some guy's walking across the street, you don't see him, whether even if you were sober and he did it and you're high, forget it. You're going to jail minimum of 10 years.
Yeah, that happened like Dante Stallworth a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
He just hit some guy who was walking across the flats. That's like my nightmare.
No, you pay a fucking attention to life. If you pay attention, you'll save. You eliminate 20% of the bad shit that can happen. What's pay attention mean? Who gives a fuck who's calling you? Right. When you're in a fucking car and I'm driving and somebody calls you, it tells me who's calling me. I don't need to pick it up. I don't need to text when I'm driving. I don't want to text when I'm fucking driving. I don't want to text at all. So that's why I don't pay attention to it. If you pay attention to life, you won't have those problems. Even when I was in my deepest, drug comas. I always paid attention. I can't tell you how many times I tell my daughter to pay attention. And she does now. She walks with her head up.
Yeah, know your surroundings.
Know your fucking surroundings. I always ask her, who's in the room? Like the other day, I said to her, look behind you. You know, and I see, when you fucking walked up to me, you should have made sure that guy was there. You didn't, because you didn't look. You got to look around. You got to keep your eyes open at all times. When I see stupid shit on the news, it breaks my heart, especially as a parent at the park. When I go to the park, I see parents fucking turn their backs and shit. You don't ever turn your back on your kid. Your eyes are always on your kid. If somebody talks to you and they're over here and it forces you, I stop the conversation. I stop the fucking conversation. I want to watch what the fuck is going on at all times. At all fucking times.
Yeah. I live a little off a road where the speed limit is like 35 miles an hour. I'm like a corner house. And my son and his friends are always playing in my yard. They're playing baseball, whatever. And I always tell them, I said, listen, if that ball ever goes in that road, under no circumstances, go get it. I go, I got 17 more balls in the house. Don't ever think you can go get that ball real quick and then run off. You're not. So they just know. I go, don't ever go over this fence. You know what I mean? So I just put it in. I tell them every time they play. I go, you guys know what the rule is if that ball goes over there? Yeah, we don't go get it. Exactly. Even if it's the last one left. So you just got to let them know, man. Don't ever, I can make it. Notice, so they know.
It's funny, you used to go to the English
Town auction. I live near there still. I bring my son there.
There's so much stolen shit there every week.
Everything is.
90% of the shit at that English Town flea market with the mini, what is it? The mini car, English Town?
They got the Raceway Park with the funny cars. Yeah, it's still there. They're trying to outlaw it because of the loud noises in the summer. I love it. I sit on my deck. I hear those drag racing cars. I'm like, this is cool.
Yeah.
They still have them.
But I used to go to that thing in 1976, and we used to sell sneakers.
Yeah.
Converse, limousines for the feet. Everything down there was stolen. Everything. Car speakers, everything just fell off the fucking truck. It was just an outlet to sell stolen stuff. Watches. You go down there and look at somebody and give them like a look, like a wink, and they'll take you for a walk. Like, is this all you have? They look at you for a couple minutes, and you look at them. They look at you and they're like, let's take a walk. And you go to their car and they got tons of shit in their car. Grenades, fucking dead bodies. Englishtown, New Jersey was the shit.
It was unbelievable. We used to buy used sneakers there for like $10. Like used high tops. Like, all right.
Cigarettes.
Carton cigarettes. And then fireworks, like M80s and Blockbusters. A guy in the corner would have a table out. Like you'd have a cover over it and you walk by. Like, yeah, I got fireworks. Like you couldn't keep them out in the open. Mats of firecrackers, and you'd buy shit right there, like a quarter stick of dynamite for like $6. A Blockbuster was a quarter stick of dynamite, and we'd just blow people's mailboxes up in the neighborhood that we didn't like. We just set it, and then there'd just be a stick there, and you wouldn't even know where the mailbox went.
They'd sell dynamite to like.
Yeah, they didn't give a shit. Yeah,
they don't give a fuck.
14.
They don't give a fuck.
Me and my friends would take the train into the city and go into Chinatown and go to, I don't know, some shady apartment. And we'd be stealing the fireworks at the same time. We'd distract a woman that's going to sell. So we'd be shoving them down our pants, Blockbuster, and come back with all these fireworks and just go sell them in the neighborhood and everybody else.
Because there was a guy that came off from Chinatown close to the 4th of July that would sell fireworks out of his car in the summertime, right before the 4th of July. Then we got hit. We found out that you could undercut that motherfucker just by going to Chinatown yourself.
Yeah.
We were kids, 8th grade, 7th grade. We would go to Chinatown and buy those things. We'd buy a gross of bottle rockets.
144 bottle rockets.
144 bottle rockets, a gross and shit. We'd buy, and we'd light up the whole mat. Like we'd get the mats.
Yeah, mat of fireworks. I forget how many firecrackers were in there. Packs.
No fucking idea.
It's amazing you're still alive.
Like 150 packs of firecrackers.
And have all your fingers. And, oh my God.
I remember the cops would come around a week before the 4th of July and show you pictures of people's hands that have been blown up.
Yeah, it worked on me.
And we tell them to go fuck themselves.
Yeah, like who cares? That's
I'm still scared of fireworks.
We used to have firecracker fights. Like we'd light firecrackers.
And throw them at each other.
Oh my God.
And then we take the stick off the You take a stick off a bottle rocket, you light it on fire. It's a nigger chaser because it would just spin around and go crazy. So they would call them nigger chasers. Even the Chinese people go, "You buy nigger chaser." And we would look at them like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
What did the black people call it?
They wouldn't.
They never mess with fireworks.
You couldn't bring those things. Listen, black people don't mess around with fireworks or cryotherapy. Well, no, you'll never see a brother in a cryotherapy fucking thing.
Oh my god!
Fucking hilarious. But it got crazy. The thing about Chinatown is that every time, and I'm talking about the one in New York. I don't know one about San Francisco or in LA. And I'm talking about the mid '70s. That there'd be like little dealers on the corner, and again, they would sell you the firecrackers, bottle rockets, smoke bombs,
M80s.
Cherry bombs was the general. Two cherry bombs make an M80, right? There was a formula. Four cherry bombs make them an M80, and 4 M80s is a quarter stick of dynamite.
Good to know.
So we'd fucking buy 20 M80s. And fucking, I mean, the things we did with those M80s, we blew holes in walls, just tied them together, and there was always one kid who knew how to fucking put everything together. He was missing a finger.
Yeah.
There was a kid on 148th Street that for like $10, he would hold on to shit and let it blow up in his hand and stuff. Hilarious. He was missing fingernails. The kid got his fingernail blown off one year from a fire.
Was that your $10?
Not really. I just couldn't believe that he would hold fireworks. But he was like a Vietnam vet or something. That he would let things blow up in his hands. Fucking cherry bombs, M80s, and you had something stronger than the M80s.
The Blockbuster.
The Blockbuster.
Blockbuster was actually a quarter stick of dynamite.
And then you had what's the thing that shot the balls? And you shot people with?
Rocket launcher?
Like a little rocket. They call them something.
Oh.
You lit the top and balls came out.
Oh, yeah.
Fireballs.
Roman candle.
Roman candles.
Roman candle.
Roman candles. We light you on fire with a Roman candle.
Yeah.
Every year we get a Roman candle. Like if we hated you, if you didn't tip or give money or keep the kids good, we would burn your roof with Roman fucking candles. You know how many fucking roofs we burned on Charles Court and Gibbonette Terrace and 38th Street? Because we wouldn't stop with the Roman candles till we lit your roof on fire.
Listening to you guys makes me not want to have kids. Like, it just scares me.
No, this is what it is to be a kid.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
We shot some bottle rockets into a field and it would start on fire. They had to call the fire department, put it out because it was in August or July. It was hot and it just lit right up.
That's what fields do. Oh my
we
god.
would make gasoline bombs with fireworks.
Like Molotov cocktails?
Like Molotov cocktails, and just leave a string of gunpowder to light it on fire so it would fucking go down the block. I mean, it was fucking nuts. Oh my god. It was nuts growing up.
We blew up this guy's mailbox, this kid we didn't like, with a Blockbuster, a quarter stick of dynamite. My sister was babysitting 6 blocks away and heard it. She's like, I heard that. I went to the window. Yeah, we blew up his mailbox.
You'd still be in jail today for some of this stuff. Like they don't allow. Like I don't think until I moved to LA, I didn't see fireworks or hear like it was only like towns had fireworks shows because they were illegal in Massachusetts.
Nobody lit a firework on the street.
At the most I saw was sparklers. I know.
Yeah,
sorry.
That's the shit I did when I was 4.
Exactly.
You just light a sparkler, stand there like a fucking half a fruitcake, and wait for it to sizzle out.
Yeah, when they sold that in the store, that's lame.
Yeah. No, I'm sure some people had, like, they went to Pennsylvania or West Virginia or something, but there was nothing that I know of. Jews don't buy fireworks.
What a fucking...
And we used to go to south of the border. We go to Florida every year with the family. Vacation.
Is
in the
that still
station.
there?
I don't know.
It's gotta look like it's 1920. Because when I was a kid, it looked like it fucking. See if south of the border.
Remember all those signs?
North Carolina.
I think it's south. I think it's the border of North Carolina.
If you drove from New York City to Miami,
it was the middle.
It was the middle.
Like 12-hour drive.
Yeah,
there.
You stopped there, and you got the rooms were shitty.
So we'd stack up on all the fireworks
the
there.
The food was shitty, but they'd sell fireworks.
And they had every sign every 50 miles.
See, they definitely have a established 1949. Let me see where it is. I think they have it. because they have a website.
Was it a vacation spot, or was it just a truck spot?
There was a big truck stop. Big truck stop. You know, that was pretty much. And you'd go there, you would eat, and the main thing was the fireworks.
Yeah,
so.
South Carolina.
That's it.
Yep.
Interstate 95. That makes sense.
Yeah, it was right off the highway going down to
Did
Florida.
you ever just drive down there to go get fireworks and drive back?
No, because we could always get them in New York, so we didn't have to. But if we went on a family vacation, we would stop there, and then we'd pick up a bunch of stuff.
There's a big gorilla out front. I don't know if you guys.
Yeah. South of the fucking border. I forgot all about that shit. I used to do those drives all the time when I was a kid. New York City to Miami and back with my uncles, my mom.
Yeah.
We always stopped fucking south of the border. I remember the food. I got sick there. Like, that's why I remember south of the border, because the food was just fucking god awful. They had like generic hamburgers.
Yeah, they have 6 restaurants, it says.
Yeah, not bueno. Well, it wasn't back then. I just got car sick. There's a time of the year, like, I haven't been to the shore in 30 years. Probably. Like, last time I was at Seaside Park, had to be like 98. And I didn't go on the water. Have not been on the Jersey Shore.
No Asbury Park or any of that stuff when you go?
Nothing. Since the 80s.
I was telling you before the show, I went to Convention Hall last Sunday to see like a wrestling match. I took my kid there and his friend. Nothing's changed. Same chandeliers, same everything right on the boardwalk in Asbury Park.
No, I thought they cleaned all that up.
Well, they left there, but they did. But that in that little indoor little mall where the Convention Hall is, it's still the same. You know, they got other shops and they're more modern shops, but they never changed anything because it was historic. So it's same with the Stone Pony. They haven't changed anything.
No,
Historic landmark.
Cleaned up Newark. Newark's cleaned up.
Well, people are moving to Newark now because they can't, because Hoboken's full, you know, Weehawken's full, Jersey City's full right now. So Newark is now people that want to live in New York that can't afford it. All these young people are moving now to start to build up Newark.
Views of the Meadowland. That's the new thing.
Oh, right. Views of the Meadowland.
No more views of the George Washington Bridge because there's none left.
Yeah.
So now you have a view of the Meadowlands. That's the new thing when they sell a house now. What are you crazy? You got a view of the Meadowlands. It's beautiful out there. Who the fuck wants to see that shit?
Yeah.
I never understood that. And when I was shooting this movie, they said that they shot scenes in Newark. And they go, it's not good. But even at night, this was the good area. And it was kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's still bad. I mean, like,
it's still bad.
Yeah.
I didn't know that at all. I was excited to go to Newark.
Well, they got where the Devils play at that,
right.
The Prudential Center.
Right. Actually,
you know, and they have concerts there. Yeah. When you get off the train in Newark, off of New Jersey Transit, they have like a skyway where you never have to hit the streets of Newark to get to the Prudential Center. They did that for the scared white people. Like, all right, listen, we'll go to Newark because we know we don't have to walk on the street to go if we take the train.
Was that bad or it's still that bad?
It's still around that area. I just did a gig around there about a year ago. It's bad. All right, but you know, they have a lot of cops in that area, so they make sure because one white person, you know, gets killed there, no one's ever going to go there again. So they know. They block off the streets. They make sure it's safe for people coming in and out of those events there. They have a bunch of shows there now too. So if people don't want to go to the Garden or anything like that, but yeah. So, but they're starting to build it up because there's no more room in New Jersey and people that can't afford New York City. Queens is full, Brooklyn full, all that stuff. It's too expensive, so they're actually coming to Newark now, which is crazy.
Everything is fucking full. 3 weeks I was there. I've never seen so many people in my fucking life.
Yeah.
They got people on top of people. They got people on
that whole River Road down there, but you see all that shit that's there. I mean, I used to live in, you know, Cliffside Park in the Briar Cliff, that big building that was built in 1972. That was like the only high rise in that area. That and the Galaxy that was in West New York. Those are the only buildings and stuff. And it's like, I didn't go back there for like 10 years. And I went down, I'm like, holy shit.
It's fucking crazy.
It's like $2,700 for rent for like a 1-bedroom. Like on the water there, and people
all
just
that Edgewater is the Giants and the Knicks, and I saw Naughty by Nature when I was down there. The singer Trek, I saw him down there.
Right,
UFC gym. You have to have money, tons of money, to live on that fucking thing now. And all those that used to be rat infested when I was a fucking kid.
Still is from what you said.
Yeah, rat infested.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just over the last. Me and Norton me and Jim Norton wanted to move close to New York City, and we got a place in Cliffside Park. We were paying $800. It was a 2-bedroom for $800, and I had my girlfriend at the time living there, so we were splitting rent 3 ways, $800 a month. It was fucking great. It was a shithole, but it was right in Cliffside Park. It was 5 minutes from the Lincoln Tunnel, 10 minutes from the George Washington Bridge. It was perfect. And we just set shop up there.
I love Cliffside Park.
Yeah, it was great.
I love how quick you could be in there. I used to walk from Cliffside to the bridge. I can't believe what they did around the bridge. There used to be a spot, like a block from the George Washington Bridge, where there was a red light like that one above you in front of it. And if that light was beeping, that means fresh bagels were coming out of the oven.
Oh, damn.
People would just fucking pull over and go in there and get a dozen fresh bagels out of the oven. The red light would just be blinking. I went up there. There's no more red light. The only thing that's still there is the tower, that diner, the Fort Lee Diner.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. That'll never go. Everything else is brand new and Korean.
Yeah.
And Korean.
Yes.
Guys.
Yeah.
If you don't hablo English there, if you don't speak Chinese or Korean, you are done in Fort Lee.
Really?
It's all Korean. They took over Fort Lee, Powell Park, and Ridgefield Park.
You're gonna have to try some kimchi then.
No.
That's over.
No, but it's everywhere. It's all Korean. The Fort Lee Saloon is gone. Babe's Taxi that was right under the bridge is gone. That is gone. All those days are long gone. The hip club up there was the Fort Lee Saloon. It was right on the side of George Washington Bridge. I asked my brothers, is it still there? Gone. Truffles, gone. All those bars along there, gone. It's a complete different fucking world.
Damn.
And it's an expensive fucking world, too, to live up there.
I used to think I wanted to live in New York.
You do?
Yeah. It seems like it'd be, for all the shitty parts, like the rent and too many people, it seems like there's no other place.
I'm 56 years old, guys. How old are you?
54.
You know what, man? New York does nothing for me now.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm 54 years old. I can't take advantage of what it's got to offer. I can't take advantage of what it's got to offer. New York is a late city, and not really. Not anymore. Not what I saw. You know, New York, when I was growing up, was a late city. Like when Ari told me he was moving to New York, I said, go, because you're not going to make it happen here the way you live in New York. And he loves it. When Mitch Hedberg told me he was thinking about it, I go. Because if you're going to attack a certain, if you can't sleep, New York is for you.
Yeah.
If you don't like going to bed at 1 and you like being out at 1, you know, when I was shooting this, we were in Ridgewood, Brooklyn. Is it Ridgewood, Brooklyn, or Ridgewood, Queens? Ridgewood, Brooklyn. Sure. Okay. This is a true story. Our call time was 6 sometimes. So you have to break 6 hours after your call time by law for lunch. Sometimes one night it was 7 o'clock my call time. And at 1 o'clock we had lunch. And we had to drive from the set to a place where we were eating, like the downstairs of a church. And it was maybe, guys, 6-block drive on Myrtle Street in Brooklyn. And I'm telling you this with fucking all the sincerity in the world. There was more businesses open at 1 in the morning along that route than there are in all of fucking this area where we live.
Oh, yeah, there's nothing.
There was more restaurants open on that strip. There was a vapor store where it was open and they had 20 motherfuckers in there smoking fucking vapors. When we got to the place where we were eating, I was the Punisher. And I looked at him and I go, hey, man, did you notice that on the drive here, on that fucking shitty street, there was more businesses in a 10-mile drive open. More places to eat. Hummus, sushi, fucking a cheesesteak place, bodegas up the ass, the halal cafe was open. All these things were open more than here. And he goes, imagine living up in fucking, where's he living? Ventura County. What's Alki? What's the name of it?
Ojai?
Ojai. He goes, imagine living in Ojai. There ain't dip to eat after 7 o'clock. There was more businesses open on Myrtle Avenue in a 5-minute drive than there was all of this at 9 o'clock. Like if I say to you at 9 o'clock, you're hungry, what do we got? You got that shitty pizza, Tony's Pizza, and you got Denny's. And you got all these shitty taco stands that you don't know what you're eating.
Yeah.
And with all the fucking horse deaths in Santa Anita, I don't trust none of these places. With all these horses that are dying in Santa Anita, what are we up to, 30 this year, and it's fucking June? It's not even June, and 30 horses have died. That meat's got to go somewhere. So if you're eating from food trucks in the LA area, I wouldn't fucking advise it. So my point is that it's a late night city.
Right.
You know, I have no use of being out at 1 a.m. I don't want. If you got a spot for me at 11:30, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, and some of them go. You know, do the comedy solo. I remember doing it over the summer, like 1:45 on the spot. I'm like, I can't do this.
Dang,
it's just too late for me. Yeah, it's too. I'm past that. I used to do it all the time. My spot was 1:10 a.m.
Yeah, no, I used to do it too.
No problem.
Used to do it too. So I have no use for New York. I love New York. Don't get me wrong what I'm saying to you. But I have no use for New York. I'm not going to get in the fucking train and go do 6 spots on one night. That ship sailed. You know, I don't have the, you know, if I have a spot in the city and I got to leave Edgewater and jump on a ferry and come over, that's going to be a deep spot. Like, you better think twice before you do. So I have no use for New York in that way. I have to be honest with myself.
Yeah.
But me being 30, a young comic, I don't like to sleep anyway. Like, I'm not going to go to bed till 4 anyway. Like Ari, I can call Ari at 1 here. And he picks up like nothing. Hey, what's up? Nothing. What are you doing? I'm just sitting here. You know how many times I'm coming up over Laurel Canyon at 11:30 and I'll call Ari. And he answers the phone like nothing happened. It's 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I like staying up
But
late.
that's what he lives for. You know, I don't have that use anymore. I'm not going to stay out till 1.
No, because I remember living right outside New York. With my hours, I go to bed at 3 and get up around 10 or 11, so I could stay out. It didn't matter. But then, you know, as you get older and then you have a kid, I'm like, fuck that. I'm not doing a midnight show. I'll do the 8 and 10:30 show at the Stand or wherever like that, and then I'm done. I'm not running around doing 7 different shows. I don't give a shit. I'm just going to stay in one spot. I'm not running.
I won't do the store late.
Yeah, I'm not running a subway, going here and getting here and running on stage. And it's like, yeah, I'm good. I just need a couple sets.
Even the store, I do the 9:15 on Saturday night. 9:15, I won't do it. I don't want to be at 11 o'clock at night. I got no use out there. 10:30, maybe the latest. On a Tuesday, 10:30 on Thursday. That's it. I can't even imagine being out at midnight.
It just changes because for me, I've always loved that.
I was going to add a second show at the Borgata. I'm not. It's an 11 o'clock show.
Yeah.
I'm not adding an 11 o'clock show.
Oh, dang, yeah. That would be
That's not going to happen. That means I don't get out of there till 1 or 2. I don't go to bed till 3, and I'm on the first flight out. It's not worth it to me. So it's just so weird now. It gets to the point, and it's not even being old. It's just, you just don't see the use for it anymore. I don't have any use for it. I wish I did. I wish I could stay out till 1. I can't. For a young guy, yeah, there's some people that fits your lifestyle. It fit my lifestyle 30 years ago. Doesn't fit it today.
You know, when I was doing 3-4 sets a night at 30 years old or whatever, I was doing like the same material. I wasn't really working on it. It wasn't special to me. I'm just like, okay, it's another set. As you get older, you'll do less sets, but it's more important to you. You go, okay, I need to work on these bits. I got to go out on the road. I got to come out with new material. So it wasn't doing, just because I was doing more sets, I wasn't advancing my career at all. As you get older, then you realize I really got to focus on these bits. There's too many distractions when I was 30. I'm just trying to get pussy. You know what I mean? After shows, that's the only reason I was doing it. And I just, the sets almost got in the way.
Well, with anything, you learn how to work smarter.
Yeah.
With anything in your life, eventually you do it so long, you go, wait a second, I have to learn how to work this smart. You know, it's like I used to sit at a coffee shop for 3 hours. Now I sit at that coffee shop for an hour and 15 minutes, and I get done what I would have done in 3 hours in the old days. Now I could do it. I get up, break for an hour, and then come back. You learn that if you sit there for 3 hours, after an hour and a half, you're not going to do anything anyway. You're going to make phone calls. You're going to look at something else. You're going to look at this on the computer. Fuck it. So now I'd rather sit there for an hour 15, give it an hour 15, and then I go to crowd therapy and break it up, go to the weed store. And I go back to writing, and I get more. You learn from, what was it? What we saying that you work smarter.
Work smarter, yeah.
That's it. When I was young, too, I'd do 22 sets. a week. Yeah, that was necessary at the time, but I could have done the same damage by doing 16 sets. 5 of those sets I didn't necessarily have to do, but as a young comic, you can't turn down anything.
No.
You're in no position to turn down anything as a young comic. Your first 15, 20 years, you can't turn down dick. You're coming off a plane, they got a spot for you, you do it. Now I got a family, I have age, I have a lot of things that I have to give my time to. It's hard. It's hard when you have a child. You have your child full time pretty much.
Yeah.
3 days a week. You have to give them all the attention they could. People get mad at me. Oh, you don't get high online no more. I can't get high at 8 in the morning no more because I got 22 things to do at 9:30. And I can't walk into these places with my eyes red. I walked into the daycare once at 4. They told my wife he stunk like fucking weed. The daycare. I can't fucking walk into a school smelling like fucking weed. I got to deal with parents and whatnot. So your priorities change. So you learn how to work smarter. And in the end, I wish somebody told me this when I was starting. That it's working smart. It's working all day, but working smart. I get more done in 8 hours than most people do in a week. I can do more in 8 hours. I have everything written down. I just spew it out and I'm done for the week. I love living like that.
Yeah.
Everything I have to by Wednesday, and the rest of the week I have nothing to do but maybe work out.
I got the same thing. My son goes to school, gets on the bus at 8, he gets home at 3 off the bus. It's right in front of my house. I know from 8 till 3, I got to get all my shit done.
You got everything done.
I got everything done. So when he gets off that bus at 3, it's all, we're hanging. Whatever he wants to do, wherever he wants to go, whatever. So I just know, get all that shit done. I got that window. Don't fuck it up. And yeah, by Wednesday, I'm done with all my shit. I got my kid Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm doing gigs or I take the time off or do whatever. And I get all my shit. Yeah. And I never had discipline like that. If you were never good in school with discipline, I'm sure you weren't either. You just got by. You're like, whatever. I cheated on whatever I could just to fucking, get C's and B's just to get by. It's tough to have that discipline later in life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if you're a good student, you will, even your 20s, you're going to be focused and stuff. I'm just like, all right, I was just lazy about it. But then as you get older, you realize, all right, I got to have some structure. And that didn't teach me in school because I didn't care. I didn't want to be there. I was disinterested. Some of the stuff I was interested in, but most of the stuff I wasn't. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I'm never going to need geometry ever in my life. I'm never going to need algebra. I don't give a fuck about this.
Would you have gotten into an art school when you were in high school if they had one available to you? Like right now where I went to high school, they have a school you can go to.
Yeah, there's a communications high school.
School. They do podcasting, they do plays, they do 1,000 fucking things, and they don't have to take geometry. Would you have gone to one?
Without a doubt.
I didn't know I was.
Well, I went to there was a community college near me, Brookdale Community College, and they had a communications course. They had TV, they had acting classes. You make your own videos, your TV thing. So I was like, that's where I want to go. So when I got to college, I'm like, this is what I want to do. They had radio stations there. They had, local radio stations on campus to teach you all that stuff. So I loved it when I got there. And that's when I really started applying myself. I'm like, yeah, this is what I want to do.
It makes a huge difference if you're interested in it. If it's something that you enjoy versus something that you feel like you have to.
I always enjoyed movies, but I never saw me in it.
Right.
Like I always enjoyed movies, and I had a secret dream to be in movies, but I just never thought I was good enough to get in them, and I didn't know where to start. I didn't know anything about an acting class. I knew nothing about casting people, and nobody ever told me. And I was always too scared to ask. I didn't know anything about it. I just knew that I wanted to get into movies. And then when I was 21 or 20, I met John Link. And he was a big-time editor. He edited like Above the Law, Commando. I met him in Aspen, and I became friendly with him. And I would just tell him, put me in a movie. And he would go, are you fucking crazy? Are you retarded? I just can't put you in a fucking movie. And then I met another friend of mine who had a friend that was a camera guy out here. So I would torment him. But I never knew anything about this shit. I didn't know how to get started, who to ask. I always thought stand-up comics called the place and said, hey, I'm coming down there. Take me. And that's
right.
Especially. I didn't know that there was any work involved. I didn't know they had a workout material. I didn't know any of that shit. I just thought they went down there and did an hour just like that and just went home. And that's the only time they would do it. I had no idea about what went into it.
Yeah, when I went to the college, I started taking the acting class in there because I'm like, I wanted to be in that kind of. My dad was an accountant and all that stuff, and he was more of a numbers guy, and that's what he wanted me to do. I'm like, that's not my thing.
Right.
My brother's in the real estate. I'm like, that's not my thing either. But when I started acting in the radio and the TV stuff, I'm like, that's what I want to do. So I started taking acting classes in college. Me and a couple of my buddies that I grew up with, we all went to the same school. We took the same classes, so we'd go commute. It was only like 20 minutes away from us. And then every acting scene that we do, we always made sure we could drink in it because we were fucking, So we'd always have that championship season. I remember was one where they're drinking. We always take scenes where we're fucking getting drunk because you're allowed to do it if that was part of the scene. So we'd have 12 pack of Bud cans, and then we'd be fighting and all that shit. So it was great. And even that day, I remember the teacher calls out like, every scene you guys do, you guys are drinking. I'm like, yeah, if we can drink at school, how fucking great is that? My buddy had a bad tooth. My buddy Kevin, he had a bad tooth, and he brought an 8-pack of Bud Nips into class, and he didn't want to go to the dentist, so he's drinking in the back of the class his Bud Nips to kill the pain in college. And nobody said he had the 8-pack. He had the 8-pack right on the table. Remember them Bud Nips?
Oh, I love those.
The fucking things were great.
6 cases. You got 6 8-packs in the case.
Yeah.
6 fucking 8-packs. Oh my God, I love those Nips. And you know who had a better one? Coors.
Oh, they had the little ones too.
The little cans, 6 ounces.
Ooh. Oh yeah, the little
You could fucking freeze them. They would stay colder, and you could just down them with one fucking. And I hate beer. Yeah. I hated beer back then.
Really, that's all we drank.
And I would buy an 8-pack of Coors and just crack it and just drink it in one fucking sip. Didn't even taste like beer. That's why I always loved Colorado. When I tasted Coors, I'm like, wait a second. I gotta get out to fucking Colorado. They know what the fuck they're doing. But they used to, because Budweiser makes the 8-ounce Nips. Miller made them too.
Yeah, they did. Miller had them.
Was fucking horrible beer. But the best beer I used to like Nips was Lowenbrow. Lowenbrow used to make
with that tin foil on the fucking cap.
To good friends. Tonight is kind of special.
Lowenbrow.
So what the fuck you doing in town? Really, Crank Yankees?
Yeah, Crank Yankees is coming back after 12 years on Comedy Central.
That's cool.
We had a run from 2002 to 2007. It got canceled.
Who was on with you?
Jimmy Kimmel, Adam Carolla. They started the show because they were on the Man Show at the time. So the Man Show was kicking ass on Comedy Central, and they go, "Hey, we have an idea to do prank calls and recreating with puppets." So they gave them Comedy Central gave them 6 episodes right off the bat, guaranteed them, which is rare. Before they even had, and so they go, all right. And then they heard my shit on Howard Stern because I had these prank calls. That's what around with Telemarcus he was playing. I'm like, we want that dude to be on our show. And I remember my manager telling me, go, hey man, there's this new show on Comedy Central. They're going to make prank calls with puppets, and they like your call, so they want you to be part of it. I'm like, that's probably the worst idea ever. All I thought about is my comic friends making fun of me that I'm going to be on this show. That's going to be fucking horrendous. He's like, look, the guaranteed 6 hours. I go, I'll do it, but I'm going to get fucking shit. That's all I thought. And the show just took off. And I was the only unknown comic to do it. Everybody, they just heard my shit. Like, it was Sarah Silverman, Jimmy, Adam Carolla, Dave Chappelle, Tracy Morgan, Wanda Sykes, Dane Cook, Dennis Leary, Dave Attell, Kevin Nealon. And I was like I was plucked out of obscurity at that time. And my career just took off from that, just from making prank calls.
I could be wrong, but that was like my height of like Comedy Central back then was the channel. It seemed like
it was huge because we were on right after South Park, right before Jon Stewart. So it was a perfect spot on Tuesday nights.
Yeah, that was a big show. I love that show.
So yeah, 12 years later, they just decided it's going to come back. 20 episodes on Comedy Central. So I was out here 20 episodes. So I just did a whole recording session just the other day out here. I'm going to go back, do some more, but because I do 2 characters on the show. So it's fucking great. I'm a middle-aged man making prank phone calls. I was burping into the phone 2 days ago, drinking a Diet Coke and burping. And I'm like, this is beautiful. How is my son ever going to go to college? How can I ever tell him to go? The union and education. It's great.
Now they got to bring back the heavy metal show.
Well, that's what I'm hoping, because Viacom's bringing back all these old shows, like on MTV and all this stuff, because they realized that they just, got rid of all these shows that were pretty popular and then put new shit on. None of their shows have gotten ratings in years. So now MTV, Comedy Central, and hopefully VH1 does it at some point, brings back shows that actually got ratings. So you never know if that metal show comes back, because that was part of the Viacom family on VH1.
They just got rid of it,
dumped it, and it was a corporate thing. Viacom was losing a ton of money. Nickelodeon was their cash cow, and kids just started watching fucking cartoons on iPads and shit like that, so they stopped watching there, and that was it. And then when Jon Stewart left, and then Stephen Colbert left, that hour or whatever, that window, the Comedy Central's ratings just went in the shitter, and that was part of Viacom. So when they came in, they just got rid of the whole VH1 Classic channel, and our show was the only original show on there. So it wasn't because we weren't getting ratings; they just needed to make major cuts.
How long was the heavy metal show on? 12 years, right?
No, it was on for 8 years, 130 episodes. We did. It was insane. It's the greatest because it was the only original program, so it was just on constantly. Like if you look at True TV, Impractical Jokers is on all day, all night. And that's the exposure we got on VH1 Classic. So it was perfect for us because we were constantly on TV. Every time you turn that, there was another show on with Slash or whoever we had.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, but look, I mean, that's, it's an obscure, that music is not that popular. So it couldn't be on a regular channel. It couldn't be on Fox after The Voice.
Well,
if we're interviewing, LA Guns or something like that, it's a small market for that. So that channel was perfect. It was a little shitty channel like 361 on VH1, on your, DirecTV. No one bothered us there. No one gave a fuck.
There's no more music shows, though, really, on TV. Yeah, you got The Voice and all that shit.
Right, but yeah.
And I want to see that as much as I want to see fucking porn. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see that shit.
Yeah.
I grew up on the Midnight Special. I grew up on Don Kirsh's Rock Concert. I grew up on fucking American Bandstand. They had time for all these type of shows. Soul Train. How long was fucking Soul Train? Is Soul Train still on? No, Don Cornelius is dead and buried.
Yeah.
But now it's like, I want to see a show where they just got rid of what's his name show, didn't they? He just taped his last show. And that was a music show, Young Bands at night, NBC.
Oh, Carson Daly.
Right.
Wasn't he doing that?
Yeah.
So he's gone.
Well, do you think, because before it used to be like 18 to 36 was the big age group you needed to get. Do you think it's getting older? Like maybe like 28 to 48, like those people who still have cable and cause those are the people who used to watch Crank Yankers and are gonna watch it again now that it's coming back out. Like I think maybe like the young kids, they're just like they're not watching TV, so let's make stuff for people who actually are.
But if a band releases a video, they'll get like 3 million views in a day and a half if they're popular. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, they're watching it somewhere else.
So people are still watching it. They're like, why would you make a video anymore? No one's watching it. They are. I mean, you look at. Like the Slipknot has a new video out. There's 45 million views after a week. So you people will still see it. But I think music's not important to people's lives. There's way too many distractions. If we had these phones when we were kids, we probably wouldn't have been into heavy metal. We wouldn't be sitting in on a Friday night reading the back of the lyrics of a Black Sabbath record because we were bored. We had nothing else to do. They got so much distraction on that phone. They don't give a fuck about music. You know what I mean? Because there's too much information there. There's too much entertainment on that. So the music's not important to people anymore.
Right.
So that's why there's not going to be a music show because nobody really gives a shit. The young generation is like, it's just music, whatever. Look, I could text 6 of my friends right now. We're on a mass text, just fucking bullshitting back and forth.
We don't go to Dorfman. Nashville was telling me he went to see the Grateful Dead in Boulder. There was just a bunch of rich kids with Dead shirts on. Didn't know the music, didn't know anything. It's like Coachella. A bunch of people go to those shows. And they don't know what's going on. They just go to walk around. They pay $1,000 for those fucking tickets. They do whatever drugs they do, and they just fucking walk around. I don't know what happened to music. I can't put. Listen, I'm happy for Guns N' Roses. Like, I'm happy for all those bands that are still touring. But isn't it fucking weird 30 years later? I mean, this is it. We have Guns N' Roses. That's it. I mean, you went to see Bob Seger. John's making his goodbye fucking tour run. But And bands are touring. I mean, that's the only way for them to make money.
They're making a fortune. VIPs now that you
I heard the figure that Kiss made so far this year.
Yeah, the first leg or the second leg, or the first leg are like 57 million. Like, yeah, they're grossing like over $1 million a night. Now all the bands are doing the VIP packages if you want to meet them because they're not getting the record sales anymore. You know, so they're not getting that money from everyone buying a million. Bands would sell 1 million copies in the first week. You know, they hit platinum or gold, which is 500,000 sales. Like Judas Priest had put a record out in 1986. Within 2 weeks, they sold 500,000. Now, the only bands that will sell 500,000 or 1 million records are like Kanye, Jay-Z, the Foo Fighters, and, you know, a couple other bands. That's it. No one sells that many records. You're lucky to sell 100,000. When you would sell 2 million, you're lucky to sell 250,000. So they charge extra for the tickets. That's why the concert tickets are so much. And they have a VIP thing if you want to meet the band before, get a picture with them. Sometimes they'll do. You can go to the sound check. Sabbath had a thing their last tour, where you can watch the sound check. It was part of a VIP package. And so they play like 3 songs, which is great. I mean, I got hooked up, so me and Jim Norton went and we watched the sound check. I took my son to see the sound check. He fucking saw Iron Man. It was me, Jim Norton, my son, and like 5 other people. It was fucking great. So that's how they're making money, these bands. But that's why all these bands are out there, you know, because there's so much money to be made. So they're going to keep touring all these old bands. Like, holy shit, look at this. Elton John, I paid $350 for a ticket. Bob Seger, I paid $310.
Who are you looking forward to see this summer? Anybody that's coming around?
You know, I've seen everybody a million times. I'm getting to the point where, you know, Rob Zombie and Marilyn Manson are touring. I'll see that. I'm a big Slipknot fan. I really like the energy of that band. And my son loves them. It's his favorite band. So we're going to go see them. I'm going to go see Ted Nugent. Is playing right near my house. Uncle Ted.
Where?
He's playing at the Starland Ballroom in Sayreville, New Jersey.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Yeah, so I can't wait. I saw him about 2 years ago. It was great. He doesn't really talk politics in his show, you know. He says, but it's just fucking, you know, opens up with, you know, free for all, goes into dog eat dog. Fucking, it's phenomenal.
When was the last time you saw Ted?
About 2 years ago, I saw the BB Kings in New York City.
He was phenomenal.
Phenomenal. So great.
And you want to see the Stones?
Going to see the Stones, yeah.
All right.
The Stones are playing MetLife Stadium where the Giants and Jets play.
Did you drop for the tickets?
I didn't get a ticket yet. They're playing 2 nights. So I'll just, you know, I'll get them the day of.
I looked last week. They're up there.
Yeah. You go on StubHub, I'll get them. I usually get tickets off StubHub. You know, I'll get them there and then, you know, a couple days before or whatever. So, yeah, I'm going to go see I saw the Stones already, but, you know, this go mix 75. So, I'm going to go see them. I'm going to go see Slipknot. Korn and Alice in Chains are touring this summer. So I'll probably go see that show. Nothing that really sticks out for me.
I know, who's Judas Priest out with, or they're not?
They're doing a bunch of festivals. I just this festival down in North Carolina. There's a new band that I saw down in North Carolina. I like this band called Dirty Honey. They're out of Los Angeles. They're a cross between like old Aerosmith, a little Zeppelin, and Guns N' Roses. They just have an EP out. They're really good. I saw them at some festival a couple of weeks ago. They got some heat. They only got 5 songs out, but they got that old school sound. The key is with, like, there's a band, Greta Van Fleet, that sounds like Zeppelin. If the young kids can get into these new rock bands, because the guys are young in the band, they're 21, 22. If this new generation of kids can get into it, that will bring that music back. Right now, you got a bunch of middle-aged dudes going to watch 20-year-olds play shit that sounds like Zeppelin. You're not getting that younger generation. You're not getting the 17, 18-year-old kids that are into the band Greta Van Fleet who are selling like 6,000 tickets. They sell out in 2 seconds, whatever. And there's all these other young bands. So if you get that young generation into that, the rock music will come back. You need that because someone's going to have to do that. Like, it's just, you know, when you go see Guns N' Roses, yeah, maybe you'll bring your kid because they know Paradise City and Welcome to the Jungle. But that's when we're growing up, you know, my older brothers got me into that stuff. So we got into it young, you know, AC/DC and going to all those shows. But right now, any new band that's coming out that's got some heat, that's pretty good. It's just middle-aged dudes going to see them.
I went to bands. I still love music. I mean, 60% of my day is music related. I got music on in the house or whatever. But for me, going to concerts was a social thing. Like, it was for my buddies, and we plan it, and we get a bag of reefer, and God knows what else. It was a social thing.
Yeah.
You know. Again, now I'm gonna go see the Stones maybe up in Pasadena in August. I'm not sure yet, but I don't know if it's that much of a social thing for kids anymore. Like we were up on that. Like I went to see Prince for $15 at a club. Like the kids I grew up with were into that. I had friends that's what they did. Like Mauricio Alvarado, that's what he does. He goes to concerts every night. He goes to see whoever. He don't give a fuck if it's Aretha Franklin, Def Leppard, Devo, Punk. You know, when you're just a fan of music. Like I was a fan of music. You said something interesting that was earlier. Growing up, you had the jocks and the heads. I grew up with jock heads. Like we lifted weights, we ran, we ate good, but we also snorted coke and fucking smoked.
Oh yeah, see, we didn't.
And went to concerts. Like we were one of those people. We would lift before we go to a concert. Like yeah, we're gonna lift till 6, go home, take a shower, and then go to the concert and get a gram of blow. Like we did all that shit, but we were combination head jocks. Like there was no heads and they didn't like the jocks. No, we smoked dope and we fucking tackled people.
Yeah, we know it was the jocks and the burnouts.
The burnouts. That's what they call
the
it.
guys that smoked outside the smoking section in between class. We were the burnouts. We were guys with the Ozzy shirts and the Judas Priest shirts, and then the jocks were the guys that all played sports, and they usually got the hot chicks. We get some of those burnout chicks. There would be a couple, you know, that came from a broken home. You know what I mean? And like, all right, cool, you know, and there wasn't that many of them. But, you know, but the jocks always got the hot chicks, and we're just, you know, we're wearing concert shirts every day to school. And, you know, no girls like, yeah, I don't even know what Judas Priest is. You're just weird.
How was your show last night with Crazy Kate?
It was great. I love Kate.
How's Crazy Kate doing?
She seems very zen. She seems like, you know, no, I love Kate, man. I got a special place in my heart for her. Right? She's out there, you know what I mean, busting her ass every night. She's like a dude. She just fucking, I don't care. Give me a stage, no problem. I'll do my jokes. Doesn't bitch. Low maintenance.
She sees it for what it is.
Yeah, low maintenance on the road. Just like, all right, if this is what I got to deal with, this is what I got to deal with. You know, hecklers, whatever. So yeah, it was great. You know.
When do you go back to the big bad fucking apple?
I'm going back tomorrow. Well, tonight on the Red Eye.
That's it. Going back.
I got a show with Sam Tripoli tonight. We're doing some, I don't know, some naughty show thing somewhere. You know, hit a Red Eye. Got my boy tomorrow.
That's
we
it.
hang out. It's fucking great. Yeah.
And what are you doing for the summer besides these shows? You going down the shore at all?
Yeah, we got a family vacation in Long Beach Island. We rent a house every year. Our family got one like right on the beach. We all chip in. There's 7 of us and all the kids and all that stuff. No parents, but, you know, my brothers and sisters, their kids, you know, so it'll be the first year. My mom passed away in November, 80 years old. So that was like, you know, this will be the first vacation without her, which you know, she always loved it and helped run and all that stuff. But, you know, but yeah, it's great. And the kids, you know, the beach is right there. We're in Long Beach Island. They got the fucking rides and all that shit. So it's going to be great. And the concerts, and then my boys, we'll just hang out. You know, I don't put them in camp or anything like that. I'm like, no, you play with your friends on the fucking block. You wake up at 9 a.m. I'll see you in a few hours. You hang at my house, they hang at their house.
Nothing like that.
It's fucking great. They got sleepovers and all that shit. You know, they're in my basement going crazy.
How old's your boy now?
He's 8. It's turning 9. Yeah,
that's a great fucking crazy age.
Oh yeah,
you got fireworks this year?
No, yeah, I got, you know, they'll actually sell them at the Walmart in Jersey. They'll sell, not like the crazy stuff, but a lot of shit that shoots in the air. So you buy a whole thing of like $100 and we'll blow it. We'll, you know, shoot the stuff up in the air. He loves it.
Yeah.
Yes, we wait till it's nighttime. We shoot it up, so we get a bunch of it all the time. He loves it.
Show him a quarter fucking stick.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, probably not. You know,
like a pack of fireworks, I remember being like 35 cents.
35 cents, exactly.
35 cents.
And it was like 20, 25 crackers in or something. Yeah.
I'd bang them out for $1. The sticks were 50 cents. Bang them for $1.
We'd buy a big bag of weed off this dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother's friend was dealing in high school. He would just come in a brown bag of just weed and just be, you know, selling it to people right in the hallway. And then we buy it and then we roll up joints and we sell the joints for $3. You know, we make like $2 on the joints. We'd sell 10 for, you know, people, come on, man. I'm like, hey, man, it's 10 joints, $22. Because usually a joint was $1 back in the day. Yeah, so we get like $22 for 10 joints. dude, you're gonna buy it off some guy in the street. You're gonna go to New York to get this shit. You know,
Just give me the fucking money. There's
Yeah,
no
it's
fees
not-
in it.
and then we'd walk to 7-Eleven with a bottle of Southern Comfort and drink it along the way and go buy porno magazines.
In high school?
Yeah, high school, yeah.
Grammar school. Who gives a fuck?
Around 8th, 9th, 10th grade. I smoked my first weed at 12 years old. I was at a concert and they were passing it along. That's what they did. Just passed it along. My brother's with me. I'm like, can I? He's like, yeah, all right. I was high at 12. It's beautiful.
What dates you got coming up? Anything good?
Uncle Vinny's, June 1st, Point Pleasant, New Jersey. We were talking about that before.
And I'll see you August. You'll be around.
Yeah, I'm going to be
I'm
around.
not going back to Jersey till August. I only fly in that day.
Yeah.
I'll be in DC that Friday. So I don't even get that.
I think, I'll be down there. I'm going to come down that night. You're on August 10th. And my comedy special, I Got the House, is out.
When did that come out?
That came out a couple months ago. You can stream it on Amazon Prime or it's on iTunes. It's all about my divorce.
And you released it yourself.
I released it
Good
myself.
for you. You don't need that.
Own the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, you don't need that.
Doesn't matter. I tell people it's everywhere but Netflix, and I don't care. Like if I can't get a Netflix deal, it doesn't matter. And you own your shit. You know how much money you're gonna make on this shit when you own it 5-10 years from now.
People fucking will find you.
They'll find it. Everybody can find it. And my podcast is every Monday, Comedy Metal Midgets.
That's the podcast.
Yeah,
or
that's
serious
what. No, that's what it's called. My podcast is called Comedy Metal Midgets.
Okay.
My serious show is called Metal
Now,
Midgets.
when does the serious show come out?
Every Thursday,
Okay.
and they replay it a few times during the week.
Like I said, I'm lost, but I usually catch it on Sirius. And like I said, last Sunday I caught it, and you played Something Tremendous by Priest. And I was like, fucking, that's tremendous. I forgot all about it. I think it was one of the songs from the live album.
Unleashed in the East.
Studio, though. I think it was
maybe Running Wild.
something you played. It was something Priesty.
Right.
Fucking always a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you very much for coming on. I want to thank Jim Florentine for coming on the show. And don't forget, motherfuckers, tickets are almost sold out for June 1st at the Ice House, working out with Uncle Joey. We also have the Fillmore Theater in New Orleans on June 7th and the Tabernacle Theater in Atlanta, Georgia on June 8th. Tickets still available for the Fillmore Theater in New Orleans and for the 8th at the Tabernacle. Come on down, bitches. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors. The church is brought to you by Manscaped. Listen, Uncle Joey's here to tell you something. The suffering ends now. You ever ask your girlfriend or your wife to trim the fucking bush around your dick or your ball sack? You're sitting there looking up in the air waiting to fucking get killed. Because without your dick, that's what you feel. You feel like you're dead. Well, the suffering ends today, okay? With Manscaped, you get it done without the pain and anxiety. You're like, why, Joey? Why? I'll tell you why. Because they got precision tools for the family jewels, you fucking cocksuckers. Manscaped has redesigned the electric razor. They've invented, it's called the Lawn Mower, a handheld razor with skin-safe technology so it won't nick or snag your nutsack. You got to go easy on what the fucking Lord gave you, right? You don't want to show up with a dick with fucking bruises on it and stitches and shit like this. This bad boy will leave your area nice, clean, smooth, pain and anxiety free. Plus, it's rechargeable and easy to hold. So you get into all the nooks and crannies by your asshole and under your nutsack so there's no misunderstandings. Manscaped will get your beanbag looking as smooth as a fucking egg. You understand me? And I'm going to let you in on a little secret. If you trim the hedges, the fucking love stick looks a lot bigger. Now, what are you waiting for? Trim up that fucking dick of yours at manscaped.com. They'll give you everything you need to make your balls shine, your dick look bigger, and your dick look pretty, like it's going to the Oscars. When was the last time you got your dick ready for the Oscars? You haven't. With Manscaped, it looks like your dick is going to the Oscars. And if this is the first time you've considered manscaping, they got a deal for you. You ready? They got something called the Perfect Package. It comes with the lawnmower and a safety razor, plus the crop preserver, a specially formulated deodorant so your balls don't stink like a fucking dead animal. And the Reviver. You keep them in the car, little packages. It spritz that tones and refreshes your nutsack and your dick bowl to keep you nice and clean in the summertime. You understand me? And right now, the church family can get 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH, at manscaped.com. And if you order the Perfect Package, they'll also throw in a free travel bag when you use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH. So go to manscaped.com, use promo code church. I'm going to give you 20% off your first order, and you're going to get the perfect package. You're going to be tip-top magoo for the rest of the year. You understand me? You're going to be getting dates. Women are going to enjoy sucking your dick and licking your nutsack. Why? Because at manscaped.com, that's what they're striving for. More blowjobs and less stinky fucking dicks. Now keep your balls clean, but it starts with manscaped.com. The church is also brought to you by On It. Why, Joey? Why do you like On It so much? Why? Because their supplements are clean, Bobby. They got fucking bats. They got kettlebells. I can't help you with that. As far as the supplements, the protein powders, the beef jerky, the fucking ultra, the Shroom Tech Immune, the Shroom Tech fucking, what's the other one? Sport, which will give you more oxygen. On It is the way to go. Let me say, Alpha Brain, you're a little cloudy, you're feeling like you can't focus. Give Alpha Brain a fucking challenge. You understand me? Give them a little try. If you don't like it, they give you 100% money back guarantee and they don't want the product. Who else does that? Nobody. That's why I deal with On It, and that's why I suggest you go to On It. If you're looking for these type of supplements, do me a favor. Go to onit.com right now and look at the great selection that they have, whether it's protein you need, whether it's the melatonin, whatever you need, they got. The oil for the fucking coffee, they got it all. Go to onit.com right now. You find something you like, press in, charge, and get 10% off, delivered right to your fucking crib. You don't even got to leave the house, all right? So I want to thank Manscaped. I want to thank On It. But most importantly, I want to thank you guys on Memorial Day for making this podcast fucking a savage that it is. And most importantly, for listening and for supporting us. So I want to thank Jimmy. I want to thank the fucking Christ killer. But I want to thank you motherfuckers for always being solid. I'll see you back here Thursday morning, ready to rock. It's the end of the month, bitches. Get your shit together. If you're going to be alive, this is the week to do it. Now go get yourself one. Kick this motherfucker, Muley. Greetings from Podcastville. It's Thursday, the last fucking day of the month. So get your shit together. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by CBD Lion. Listen, picking a fucking reliable CBD company was like fucking pulling teeth. But lucky for you, Uncle Joey came fucking through with CBD Lion. They make CBD Lion from start to finish, and CBD Lion has you covered. Whether it's vape, cartridges, or shatter, or the tincture, they're there for you. Go to cbdlion.com right now and check out the third-party lab results yourself. And on the way out, press in code word church and get 20% off your first order. You can't beat that nowhere. And since the summer is coming and Father's Day is around the corner, Tushy is back, bitches. Wiping your ass with a dry toilet paper, that does not remove all the shit and fucking slime that comes out of your filthy fucking body. If you got any poop on any part of your body, you just wipe it off with dry paper, you filthy animal. Disgusting. Water cleans better than dry paper, my friends. Oh, shit. That's why Tushy is here. They're a bidet to upgrade your toilet to a porcelain fucking throne fit for a king. You understand me? And now, they got the Father's Day bundle, which includes the Tushy bidet, the Tushy bamboo bum towels made out of 100% bamboo filters, fibers to wipe your butt dry and eliminate the fucking hemorrhoid juice. And they got the Tushy travel because dads are on the go, probably have to give a little wipe from time to time. Give them fucking keep them clean everywhere. And the Tushy asked me about your butthole T-shirt. You know you got sense and humor from it. So all these items bundled together, $1.25, but that's not what I'm asking for. What I'm asking is go to hellotushy.com right now. Take a look at the fine lineup of days they got with a money-back fucking guarantee. They're tremendous. If it wasn't for Tushy, my asshole would smell like a fucking dead camel. Thank God Tushy came into my life, especially now when humidity sets in your asshole and that fucking tear gas of death comes out. Yes. Go to hellotushy.com right now and press in church and get 10% off your order delivered right to your motherfucking house. Kick this motherfucking muley. Are you fucking nuts or what? I'm in
That gets you lit. I forgot about the song.
That's a great song.
It's a great song.
That's like 98.
That's it.
That was right before Big Daddy fucking the Man of Steel.
97, you're right.
97. What's up, Tarzan?
What's up,
Great to have welcome Mo and me to the show. First time. I've known Mo since since he was a kid. I was an old man when I met
No,
him.
you weren't old, man.
How long have you been doing comedy for now?
Professionally, 20 years. June will be my 20-year anniversary professionally. Yeah,
And
first time I did stand-up was in 95. I was a 14-year-old kid. That's when I was doing in high
shit.
school. It was right after my father died, and I was skipping school, and my English teacher was like, don't you want to be a comedian? She's like, yeah, stop fucking skipping school. You're too smart. I'll let you do stand-up in class. And I was like, no fucking brainer. So she changed my life.
That's crazy how a teacher. I had a teacher in fact, I'm doing the Borgata August 10th, and a friend of mine called me and goes, guess who's going to see you on August 10th? Mr. Levito. Mr. Levito was my 6th grade teacher.
Amazing.
And he made a deal with me. Shut the fuck up during the week. And on Fridays, I'll let you go up in class and do material. And I wouldn't even do material. I would sing Frankie Valli songs.
Oh my God, amazing.
With like a ruffled shirt on. And I try to croon the girls. And they tell me to get the fuck away from them. You should get the fuck away. Nasty
That's
motherfucker.
fucking hilarious. I did like stand up one night. I was just like in class. I would write the material and do the stand up, and then I started freestyling. So I would go grab a little jacket from wardrobe in the theater department. I would come back to the class and I would do an impression of Chris Farley, and I would just roast the class as Chris Farley. I did that like several times. I did 3 shows in one day. My Spanish teacher got me out of like 3 classes that day, so I could do all the other. I had 3 shows in one day, all my classes. It's amazing with teachers if they really like pay attention to their students and they push you and they drive you. They literally changed my life.
Did you go to college?
I didn't. No, I saw that scam a long time ago.
You just went right into high school.
Right into stand up.
Right from stand-up. What was the first club you performed at?
First club was the Laugh Stop. The first comedy club was the Laugh Stop. I was sitting. My mom forced me to get a job. I was running this fucking flag company, sold flags, and I was reading the Houston Press. On the back of it, it said Houston's Funniest Person competition. At the last time, it was the same day. It was like the deadline was June 9th. I was like, oh shit. So I went and ran to the comedy. My buddy took me, Nick, who's still my dear friend to this day that I grew up with. And corny as shit. He was like, you ready? It was the first day of the rest of your life. And it was. We walked in. I signed up to the list. I learned about the system. Oh, there's open mics. This is what you do, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh my God, all my material is like geared to high schools. I got to rewrite this shit. And I went up at the Houston's Funniest Person competition. And actually, Scott Kennedy was hosting. Sean Rouse went up that night. May they both rest in peace, man. So there was both those guys were there that night, and I started learning about stand-up, and I went to the comedy showcase. No, that's just the evolution. You got to really want it.
What year was this?
It's 99.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say you won the competition. I was like, oh my God.
No. I made like the wild card. I was good like right out of the gate. I did pretty well right out of the gate. And I made like the wild card thing or whatever. And then the next year I made the finals. Then I realized the competitions are just stupid. And you just need to go and work on your craft and go on the road. And Danny Martinez at the Comedy Showcase took me under his wing. Who also mentored Ralphie May and T-Shawn Shannon and all these guys that came up.
The black chick.
I mean, oh my God. Thea Vidal. Thea Vidal. Yeah, exactly. So many cats came out of there. Shayla Rivera as well.
It makes you want to cry.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it makes me want to cry.
Yeah.
When I think about what Houston meant in my comedy life.
Right.
Like, how big of a scene and how fun Houston was. Like, how much fun.
It's sad.
It really was. Like, but now Ralphie's gone and Sean Rouse are gone, and half the people that did comedy from that town are no longer even involved in comedy. But for a moment in time, it was like the Comedy Store.
Yeah.
And forget about Monday nights. Monday nights.
Oh my God, that open mic was amazing.
Were fucking just, for people who don't know, like 98 to 2000 something.
Yeah.
Houston was my midway point.
Right.
Because it was just a party.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was just a party. And it's hard to explain to people what it was like to, like I did comedy. Like I would go down there. Like let's say I had to go I would book El Paso, Froggy Bottoms.
Oh my God, Froggy Bottoms in Lubbock?
I would book Midland and Odessa.
Yeah.
I would book all these fucking places in Texas. 6 weeks. And I'd base myself out of Houston. I'd sleep on Jody's couch.
Right.
Whoever had a fucking couch in those days. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I'd be in fucking Houston, just eating, smoking dope. Mondays was the last stop. Tuesdays was
there was like Rudyard's. I think it's still going on.
Yes.
And then there's the Greek restaurant.
The Greek restaurant.
Forgot the name of it.
Monday night was another place. After that last stop, you went across the street to the corner with Jody.
Rudyard's.
No,
not Rudyard's.
Yes. Shit. Mondays
Sherlock's.
Sherlock's. So Mondays was that.
Yeah.
Tuesdays was that fucking.
Definitely Rudyard's. Definitely the Greek restaurant upstairs.
And then what was Wednesday?
Wednesday was the Greek restaurant on Wednesday nights.
And then Thursday was
Rob Mungle's
Friends Room in Pasadena,
That's
Texas.
Right.
You had the black couple.
The comedy showcase
the
as well.
black couple that started Beaumont.
Oh, that's right.
Because the first people who had that club were a nice black couple that were engineers.
Oh, you know what? I don't think I ever met them.
99, 98.
Yeah. I did Beaumont, though. Definitely. The
right.
Hilton back there. They used to have the room at the Hilton in the back, and Slade ran that for a hot minute.
Slade ran that.
And then they moved it into a bank called the Comedy Texas.
Yes.
That was a fun room.
That's where I OD'd.
Yeah. Is it really?
That's where I OD'd on
Holy
Xanax
shit.
and Valiums.
Oh, no.
And Jägermeister. My face was bent for a week. So I would basically go to Houston. I would just fly to Houston. And then for a month.
That's where I met you first. Was at the Laugh Stop. I could never shake that line. And still to this day, I remember I lived in Houston. I came out and said, I walk in the Hobby Airport. What a fucking mess Hobby Airport is. This fucking prostitute came up and asked me for like $20. I said, hey, bitch, I got $2 in a match. You know, that was like one of the lines. You would always look at me like, Mo, stop fucking around. You need to come to LA. Got Miles Jabrani over there fucking doing his thing. You should come out there, you fucking blow it out of the water. What the fuck you doing? You're like, come on, it's not fucking wasting your time. I remember to this day, bro. I've been waiting for this moment to sit down and talk to you about it for a really long time. And the first time I met you was really through Jody when you were doing shows with Rogan. He was, I think he was like fresh off of like a few years separated from news radio. I think he just kind of finished that run. It was all kind of starting to settle down after Phil died and all that stuff. It's been like 4 years maybe at that point max, I think. And then he was just getting into the show Fear Factor and all that. And that's where I met you and we all hung out and did it. And you were like, yeah, I'm leaving the airport next day. I was like, I got to take Joey. So you pumped me up so much. You made me want to be more aggressive with my stand, which I was already insane, doing as many spots as possible, staying up till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, getting up and going to this fucking flag shop till I could get out of it and start doing it full time. But you're a big motivator in my life, and I'm very happy that we actually get to sit together and have this conversation, man.
It's catch up. If I came from a market in Denver where there wasn't a lot, and I wanted to fucking do stand-up.
Right.
There's nothing like wanting to do something and being held back. Right. Boulder had poetry readings.
Right.
Denver
Still to this day.
Denver had the Comedy Works on Tuesday, which only gave you spots once a month. And then there was a kid, Jimmy Abeda, that gave you love. And there was another guy on Saturdays that the show started at 11.
Yeah.
And you would have to drive an hour to go up at 10 to 2.
Yeah.
And as an open micer, that's very hard to comprehend at that point.
Of course.
So I was frustrated. So I did what any other open micer does. I became acquainted with my fucking car and put it in my mind that I had to drive to do spots. So I would have to go like 2 hours on a Tuesday to go to, what's his name, for 2 hours back after your bomb.
Yeah.
I would have to go to Cheyenne, Wyoming and do comedy. When I went to Seattle, there was just so much action.
Yeah, I was going to say you spent time in Seattle.
In contrast to where I was from. When I met you, the star in Houston.
Yeah.
You and I both know this.
Yeah.
There was that much. The thing that Houston had over a lot of other cities was the support. The support of the community at that Laugh Spot.
Right.
Stop Monday nights.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry I keep saying Laugh Spot.
There used to be
there was a Laugh Spot,
yeah,
a Laugh Stop,
yeah,
a comedy showcase. You think of, if you really sit down, I'm not here to insult anybody. I'm just telling you the facts.
Yeah, of course.
If you sit down and you count the talent that was in Houston in 98 to 2000, it was mind-boggling.
Yeah.
First of all, you had to have a new 5 minutes every time you went on stage
Pretty
on
much, yeah.
Mondays, or you would get tortured. The comics, would
Yeah, if you're not
torture
trying new shit all the time, man.
they would torture you.
Yeah.
The comics would look
Matt
at you and
Kirsch
say,
tortured the shit out of me.
great joke, yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you do, 3 times in a row?
Yeah,
now?
yeah.
Let's breathe a little bit.
Right.
And you're like, listen, the open micers motivate you. At first, you want to strangle somebody when they say that. What?
Yeah.
What they're telling you is the fact. You should have left that joke 3 weeks ago. You should have worked on that in Conroe.
Right.
Or
exactly,
in fucking somewhere else.
Exactly.
But here at the open mic, you got to show up with a new 5 every fucking week.
Right.
So the pushing was there. You had Matt Kirsch. You had fucking
Definitely
John
John
Wesley.
Rouse. Scott Kennedy was from Houston as well. Scott Kennedy's a beast. And imagine Scott Kennedy being gay in that era and talking about where that come from. Can you imagine
in that
Can you imagine him now?
In Texas.
Oh my god!
And they had that gay neighborhood where he was.
Montrose. Yeah.
He was the king of Montrose.
Yeah.
If you walked down Montrose with Scott Kennedy, people would fucking bow to you. Like, fucking what's happening?
Yeah, he was one of the funniest people I saw when I
He was a very sweetheart of a guy.
Yeah,
he was at the store.
Yeah, he's really missed. Yeah.
I still look in the kitchen sometimes and miss him walking there with his jersey.
Yeah, with his
little
jersey
hat on.
Yeah.
And he had like a little young soldier.
Yeah, right.
That was confused. I'm gonna go back to my house. I'm gonna talk about military planning. I'm gonna show you how to get fucked in the ass. He would pull him right out of San Diego.
100%.
He didn't give a fuck.
Didn't give a fuck.
He'd go right on the army base and salute people.
Yeah. Oh, he was in the army?
No, he was gay.
He's gay, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But he did a lot of military tours.
Okay, I was like,
last time I saw him was in Iraq. He gave me a coin, and I'll never forget that. He was like, "Thank you."
He was a great guy.
Yeah,
but
great.
every once in a while, you catch him with 50 years old. And he'd have a little 18-year-old recruit that was a little confused from Houston. He didn't really know. And he'd look at me and give me a wink.
100%.
This motherfucker don't know he's gonna be sucking dick with his rifle over his shoulder. How I like it. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
100%.
At first open mic I was at, he was hosting it, and he went up. He was hosting it, and he my buddy, who's now like a flight director at NASA. You know, at the time he was like 18, 19 years old. He was like, "Come on, come over. I'll suck your dick like you never sucked your dick before." And my friend, he's tired, his white, he just his face turned red. Can you imagine? At that time, he was doing that kind of material in Texas. Like it was just, it would blow. The room would just, you can't follow him. You couldn't follow him. He was so powerful and so crass and so, but just had the right touch and seasonings to be able to get away with it too. It was just very funny to see a white guy with a fucking FUBU jersey with a rainbow.
I was gonna ask, was Scott Kennedy? Then he said FUBU. I was like, was he black or
no? He was white.
No,
He was white guy. Yeah,
I thought he was Jewish.
Just like a chubby white guy with a FUBU jersey, and I think he had like a rainbow patch on it. It was hilarious. It was like, what are you doing? You know, it was so funny. It worked for him.
Houston, like I thought, even after I had been a regular up here, like you have to know where you stand in life, right? You have to know where you stand in comedy. And I remember going to an open. The first time I went to Houston, I opened for Slate, and it was a hell of a weekend.
Oh yeah,
coke, women, it was fucking crazy. And then they talked me into staying on Monday. Like, you're not staying Monday? I'm like, no.
Oh yeah, you gotta stay.
And they're like, you gotta stay. I was like, I don't know. And they're like, fucking stay.
That's a fun.
You're gonna fucking be enlightened. And I'm like, sure I am. I walked down and there was 200 people in the fucking room.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It was standing there.
Yeah, it's packed.
200 audience or 200 comics?
200 audience.
Well, I mean, there's like,
comics.
it's like so many comedians.
60 comics, Lee. 60.
A lot. It would go
like
until
a comedy
2.
store.
It was from 7 to 2.
Yeah, all these guys that are trying, they really want to get into the laugh stop, and they would bring all their friends, and they would pack out, and the guys.
Packed out.
Yeah,
Packed out. Great audiences.
Yeah.
Fucking $2 beers or something.
Yeah,
you would
crazy,
get fucking lit down Monday night.
For everyone listening, open mics in LA have zero audience.
Zero audience.
In most cases, man. In most cases, open mics is like other comics are, sitting in the back. That's it. And there's like 1 or 2 people in the front. I mean, that's it.
Right.
Most of the time.
It's crazy
But
because
there's like a real room.
if you build an open mic as a train wreck, that's when it becomes an open mic.
Yeah,
and that's what people enjoy.
Right.
People don't really want to go up and see 15 guys do 6 minutes. They want to see a train wreck. And that's the aspect I didn't know about open mics. I learned that in Seattle.
Right.
Seattle's always big about that. Monday and Tuesday was a train wreck.
Right.
Because you had people that weren't comics. You had a lot of hobbyists
Exactly.
that were crazy in their real life.
Right.
They came in there with a handcuff on, or
Oh God.
those type of people.
Yeah.
With a note in their hand.
Yeah.
You know,
There's one guy we couldn't wait to watch every time, and
Everyone.
he was the worst. He was
And
the worst
that
comedian
is
I've
why.
ever seen. His name is Larry Simon. He was the real estate agent. I'll never fucking forget this guy. And I was like, maybe you just have to go filthy, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Just be filthy. And the next week, I see him on stage, and everybody's going nuts in the room. I'm like, what's going on? You see Larry Simon talking about some really filthy shit. I was stuck in her ass. You know, like, it was awful. It was did a horrible job executing whatever he was doing. I was like, I don't think he really understood what I was trying to tell him.
I had someone get completely naked on stage last week. Like, completely took their dick out. Just, like, completely naked.
Doug Stanhope, I think, did that one time.
Oh,
I got open mic. Yeah, and he also did it the following week, right away on
Austin
Monday.
was where he shaved
His balls. Had a waitress shave
On
his balls.
stage?
Yeah, on stage. Had a waitress come up and shave his balls, and he was at the Laugh Stop the following week. And it was that Monday night. Did it again. He was just like, I forgot what's her name, the waitress.
We were just talking about it the other day.
Dory.
The waitress was a
Dory. Was it Dory Dutton?
The girlfriend was a cute. Yeah. Dory Dutton's the chick that moved to London.
London, yeah, she's
they
great.
Always give you acid and shit.
But you never giving me that.
Oh, every time you bumped into her, she said, hold on, I have something. And she gave
really
you brownies or fucking pills. She was very sweet.
She was great energy.
I just saw her on Facebook a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
The girl, what were we talking about?
Doug Stanhope.
The last time Doug Stanhope.
I shaved Doug Stanhope balls. I just told the story about it. She was a great kid.
Yeah.
She was and cute.
Yeah.
Cute and a great kid. And she moved here. She got a job in La Jolla at the comedy store. But she also did magic.
Oh, wow.
Because her father raised her in the circus.
Hilarious.
She was raised in the circus, so she was very hip. And then she started getting some momentum with comedy in San Diego, and she moved to New York. And she was kind of booking Sal's Comedy Hole. This is when Sal's was hot, like 2004, 2005. And then Sal's closed and came out here, and she came out with Sal. But at the time, they were doing a show called Magic with the Stars. And she shot the pilot because she was such a great magician.
Wow.
She ate fire and all that shit. So while they were shooting it, then ABC picked it up, and they were going to shoot Magic with the Stars, where a magician teaches a star magic. While they were shooting the pilot, they put him up at the Magic Hotel.
Oh, no.
She was kind of cute.
Oh.
She was kind of flirty. I'm not saying anything bad.
Right.
One of the camera guys broke into her room at night and raped her in the middle of the night. What the fuck? And she had to press charges in the news. The show got canceled. No more Magic with the Stars. Fucking ABC found out the hard way. Magicians are creepy people.
Yeah.
And fucking...
It was the cameraman that fucked the magician.
It was a cameraman, a PA, something raped her.
Oh,
She had to come back and go to court.
Holy shit.
ABC paid her off to keep it hush-hush.
Yeah.
Or they paid her money for what had happened. Like I guess she ended up suing ABC.
Right. They're
And
liable at that point.
Yeah, she lives in Idaho. She has a husband, a kid.
Amazing.
And somebody from LA moved up to be with her. She was tight with somebody from LA, a gay guy. I just forget his name.
It all started by shaving Doug Stanhope's balls. She lost that job right at that comedy club.
She was very sweet and very nice. She liked dirty comics.
Right,
she
right,
liked this because
I mean, how she grew up, the circus, everything else. I mean, come on, like she fucking swallows fire. I mean, she's not gonna be.
I've been thinking the last couple of years. I don't know where to start. I don't want to step on anybody's toes, and most importantly, I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But I always wanted to do a documentary of the Houston comedy scene and what it meant at that time. Because say what you want about Babbitt, that club was on fire.
The club was on fire. He was the best and worst thing that happened.
Right. He was the best and worst thing that happened to all those kids.
Yeah, all those kids. Yeah, too. I was seeing it. So the thing that I remember watching the things unfold. I was like, I don't think I'm going to make much progress if I just stay here. Like as a comedian and what I want to do and try to accomplish. And to me, the comedy showcase was the spot where you really got the work in. And you really learn the tool. And Danny was very open and shared with me. He was like, "Going to be my last student. I feel like you can." I mean, he literally told me.
Danny still alive?
Yeah. Thank
How's
God.
he doing?
he's doing great, man. He's doing good. You know, he had to have a kidney transplant. Peggy gave him a kidney.
I knew something that
Really
might
crazy.
come
It was
down
really
to
amazing, and it took, and he's doing great. But what he did for the Houston Comedy Club scene, like the comedians, like really that took time and went over there and pushed all their shit aside and really used that room to really grow, and everything he taught me about the road and how to build that. He said, "You'll be a star in 20 years. Are you ready to? I'm not going to waste my time if you don't have that plan." I'm about to hit 20 now. I just got my Netflix special. He was spot on everything that he taught me, like from technical standpoint to what I should do and what to expect on stage, and all these things that you need as a comedian, all these tools you need as a comedian. And that was like the best thing that happened to me. And Babbitt was great for the comedy club scene and bringing people in and bringing all the acts in and really doing it. But what he did that he didn't understand was that you can't take comedians that have a really solid future and rush them and take them to LA and take them to London. And there's one comedian in mind that I have, Ben Mowbray, who's really talented, a really brilliant guy. And I feel like he didn't give him a chance to mature and really, you know, grasp what it takes to be a comedian before you put him up in front of all these people. And you know, in the end, he ruined the club,
Did you
man.
ever see the movie Punchline?
I did, yeah.
Punchline was the movie I watched to make me pick up the phone.
Right.
Like I knew about comedy. I knew I wanted to do it. I was writing material, but I just didn't know where to start.
Right.
Punchline was the movie that made me get up, dial 411 and see if there was any comedy clubs in the area. And they were like, the Comedy Works. And they gave me the number, and I go, beginning comic. And then 6 weeks later, I saw an ad in the paper, and I took a comedy class. But my point being, remember the club owner in that?
I don't.
In that movie, he was a very...
With Tom Hanks, you talking about?
Yeah, with Tom Hanks and those people. That's a great movie to watch if you're starting out as a comic, because that's what I thought. I thought that you went to a club, you leashed on to the owner, and the owner gave you guidance. And he gave you real guidance from the heart, and he spoke to you about what to expect. And that was, you know, you have to cut through the bullshit.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be a comic.
Right.
In my world, show it to me.
Right, exactly.
I know exactly where you're at.
Exactly.
I don't even need to go see you.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're doing. How long have you been doing it? 3 year mark? I know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're doing. And
what you're feeling emotionally, where you think you should
I
be.
know exactly
I got 30 minutes, but it's really 10.
Nobody's
like, all
calling
that shit.
me.
Yeah.
The whole fucking thing.
Yeah, the whole thing.
We've heard it before, and you were there. You walked those steps.
Yeah.
I didn't get that guidance.
Yeah.
You know, I had the Comedy Works. Wendy didn't have the time.
Yeah.
They tried. Yeah. Wendy did hire 2 people to help comics, which nobody else did. She helped the writer to do a stand-up little writing thing, and then she hired a guy to put you on stage and critique you. You know, but he was an asshole about it. Right. And then I went to Seattle, and Seattle's owner was some guy we never met, and the booker was John Fox. But the guy that ran the club, his name was Carl, and that was the closest I ever had to a comedy father. He walked you through the steps. He'd tell you to eliminate that joke.
Right.
Whether you like it or not, get rid of it. You're not going to get nowhere with it.
That's what Danny would do.
You know, that's what they would do.
Yeah.
They would tell you not to go to certain places.
Right.
And you, as an asshole, wouldn't listen.
Yeah.
And then you come back with lumps in your head. And go, what did I tell you?
Yeah.
Now I'm putting you in the back of the line.
Right, exactly.
For not listening. Now you're in the back of the line. When you start listening, then you get to the front of the line. Because everybody knows more than you know. You know, and
Danny would fucking stress me out, like on purpose. He would just be like, for a whole year, like so many guys were opening, and for a solid year, I've been doing, you know, all these free spots. You know, it's not even like free spot, all this training, I call it. That's what it should be called. And all this training, I'm overly ready. I got like 20 like solid minutes. I should be opening. You know, I should be hosting. Like I need to fucking host. He'd make me fucking wait. He was like, I want you to be better than everybody else. I want you to fucking want it so bad. And that's what he did to me, you know, and that's what he would do. Come in, oh, Ralphie pops in, let me put Ralphie before you. Let's see what you can do, tough guy. You know, that kind of thing, being 2 years in the game. Or you know what? You're smashing, let me put you before Ralphie. Let me create a whole situation between you two. Let's see how he does and you do. And step in now, he has to step up his game and what he has to do. And he would play these, he would do these like training tools as exercises and get you to the point where like, I'm ready. And I hosted for like a week. And the next thing you know, I was featuring, and I featured for like only like 6 months. And next thing I was headlining really quickly because of what he did to me and what he forced me to do and edit and take this out. Mic technique. Hey, you have it too low. What the hell's the matter with you? You know, you got to be conscious of that. You're not making eye contact. You know, bring your audience in. What are you doing? You have a wall in front of you. Break that wall down. Talk to these people. Look at them. Don't be afraid. Don't shy away. If you're afraid of them, don't be afraid. They're not going to think you're real. You got to talk to them. You know, that was so many tools that he gave me to be able to do that. And he took me as far as he could and gave me all these tools to allow me to get to a certain level. And then Chappelle came into my life, and Chappelle became that mentor. It was like, yo, this is what it's like being here. Now this is the things that could come out of your life and how, you know, to navigate Hollywood and how to pitch stuff, how to, you know, how to really like just it's just, you know, getting that information that most people are not privy to, and he was able to like guide me through that, and still to this day, you know. So I'm so lucky. I feel so lucky. So I was doing. So when you asked me to go come to LA, he's like, "You should come to LA." That whole thing was like 2004, 5. I was feeling so stressed out. I was like, I really should make a move, either LA, New York. I got to do something. And then I joined a crew called Allah Made Me Funny. These Muslim comedians that started this tour, and it was really super ahead of his time, and they were doing really well. I thought it was kind of corny, to be honest. When I first heard it, I was like, this sounds like some Disney shit. Like, I'm a real comic. I grew, you know what I mean? I'm growing up in this comedy club scene. I have this goal. And then I was like, man, these guys are really working, and they're legit comedians and preach them off, like toured with Lopez and wrote for David Wayans and all these guys. Like, hold on a second. I was a response from Chicago. I need to give this a shot. So I joined the crew, and the next thing you know, we made a film. We raised capital, and we what's called four-walling, where you rent out basically different theaters. We did a deal with like Landmark, and this movie came out as a documentary concert film, and then Dave's family became fans of our show, and Preacher Moss, who founded the tour, was also from DC. There's all these like connections, and then he came out to our show when we had a tour stop in Columbus, and Chappelle showed up with his mom, with his niece, with his brother and sister, watch a show, and then he surprised the audience at the end of an hour, completely clean, killed. We all had dinner that night, and Dave was always like, man, you know, you guys did this outside of Hollywood. Like, that's mind-blowing to me. I'm a Hollywood guy. I've always came up in the Hollywood game. He started popping off when he was in his teens, and he doesn't know anything outside of that. And he saw us touring venues, theaters all over the world. Like, we did the Apollo, and we did like 30 shows, 28 shows in 30 days in England and Scotland. We were touring, Holland before people were touring it, aside from Rhodes was up there for a long time. And then Scandinavian region, we introduced Doug Stanhope to a promoter in Denmark to get him like in 2007, 8, start working there. It's very fascinating to see that in South Africa as well. Nelson Mandela, he was just really blown away by what we were able to do independently. And that's why I feel like I got my PhD in stand-up, is being a part of that tour and being able to go walk up on a stage and just be clean, and just do an hour clean, and then go from there, go to a comedy club and be as dirty as I want. But that allowed me to add other tools in my tool belt that I otherwise didn't have. And then Dave started making his comeback, and then we just connected. We were in the same city in San Francisco. He's like, why don't you guys come out? And we were like, hey man, let's get a picture with Dave. We walk in, and Dave's like, oh man, Allah made me funny, let me take a photo with you guys. I was like, what? It's just like, excuse me? I didn't understand or grasp what was really going on. And he was like, you want to open for me tomorrow? I was like, yeah. Uzzer and I opened for him the next day, and then the next day, and then next, we're in Atlanta. He was like, want to come to Atlanta? I was like, yeah, I'm going to be in the same area. Like, cool, come to Atlanta. You know what? Why don't you stay throughout the whole weekend? Next, 700 shows, and he's introducing me for my special 6 years later. It's crazy. But that's how it really happened. That's how it started out. It's nuts.
You put the work in.
Oh, yeah. I earned this shit.
You surrounded yourself with the comedy.
Uh-huh.
It was, you said something earlier that really, I liked the guy that ran the last time. What was his name? Babbitt. I liked Babbitt.
Everybody remembers him.
To this day, I still enjoy Babbitt. I'm happy he took me on some tours with Paul Rodriguez. He gave me an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I was in a different place. I was just too young, too immature. I need to still learn. It was the best thing for me to do that. And he was a tough guy to crack if you were at that age and where you were.
I thought he overstepped his boundaries at some levels. He was doing a good job at what he was doing.
Yeah.
And then he was promoting shows with Carlos. He was promoting shows with Rogan. He was promoting some great shows.
Yeah, he was killing it. He fucked it. He
got into the comedy business.
Yeah.
He got into the comedy business in a weird way. One of my all-time favorite stories at the store, and he knows I like him and I'm fond of him. I'm the type of guy I don't say much to somebody. You can't fuck with somebody's dream.
Right, exactly.
But I don't say nothing. I'd rather, because I don't like people talking about my dream. Anything else, I'm fat, I'm a drug guy, whatever you want to say, it's fine. But with the comedy dream shit, you don't fuck with people's dream.
Exactly.
Even when people come up to you and say, take a look at this tape. Tell me what you think. I don't say a word. Right. You know, I got to really, 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 really know you as a comic and really know you as a human being that when I tell you something, number one, you're going to do it.
Exactly.
Don't tell me to watch it. And you're going to keep doing your same shit over and over. Right, now you're lost.
Exactly. Yeah.
If you want my fucking opinion, and I'm not going to give you much, I'm just going to tell you maybe to get rid of that joke.
Right.
You separate the audience. Right. There's always a little something. I love, when I was already a regular at the store, I had already booked Mad TV. I decided I wasn't good enough. I had to follow Nick DiPaolo, and I got sandwiched in between Nick DiPaolo and Doug Stanhope.
Oh, yeah.
And I saw a level of professionalism, and I saw my level of professionalism.
Right.
And even though I lived in LA, I said, this is my last spot in LA.
Right.
I'm going on the road for 18 months. I'm getting down and dirty. No headline, feature, $350 a week, 400 with a Greyhound.
Yeah.
You know, where you got to feel your oats.
Right.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
So I know timing, and I know everything. I knew that Ben Mowbray had won Houston's
funniest person.
He had a gift of comedy, and
he was a smart, super smart kid. Yeah,
smart guy.
Yeah.
You know, he was doing Stanhope, and Stanhope was letting him know it.
Yeah,
Stanhope was breaking his balls.
Yeah, right.
He was doing a variation of Stanhope.
Yeah, of course.
But it was still intriguing. And, and
he was trying to be Stanhope and Hicks, and I get it. He was 6 months in the game.
He was 6 months in the
Fucking
game.
Nothing.
And I was happy for him, but I saw Babbitt push him.
Yeah.
I saw Babbitt put him in positions he shouldn't have been put in.
Hell no.
And I have 20 stories where Babbitt called headliners and said, if you let him feature, he's going to give you a hard time.
Ugh,
I had 3 headliners come to me and go, is he fucking crazy?
Yeah, he's crazy.
That Mowbray is good, but he's not going to put a dent in my arm whatsoever. So I'll never forget getting the call. I got the call one night because remember I used to host at the store on Sunday nights, and I would introduce the showcases.
The Blue Night, right?
No. It was the showcases for Mitzi.
Oh, okay.
So Mitzi would be there. Mitzi would be there, and I would bump into Mitzi, and she'd look at the list and go, "Fuck him." Like, here's a guy with dreams for 10 years to be at the store. And Mitzi would look at him, "Fuck him. I don't like what he's wearing." And I'd have to be the bearer of bad tide.
Yeah.
I'd have to go up to the guy and go, "Listen, Mitzi don't want to see you this week. Call Scott Day or whatever." I still remember I think it was Corey who came down to me. She goes, "Oh, by the way, you're putting up some kid from Houston. It's the new hot thing." And as she was telling me, I already knew, and my heart was breaking.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Because you're putting them in front of Mitzi. You're not putting them in a crowd at the Improv.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
You're putting them in front of Mitzi. This is a lottery ticket.
Make or break, yeah.
This is a lottery ticket. Yeah. This isn't like a career jump that if Mitzi doesn't like you, you could come back in 2 years.
No.
She's going to remember this bombing or this whatever you do.
Yeah.
So Sunday comes. They came in like Sunday and went to eat like down at fucking the Cienega, at fucking the prime rib place.
Exactly, yeah.
They're eating and drinking wine. Babbitt's got Matt Blake from Gersh before he was running CAA.
That's so funny.
He was an assistant at Gersh. Yeah, he's a Gersh under fucking the wig.
Yeah, yeah.
And the deal was to get Matt Blake to sign Ben and take him to the wig and, get his career going. He's doing comedy a year.
So fucking, he wasn't even a year in.
He was a year or something, and he's featuring, which really ain't my craw.
Yeah, he shouldn't be. You can't jump. You can't jump steps. This is something you can't fake.
MC for 2 years.
Right.
Give him 20 weeks a year.
Right.
then come see me. And then,
Maybe.
and I mean 20 weeks of emceeing Tuesday through Sunday.
Yeah, exactly.
That's 8 shows a week.
Yeah,
of learning bumps and bruises
100%.
and fucking headliners giving you shit. You gotta do 20, you gotta do 40 of those before I even talk to you.
Easily.
And then we talk about featuring. Then we'll talk about featuring.
Exactly.
So he was featuring him. And I'm like, this is not bueno, you know, and he wasn't doing bad as a feature. He had 18, 20 minutes.
Look, it's easy when you fucking show up at a comedy club, there's crowds there, and you're opening or featuring for somebody like Doug Stanhope. Okay, go to a fucking place where nobody knows anybody. The crowd is just didn't even want to come to see stand up, and they just didn't even know that shit was going on in the bar. And then you fucking get them together. Let's see your skill set now, partner. You know, let's see what you have now. That's what you miss. The little fucking bar in the corner. The
And you
little
did comedy in front of the door.
Yeah.
Every time somebody opened the door, they had to walk around you. You'll melt in those places.
Melt.
You'll just disintegrate.
Yeah, completely.
The first time
your 20 is
the
2
door
minutes.
opens and you turn around and it's 2 customers looking at you, you just melt.
They melt.
So
now you play them like a fiddle. You're like, come here, baby, sit down. Blah, 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 you know.
I go to the fucking store. Mitzi gives me the list. She's in one of her moods. Bad baby. And I see his name,
Ben Mowbray.
Ben Mowbray. And bro, I never forget. There's very few nights I've forgotten at the store.
Yeah.
And that was one of them. But I still remember being at the bottom of the stairs and watching them come around the side like they had Richard Pryor. They had a posse.
Oh, God, that's
They
not
had
good.
Blake, Matt,
Don't do that.
you know, 3 young comics from Houston, all the people that lived in here now from Houston.
The Great White Hope.
It was all a
That's
big,
what it was.
everybody was
Boozing,
drinking, boozing, having a good time.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'll never forget that. It was in the middle of the showcases. And I go, Mitzi, I'm going to put this kid up. He's the next Bill Hicks.
Oh, don't
And
do that.
you know me, though. I got to throw some fire in
Oh,
it, too.
yeah. Oh,
I'm not going to let you get away with murder.
Oh, my God.
I got to protect my mom.
Yeah,
this
exactly,
motherfucker.
yeah.
So I went up to her very nonchalantly. And I go, Mitzi, this is the kid from Houston that's showcasing. They say he's the next Bill Hicks. It might be worth your while. I'll never forget her looking at me going, put him on. Next thing you know, fucking Babbitt's rubbing his shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
They're walking up the stairs. You got this. Fucking Matt Blake goes in the corner. Babbitt, the 3 flunkies, half of Houston's in the back. And he goes up there.
That's terrible.
And he went up there with ego.
Yeah.
And he went up there. You know, they eat that alive at those places like that.
Oh, you can't walk in
You're
there
just
like that.
done.
That's it.
The fucking stage sucked the energy out. You
Oh,
can see
my
it.
God.
As soon as he hit the stage, he cracked
Crumble.
2 or 3 jokes that work in Houston, and you can see the color went from his face.
Yeah.
And then he continued, and then she started yelling, "Get him off!
Oh,
Get him off!
Oh, no.
Bill Hicks, my ass!"
Oh, my God.
And you can see him on stage, and it was like somebody hit him.
Death, man.
The only thing that was holding him up was a skeleton.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the only thing that was holding him up, dog, was a skeleton. If you don't think I felt bad, if you don't think inside as a human being and as a comic I felt bad, you're wrong.
Yeah.
I felt horrible for him.
I felt bad for him,
And I know what it's like to be in that position
Yeah.
where you get a little bit ahead of yourself and you go, fuck what they say. I'm going to go do this anyway. And it's a horrible experience. And I'll never forget him. This is what I remember the most, was him walking off and nobody saying nothing to him. Babbitt turned his
It's a
back.
lonely fucking
And
life.
he walked out of there like he just wanted to leave.
Yeah,
Like,
he wanted
nah, that's all I want to do is leave.
Yeah.
And as he was walking out, like, you know how he walked up with everybody around him? He walked out and everybody was 10 feet behind him, dog. It was the coldest thing
That's
I had
fucked up.
ever seen in my life.
That's really
Then the
fucked
next
up.
night he went to the Improv and he did okay.
Yeah.
But the damage
You
was
can't do that. Damage is done. I remember when he came back to Houston and he told me about what happened, and he was just like, you know, when I was sitting back there and I was like, and you start thinking about that stage and all the greats that have been on it. And he just, he just crumbled. Yeah, he can't do that psychologically to somebody. It's not his fault. They shouldn't have done that. I mean, you know, he could have maybe tried to stop it, but he was so young. He was in his early 20s, I think, at that time.
Who the fuck is going to stop him?
I don't.
You
It's
don't
hard.
fucking know.
No, yeah, you don't
You don't know. They're
You don't know.
telling me that I can do this. They're telling me.
Yeah, they're telling me.
I'm 20-something. I
Yeah,
don't know
this is where Babbitt and I like, and also at the same time, I would say that, you know, we've all experienced failure on a big level, on different levels, and, you know, different tastes of it. And you either want it bad or you don't. either this thing is gonna define who you are, for success. And like, hey, I remember when I fucking did this, it was a huge mistake. Yes, am I gonna wait this through another 10 years? That's the whole thing. Do you want it bad enough? For me, there's nothing else that I want. There's zero. Broke, no car, fucking breakdown, whatever it is. You just have to do it. If you really want it, you can't let those things break you. Unfortunately, it wasn't the right support group, and I would see that as I remember being a young kid looking around going, I'm not going to get better here. This is not the spot, the laugh stop for me at that time. I'm not given the time, and I'm not going to be able to get it here. I need to go on the road. I would come back from, Jim Holder would give me dates, and we would tour and do all these shit one-nighters. I would come back and rush to do the Blue Show on Sunday, and that's the spot he gave me. And he was like, why weren't you here? I scratch you off the list. I was like, why did you scratch me off the list? He says, why weren't you here on open mic on Monday? I was like, I'm on the road. I'm trying to get better. I'm doing these open mics. This is where Babbitt would treat me a little bit harsher, because I was younger or whatever, and whatever the thing that he had going on. But I appreciated what he did for the comedy scene in Houston. I appreciated that he was bringing these quality names, and they were coming in, and we got to see, Louis C.K. before he even became a everybody. Dave,
Tom Rhodes, and Rich Hedberg.
Yeah, amazing.
Co-headline.
Fucking amazing.
People will not forget. Like that was like 97.
Yeah.
And that was like the height of it. 97, 98.
I saw it in 99, 2000, 2001.
They came down.
I saw that.
And then we would go to that crazy hotel. Like the whole experience was crazy. Like that hotel Willie Nelson stayed at. And then the flooding. And the doors didn't go out. I wasn't there. And that was the only hotel that you could check into, do a bunch of coke at 4 in the morning, and then go, man, I need a beer. Oh, my. Open your hotel room and walk 10 minutes. There'd be somebody drinking a beer. Hey, man, how you doing? I didn't know. You want a beer? And you're like, I wasn't thinking about it. Fuck it.
I just want to say, I love Ben Mowbray. I thought he was a very smart, funny guy. And he had it. He just really wanted it. And I think it just wasn't fair what happened to him. And it's just all respect, bro. All respect.
No, it's all respect. And that's what I tell people all the time. There's no book you could read this in.
Yeah.
You watch.
Exactly.
You keep your mouth shut. You give them the rope. And you watch them either hang themselves.
Yeah.
They either hang themselves or they do something with it.
Right.
And even if you hang yourself, you still got plenty of life left. I hung myself 18 times when I started comedy.
Yeah.
I'm immune to bombing because I bombed so many times that it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Okay, I know what I need to. I love bombing, getting in the car, and knowing exactly what you did to bomb.
Yeah.
I knew exactly what I did to bomb. I opened something. I came out too cocky.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have said that word the first 3 minutes. There's always something that makes you reflect on the bomb, and you go, "Oh, bombing doesn't affect me at all."
No, it makes you better.
It makes you better. Yeah. As long as you know that. Yeah. As you're getting in your car and you give that little giggle.
Yeah.
And then you walk into 7-Eleven and torture the guy behind the counter. I ain't eating that ice chicken.
I mean, the best thing to watch as a comedian, the funniest thing you watch as a comedian is watching another comedian die on stage. And the reason why is that that's something that you relate to so innately, so personally, that it makes me personally just laugh so hard. Because you have that experience and nobody knows it better than a comedian, right? Or a performer that just completely dies on. So you just laugh because you relate to it so hard. It's not because I'm happy he's bombing. No. It's like this, what he's going through, his mindset, all the shit that's going through his head, the catastrophizing, the fucking scene, the breakdown in the middle of the road. He can't get out of it. He's looking for the light. Have I been lit yet? That shit is classic, man.
My first 3 years, I used to break chairs.
What?
I used to break bottles. I hit a pigeon with a car.
Oh my God.
When I bombed, I would get I had to learn how to bomb with grace.
Right.
That was the big problem I had the first 3 years. The other thing that I had that a lot of other comics didn't have is I know when I bomb.
Right.
There's nothing worse than seeing a comic come off stage and go, I killed him. You're like,
oh God.
No.
Yeah. What the fuck is wrong?
Oh, no.
It's the worst, yeah. Denial.
I destroyed that room. And you're like, I was sitting in the back. I had to take a tomato from a guy.
Yes.
They were just about to fucking hit you with a tomato in a slingshot.
Oh, easily.
And you're telling me that's the other retardation. Yeah. You don't want to say nothing.
I can't do
I love when I bomb and you're standing there having a drink and you won't make eye contact. And the break the eye contact. I go, how bad was that bombing? Yeah. Makes the Gulf War look like a fucking Chinese parade. Because that's the thing.
What's the
is
best?
having the sense of humor. Now, were you around when Ralphie fell through the stage at Spellbinders?
No, I was not there. I was not there. I didn't know he fell through the stage at Spellbinder. I knew he fell down the stairs at the last spot. And that was his big beef with the owner at the time. And they were like, I think he sued him at some point.
Right, he sued two people. He sued Don,
two and the owner of Spellbinders. Are you serious? He fell through?
He fell through the stage.
I mean, he was like, I heard. I haven't seen him at his peak when he first started.
Right, when
Danny
he first
told
started.
me that he used to have to lean up against the wall because he was like 700 pounds.
Yeah, he was big when he first started.
Big. He was 700. I'm big. He's 700 pounds.
He went to the floor at Spellbinders. When I found that story out, I didn't say nothing for 3 months.
Oh,
I didn't say nothing for 3 months.
God.
I didn't say a word to that fool for 3 months.
Oh, my God.
And then one day, Spellbinders was still open. It was the town. When I met Ralphie, it was the tail end of Spellbinders. And he was staying with Joey Medina. He had already broken
Joey Medina.
He broke his cot. What do you call those things? The Japanese people?
Futon.
He broke his futon.
Oh, my God.
And he couldn't get it back up. Like when you went to Ralphie's, you'd just be laying there. Because you couldn't pick the futon back up. Like the back. Yeah, he would just be laying there like, what? Ralphie, get up, cocksucker. I can't.
I am up.
But I'll never forget, like, I was hustling calls one day, like I was working for a screw company on Ivar. I would have to get there at 4 a.m. and sell screws to people on the East Coast. And then from there, I would go to Ralphie's house for breakfast. I'd wrap like at 9. And I remember calling there one day and just calling the last spot. I didn't know who Don Lerner was. I didn't know who Danny was. And I'll never forget calling Spellbinder, Lynn. Lynn was her name. I remember. Lynn Carnes. I don't know what it was.
I think it was Lynn Carnes. You remember that.
Miss Carnes, Joe Diaz. I'm a regular at the Comedy Store. I like to come down and do feature work. And right away she goes, are you friends with Ralphie? And it's like if somebody says to me, are you friends with Mo?
Yeah.
But if it's a club owner, you got to think twice. You're like,
why are you asking?
I go, yeah, I'm friends with Ralphie. She goes, well, friends of Ralphie aren't welcome here. Have a good day. She hung up on me.
Oh, my God.
So I didn't know what Ralphie had done. I asked him, and like, you don't know. He fell through the stage, and then he sued him.
Oh, my God.
So one day we're at Ralphie's for breakfast, and we're eating.
It's quiet.
And it's quiet. And I'm like, I called Lynn Collins at Spellbinders. And that's for a week of work. He kept eating. I don't even know. He goes, she wouldn't give me a week of work if I pay for the whole that you fell through. They want me to go down there and rebuild it. Fuck that bitch.
God.
And that, just think about that. That was the intent. I mean, here's the sad thing about comedy. I knew 10 guys in Houston personally that had 20 times more talent and could out-joke me any day of the fucking week. That's what pisses me off about Houston. And that's why I went off on you that day about opportunity.
Yeah.
When you live in a market that you could be out 14 nights a week, even though there's 7, I want you out those 14 nights.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
As a comic, I don't want to hear nothing.
You were yelling at me saying it's enough here. Now you need to move. Get the fuck out of here.
There's only so much you could do with a market. And you don't have to tell when you're trapped.
Yeah.
You can be trapped in a market after a year of doing stand-up and not know it.
Yeah, absolutely.
In my case, I was trapped. I was trapped in Denver. I didn't think there was a world outside of Denver. And then I started hearing about these different comedy scenes. When you travel, people tell you, man, come to Houston. They got too much comedy. They're looking.
Dave would tell me all the time. Chappelle would be like, man, I think the next big thing's going to come out of Houston all the time. He told me, like, I always thought the next comedian, there's so much talent down there. There's so much to pull from. It was great. I mean, John Westling was down there, too. He was murdering. He was helping with
John
and all that.
Scripts are fucking brilliant.
Yeah, he is. He's
Sean
great.
Rouse.
Sean Rouse was
tremendous
too.
show.
Absolutely.
Fucking crazy, man. Could kill an audience. Juan Villarreal.
Juan Villarreal is a murderer.
You let him loose on the stage, and he'll fucking cause problems.
Absolutely.
They had the other kid. There was another kid down there that was a phenomenal writer I just bumped
Ryan
into
Hersey was really good.
Ryan
at that.
Hersey.
Yeah.
I just bumped into Sarah Talamax.
Oh
in
my
New
God, yeah,
York.
she's doing great. We see each
She's
other in New York
doing
all the
great.
time. Yeah.
I bumped into Val Biggerstaff,
Yeah,
which I was very happy
yeah.
he got up and got out because
finally, yeah.
there's just so much you can do in a market.
Absolutely.
I always told people, sit still, shut your mouth.
Yeah, right.
But when do I leave? You know when you leave?
Yeah.
Well, the club owner says to you, Mo,
That's what happened to me every night. Go home.
I've headlined you the 4th of July, Valentine's Day, Memorial Day weekend, Thanksgiving Day, Christmas, and New Year's Day. You've destroyed every headliner that comes through here. I really can't headline you because you got no credits.
Yeah.
Now you got to make a decision.
Right.
That's the ideal situation.
And I was at a real crossroads when you told me that. For me, it was just like, hey, I want to be so fucking ready. You know, my whole thing is that I want to be so ready that I want to terrify people when I get, like, that's my whole thing. I want to be so prepared. I have to be undeniable. You know, I'm Muslim, I'm Arab, I'm a refugee, I don't have a citizenship, I'm Palestinian, I have all these things, all these stigmas on me. I have to be so good. That's all I thought about. And I was like, yes, Joey, I hear you. And something in my gut was telling me, just be patient. Just be patient. This is a marathon. It's a 20-year situation for overnight success. That's what I kept having in my head loop around. And thank God for the relationship with, Allah Made Me Funny, like really touring that, understanding what a global marketplace is and doing those theaters and getting those repetitions and coming back and building it back up. And then, touring with Dave those years, so many years and still, popping in together and him, being such a big part of my life and like a brother to me. And then when I got into the Cellar, I was like 17 years in, you know what I mean? Some mutters like, we've heard of this guy, kind of like, what's going on? And then you come in and you're just like, I have an hour and a half of shit that's special ready that I'm going to rotate and I'm going to murder every fucking set. And that's the way I want to come in. And sure enough, I came in, boom. It went very fast. Everything was going really well. Tons of spots. I was doing. She was giving me like 10 a night on Friday and Saturday. It's as much as you can do. Plus the comedy. Excuse me, not there was the underground around the corner and there's that. Oh my God, why am I blanking out? There's a music spot right around the corner. And you do that downstairs, boom, you hit it up, $75 in front of a crowd that expects a band, get the fuck out of there, do a spot at the Cellar, boom, go around Village Underground, then go upstairs, go to Fat Black Pussycat. I mean, working so hard. And then the Eric Trump shit happened to me where I sat next to him on the plane, turned that into a joke, boom, Colbert heard about it, they came out, they watched me, they flipped it, why don't you get on Colbert, bam, Rolling Stone, 10 comedians to watch, oh shit, next thing you know, I got multiple offers for my specials, now we're cooking. And that's what I wanted. And the only thing I felt like after all that stuff happened was relief. I was like, thank God I was right. It's fine.
Are you very calculated?
I was always calculated in my growth and how much I'm learning and doing that, and always like not putting money first. Money was like the last thing that I cared about. It's the number one thing.
Well, that's the mistake young comics make.
That's the last thing I cared about.
They ask you, are you making any money? And
No,
you go,
of course
no.
not. Yeah.
And they'll say, well, why are you doing this? I wouldn't do it if I didn't get paid. Well, then go watch this.
Fuck. So I used to lie to my mom. My mom was like, why are you driving 12 hours for $100? I would tell her 300. I would lie. I would go to get into that club in Birmingham, Alabama. What is it called? The Stardome. So I drove 12 hours there. Boom, do that set. Drive back on the way home. I stop at the casino in Lake Charles, play poker. I was like, whenever I get to 300, I'm gonna get out of here. And I was 19. It wasn't even legal to be in there, but you could just walk in. They didn't have the little IDs and all that shit. You could check in. I would just wait, play poker, get up to $300, leave, cash out. So when I come home, I can show my mother, look, I got made $300. It's good. And I could show her that because she would ask me, let me see what they paid you. Let me see what you're doing. She was worried about me. Well, as any parent should be. I get it. But she didn't understand stand up and all that. So I had to do like all these things, all these extras to make it look like I'm doing better than I actually am, to show her that, I am making some growth and there is a career here and things like that. And my God, my mom didn't really understand like what I was doing fully until she saw me with Dave at Radio City Music Hall with Chance the Rapper and Jon Stewart and these guys in front of 6,500 people. And she just saw her son just do his thing on stage. Just had him murdered. And that's where Jon Stewart and I became friends. And that's like the only celebrity to an Arab mom. It's like game show hosts and Jon Stewart. Like that's it. That's it.
9/11.
Yeah.
It took 9/11 to expose Arab-based comedy.
Right.
Like, you had your thing. I know that Maz,
Right.
and those guys,
Yeah, they had
their
X
thing,
of Evil, yeah.
and they were doing great with it. But it took like something that tragic
Of course, yeah.
to blow it up comically.
Yeah.
How fucking crazy is that?
Right. My brother would look me in my face. He thought my career was over. He was like, your career is over. Because nobody wants to see a Muhammad on stage telling jokes. I looked at my brother. I was like, Omar, you're a pilot. What are you talking about? You got a career. You're going to be fine. It's going to be fine. So I just this is going to be the big thing for me. And I always had it in my mind to do it.
What was this thing that was inside of you that was forcing you not to fail? Like, we all have, when I worked for my brother-in-law's roofing company, when I took that job, the night before I drove to my brother-in-law's roofing company, I had a really thin car. Like, I didn't sleep all night. And I said, okay, my mother told me once that when I was a kid, my mother got mad at me. She goes, when you get older, I don't care what you do. I don't care what you do. You clean toilets. It's a job. If you sweep. But make sure you're the best at what you do. And that you try hard to be the best at what you do. When I got the job with my brother-in-law's roofing company when I was a kid, I knew one thing. For me to work for him, I had to be the best worker on that job site. Because I never wanted somebody to go to him and go, hey, your fucking brother-in-law is a fucking nut.
Right. Exactly.
I never wanted that. Yeah. So I knew that I had to be there at 7. Even though the job started at 7:30, I would be there at 7. And if the job ended at 4:30, I'd be there at 5:15.
Right.
I switched, I did things they didn't even ask me to do.
Right.
Is this the same way you felt about comedy?
100%. Even more so. Just coming here, just knowing that, fleeing a war in Kuwait, seeing my mom and dad lose everything, losing my father, just like all these things that I couldn't control, right, happened. And it felt very much
So you lost your father when you moved here, correct?
I lost my father, about 4 years after we moved here. He didn't come until he couldn't get it. Because, the dad's got to do everything. I'm going to finish up the paperwork.
You were living in a war. If you don't mind me asking.
So it was, I was born in Kuwait, left Kuwait after the first Gulf War in 1990, about 3 months into it. And then my mom got my sister.
How old were you when the war was? Do you remember shells?
I remember everything about it. Every details about it. I mean, everything, bro. When the Iraqi soldiers came in, and it was just a quick takeover, and it was a big robbery more than anything. You didn't hear much, as far as the shooting and the what have you. I wasn't fully part of that. I was part of the chaos. So Saddam Hussein dropped off all these guys that were in prison and told them to just rob Kuwait. It was a big robbery. It was a massive, massive robbery more than anything else. His dispute was that Kuwait's been stealing from us for years. You know what? I'm taking over Kuwait. Kuwait's actually Iraq anyway. Fuck you. This is mine. It was all political play. But forget it. I was 9
when
years
you
old.
say robbing,
yeah,
were they coming into your house and smacking you?
They were trying to. So they came into the house the first time, the day of the invasion. They took over the whole neighborhood because the neighborhood was owned by the Kuwaiti oil company, who my father was employed by. So that was a really strategic point for that military. So they were there, and then they took over the whole situation. Once they found out we were Palestinian, they backed off. My mom told me they were going to throw a grenade into my room. They were going to do something, and they stopped them. They talked them out of it, and my dad was just all about feed these guys, feed them. They're hungry. They just came off a war from Iran. They're starving. They're here to steal because they're hungry. So we fed them. My mom and dad would feed them. They would come over to the house in the morning. They would take all the food. They would eat, and they would just leave. They would leave us alone. My father was always worried about his daughter, of course. God forbid she gets raped or something happens. And the shit that goes down during war, he was just being very protective for that. And he paid the ultimate price for it, man. He was stuff I found out years later. He was kidnapped. My mom had to pay a ransom to get him out. It was a really intense time for my family. Now I felt it. They didn't tell me everything, but I felt it. I ended up in Houston. I was 9. Then my brother took me to change, just kind of change the vibe a little bit. So he took me to watch the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Every year they have that joint with all these big headliners. And that year was co-headlined by the band Alabama that I went to and Bill Cosby. When I saw Bill Cosby on stage, I was 10, in front of 67,000 people at the Astrodome, and he's just murdering. And I was like, what is this art form that allows you to sit in a chair and speak in this little tiny microphone, this lapel mic, and just kill a whole crowd, not just control them with your voice and storytelling? I'm gonna do this. I looked at my brother. I was like, I want to be a comedian. He was like, yeah. You know, he was like, oh, I'm glad you're having a good time. I was like, no, motherfucker, do you not understand? I just found my destiny, bitch. And that's what it came down to. It's like, that's why I figured out I was going to be a comedian. And then 2 years later, my dad came and then passed away shortly after that. It was a really, really crazy time for me, man. It's really, really crazy. That's how I didn't even know who Bill Hicks was, who Sam Kinison was. I didn't know the rich history that Houston had in stand-up. I remember I was doing open mics, like, this guy is, hey, he sounds like Sam Kinison. I'm like, who the fuck is Sam Kinison? This guy was like, what do you mean you don't know Sam Kinison? You're not copying him right now? I was like, I don't know who the fuck Sam Kinison is. I've been here fucking 8 years. A kid. I don't have cable. We're poor as shit. What are you talking about? Who the fuck is Sam Kinison? He's like, don't say this out loud again. Came back the next day. I can't remember this man's name, but he was an open micer, older guy, just kind of hobbyist. And he just hands me all these cassette tapes of all these HBO specials and all these Hicks specials and Sam Kinison and God, John Mendoza as well, and all these guys that came up that I can't, and Dana Carvey, and all these things that I was just watching. I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. And I really started to understand stand-up and watching Carlin and doing that, because you didn't have all YouTube. You just pop in and let me see who the hell, what the history of stand-up is, and that you have to like learn it from the street. And that's what it was so funny to me, because guys were like, oh, this fucking guy is just trying to be this, this guy's trying to be that. I'm like, I don't even know the guys you're talking about. They're like, Eddie Murphy, Delirious. He did that joke. I was like, who the fuck is Eddie Murphy, Delirious? Yeah, I'm not going to know that. I had to catch up culturally, right? You came here as a little kid. You don't have that history. I don't have the older brothers watching these tapes. And you know what I mean? I have older brothers, but they weren't watching that. They were all going to college. And I was in a little country called Kuwait. The only thing I knew is that my sisters loved, the sitcom with Sybil Shepherd and Moonlighting. Yeah, I was like, that's it. That's all I know. America's Moonlighting and the Lakers, the Chicago Bulls. That's it, the Boston Celtics. That's all I knew about America. And football, this thing that you throw. So I had all this stuff to catch up culturally. So it was really difficult for me, especially being that young and not having all this information and all this stuff flying around. I'm like, you know what? I need to learn. And that's why the Showcase was that place for me. And I would go back.
The Showcase was rough.
Showcase.
To explain something to people, your premier club at the time was the Last Stop.
Yeah.
Because they brought in the Mitch Hedbergs, the Rogans, the Gaffigans, and all that. Then you had the mid-level club, which was
it's the Showcase.
The Showcase.
Yeah, Showcase would be like definitely the one after they would call it like the B Club.
The B Club.
Because of the acts they would bring in. They were touring, seasoned comedians, headliners. Very fucking funny guys.
Very funny. Funny.
Dude, you just didn't know. Yeah, you just didn't know.
These are guys that had drug problems. And already failed in TV. They came out here and their show failed.
Exactly.
But they still remained funny.
Funny as shit. Like Michael Reed is somebody I will never forget.
Michael Reed.
He's so fucking funny, man. May rest in peace. Crazy. He was like,
and then the Last Spot also had more Vegas-based
absolutely
comics that went to Vegas. That played Vegas. So Houston had a great variety,
absolutely,
to watch and learn. Like I still remember, like, not Dana Carvey, but the guy that writes for The Simpsons, being like at the Last Stop, and the Last Spot had. I remember.
I just know the biggest writer that probably came out of Houston at that time was T-Shawn Shannon and the Shannon brothers, because T-Shawn was like the head writer. I don't know, but I mean, Charlie died. I don't know, about 5, 6
Charlie
years.
died.
Well, more than that, about 10 years ago, I think. Something like
that. They were interesting.
They were great, man.
They were
T-Shawn
interesting
motherfuckers. So was Charlie.
Now they wrote for Saturday Night Live, if I'm not wrong.
T-Shawn wrote for Saturday Night Live. Yeah. T-Shawn wrote for like Vibe, and he had like he flipped. You know how writers do? They go from one job to the next. I think SNL was as long as I think he was like a head writer at SNL for like 10 years. He was there for quite some time.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
He just got out, and I think after his brother passed away, they used to do a T-shirt, a Shannon family Christmas every year at the Laugh Stop, and the Last Stop going away, and then Charlie dying. It just kind of, I'm pretty sure it affected T-Shawn significantly, since that's what they did together. And Charlie was just a very sophisticated stand-up. He was really, really good at what he did, and he made it look so easy, but he was really, really good. And he loved going up at the end, and he would freestyle like nobody else, and he was really talented. And so that he was like the guy. T-Shawn was like the guy that was like, oh man, you can like make it in the writing world. You can actually accomplish things and get things going and do that. And also, what's his name that managed Steve Harvey for a long time too? Rashawn McDowell, I think. he was like the producer guy. He was just like produced everything. Like, oh, you can make it in different parts in Hollywood. And then seeing Ralphie obviously make it and do it, and you're like, oh, this is very tangible. It's very possible if you just work hard and put in the time and effort. But yeah.
So Ralphie was a big time Danny Martinez guy.
Yeah.
Big time. When I met
Yeah,
him,
absolutely.
he was a very vocal, he loved Danny.
Absolutely.
He loved Danny. You know, Danny had taken him under
On the
his
road
wing.
for the first time.
At that time, Thea
Vidal,
had made.
Thea was a monster.
And she made Houston proud. Like, Houston was very proud. You know?
Like, Thea's a great example because they gave her a show on ABC that wasn't really Thea. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, it didn't really, show who Thea was at that time. And they made her into like this family-friendly, loving mother. Well, she is a loving mother, of course, but she's just more crass and just more honest and upfront. And I think that's why that show did what it did. She had too much too fast at that point. But she's like, by far, still to this day, I haven't seen her do stand-up in a long time, but she's a power. She's unbelievable. She's unbelievable. And I remember Danny telling me the story when she walked into the comedy showcase, and she was like, I'm funny. Put me on stage. And Danny's the type of dude who's like, oh, yeah? Fucking fine. I'll put you on and see what the fuck you got. Because he, most people think it's so easy. They go up and they eat shit. And he was like, fine. He put her on, and she slayed. She murdered the goddamn room the first time she ever went up on stage, ever. He was like, holy shit. She's a superstar. And Danny was the kind of guy that would watch a comedian, and most comedians would be like, oh, this person's not funny, not very good. And he would be like, no, he's going to make it. He's going to
give me time.
Watch.
Yeah.
No, I don't even give me time. It's like, he's not my student or she's not my student. And she's Jenny, what's her name? Jenna, what's her name? She always had a notebook on stage. My God. She had a really successful acting career, black hair. What's her name? Jenna, it'll come to me. But she was like, everybody, like, she was a hipster comedian before hipsters and all that shit happened. And Danny was like, walked up to her like, you're going to be a big star. And sure enough, she became a very successful comedian and actress. He just had that about him. They would just like see guys, and the people that would listen to him did very well. And that's if you really wanted it and you listened to Danny, you were going to do something.
How old were you when we had this talk that night?
I was like 23. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that was
15 years ago. Jesus, I know. Well, 14 years ago. 37. Major myself.
It's really weird that I'm really, like, I don't tell comics this, but there's a lot of comics that when I see, I feel warm. I feel very proud to have known them because they really inspired me. And you're one of those guys. Like, there's like 20 guys that I still remember hanging out in the comedy club, going like, I'm thinking about doing comedy. You're like, okay.
Yeah.
And then the next time you go, they're the MC.
Right.
Then the next time you go, they're the feature act.
Right.
And then next thing you know, they're opening for you or something. You're like, you know what? He's doing a great job.
Right.
But it's amazing that they stayed in the game. You know, Lucas, Rick Ramos. You see these kids, and you've gained a lot of success. There's people that are still struggling.
Yeah.
They have no idea the amount of respect I give them because I don't know if I would have quit by now.
Yeah, I know.
Did you ever see quitting as an option? Like me?
I couldn't. Yeah, no way.
After the first year, I knew I had too much time invested.
I was already in. Yeah, I was already in.
That's it.
This is the thing. Like, look, I was already putting it out there. I already said that I'm going to get these. I'm going to get these things. It's going to happen. You can't see it right now. Fine. It's not your job to be able to visualize what I'm talking about, what skill set I fucking have deep inside me, and what I'm able to do. You'll just see. Let me just keep sharpening this knife. Let me just keep getting tight and just get right and get smarter, get better, more experience. It's just like, just watch.
Do you have any doubts?
Of course, man. I freaking had times where just bawling and fucking in the back of whatever. I remember I was in Japan and doing this tour and I was just reading the Quran. I was just like having the spiritual moment with myself and I'm just like crying. I was like, please God, tell me I did the right thing. Please tell me, please. I know I feel it in my core, These people are talking. I hate hearing these voices. Please, oh, he's not gonna make it. It's a hard business. What are you thinking? You could be a great entrepreneur. You're a smart bit. You could be a smart businessman. You could do this. You could do so talented other things. Why are you wasting your time? Like, no, this is for the culture. You understand? I'm way ahead of the curve. I know this. Please let me know it's right. And then I hear the comic next door fucking. I was like, jeez. It made me laugh. I was like, I'll take that as a sign. I'll take that as a sign.
Do you think that the hard work and the ethic you have is from the immigrant mentality and what you saw?
That's probably a big part of it, yeah. It's definitely a big part of it. It's like you got to work harder than everybody else. I feel like you have to work harder than everybody else. To me, it's like boxing. Hey, man, I got a match coming up. I think he's working on at 3 a.m. I need to get up. What am I doing sleeping? I'm that kind of guy. And I can't stop thinking anyways. I think it's just something you're born with as well. Either you have it in you to sit through it and deal with all the bullshit and go through it, or you don't. It really is. And you always feel like quitting. Oh man, when I get to this number, I'm going to just fuck it. I'm done. 30 years, that's it. I'm going to put it in. Let's get some shows under my belt, 5 specials. I have goals in my head. Like, this is what I want. This is what I want to accomplish. Boom, when I hit this number, I'm at. But who the hell knows? It's who we are. Like, how can you not go up on stage? I get low, a little bit, the lows are low. Where you're not on stage or you're not working or you're just not putting it. Like, what am I doing? Just got to find a way to channel that energy somewhere else, maybe. I don't know.
The thing that's crazy for me is, I never wanted to let my friends down.
Yeah.
I never wanted to let the people down that gave me $30 to get to the next town.
Exactly.
I didn't want to let the people down that let me crash in the house.
Right.
The people who put antifreeze in my car.
Absolutely, man.
For me to make it to the next town. Yeah. Like when I always had doubts on comedy, I didn't think about money or stardom or being popular. I didn't give a fuck about that. I just didn't want to sell drugs. I wanted to stop being a criminal. Right. But most importantly, it was for all the people that did something for me to get to where I was.
Exactly.
This morning I got up and I called one of the guys that took me on the road after 3 years.
Nice.
And it wasn't the ideal road situation.
Right.
He didn't bring me on the road because of my comedy talent.
Right.
He brought me on the road because he didn't have a driver's license.
And sometimes you win,
And there I was with a car that was nice and clean, and I would pick him up on time, and he would make me stop at a liquor store and empty half the Gatorade and fill it up with vodka. And I'd be driving, and he'd be preaching.
Yeah. Amazing.
I'd be driving, and he'd be preaching.
That's it.
And then I'd get there, and the first show, he'd give me 20 minutes. And if I ate a bag of dicks, the second show, he'd go 7.
7, yeah.
Next time, do 20 when you're ready to fuck.
Yeah, absolutely.
I called him this morning. Yeah. Out of nowhere, because no matter what he's doing with his life, I'm still representing him.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's still working.
I felt the same way when I did my special. I put, the people that meant to me, that gave me that were part of that story in the special as well, like Olivia Arrington, even Kellen Picard, Danny Martinez, Don. I have them all in there. Like, that's all part of my story. And the thing that drove me to not to quit is my mother. Like, I have to do this. There's no other option. I'm too deep. I can't get out of this 7 years in, 10 years in. Like, no, I can't. I just can't. The rest of my life, I'll be thinking, what if? What did I do? Bail too early, this and that. I just can't do that. I have to. The driving force is like, gotta get there, gotta be successful, have to support my mother, have to support my family. This is all I have in my head. Like, that's it. I can't. I will till the wheels fall off.
You still think about Ralphie?
All the time. Because Ralphie and I had a very interesting relationship. There was a 10-year gap between us, number one. He was Danny's, prized, mentee, right? He went off and had very successful and started popping off and doing things. And also, I just got to feel a different way when Ralphie comes in. Who's this young fucking kid? You know what I mean? What's he doing? Like, Danny's mentoring this kid. Let me see. There's all this, there's a brotherly rivalry, loving rivalry that happened. And I was always like, hey, what's going on? We learn from you kind of thing. And he was like, do I trust this kid? Do I not trust this kid kind of mentality? And then next, it grew it became loving, and he cared. And I remember he gave me a ton of shit. One time we were at that Greek restaurant and I was hosting, and I've been doing stand-up professionally for a month, and I'm wearing shorts. And he's like, what the fuck are you doing wearing shorts? And he just reamed me. And I was like, he's mean, but I think he has a point. Yeah, he'll have a point. So I didn't right out the gate, and I'm so happy that a lot of years went by, and a lot of really great things, and he always monitored what I was doing, and he would send me love on Twitter. He would just send me messages and send me love. So I was really, really happy that when he was in Houston and I happened to be in town at the same time, I went and drove to see him. I was like, I have to see him because I had a dream that we didn't get to talk, like, properly talk, and he passed away. And I was very upset. I was like, I didn't get to speak with him. I was like, fuck this. I don't know why I had that dream at that moment. Obviously, you see where things happen now. I'm very grateful that I had the opportunity to go drive to the Improv, go talk to him. I was like, listen, you know, I was a kid. I'm immature. I hope if there's anything. And he's like, there's nothing. What are you talking about? I was like, I just want to tell you that it means a lot to me to see you be successful and to have this and to work so hard to get to these accomplishments. It means a lot because it tells me that it's very doable. It gives
That's
me
the same
hope.
thing he did to me.
It gives me a lot of hope, and I appreciate that. And it was all love. And he was having a good time. He was smoked somewhere, had some shrooms or whatever. So the conversation lasted a good, 5-7 minutes where it was like really focused between us. I gave him a hug, gave me a hug, saw Lana, said hello, it was interesting to see what happened, like how I had that dream and I was driven to go talk to him, and then he passed away like a year and a half later. 2 years later. It's really great. I'm so thankful, man. I'm so thankful because that shit would have been in my heart forever. I've been like, oh, fuck, had that dream. Pussy it out, don't go out, didn't man up, go have a great conversation with him, like, yo, brother, just want to let you know that this means a lot to me. The success I'm having now, you're part of that success because you showed me with all kinds of hate and jealousy that happened around you, you popping off and all that stuff. And I always I'm so grateful that most of the time I removed myself from that and focused on my work because you gave me hope to do that. So I thank you for that. And I was very grateful I had that moment, man. It's huge. That's huge.
No more.
These relationships are everything to me.
You're a great fucking young man. I'm very proud of you. I was very proud when I saw you. I did not hesitate on putting you on the podcast
Thank you, man.
because I know what you've gone through and you're a real student of the game. Where can people find you?
You can find me at Real Mo Hammer. Check out my special on Netflix entitled The Vagabond. I'm very, very proud of that. It's like my life's work into that baby, and the next one we're working on. But Real Mo Hammer on all platforms. So
where are you going to be in the next couple of weeks?
I'm going to D.C. and be at the Improv, great city, and I'm going to be at the Improv in Miami. I'm also going to, I think, New Jersey and New Brunswick after that.
That's right.
Yeah, Stress Factory, and then I'm doing Detroit. There's several dates. I'm doing Detroit. I'm doing Cobb's full tour. I got the new hour. It's all brand new material, so I'm touring that right now. And then I'm filming a TV show in this fall, man, season 2 of Rabbi. So I'm very, very excited about that, man.
Fucking very proud of you.
Proud of you too, man. I love you, guys.
Anytime you
love you, guys.
Podcast, you're always welcome.
Thank you, brother.
Do not forget, I'm in New Orleans at the Fillmore Theater next Friday night. And then Saturday, we're at the Tabernacle motherfucking Theater in ATL. I'm stopping by, what's her name's Chicken
Tabernacle is the best,
That's
by the way.
best, bro.
The venue's fucking amazing.
Fucking amazing. I'm going over to Gladys Knight's.
Oh, yes.
Get some fucking chicken. I'm gonna stand online for a few minutes. I love Atlanta. I love New Orleans.
Yes, sir.
So I'll see you motherfuckers down there in a few weeks. Real quick here, I just want to fucking give a shout out to the sponsors of life. And I'll let you motherfuckers take off. Do not forget, CBD Lion. No more buying CBD at a fucking liquor store. From now on, you go to CBDlion.com. And that's where you get the best CBD around. They make CBD products from start to finish. They have you covered. It comes in a vapor. It comes in cartridges. It comes in a shatter. And not only that, if you're not into smoking, they got tremendous gummies. Strawberry, raspberry, orange. And they got a fucking tincture. You put under your tongue. I get 2,500 milligrams. I put 2 of those shots under my tongue before I go to bed at night. And the next morning, I'm in fucking Muay Thai class with a bunch of 20-year-olds. That's what it does for me. These products are fucking clean, Bobby. And they aren't like the fakes that you see at all these fucking liquor stores and fucking bullshit places. This is what I'm talking about. And CBD Lion is what you've been waiting for. If you have a doubt, go to CBDlion.com and check out their third-party test results. You're going to fucking drool. And right now, the church family gets 20% at checkout when you press code CHURCH. That's CBDlion.com. pressing code church, and I'm going to give you 20% off delivered right to your motherfucking house. All right? CBDlion.com. The best CBD out there in the market. Number 2, summer's coming. And let me tell you something. There's nothing better than taking a nice little morning shit. Okay, a little cup of coffee.
This is, by the way, this is my favorite advertisement.
Oh my God!
I own all that. This is Arabs and Muslims. This is all we've been doing since the beginning. Like, we wash our hands.
Yeah.
We don't fucking comprehend.
They don't understand.
We don't comprehend.
Toilet paper
Regular people see a bottle of water. Arabs see potential. You know what I mean? I can use this fucking bottle of water to wash my ass because it's better than
all the
using regular
way.
paper. If you don't have tushy in your life.
If you don't have tushy, you're gonna be fucking doomed. That's how germs start. That's how hemorrhoids start, and that's how stink starts. And you don't want to stink, because wiping is gross. Would you clean dirty, crusty dishes with dry paper? What if a bird pooped on you? Toilet paper and wet wipes are ruining the fucking environment. Did you know the average person uses 57 sheets of toilet paper a fucking day? You know how many trees they gotta kill for you to wipe your fucking stinky ass? And it requires 37 gallons of water. The bathroom is a modern-day self-care oasis. Right now, I can take care of you. You understand me? Bidets are back. Wiping your butt with dry toilet paper don't remove all the shit. Thankfully, there's this new sleek bidet attachment that clips onto your existing toilet, and it sprays your fucking muffler clean with fresh water. It's called Tushy, and it's the best thing you can do for yourself and for your filthy little fucking asshole. Tushy sprays directly into your ass and removes poop and toilet paper and fucking cat hair completely. So you aren't sitting on bacteria that leads to nasty things like yeast infection, UTIs, and itchy assholes. And then you gotta fucking scratch your ass and sniff your finger. Fuck that shit.
I agree.
And let's not talk about skid marks, you nasty motherfucker.
Nasty motherfucker.
I see you at the fucking gyms. Bidets are common in the rest of the world, like my friend said over here. A bidet saves you money on toilet paper, and you still have little paper to pat dry, but the amount is negligible. Won't clog your fucking toilet, and Tushy sprays your ass with fresh fucking water. Not that toilet water that's recycled. Tushy connects to the water supply behind your toilet to spray your dirty parts with clean, fresh water. It's the same water you brush your teeth with. Right now, Tushy's going to give you 10% off your order. They got a Father's Day bundle that includes a Tushy bidet to upgrade your porcelain throne for a king. They got bamboo bum towels made of 100% bamboo fibers. And because they got Tushy travel, because dads on the go probably got to fucking go. So you give them anywhere you need to get your asshole clean, Tushy will be there. Plus, they're throwing in and asking me about my butthole t-shirt. All right? You know you got a sense of humor when you wear one of these shirts from Tushy. All these bundled together are $125. But forget about that. Tushy start at $69 and it'll change your life. Go to HelloTushy.com right now. That's Hello Tushy. Press in church and get 10% off your motherfucking order. I want to thank Tushy. I want to thank CBDline.com. And I want to give a quick shout out to Roots of Fights. They always send me a nice shirt. Every month they send me something nice, Roots of Fight. And I never give them any love. If you like it, boxing wear, sports wear, go to Roots of Fight right now and look at the fine selection of t-shirts and whatnot that they have. And that's it, and that's that. I want to thank my man Mo Amir. I want to thank the Christ Killer, but most importantly, I want to thank you motherfuckers for always having my back. That's it, and that's that. See you at the Fillmore in New Orleans, or see you at the fucking Tabernacle in Atlanta, Georgia. Besides that, see you Monday morning. Get ready to fucking rock, cocksuckers. Have a great weekend. I love you, and stay black. Kick this fucking muley. Boom. Greetings from Podcastville. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by 23andMe. Father's Day is right around the corner, and 23andMe's Health and Ancestry Kit is the perfect gift. For a limited time, get $50 off your 23andMe Health and Ancestry Kit through June 17th. And if you buy a kit for yourself too, you and your dad can connect and celebrate your shared genetic similarities and differences with over 125 personalized genetic reports on health, traits, and more. What do you love about 23andMe? Why do you think it makes it a great gift for dad? Because it is. I'll tell you what. This Father's Day, get $50 off 23andMe's Health and Ancestry Kit at 23andme.com/church. That's right. You heard it right. $50 off the 23andMe Health and Ancestry Kit at 23andme.com/church. That's the number, 23andme.com/church. Again, 23andme.com/church. $50 off your 23andMe Health and Ancestry Kit. Offer ends June 17th. Let me ask you a question. Summertime's coming. You're complaining. Nothing's happening in your life. Listen, wiping your butt with dry toilet paper does not remove all this shit. If you got poop on any part of your body, you would just wipe it off. Would you wipe it off with dry paper? Water cleans better than dry paper, my friends. Thankfully, there's a sleek bidet attachment that clips into your existing toilet and sprays your little muffler fucking clean with fresh water. It's called Tushy, and it's the best thing you could do for that filthy little asshole of yours. Father's Day is coming, that's why I'm here. They got a Father's Day bundle that includes a Tushy bidet, bamboo bum towels made of 100% bamboo fibers for your nice little silky asshole, plus a travel Tushy because dads on the go probably have to go. Give them an everywhere clean. And they're also going to ask me about my butthole t-shirt. You know who you get? Now you know where you get your sense of humor from. All these items bundled together are $125. But if you go to HelloTushy.com, you got 10% off the order. Listen, Tushy is phenomenal, all right? They got bidets that start at $69, and guess what? They'll change your motherfucking life. So go to HelloTushy.com right now and press in church. That's HelloTushy.com. Press in church. Kick this motherfucking Muley. You think about fucking Madonna in 83. And 85 was her, like, I think between 85 and 88 was her fucking high point. She was killing it.
Well, I mean, yeah, especially when she was with, doing those sketches with Mike Myers and, Dana Carvey and doing the little masturbation.
I forgot all about that.
Oh yeah, she topped it. She topped herself every year, and then she went through the masturbation thing, and then
Well, when 91, when I got into comedy, that's when she released Vogue.
Yeah,
and then she released the book.
Yeah, the Naked Book.
Naked Book and shit.
Right.
Which pushed her over the top.
Right.
Then she got a deal from Pepsi.
Right.
And she made Jesus Black, and that
I know, yeah.
Half of America. But she did her job.
Then she did the Truth or Dare movie.
The Truth or Dare movie where she scolds her brother and shit like that.
Yeah.
It was pretty interesting how now she just put out a fucking song a few weeks ago.
Yeah, just say some videos.
They're fucking torturing her. That's not good.
Well, yeah, the video is a guy just laying down, man. That's it. He just lays down. He just looks at the camera once in a while. It's kind of odd, but
Madonna's fucking 60. Give her a fucking break.
Hey, man, she's
out of her fucking mind. She's got smoke blown up her ass.
Yeah,
for 30 fucking years.
She's
got smoke blown up her ass. So God knows where the fuck planet that is.
She shops and adopts, man. You know what I'm saying? She's going to other countries. That's what happens. Guy Ritchie goes, man, you have too many kids here. You got different sizes and varieties, man. So shopping and adopting.
What's up, Pablo Francis?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Great to see you.
Good to see you, man.
Great to have you debut on the podcast.
Right on, man. Yeah.
1996. I get a call from Pat Buckles, and she tells me that they're interested in me doing the Latino Laugh Festival. That June of that year, like they were starting to showcase people.
Right. Sorry, 96 or 2000?
96.
Throwing out development deals like crazy.
They're starting to fucking showcase people for 97. Now, in June of 96, I had always known Doug Stanhope.
Oh, yeah.
I had always known Doug since 91 when I got into comedy. But in June of 96, I saw Doug at the fucking Seattle Underground.
Right.
And he just destroyed
the
room. And he destroyed at such a level that I had a gig that Saturday and I had to cancel the gig. I was so disturbed by how good he was.
Yeah, me too.
That it started making me think about my comedy career and other choices.
Yep, been there, man.
I should go make salmon and shit. So I got my fucking, I got my, my confidence back for a few months. Pat Buckles calls. I don't know who the hell Pat Buckles is. Great lady.
Yeah.
She flies me down. She makes me do the first set at the Laugh Factory. I meet Marilyn Martinez.
Right.
God bless her soul.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting in the fucking back, minding my own business. And you get up on stage. And you took it from Plan B, like they were in Alabama, all sad about abortions.
Right.
You took it from there to you just leveled the room. And I still remember the one bit was Seinfeld, the whole cast in Spanish.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Jesus Christ, you destroyed the room to a level that I had to walk outside again and think about my comedy career. Like, I know one thing. At that point when I saw Pablo, I go, I know one thing for sure. I'm on the right path, but I'm miles away from Pablo. Like, I'm not even thinking of moving to LA if this is what I got to go up against him. Like, that's how powerful it was, Pablo. You destroyed the room. That Seinfeld bit, I'll never forget that. You did each character when you did Jerry, the fucking room. And it was all Spanish people. That's when, that's when it was Latino night, Latino.
Yeah, no, big time.
300 fucking Mexicans in there every Monday night, lying around the corner. Yep. Gilbert Escobar, Justin, fucking Carlos, you, the late end, the last half of that fucking show was Murderers Row.
Yeah.
Like they talk about the Comedy Store now. It was like Pablo, Carlos would drop in. Paul Rodriguez, George Lopez. Like, I was just in awe. I was like, you know what?
Chris Fonseca getting standing O's in his chair.
That was crazy.
Yeah, man. Just, pulling that his technique was, you go back, but
nobody remembers Chris. Chris Fonseca was a legend.
Oh, yeah. He got like 3 development deals, and he tells me, Pablo, I got my own sitcom coming out. I go, man, it's going to be 3 hours long.
Well, they put him on fire. They put him on
Baywatch, yeah.
That was the big thing.
Yeah.
When they put him on Baywatch and he was living in Denver, that was huge.
Yeah, yeah.
That was huge. I still remember his opening. I came from Denver, so I came from watching him.
Right.
Everybody said to watch him to learn how to write. And they would wheel him up on stage. He'd go up there with his little fucking wheelchair.
Cheetos,
jump, momoed up, and he'd go, people ask me if I live in Colorado, do I ski? I tell them no. I'm too busy jumping out of planes. That was his opening fucking line. Like, I still remember that. 1994. Wow. Like, he was that fucking big. Like, that Latino night on Monday nights was just a shit. And I remember going back to Seattle going, you know what? That was great and all. I'll do the festival if they want, but I'll never be one of these fucking guys. This was a complete different level. It really was.
That's all we needed was like a 10-minute set and a good closer, back then, and then development deals all the time. Man. People just giving out development deals. You pick up a 50,000 here and a 75 there. And Willie Barcena had them all, hey, bro, I got a good 10 of them, I'm telling you, bro. It's like, man, me and him, it was an experience to see how, is this what the Latino thing's going? Yeah, Gene Pompa, doing his stuff. And it was Living Color was throwing auditions for people, any Latino that wanted to try the audition for them. And
now you started in Tempe.
I started in Tucson, Arizona, and then I went to Tempe, Phoenix, Arizona.
How long were you in Tucson?
I was in Tucson for about, all my life, but starting at 17, and then
at
Laps Comedy Club, and Gary Bynum would pick, he would get the best headliners, man, from Los Angeles. So I would just go in there and watch him, and Tom McTeague and Tim Allen and those kind of guys, man. It was just great because I just get to watch these dudes and learn from them, And Paul Rodriguez would walk in there, and my God, he was great. And he saw me there, and he just invited me to go and do his shows. So I was really lucky on that.
And then from Tucson, you moved to Tempe. And how long were you in Tempe?
I was in Tempe for about 8 months, man. I got lucky. I met some girls at a Scorpions concert, and I got backstage with them, and I go, yeah, man, I'm going to do the improv on a Tuesday night. Do like 6 minutes. And they showed up, and when they showed up, the club was calling me up. Hey, man, there's some girls here for you. And I go, well, the Tempe Improv doesn't even know who I am. I've just got on this list of comedians. And I go up there, and I do 6 minutes, and these girls get up, and they go, and they grab me, and they all walk out with me. And John Finette was there, and John Finette goes, "Whoa, what's going on? These girls." And I go, "Hey, you can smoke in the condo. It's okay. You can smoke." And these girls,
you know, like we were talking earlier about puking on a girl, and I got two girls. They both jumped into bed with me, but I was drinking wine, and I get on the first one. I go, and to make a long story short, I didn't, you know, tag any of them, but my friend opens up the door and sees me with both of them, and I'm all hungover, red wine, and he's like, dude, you just tagged both of those chicks, and the whole word gets out that I banged these girls. I go, dude, I didn't do it. Oh, you're so humble. I go, dude, it didn't happen. And from that point on, it started growing into, hey, Pablo knows these girls and stuff like that. And they would come over to the club, ask out the managers, right? And then cancel the date. And the guys go, hey, Pablo, somebody one of your girls. And it was like, that's how the ball started rolling. So I just started living with Candy Cantaloupes, the porno star. And Doug Stanhope, he lived there too. And he was a nightmare, right? Having sex with midgets. That was hilarious. He goes, you know what? Sometimes it's like doing a 12-year-old girl that's kind of weird, you know, spinning her around.
He was crazy.
Oh yeah, he was crazy. Really crazy. And then from that point on, I just met the guy from Robert Hartman. He owned like 3 improvs. He was a franchisee kind of guy, and just made my dreams come true. So it all worked out.
Yes. So you already had a manager en route to LA.
Right. Well, he was. Thing is that he started this management company. Then he said, you know, I'm going to be too busy, so I'll help you find a manager. So I go, all right. Then on the way to Laugh Factory, I mean, everybody was there. Messina, a lot of people were there. And when I get there to do the ABC showcase, Joe Rogan decided to step in. They go, Pablo, we're going to have to take you off, man. Joe Rogan's not supposed to be doing this. He jumped in. He was doing the tiger bit, you know, the piss thing. And it was so funny watching my agent go, it's just, you know what, Pablo, we're going to take you off. Okay. But anyhow, he's really dirty. But anyhow, he keeps laughing at Joe. And Joe gets off. So I had to go after Joe. So I just took my best stuff. I took my ending stuff, my closer stuff, and just put it up front. And I got the audience immediately. And Joe just looked at me. And that's how we became like, you know, friends. He was like, really good. He goes, you know what? I didn't think anyone could follow me. I was like, well, I had to take the good stuff, the back, kind of, you know, it was like 6 minutes. So when I got off stage, my manager goes, hey, man, I want to handle you. Is that okay? And I go, sure. And Rick Messina offered me to, you know, go and hang out with him. And I said, I'm just going to stick with Rob, if that's okay. And yeah, that's how it worked out. And since then, I own some clubs. I'll put you in the clubs. I'll work you, you know, as a feature headliner. And he just developed me. And it's, you know, it was a crazy life afterwards. But other than that, it was a dream come true. So,
and this was 97?
97, yeah.
97.
Right.
You were already throwing 8. And it was a good time. That was when I met Stanhope in 91, and then we reconnected in 96.
Right.
And then I opened for him New Year's 96. We were talking, and he was talking to me about the Latin thing.
Right.
He goes, Joey, I don't know much about much, but I know the Latin thing is blowing up. I think it's time for you to go to LA. And I'm like, I'm not ready.
Right.
He goes, listen, you're good enough to be down there 20 minutes.
You're right.
That's all they're looking for. It's LA. I still remember him talking me into headlining. Wow. Like he talked me into like taking a week. Like I go, Stanhope, I got this week off and I only got 30 minutes. I don't know. He goes, you could talk shit for 15 minutes.
Right.
I do it all the time. I was like, oh my God. It was that easy.
Wow. You know, it's he was a perfect kind of like roommate to have in a sense, because she wouldn't let us pay the bills there.
So he was your roommate.
He was my roommate. Yeah, and he would start driving her cars, and I would drive the cars. But him and this guy named Matt Becker would.
Right,
Matt Becker. Those guys would just do insanely crazy stuff, you know. And I'd be scoring some dope in Phoenix, and they would be in a Yugo, right? And they would make fun of me being in the hood. I go, what are you doing in the hood, you know? And it was so funny because he would just do the most insane crap, you know, like he was sleeping with that midget from Barnum and Bailey Circus. She's like, "Where's Doug? Where's Doug?" And she's like, was out destined to find him. And he's like, "Oh my God, she's looking for me." And he takes off, right? And she goes, "I love Doug." And he went to the heavy metal cafe, and she went in there. She goes, "I want to find it." She was running up to every couple that's dancing, looking up for Doug. Oh, come on. Hey, listen, I love you, but come on. And the circus, Barnum and Bailey Circus. Then he started, taking his clothes off and stripping, and that was like a little fetish of his, you know. He goes, "I'm addicted to it." I go, "Huh?" Just getting in front of.
That's quite a roommate you had.
Yeah. He was, we got a few arguments here and there, but he was. I don't think he even smoked pot. He just smoked, those 100 cigarettes
and booze.
Yeah, and they come up with
And
this
coffee.
crazy material.
Crazy
Really good.
shit. In
Yeah.
the beginning, it was out there.
Yeah.
Nobody was out there like him. People were scared of him.
Yeah, it's young looking.
He terrorized the improv when he first moved out of here.
Right.
Like in '97, I was hearing it up in Seattle.
Right.
That he was terrorizing the improv lineups. They would ban him for a month because he'd get too drunk. I mean, they just were not ready for that shit. Like they were just,
I saw him with a black eye and a chipped tooth after a waiter beat him up.
Right, in Tempe.
So my manager goes, you know what? I'm going to the All-Star of all comedy clubs, convention up in Orlando, and the first thing we do is we talk about what headliner we're never going to book. I go, wait, hold on. I go, hey, listen. I go, that thing with Doug, man, it was all set up because that girl was hitting on me. So please, man, you don't ban him. He goes, you know what? You just saved his career. And then Doug came up to me with a black eye. Hey, man, he goes, thanks a lot, man. I really appreciate you putting a good word for me. I was like, that's what brothers are for, man. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, he was just incredible. Just one of those wild guys. Oh God, man.
And he's still wild.
Oh yeah, he's still
what. Like,
right.
I just saw the countdown to his special.
Right.
He had people there with suits on. They shot it at the plaza.
Right.
He's still he could have shot anywhere in the world.
Right.
He picked the plaza.
Wow.
Which is like downtown, old, next to the bus station and shit. He's that stoic,
Yeah.
So now you're both up here at 97. He's fucking dating a chick from that fucking TV show.
Yeah, he was dating a few. I think he got married somewhere in between there.
Yes.
And then him and Matt Becker went on this ride. They got kicked out of Candy Cantaloupe's, house. And you know what? I'm sick and tired of you taking my dog. They had a dog with him. He had to take care of her dog, and the dog got mange or something. So Doug was like, "Hey, listen, we're going to take her other car, so don't let her know that we're taking her car because the Yugo was just planted there." And but she ended up catching him, right? And he goes, "You get out of my house," right? So he goes into the Yugo, and they pushed the Yugo out. They took a video camera, and for 4 weeks, man, they filmed forest fires, them running through concerts and opening up outhouses when people were taking dumps. It was so hilarious, and it was sex. It was a perfect 10-hour video of them on the road, and if you just could pull that footage out, it'd be hilarious. But it was the most decadent.
Now when you got up here, there was a lot of opportunities.
Oh yeah.
Comedy Compadres with Jeff Valdez.
Yeah.
You ended up doing the HBO series that Carlos had done.
Yeah.
What was the name of that?
It was called Loco Slam.
I did the tour for that.
Oh, did you really?
I was in Denver, and I got to open for him in Denver and somewhere in New Mexico. It was called the HBO Loco or whatever, but it was just basically him.
Yeah.
It was after the first season.
Yeah, that was that lasted like I think 12 episodes or something.
12 episodes. Paul Rodriguez, the executive producer.
Yeah, he was definitely cool, man.
He played the Def Jam guy at the end. You had to go hug him and shit.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And then John Leguizamo had House of Buggin'.
Yep. Yeah,
this nobody remembers.
That's what he would dance in the beginning. Oh yeah,
12 episodes.
Right.
Luis Guzman.
Yep.
And they had some funny shit. They had a
Culture Clash. Remember that?
Culture Clash
Those
was
guys.
big. So there was a lot. There was Latino nights. Well, when I moved here, Improv had Latino nights on Sunday.
Right.
The Laugh Factory was Monday night. It was huge already. It was well established.
Crazy.
And the Comedy Store had nothing.
Nothing.
She kept trying to have people start them, but
yeah.
If you had bad luck with them, then she wouldn't give you spots. So every time she'd bring it up to me, God rest her soul.
Right.
I would go, Mitzi, I gotta go, and I'd run out of the room. She'd go, I'm telling you, we'll get black beans and rice and fried bananas.
Some of the specials they got.
It's like, I don't want to fucking do this shit. It's so weird. How do you think comedy has changed the last 20 years?
A lot of people, it's the internet, man. The internet now, it works for you and against you, and just watching, these, look, I'm a comedy fan, of course, and anything that has to do with comedy, Last Comic Stand, I'm down with it, but there's just so many of these 6-minute comics out there right now, so they kind of got, they're trying. It's just that the material, it seems like it's already been done by us already, some of the topics have been hit. So there's a little bit of soul, but it's not as much as soul that goes into comedy as much. But there's some good ones out there. Some people kick it.
It's really entertaining.
Yeah, it is.
Comedy right now is very.
Oh, it's strong. It's strong. Yeah. You know,
But you know what's crazy? Like what we were doing 20 years ago is not accepted today.
oh no, yeah, it's
over.
Yeah, but it was fun, man. I remember every single day of it, every minute. You know, just going to Houston and going to Miami. I mean, those are the best days. El Paso, yeah.
Fucking Austin. Like just. I remember one of the first times I got an opening gig in LA. It was opening for you at the Irvine Improv one night.
Right.
One night. Hartman threw me like a one night.
Right.
And this was the old Irvine.
In Jamboree Road.
The old one.
Mm-hmm.
I think even before Jamboree.
Really?
The guy, the manager or the head chef was a fucking douchebag to me.
Okay.
One night, he was, I still remember, I don't remember what his name was, but I still remember what he said to me.
What did he say?
Like something just off color. Like something like, yeah, I was going to tell you that you're getting a free drink, but you're only going to be here one night. You didn't do that.
Oh, something like
you
that.
got nothing. Just like that. Like just something. And I remember walking away going, what the fuck was that? No, whatever. And then I got another nod to open for you in Brea, Thanksgiving weekend.
Right.
And we got fired because of that guy fucking dancing behind you naked.
Oh, Paul Abraham. Yeah.
Who I bumped into years later.
Oh, yeah.
On the set of The Longest Yard. He was the cook on the truck.
Yep.
He opened up a food truck.
Yep. Yeah, he did that. I was with him when he did that.
When he opened up the food truck.
Yeah, he was my roommate at the time. So he told me, because I'm working with Diaz. And then sometimes he goes, guess who I'm working with now? Steve Sharippa or something like that. And right now he's working with Jamie Foxx.
Is he now?
Oh, yeah. He's rolling good, though, man.
No shit.
Yeah, man.
Is he still in Albuquerque?
No. He's right now. He's in New Orleans because they're filming everything in New Orleans, and he's working with Quentin Tarantino. And it's funny because he goes, "Hey, when Kill Bill came out, he goes, hey, you got to see this set, man. There's a bunch of heads exploding, and you just got to go." And I go, "I'm not going to go, right?" And then all of a sudden, he goes, "Hey, I think I met the director. He's kind of a geek, kind of chubby." And he goes, "Why don't you just come on down?" So I went down there, right? And there's Quentin Tarantino, and he's doing a scene with David Carradine, right, with the sword. And so I was right behind Quentin. And he goes, "All right, quiet, everybody." I'm going, "What?" He's just right behind him, right? And he goes, "You ready to do this?" "Okay, David, you ready?" "I am ready." And he goes, "And action." He goes, "Call off the mission. Do it now," right? And he messes up his lines. He goes, "You okay there, Dave?" And I was eating a pot sticker, and the boom guy's like this. And I go, "You eat it?" And he goes, "Who are you?" Right? And I was right there when they filmed that scene. "Call off the mission." And then when David Carradine was done, he does like a little front kick. I was going, tiny guy, really tiny. But I was like, holy smoke, I'm in that scene right behind him. It was cool. And then he goes, "Yeah, kid, crazy, nuts, kid." He was working on that for like 4 months. And he was rolling some Afghani bud at my house, right? And he goes, "I'm going to get Daryl Hannah so high right now," and he got her so she started crying. It was hilarious. "Oh my God, I'm so stoned." I was like, "Oh, dude,
dog, he's been with that food truck."
Yeah, he built
14 years. I mean, I worked with him in 2004.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
He worked in The Longest Yard.
He was, yeah.
And he sat both places. I think he came up here with us.
Yeah, he was
in Santa Fe with us, and then he came up here with us.
Yeah, he was doing We Are Soldiers, bouncing over to Mark Wahlberg doing Planet of the Apes, and that was a crazy day.
That's amazing that he was a crazy guy.
Still doing it.
A fucking business that feeds fucking huge movies.
Well, you know what? How that started is that he goes, "You know what?" He goes, "I'm working for a craft service guy, and this guy ain't treating me too well. If I only had $25,000, I could buy myself a truck." And I went, "Well, I just happen to have 15, 20,000 in a thermos." And he goes, No. So he does a big old, we're partying, right? Does a big old gacker. And he goes down the street and he talks this guy into putting his house on a loan. And they bought the truck that day. And for 2 weeks straight, driving that truck around, this guy's one of those handy guys that knows electricity and all that kind of stuff. And they put freezers, TVs, all in 2 weeks, just drinking, same clothes, the whole thing. Put it together, drove up on the Warner Brothers lot, got the OC, and then movie after movie after movie. From that point on, just went on like crazy. And he's meeting stars. I met Mel Gibson. He's doing this Christ movie, and I speak Syrian, so he's going to come out to lunch with us. And I was like, what? And I was at my house, and Mel Gibson comes up, and I was like, but I was a little tanked, so I didn't want to, ruin it. And he's from Redondo Beach, and they went out, man. It was incredible. So he's met a lot of people, man.
That's good for him.
Oh yeah, he's still funny too. Paul Abraham,
He was
wacky
fucking
Iraqi.
nuts. He was nuts.
Yeah, he
Wacky
was
Iraqi.
the wacky Iraqi. So yeah.
Lee, they didn't know what to do. You wouldn't.
What? So you guys planned he'd be naked behind you?
Jeff Garcia was the feature.
I think, yeah, well, Christopher Kidd Reed was there, I think, too.
And I was the MC. You had like 9 guest sets.
yeah.
It was the Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Right.
It's 2000. It's the year 2000. It's the Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Nuts, kid.
Pablo just showed up on Wednesday night from Vegas, where you just ended up winning like 30 large.
Yeah, I won some money, yeah.
You were playing blackjack or something.
Right, it was him, yeah.
You came right from Vegas.
Right.
To Brea Improv.
Right.
There was no going home to take a shower. There was nothing. So we get to the fucking Brea Improv, and I'm like, let me get a beer. And then it's like, when Pablo's the headliner, there's no cocktail served.
Oh, yeah, it's right.
I looked at Pablo. I go, Pablo, what the fuck? And Pablo's like, we got this handled. He goes, go get the fucking chef.
Yeah.
It was like some guy in the back, and Pablo gave him like $100.
Yeah.
Get his wine, beer. So they're telling us we can't drink. I mean, it was just craziness. And then Pablo had a couple of them, so Pablo kept saying, Joey, bring up, because I was the host. So I brought up Kid Reed. I think we even brought up the chef.
Crazy.
Pablo got it together, goes up there. He's doing his thing. He's ripping them apart. But Paul Abraham is walking behind him completely naked with a hat on, going like this, like, give my regards to Broadway. And the people would lose it. Me and Jeff and the other 8 other openers are in the back howling.
Yeah.
And the next fucking day, like that Friday, I get a call that we've all been fired, except for Pablo, because we had fucking booze and fucking methylene powder and fucking.
Oh, man.
And then here's an interesting story. Pablo came clean.
Yeah.
And I got my job back.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, look at the videotape, I go, just look at the videotape, because they videotaped the show, and your portion wasn't on there. So then Robert goes, okay, all right, okay, there's a misunderstanding, but Rumpelmans, that's what it was, man. Rumpelmans is my drink, man.
And then you called me one time to open for you in Houston. That was sensational. You had the fucking strip club send a limo for you.
Yeah.
That's when you know you're big pimping. And then he showed up with today he showed up with a light, Pablo's always very generous. You gave me a Lakers shirt that I still have. Of the velour, purple. I made a mistake and wore it on a 90-degree day and I lost 92 pounds. It's a Lakers velour shirt.
Nice.
Beautiful. It's Kobe Bryant.
Was it Kobe? Was it? Yeah.
Kobe. It's a Laker old school warm-up. Now if I put it's like 4X.
Oh geez.
It's like 4 fucking X.
He starts melting on it.
I don't know where the fuck he got it. I still got that.
Got it in Miami, believe it or not.
No, this was Houston.
Houston.
And then in Miami, you and I had a reputation for tearing up that condo.
That was a nice condo, yeah.
That was my condo at death. I used to tie a chick up. And in the morning, I'd have to cut her off. So I had the ropes there.
No, I remember that.
I just made long ropes, and I would cut it off loose in the morning. This is what I'm saying to you, Pablo.
Right.
20 years ago, we couldn't do what
How much
we were
rope would
doing.
you have? How much rope would you have?
Oh, please. I had more rope than the black guys that tied up Jesse Smollett.
Jesus.
Just think about it. Did you see the rope that they released?
No, I didn't see
all the rope and shit. I had more rope than I just bought a bundle of that sticky rope that pricks your skin. And I would tie it on the bed and I'd tie her up. She always wanted to be tied up.
So I didn't believe it at first until the girls came in, and boy, they were smoking.
Where, Miami? That's Coconut Grove Street in 98, and 97, and 99.
Everybody would go in there too, man. Chris Rock, Madonna would go in there.
I'm telling you.
Whitney Houston.
I'm telling you, you have no idea what was witnessed at that fucking. I remember still going downstairs one night and seeing the hottest naked women dancing on top of the table in the Italian restaurant, because it was a fine
Yeah, it was
dining Italian restaurant.
Right.
But after 11, no rules.
That's right. That's what it's turned crazy, man. You know what I'm talking about, man?
That's you think I'm kidding you? It was Scarface type shit.
Oh yeah.
People were in there throwing thousands, and they would just tell women get naked, start dancing on top.
24 hours a day.
24 fucking hours a day.
Yeah,
This was
it was beautiful, man. It was a beautiful thing.
But I mean, comedy must be like the only job where you could, like, if I was on a road trip with somebody and they started unpacking rope, I don't think I'd want to stay. Like, that's cool. Like,
On the next forensic.
where do you think these? I mean, listen. When I asked Pablo what comedy has changed, 20 years ago, you had George Lopez drinking up a storm.
Yeah, George Lopez. Here you do.
You had Mitch Hedberg out there
Right.
fucking tearing it up. I know I was out there tearing it up. Pablo was out there tearing it up.
Yeah.
There was every 4 weeks there was a calamity somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody didn't show. Somebody didn't make it to radio. You know, Tommy.
Yeah.
We had some problems in comedy. And it was accepted because that's what comedians do. Richard Pryor raised the bar for us. When he lit himself on fire, that gave us the right to do whatever the fuck we wanted to do. And, you know, when I got into comedy, I didn't get into comedy for the girls. I'm not a fucking good-looking guy. I got into comedy for the party.
Yeah, that's
And
what
the
I was.
brotherhood.
Yeah.
I didn't get into comedy to meet
The
girls.
brotherhood, that's
like
funny.
a rock star. I got into comedy, A, for the brotherhood, and B, because nobody would judge my party. Nobody. If you read Ladies and Gentlemen with Lenny Bruce, he did heroin every night with strippers, burlesque dances at the Chelsea Hotel. That's why I got into it. I didn't know if I wanted to do heroin, but I knew I didn't want a responsible life.
you wanted the option.
I didn't want to be
Yeah,
irresponsible. I wanted to be a rebel. I wanted to live in a car, and I just wanted to do comedy. You know, it's like that when you listen to that song, American Band.
Right.
We're an American band. We come into your town, we let you party down.
Right.
We're an American band.
Oh yeah.
That's what I was, an American comic.
How many flights do I have to change? You know, I'm not coming back. You know, I have to come back on a Wednesday. You know that. You know.
We were an American comic. When I started doing comedy, I did not do comedy for women. I did comedy for not being responsible. I didn't have to be responsible for anything. I had to get up at a certain time. I'd have to go to bed at a certain time. I didn't have to answer anybody at a certain time.
You drink on stage.
All I had to do was keep oil in my car and fill that gas up and pay the insurance on it. Those are the only rules I had in my life.
Yep.
That's it. When you pick this life, that's why you pick it. You're irresponsible. You're irresponsible. I can't. You know how many times I got to do something at 8 in the morning, Pablo? Like somebody calls me and says, I have to do something at 8.
Right
now, I have a 5-year-old, 6-year-old. I'm awake at 6:15 every morning, whether I like it or not. But if you tell me that I have to be somewhere at 8, insomnia kicks in.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Insomnia kicks in. So once you tell me I got to be somewhere at 8, I'm not going to fall asleep.
Absolutely. It's like going to school, high school. Remember that?
Every night I'm tired. At 8:30, I got to drink a 4 fucking cup espresso because I'm dying.
Jeez.
But the night I have to go do something at 8, I'm fucking tip top Magoo jumping.
Oh yeah.
I'm singing 3 songs and shit. Because
Jumping in the shower at 5:30, of course.
We're fucking rebels. I never wanted to live out here. If you think I wanted to get up at 8 and go to work, I knew when I did it, I didn't want to do it. As I was doing it, I'm like, I got to come up with something. The only job that I fit the itinerary for was drug dealer. It even came close. No responsibilities, no boss. That's the only other job that you could do.
I'm not selling CDs after the show. I'm selling bags.
Yeah. I'm not here to fucking sell CDs. I'm here to snort coke off your pussy.
Yeah, you know what? You could say something on stage about cocaine, and after the show, they're going to offer it to you. Oh, yeah.
That's how I would get my coke. Just talk about doing coke. I love it. Right after the show, boom. You want to do a blast? Yeah. You got any extra? Yeah. All I got to do is make a call. Boom. And then there you go.
Yeah, make sure you don't do it before a second show. You be like, hey, what's going on? Moving like
that was my thing.
That
was the only thing that kept me together, that I had enough respect. I didn't have respect for myself.
Right.
I had zero respect for myself. But I knew that I wouldn't do anything on stage.
Right.
So there was no.
You ever been stoned before? Or no?
I could get stoned on stage. So I could smoke 20 joints, lose them for a minute or two, and then focus and then get them.
Right.
I could take an edible and go on stage.
Really?
I could take a Xanax, like a baby 0.25,
Okay.
to calm me down a little bit. But cocaine never worked for me on stage.
Wow. Yeah.
It was just a zero. It was the weirdest thing because I did it St. Patty's Day, 1992.
Right.
And I never did it on stage again. It'd be in my pocket.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Don't get me wrong.
Right.
The fucking ever-ready battery was plugged into the leg.
Right.
But don't get me wrong. There was no way I would do it before.
Right.
And it's like I wouldn't do it in the daytime. I never did coke in the day. It's funny. I'm trying to write this book.
All right.
And before I kidnapped the guy,
right,
I worked at a car dealership for a few months. You know, I'm trying to detail this book as much as I can, so you just can't. The truth was that I started a Subaru dealership that was like Studio 54.
Okay.
Like everybody was snorting coke in there. There was a guy that did heroin and he fucking robbed banks at lunchtime. I mean, this was a lie. It got to the point where it was so crazy. I said, let me go to a Chrysler store. They were a little older. They were all white.
Right.
They were all like respectful. Half of them were veterans and shit. You didn't see nothing like I've never seen anything like that before. Like at the Subaru place, somebody in service sold coke.
Right.
At the Chrysler place, the manager and the salesman, the head salesman, would sell coke.
Wow.
Everybody was coked up. And I still remember days that there'd be 5 customers on the lot, and every salesman in that office would be so coked up. They were in their office pretending to be on the phone. And people would be out there going like, I'm here to buy a car. And they'd be like, we're on the phone. Like they were coked up. So from that lesson, I didn't snort coke in the day. Like I'm like,
wow. Usually,
I got to pay attention to these guys. Don't get me wrong. I fell for it a few days.
Right.
But I always knew that I'm not going to sell a car. And I'm going to sit here like these 4 fuck. The dealer's name was Rob Dando.
Rob Dando,
sweetheart of a
Subaru.
We sold Chryslers.
Right.
And his big pet peeve was his red Parker pen. His wife gave him a Parker pen for their anniversary.
All right.
And he felt it was his lucky red pen.
All right.
So every time he went out to get a customer, he'd be so coked up, he'd be sweating. He'd put his pen down, and I'd swap the pen and steal it. He'd come back and look for the pen and look under cars.
Oh, God.
He'd say, I can't sell a car. Somebody stole my lucky red pen. So then, like, he would go buy one, another one across the street. I'd wait till he get coked up. I'd steal the pen.
Stealing the tricks.
I did this to him once a week. Then I started taking the red pen from him.
Oh, God.
And giving it back to him. Like putting it in the bathroom.
Oh, God.
So we would go to him and say, we found the red pen in the bathroom. And he would go, but I wasn't in the bathroom. And then he got so fucking...
Mysteries of the unknown.
If he started getting so coked up. Lee always thinks like I torment him.
Right.
He doesn't know I've been doing this for 30 years. Like,
right.
I make people go crazy. Like I'm the best at making people go crazy.
Oh, yeah. Jeez.
So I would put pens in places where he wanted. Like I would go into the secretary's office, put the pen on her desk. And then she would come back and go, Rob, why is your pen on my desk? And go, I lost that 2 days ago. Why is it on top of your desk? I don't know how I got it. So he would scratch his head because he was the best salesman. So my game was to throw him off point.
Right.
So then he started selling coke. But he had a wife that was straight that didn't do coke.
God.
So he would hide the coke at the office. He was getting 2-3 ounces at a shop. And what he would do is he'd throw cut on an ounce.
Right.
And weigh it into grams and put it in little packages.
All right.
And hide it in the ceiling. And I would go to service at 6 a.m. You know when service first gets there?
Yeah, right.
I would go there, coked up from the night before, take the ounces out of the ceiling. And I put coke in the grams and take coke out of there. I take an 1/8 out of 1 ounce, put an 1/8 of speed of cut in there, and take another 1/8. I was doing that to him for a month.
Holy shit.
And then I started switching the coke on.
Okay, then
I started taking it out of the ceiling and putting it in this.
You can find him. You can find yourself in the trunk.
God, I was tormenting this kid. He would come. I would see him in the.
He still thinks about this. There's no way that he does this.
I did this to him for 6 to 7 months.
Oh my God!
It was a constant torture every day. He would go up to the manager and go, "I don't know what's going on. I'm losing my mind."
Good God! Unsolved mysteries.
I probably stole 40 pens from him, and I had a secret spot for them. And one day, right, he was in the middle of his nervous breakdown because then he found out somebody was messing with his coke. And he couldn't figure out who the fuck it was. I gotta get to the bottom of this. Somebody's bulldozing me in the morning. He was a white dude. He would use words like bamboozle and shit like that. He's like, somebody's bamboozling me.
Someone's sabotaging me.
And I'm like, bro, I don't know what you're talking about. He goes, we gotta start coming early. I think somebody comes here in the morning and takes my coke. I was tormenting this kid. And then one day I showed up. I was quitting. I was getting ready to quit and go back to the superstore before I kidnapped Bella. And I fucking gave him what I see. God punishes. Because 2 weeks later, I ended up in fucking jail with a fucking $50,000 bail. And the day I quit, I had a stack of pens. It had to be 4 inches, 30 of those parking pens.
Yeah.
I had them in a heavy duty rubber band. And the day I quit, I go, Rob, I got something for you.
Stack of dynamite.
And I put the fucking pens on the thing. And he almost broke in half.
Wow.
I had no fucking idea. Were you stealing my coke too? I'm like,
Oh, God. Unsolved mysteries.
But I invited him to my wedding.
Eddie.
He was sweating up a storm.
Someone's coke is disappearing. Why?
What reason? Who else does that shit to people?
Gosh, man.
I tortured that poor soul. When I started switching the coke on him, Pablo, you know how that is.
Yeah, that's...
you think you hid the coke behind that picture, and now it's in the tissue box, and you don't know how the fuck it happened, and you're fucked up already.
Oh, yeah.
Your mind's playing tricks on you.
Is there any stories coming back, Pablo? Like, God,
yeah.
Joey did mess with me that weekend. Like,
Joey.
I never messed with
my coke did move.
I remember putting it in my head, and then he was wearing it.
In reality, I never think I've done a line.
No, I don't think we had. I offered him.
We knew each other did it. Yeah. We never really broke that bond because.
Well, he was freaking me out because he would go. When I first met him, he goes, "Hey, the vampire," and then shot, and then I go, "What is he doing?" He goes, "You know what I'm talking about? 2 shots, a little porno movie." I was going, "This guy knows too much. This is
because I used to tell him
about witchcraft,
breaking out the cape."
Yeah, but I didn't understand that.
Whenever you do coke, you break out the cape.
And then when you said the porno, then you do the shot and what's
You put the porno on, a couple of shots.
I go, what is this guy?
So he thought I was like a heretic. He thought I had a direct camera to his fucking house.
Yes, that was kind of you know you got a porno in the VCR. You know what? How does he know this?
Oh, I would torment people. That was my world. How long have you been sober for?
For about a little less than a year, about a year, I would say.
How do you feel?
I feel, let's put it this way. I feel good. I got a lot more energy. I started smoking a lot more. But other than that, I'm having a good time. It's I feel kind of proud. But then again, I don't get too cocky because, liquor's free. It's there, it's around. So liquor stores are fun. You go in there, you get beef jerky, that kind of thing, and you'll get some bean dip, whatever, with some Fritos, and they want to just grab not the big bottle, but the little bottle. But hey, I'm doing good at Rite Aid. I just walk through the aisles, right through the liquor aisle.
You're not drinking either.
Yeah, I'm not drinking.
No drinking.
No, I had a few, but it wasn't a buzz. I took a few sips just to see what
was drinking a trigger for you.
Everything was. It's just getting off stage was fun. There's a party going on, and you want to write some jokes, and sometimes the jokes come when you're high, and sometimes they don't, but. Nowadays, they just come like crazy. It's just like you just gotta have a different way of writing now. It's like you just put down the premise, but now it's like gotta write the whole thing down because I forget when I see the premise, and sometimes I gotta write them on the wall, and so I gotta get a little bit more organized in that. But the ideas still come, but it's I talk about, I like going back and talking about the topics because every topic, deserves to be talked about again. So that's what I'm doing right now. It's fun, and it's just a little bit harder, trying to find somebody to impersonate. Remember back in 2000 and stuff that you had Michael J. Fox and that kind of thing, and now you got no one who sounds. They all sound alike, So you got Mark Wahlberg. Hey man, you doing good? You doing good? Okay, work on that one, but there's not too many. I can, jump around and, with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Everybody does an Arnold, but you gotta just switch it up and make it more clever, that kind of thing. But other than that, I'm doing good.
What did Arnold say when he got kicked in the back?
I'll be back. I'll be back. Okay, that's what happened. Okay, get out. Good God, who does a drop kick? Jackie
Just
Chan.
dropped that motherfucker. Didn't
God,
He handled it well though. He's like 70 years old, right?
yeah, man, he's had muscle beats all the time, I think. And
Joey asked how comedy's changed. I remember, like I grew up watching Comedy Central in the early 2000s, late 90s.
oh yeah,
And I remember watching yours, and I remember people talking. It was way before the internet. And I remember people talking about it. Like, can you guys talk about how I don't, even if it wasn't Comedy Central, but how that stuff used to change your world? Like
yeah, it would change your world.
Like, that was crazy. I remember when that came out.
Yeah, the producers would tell you, they go, you know what? There's no, back then there was no internet, but they would say, hey, listen, we're going to play it 6 times this year, and if you get some requests, we're going to play it more. But it's going to change your life. And it did, because after the first playing, I go, you know what? I was too different, I thought, and then I go, by the second time these people see it, they're going to talk about it. So it ended up getting like 12 requests.
I was going to say, you must got a lot of requests.
Oh, yeah.
It
was great, man. And I couldn't believe how many people had on VHS tape, So had a guy named Charlie would go around, hey, kid, I got to show everybody the tape, and he would show me. It was like a half hour, but it was fun, It's that's how it circulated. People were just recording it. They didn't have it. You couldn't go to ComedyCentral.com back then and just get it off their
didn't even have TiVo.
Yeah. So it's just, if you caught it, you caught it. If you didn't, you didn't. So it was a good thing. It did change my life, and a lot of people just did come to the show, but they would all constantly start repeating it. So I was going, all right, cool. Sometimes it would be 3 times a week. And it went from 12. It was initially 6 times they're going to play it. We're going to play it every 4 or 5 weeks, but then it started getting to more requests. So they played it like 21 times or something like that during the year. So it worked out.
Pablo, now that you're sober, I mean, I listen, there's nothing anybody can do. And I'm not being angry or anything. I'm just speaking the truth here.
Right.
The number one comic today is Kevin Hart. There's nothing I can do. Am I mad at Kevin? Not at all. I love Kevin. I wish him all the fucking luck in the world. He's a sweetheart. Right. He's the hardest working guy in show business. I love him to death. Sebastian, who we all love. I love Sebastian. He's selling tickets. Great comic. Bill Burr selling tickets. Great comic. What I want, this comedy career, this journey that we take, comes in peaks and valleys.
Yeah,
that's what people understand. If you go see John Wick, you see John Wick 3, you see that guy as the evil guy, Ed Dacascos. Dacascos is his name. He used to be the guy from Chef on whatever. I know Mark from my friend, Mark was living out of here. This career is peace and valley. And all of a sudden he's sitting in front of this TV, and they call him up to be the bad guy. Crazy. John Wick, the number one movie in America. This is why people live in Los Angeles. This is why people stay here, because the lottery ticket could come when you're 28, or it could come when you're fucking 90. No one knows. Junior Soprano did Godfather 2. Then you didn't see him for 30 fucking years, and he pops in one of the biggest series of all time.
Hey, yeah. Steve Sciarippo.
Steve Sciarippo.
Booking the Riviera.
Booking the Riviera.
I want to be a star. How you doing that?
He's a fucking author. He's in Australia doing stand-up.
Right.
With Michael Rappaport and not Michael Rappaport, the other guy. Doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is that this is peace and valley. Pablo, no bullshit. You know me.
Right.
I've always thought you were in the top 3 comics.
Yeah,
Talent-wise,
well, thank you,
there's
man.
not too many people who could deal with fucking Pablo. There's not. I always said the best 2 people live I've watched in a positive reaction. Listen, I'm a dirty comic. I'm up there talking about shit nobody deserves to listen to. If you come to one of my shows, shoot yourself. You have no idea what talent is. I remember going to see Pablo and studying it. There was 2 comics I studied on the road. Somebody once told me, you're a loser. You play to the back of the room. You got to learn to play to the front of the room. And there was 2 comics that showed me that vision. I didn't know it wasn't Rogan. It wasn't Chris Rock. It was Pablo Francisco and Richard Jennings.
Wow.
I opened up for Pablo in Houston, and I never saw so many people come out happy from the road.
Get some good crowds.
I never saw the happiness. There was no cursing. There was no eating pussy jokes. There was no disgust, that shit that comes out of my mouth. It was just wholesome, fun, about Arnold and this and that. And at the end, people were just, it's like a Joe Coy show.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like people could leave there like they just saw a Pixar movie. And the only people at the time when I was a young comic that helped me explain that bridge that I got was you and Richard Jennings.
Wow.
I saw it.
Yeah.
I saw the reaction of people walking out of a Pablo Francisco room. Well, Richard Jennings, I saw something else.
Right.
I saw that when Pablo comes up to me and asks me what I want to drink.
Right.
I'm a gentleman. I look at Pablo's eyes. I go, Pablo, making a gin and tonic. Lee wants to make his mark and Coke. This is Miami.
Yeah.
People went to see Rich Jennings with not fucking white trash.
Yeah.
People went to see Rich Jennings. Had class. They had money for those tickets. And in 2000, I still remember fucking people who had class, West Palm Beach,
right,
would not look at the wait staff when Richard Jennings was on stage.
Right.
They would not take their offer. Just let me get a water.
Right, absolutely, yeah. Right.
That's it. Let me get a gin and tonic.
Yeah.
Gin and tonic. Yeah. When you gave me the check, it was like, thank you. And they put it down.
Yeah.
It was just overwhelming. The way he controlled the audience,
the topics that he
threw at you was something different.
Right.
That's an education that nobody's ever going to get to see again, unless you see him live. You'll never see that in his fucking hour special.
Get the last special he did, a big pile of me.
Was it good?
Oh, it's amazing. It's great. It's totally different from what he usually does, but he's
so you were a student of Richard Jennings.
Oh yeah, Richard Jennings.
You had to be.
He came downstairs at Gotham. He goes, "Hey man, I want to get a picture with you." And I go, "What?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "It's going to be a good Christmas." And he started talking to me. And I know that he's so intelligent that when I was trying to bounce off him, man, it was difficult because he was, talking about he was all these Burger King movie theme toys. He was, what next? To Jesus Christ, Crown of Thorns, right? And it was so funny. But I was like, but he was really, I just like the way he would go into topics and just doing it, just explain it really intelligently and have a good explanation for it.
Now, when I saw you in Houston,
okay,
15 years ago, whatever the fuck it was,
right?
We were both whacked out all week.
Yeah.
Like Friday, whacked up the shows. You would just give me a hug. See you later. You want to come? You need money? No. Bam.
Right.
You just leave. He would come up to me. You need money? Bam. That's right. It's probably left.
Yep.
I can't imagine what you're like today sober. You must be lighting those rooms on fire.
I to tell you the truth, man, I'm pulling out the new material and stuff, and I like to get response, all the time. So I'm rehearsing more in my my how do you say, shower, and then usually it goes in the living room, then into the kitchen, and get everything locked down. So right now, it's the shows go by quicker. Let's put it that way. For me, even though you do the time, but it's like it's sometimes I want to get to the joke so quickly. I talk a little bit too quickly, because I don't want to forget the joke, So it's a lot of preparation now, but it's fun. It is all fun, but now I got to write more of the joke down. Last time, just write the premise down. Boom, you got it all over here. But now it's a little different.
Are you thinking about doing an hour?
Yeah.
Thinking about putting a new hour together.
Yeah, we're at a good 45 minutes, But when you start doing the hour, you have to keep repeating the hour over and over. So sometimes I just like to do the old stuff and then put in the new stuff and then listen to it and then just find my segues right there. So it's I don't know, it's a lot of videotaping, and we hate listening, watching our own selves.
I fucking hate it.
Oh gosh, yeah. So. And then you got to fast forward, but thank God, we got the internet now. So I put everything downloaded onto the to the computer, and I just shuffle through it. It's a lot more better than that. It's just take the audio tracks and listen to that, And
you're still doing the voiceovers?
Still doing voiceovers, man. It's fun, Subaru XV. That's right. And it makes money and it's fun. So
I remember when I first went to my first audition. It was for Church's Chicken in '97.
Okay.
I just done the voiceovers for it.
Really?
Didn't you do voiceovers?
I did. I was a spokesperson for
Church's
Chicken. I wrote those commercials, man.
I went in the room like, I'm going to tell him I know Pablo and shit. Like, Lee didn't even give me the opportunity.
No.
Like, come in. Thank you.
Right.
That was very good. You'll be hearing from us.
Right.
And you can see on their face, they were saying, go fuck yourself. They didn't even say it. Like, I know Pablo Francisco. Like, I was just going to go and tell the casting people. Like, I know Pablo, so let's get this party started.
Right.
Get this fucking process. I'll give him a call right now. He'll call churches direct. This is 97.
Yeah, man. It was.
You were already the official spokesman for fucking church.
Yeah, man. Wrote those commercials. It was great, man. Because after we wrote those, right? They got back. They got the original spokesperson. She was on Sanford and Son. That one lady, right? And I did another like 3 more little sizzle reels of more commercials, and I sold them, so I still got it back. So they took no Chrisva and said, "Get out of here!" And so they put me back in there. You big dummy. So yeah, it worked out. So that was my church's chicken money, and I was put it away, bought a house, and had
You've been doing voiceovers ever since.
I've been doing it like once in a while. I've been auditioning like crazy, and which is great about it, you can do it right there in the comfort of your own house.
Who's your voiceover?
I got CA. Yeah, CA. So it's you do it right there in your house. You grab your iPhone and just get ready this summer. Joey Diaz. This summer has Joey Diaz written all over it. So themselves mercenaries. Boink. So
I'm doing one tomorrow, and I'm excited about it. I'm doing Big City Greens. My daughter watches the fucking show.
So is it a series?
It's a Disney series that comes out at 5 every day. Me and her watch it.
Oh, cool.
So when I got the offer, I was like, this can't be fucking happening.
Great.
And I'm doing the part of like a fucking guy in an alleyway that scams cricket.
All right.
Out of Do Re Mi. It's got Jesus, the guy from, what's his name? Trejo? Danny Trejo.
Oh, Danny Trejo? Yeah.
The guy from Taxi. I mean, I'm honored to be on the fucking
that's great, man.
So I would love to do that shit.
Oh, yeah.
I would love to do it on a full time. Those people, it's so hard to break into that. Like, you broke into that right away.
Right, yeah.
It's tough to break into that.
Right.
Market. A couple of years ago, I did Mafia 3, the game.
Oh, really?
I thought that would open up doors, but it really didn't.
Right.
And then I thought the podcast. When I got here, I was with Sutton Barton Menard.
Right.
For 6
Another
years.
Barton Menard, man.
And they were like tremendous at voiceovers. And one day they were like, "Oh, you're not getting shit. Choke yourself." So I just stopped doing voiceovers. I was like, "Fuck it, I'm not good at them."
Right.
Everybody tells me I got a great voice, but obviously I can't make a fucking dime doing them.
Now, were you driving to the auditions to do a voiceover?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, I couldn't stand that, man.
That was a long time ago.
Oh, wow.
You would have to go to like
all the way to Wilshire.
Wilshire had one. There was one up here somewhere. And I came up here. Like, I did Shark Tale. Like, I read the Shark Tale.
Oh, really?
And I'm like, oh, I'm getting this, baby. And then they called me one day. And they're like, listen, you're really in high regard for this.
Right.
Are you in to do this? And I'm like, oh, yeah.
Pumped up.
I'll fucking do it.
And then it gets chinked.
The guy that called me was like, listen, they'd rather give you, $25,000 than give somebody else $100,000. Especially there's a lot of mob voices. So I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna get this. I didn't get dick. I was like, if I didn't get Shark Tale, I'm not gonna get nothing. And I heard Vincent Pastore's first residual check. The Shark Tale was over $100,000.
Gosh, damn, man.
That's the
going in your underwear and just
8 voices. What movie makes fucking $100 million? You're living in fucking Easy Street for a while.
Oh yeah, that movie previous.
Have you done movies?
You know what? I've done a few for for ABC, like ABC movies and stuff like that. But when I met Don LaFontaine, the guy who did it, he was like, yeah, let's come to my house. And I went to his house for like 5 hours because we were doing this Frank Caliendo show, and as the 3 Tenedors, and he goes, you know what? I do 3 of these a day, and I live like a king. So come on down. We're gonna do some voiceover. And he had the bubble that that he gets into his chamber.
House, yeah.
Oh yeah,
people do them in their house.
And he just gets a piece of paper and goes, get ready, Keith Sutherland. On 24 box office, whatever box DVD set. And he goes, there you go. I live like a king. Just really humble about it, and just that's all he does. 3 a day.
He's still alive.
Oh no, he passed away. Yeah, from a blood clot. But
a blood clot.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. He goes, I got something in my lungs. I don't know what it is. And he was like going, well, we'll find out, And there's like a little tiny blood clot in his lung, in his vessel. So, yeah, so it was, but after I went to his house, he gave me his ISDN unit, right? And when I was there, I noticed that he introduced me to all these guys that do the voiceover, like the one who does Disney, Hercules and all your favorite Disney characters, that kind of guy, right? And I just happened, they wanted me to go and do like a tribute to Don, but that same day I got Howard Stern, so I went on Howard Stern, and it was a beautiful day, but it was kind of like it's kind of sad at the same time because I flew to New York, but still got Howard Stern, so it worked out. You're looking hot, so. And from that point on, his wife called me once in a while and keep in touch. He's a cool dude, really cool dude.
That's funny that you imitated him. You did an
impersonation
of him, and a lot of people, when you do impersonation of him, they look at you a little weird.
He goes, I always wanted someone to do me, and you do me better than I do me.
And I was going,
can I take a picture of you?
He took a picture of me and put it right there, and with all his family. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And we hung out. And he was a good guy, man, really good dude. And we went back to, if you go to like YouTube and just go 3 Tinadors with Frank Caliendo, you can see them. You can check it out. It's just us 3 doing all movie previews, guys. So it's kind of cool. It's kind of funny. We're on tuxedos and
get ready for underground events,
and we all take turns doing our movie previews, guys. So
it works out. So it works out, kid.
Do you guys remember like the first? Because when you start comedy, like you're struggling, you're not really making money, and obviously you don't want to. I'm not asking to brag about money, but the first check where you're like, holy crap! Like I get like this is a check written to me. Like,
yeah,
like I was like, that must be crazy.
I remember, I mean, the first big check.
Yeah, sure, whatever anyone.
Mine was with Fred Silverman. I signed with him. I think he was the president of ABC at the time or something, and sent me a check for $19,800, and that's how much I owed on my Discover card. Exactly about maybe $10 off. So as soon as I got it, I had to pay off my Discover card. But other than that, yeah, I mean, some of these corporate gigs, they pay sick money. You know, to get $30,000 sometimes.
You're still going to Finland?
Still going, yeah. I still go to. I just got back from Australia and I went to Hong Kong. And now Finland. It's gonna be a while before I go there because I was always up in Finland doing all the cities up there, and it was a YouTube that was really responsible for that. So it's like, sold a lot of tickets, and I couldn't believe it that the internet was that powerful. So I still go there, or I usually go to Sweden a lot too. But
right,
I got to change up the acting. When I go there, pull out the old stuff, get it, tune it up a little bit. People like to see that. They like to see the old hits, so I'll do the movie previews guy and just add Chris Rock in there. What's the deal with these tortillas? That kind of thing, Do the Allstate guy, and people go, well, they don't know the Allstate guy there. I go, yeah, but they'll see the clip, and then they'll go to Allstate guy, and then the Allstate guy will, bounce
the Allstate guy.
Are you in good hands? Do Decepticons and Transformers usually become a liability with Allstate? And what's up with Caitlyn Jenner? How can you wear a thong when you got a dog? That kind of thing. Are you in good hands?
So this commercial's been going on for like 10 years now. So,
yes, farmers and pop. What's up with
That's the black dude from Major League, right?
Yeah, Major League. Yeah, I forgot his name.
Serrano. He was
Serrano.
President on 24.
Yeah.
Yeah, Clark, I'm the president. That's right. And what's up with this Verizon guy going to Sprint, man? That's Illuminati. Huh?
Yeah, he did.
That's right, man. Yeah, he's talking
he's
too.
Chubby too. Yeah, he's talking too. He wasn't talking. I saw that the other day. I'm like, that motherfucker.
Yeah, he's talking, man. Just a little bidding war. That's kind of crazy.
And Burger King's out of business too. What's up with that shit?
Are they?
Yeah,
No.
they're done. Bro. They're completely done, man.
No, they're not.
Swear to God.
They just introduced the garden burger.
What?
People gonna go in there and eat that fucking plant burger.
You're
man.
telling me they got a garden burger?
They got a garden burger, supposedly. Reason to go try.
I don't know, man. We just had one. I mean, right by Pep Boys, level done.
Really?
Yeah, and
Down in Redondo.
Up in Redondo, man. But they were right by the Jehovah's Witness church too, and it was a cul-de-sac. Yeah, it doesn't work out. Yeah, the meat
people
stuff.
want to eat people next to Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah,
You just don't want to do it. You're not in the mood.
Yeah. They leveled it. I guess they're closing up a bunch of businesses now. Starbucks. Remember, there's a bunch of those, and they say that Subway is going downhill after.
Thank God. I tell you who
I know, kind of creepy. Jared.
My fucking daughter hates Subway.
She inherited that from you?
Oh my God, she is anti-Subway. She just go on a rant about Subway.
All the sandwiches taste the same.
No, I don't know why. Somebody at school, something happened with her and fucking Subway, and she's 6 years old. She's like anti-fucking Subway. She don't like the hamburger place across from the pizza joint, that new place where they make those creepy.
Oh, I haven't been there yet. Burger M.
Yeah, Burger M.
What Burger M?
That place looks weird, Dad. Fuck it, you got a good eye, kid.
Wow.
Why don't you smoke pot?
It was friendly in the beginning, but man, it gets me paranoid.
How about the pot cookies, pot brownies, and
Oh, gee, I mean, it's prescribed by what Dr. 420. I mean, it just sinks and it just makes you feel like this. Hey, I'm slowly running a red light. I don't know why. It's like I'm leaving the refrigerator door open a long time.
Papa, you know how crazy I was.
Oh yeah, you were smoking like crazy. I don't know how you did it.
No. I'm not talking about the reefer. I'm talking about how crazy I was with the drugs. I mean, I still sit here some nights and I go, I can't believe I'm not going to the bank to take $100 out to buy a gram of coke.
Right.
Like I really cannot believe it, Pablo. I try to explain it to people, and I can't even explain it because I don't believe it myself. You ever don't believe it?
Yeah,
don't believe it. Like I cannot believe I stopped snorting coke. Like it baffles me. Like there's times I'm driving, I'm like, I hope this isn't a dream. Like, I hope I don't wake up tomorrow and I'm that fucking crazy guy.
Right.
And it's going to be 12 years.
Wow.
12 years.
Right.
Don't get me wrong. I've eaten some fucking couple Vicodins. I've drank a couple beers. I've eaten a couple Xanax. I did a couple lines of ketamine. But I didn't do
ketamine
with coke.
Right.
I didn't break down and do the thing that was going to eat me alive.
Yeah, that's stuff.
Eat me alive. When I watched Ray, the movie Ray, at the end, they said he was 64 when he finally got off heroin. And I remember sitting there going, I can't take it till I'm 64.
Oh, no.
There's no way. I think I was 44.
Right.
I was 44. I said, there's no way I'm going to make 20 more years if I do a gram of coke a night.
Oh, God.
3-4 nights a week. There's no, and that was just the starting point, Pablo.
Right. Yeah, I know.
A gram is where it starts.
Yeah.
Where it ends, you never know where the fuck it's going to end.
Right.
By the time I finished, I was doing heroin that summer.
Right.
The summer of 2007, I was doing heroin.
Were you smoking it or?
Snorting.
Oh, yeah.
One quick line of Chinese heroin, and I was doing it on Mondays.
Right.
And that kept me off the powder all week.
All right.
If I would do the heroin, that would keep me off the powder.
Right.
And then that September and October, he stopped sending me heroin. So I went right back to the coke. And it was like, it started at a gram.
Right.
It started with a gram of 10, and then I sneaked El Compadre, another gram of 12.
And you're drinking too on top of it, right?
No.
You never drank on coke?
No, because my wife was in the other room. I didn't want her to know I was doing coke.
Gosh, how can you maintain it?
So smoking Camel Lights, one after the other.
Right.
To the fucking filter. They would turn off. They would burn the finger up and shit.
Right.
And I decided to quit, whatever, 2007, November 8th or whatever the fuck it was. And the first month I shot a movie, and then after that I sweated out. And then I came to the conclusion I didn't like the word soap. I learned from being in federal rehab and from being under rehab and prison and all that shit.
Right.
The hardest time I had was when you told me I couldn't do something.
Yeah.
If you tell me I can't do something, I'm going to do it just out of spite. Don't fucking tell me that.
Right.
Don't fucking tell me. I know not to do it. Don't fucking tell me, all right?
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
So I'm one of those people that, I sit here sometimes and I'm sitting with my daughter watching TV, and I'll go, fuck, I had a daughter 30 years ago that this didn't happen because if she was on my lap, I'd be thinking about how I was going to live my next bag of powder. So
right.
We already know the thing about me being completely sober. So what I said, I got a deal. No heroin, no coke, no Oxycontins, nothing heavy.
Right.
Not even alcohol. Like I avoid alcohol. I like it and I can drink it. Every time I get on a plane, I get a free drink. You know how many fucking Southwest vouchers I got? I got more Southwest vouchers than they got.
Right.
But I came to a conclusion. I said, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Just so I still feel dirty and I still feel that greasy of Joe Diaz,
right.
I'm going to smoke dope.
Hey, man.
Do edibles.
Edibles.
Fucking, from time to time, I'm going to dabble in some illegal fucking pill or acid just to keep the back of the mind sane. Just to let me think I'm still the piece of shit I always was. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't like the day I snorted ketamine. It was fun.
Ketamine.
About a year ago when Yo Romero was here, one of my buddies gave me a Percocet. I ate a Percocet one day on a Sunday. I was high for 12 hours.
Really?
Did I do it again? No, I didn't do it again.
Was it a good buzz or was it good high or
it was a fucked up high? I did this podcast at lunchtime. And him and his cousin was sitting there. He goes, "You want to do a pill?" I go, "Why not? What am I?
It's the medication.
I took like one pill. An hour later, I was off and running.
Really?
And I had a podcast that day. I had to work through it. We didn't even know. I didn't say nothing to nobody.
Wow.
The thing that saved us was you all didn't get high, so I cleaned the office. But we got acid there.
Right.
I still got acid there. I think we got rid of the ketamine. Someone left the ketamine here, and I tried to threw it away. I can't find it.
Yeah, we have a little bit of everything.
I just didn't want to be sober, and it's worked for me, Pablo.
Right.
I just didn't want the word sober. I wanted to at least know that I did something.
Right.
It doesn't have to be coke, and it's working for me. It's 12 years.
Hey, man, it's a long haul.
It's just a little suggestion for you.
Yeah, it's just
I had your struggles. I think you're a fucking great kid.
Oh, thanks, man.
I think you're a great talent. And you want me to tell you something else? I think you ain't done yet.
I feel like
you're just going into your fucking group.
I feel like I'm just starting. I'm just loving it, man.
The longer you stay healthy, the deadlier you get, Pablito.
Yep. Well, thanks, man. Those are good words. And with all the stage stand, that's right. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I'm so excited just to get on stage nowadays. But yeah, it's. I always feel like 22 sometimes. Sometimes I get up and I feel like, what do I feel like today? I go, well, about 28, 27. I just act like it, but never like getting up and feeling sore. It's like get up, do a few push-ups. Don't get too crazy working out because I hate doing the push-ups and all that kind of thing. So just do a few pull-ups and and just crack.
You go to a meeting, you said?
Yeah, I go to the meetings, but I haven't been to a meeting for like maybe 2 weeks.
Okay.
Because there's that one guy, man. He's always pissed off. He says says the same story, and it's the same guys. I know there's a meeting every. The reason they call it AA because when you reach for a drink, you go, that's what happens, right? So, basically, I thought Alcoholics Anonymous was a place where you can get drunk and no one said anything, but that's you don't want to go in there drunk, though, because
you have a sponsor now.
No, not a sponsor. I kind of did, but he was bugging too much, and just wanted to call me up and, hey, man, you doing okay? And I have dreams and stuff, and they wanted to, keep it level. And want me to go to a show with you? No, I don't go to a show. Just you stay home. I'll call you. You call me. And that's the way it is. Just got to keep that strength going. And yeah, I'm a happy camper.
How's Robert doing?
Robert's doing great, man.
How's that cocksucker?
Yeah, he's moving. He's moving to Nashville so he can be closer to New York, and Disney's up there too. His wife's a singer, so he told me, Pablo, but I'll still be bouncing over here into Los Angeles, and he still runs Lemonade, and he's a great guy. One of my best friends. Is my best friend, and the guy looks out, and he's a good dude, good guy, man, and he's very smart. And he goes, you know what? You just do what I say, and everything will be just fine. So I just go, all right, cool. And he owns a lot of clubs now. It's crazy. So if I want to work the Funny Bone or something, boom, there you go.
It's been a long 20 years, Pablo, but you know what, brother?
Hey, man.
We're still fucking here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We're fucking great. This
yeah, come on. Look, time's going by quick, but I'm not getting any older,
No, you look beautiful.
Thank you, man.
You really did. You surprised the shit out of me.
Right on, man. You look good too, man.
What's the website? Where can they find you?
PabloFrancisco.com, and then you can hit the Twitters, Pablo_Francisco, and check it out. You download some of my stuff, and it's funny, and you want, I'll be the comedy jukebox. I'll take requests.
Listen, I don't know your schedule by heart. I just looked at your website. I saw you're taking it easy. You're not doing the old Pablo schedules of past.
I took 3 weeks off, and I'm going to be in. I think somewhere in Boston. It's going to be at the White.
Yeah. You got
just go to
dates. You got Houston. You got a couple great places.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we're gonna just feel it out. Just can't wait to do Houston. Love Houston. Houston rocks, man. So
anytime you want to promote anything, you want to come up here and talk shit, you need a hug. Right. You can get in the car.
I hear that.
Beach.
Yeah, man.
Come on up here, and it's just a pleasure to see you. I missed you last week at the Ice House.
Right.
We switched our nights, and then a couple weeks ago, you were at the store, maybe.
I was at the Laugh Factory,
and I had a spot there, but you left before I got there.
Yeah,
I got there before you got there.
Hanging out with Jay Davis, yeah, man. So hanging out with Jay Davis, good guy, and looking forward. I'm gonna try to bounce into the Comedy Store and see. Last time I was there, I saw Joe. He was great. He was cool. Gave me some advice, and really mellow guy. I wonder if it's gonna be is he ever gonna have a boy? Good old Joe. He's cool, man. Funny, and his last special rocked. That was a little intimate. We were talking about intimate kind of shows, and that was hilarious.
One in Denver.
I think the Wilbur.
Wilbur.
Yes.
That's
That's
the Wilbur has become a great place.
absolutely, yeah.
A great place to. When I first did the Wilbur, I was like, "Ooh." Then they sent some money into it. They fixed it a little bit, and the sound system is great. Yeah. I like both his last specials. I thought you were talking about. I like Denver too.
Denver's rocking, man.
That's a great city to do a special at.
Right.
There's so many great places to do specials. There's so many great venues now.
Right.
You know, I thought that we had great venues 22 years ago. We lost the Coconut Improv.
Oh, I know, huh?
Which was just rehab central.
But I think they reopened it, but somewhere in downtown.
Right. They reopened Miami. They're going to Miami. I think I'm going in October.
Nice kid.
But Coconut Grove was just a once in a lifetime.
Yeah, I was there all the time, man. I was
fuck. I was there 6 times a year for 2 weeks.
Oh God, great.
And it would just be 2 weeks of blackout. There would be nothing but blackout. One night I would go to South Beach. My buddies own a hotel on South Beach. They would pick me up at the Improv, like maybe Monday morning, and I would go to South Beach, eat Cuban food all day, go on their balcony, get sun, and then at night we would just smoke dope. That was the only night I had that was normal. I wouldn't do blow or nothing like that. I would just go
only
down
at
the
nighttime.
side. No, I would only what I'm saying. In between those 2 weeks, I would only take one night off of blow.
Right.
In Miami, which was that Monday when I went to South Beach. There was a place walking distance that had a bodega. The name of the hotel is called Paradise Point.
Paradise Point?
Paradise.
Paradise.
And every room is a different thing. Like one room is the Tucson room.
Oh, okay, I got
it's
you.
like cactuses and shit. And
Right.
the other room is the boat room. You think you're in a boat. There's a fucking seal flying through the air.
Right.
And they would put me in a room. I was that dear friends with them. They wouldn't charge me. And you could walk 2 blocks to this bodega. Have you ever seen the movie Empire?
Yes.
With John Leguizamo?
Yep.
He goes to Miami and he meets the guy at a table. The guy goes, "Put your table on the." And he goes, "What?" He goes, "Spit your gum out and put it on under the table."
Right.
And Leguizamo goes under. The guy's got a gun there. That table is in front of that bodega.
Right. Okay.
You look at that bodega on Empire, and you're like, "Ugh!" Let me tell you something. They gave you Cuban food by the pound. So you go in there with a big cellophane thing, and they would just pile it on. I think it was $2.99 a pound. I get like 9 pounds of food. It was like laundry. But we get a roco picadillo, ground beef with olives. We get fried bananas by the pound. Like everything was by the pound. We got a couple Coco Ricos, that coconut soda, and we'd walk back to Paradise 2 blocks away. 2 blocks away. And we'd walk back to Paradise Point and get fucking.
Some people, you lose their appetite, but you would you get.
No. On the days I didn't do blow, I would just refuel. That's why I got up to 418 pounds.
Nice kid.
I would do the intermittent. Everybody, I intermittent fasting.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm doing it.
Wait till you see what comes with intermittent fasting.
Miami.
Because for 3 days, you intermittent fast. You don't eat. You just drink.
I do the South Beach.
And then the 2 days later, you eat all day. And now you're heavier than when you started. You're like, wait a second, I was 210 last week. 218. That's intermittent fasting. It takes some and then more.
Yeah.
Because you got to stay on it for 10 years.
It's crazy.
For you to break the system. So I learned
the system.
I learned from intermittent fasting from doing blood. Right. The biggest I got was intermittent fasting.
Wow.
Because you don't eat for 2 days.
Right.
And then you eat everything.
Yeah, well, the South Beach night, that was cocaine, techno dancing, and a little ecstasy.
Somebody has just been putting old clips of me up lately. Like they found the clip of me when I did the one guy's show on stand-up show on Stars.
Right.
And then somebody put up ER, an episode of ER I did with a cut thumb.
Wow.
Somebody put that episode up a fucking cold case. And I looked at it and I had to turn it off. I almost started crying. That was after 2-week binge in Houston. That was that Christmas, because Pete used to book me after Babbitt. Pete would book me for 2 weeks of Christmas, and then I would leave New Year's. And Jim Gaffigan would come in New Year's Eve.
Gaffigan, yes.
I would do those 2 weeks in Houston, drinking, snorting, and eating. When you go for a cheese omelet, they give you a whole separate dish filled with French fries at the Greek joint, at whatever it's called.
Where you go?
They give you an egg omelet, thick, with cheese all on top of it, not this fucking lactose tolerant fucking delis around here. And then they give you a whole dish filled with fries and a whole dish filled with toast. You know how they give you 2 pieces of toast there? They give you like 8 there at this place.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
And I would go there every morning and eat the cheese omelet with a dish of French fries and 16 or 17 Coca-Colas. Because
Elvis Presley.
After you do blow all night, there's nothing better than a can of Coca-Cola.
Nice kid.
Or iced tea.
Yep, yeah.
Ooh, with a lot of lemon.
Yep.
That fucking body needs that vitamin C, Jack. You or orange
I think every
juice.
single vitamin's
Bro, I would snort. I would fucking drink an orange tree. What do you think that orange juice does to you? It just puts fucking fat on you. That's it.
Really?
Oh my God, it's nothing but sugar.
Yeah, but it's the good sugar.
They're telling you now not to drink fucking juice no more. That's worse than
God, man. I heard juice kills cancer now. Now it doesn't.
Nah, it depends. Like a little dash of pomegranate or something like that.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right.
It's good for the dick stick. What's the name of the website?
PabloFrancisco.com. There you go.
Francisco, I wish you all luck in the
Thanks,
world.
buddy.
Stay sober because within 1 year, you'll be the fucking killer. They can't resist you. Man. That's real talent.
Man, thanks you,
no vulgarity.
Yeah, man.
It's whistles, noises, you jump up and down, sweating profusely.
I know.
Laying your soul on the stage for
Gotta
these
lay it out.
motherfuckers. So if you have not seen Pablo Francisco lately, he ain't going nowhere, bitches. He's still alive and kicking. Do not forget, I will be in New Orleans Friday at the Fillmore. Couple tickets left, and there's a couple tickets left for the Tabernacle in Atlanta on Saturday night. And then at the end of the month, I'm at Columbus, Ohio, at the Funny Bone. I'm keeping my schedule light, like Pablo this year. Too. It's summertime.
Keep it light.
I gotta hang out with my little 6-year-old daughter. I want to thank Pablo Francisco for taking the time. It was a pleasure seeing you.
Right on.
You're one of my favorites in the business. I want to thank you motherfuckers for listening. And I want to thank the Christ Killer for always being here and taking bullshit and whatnot. I love you motherfuckers. Now, for a word from our sponsor, let me tell you something. Bidets are common in the rest of the world. A bidet saves you money on toilet paper. All right? The bidet to use is Tushy. You know why? Because it sprays directly into your asshole and it removes all that disgusting shit that you eat, the hummus and all that shit. So you aren't sitting on bacteria that leads to nasty things like hemorrhoids, yeast infections, UTIs, itchy assholes, skid marks, etc., etc., etc. Tushy sprays your ass with fresh water, not toilet water. Tushy connects to the water supply behind your toilet to spray your dirty fucking asshole clean. You understand me? It's the same water you brush your teeth with, you filthy fuck. You can spray your asshole, dip your nutsack in there and wash that out. Now, wet wipes, they're worse than toilet paper. They're terrible for the environment and they cause anal fissures. I don't know, like a fucking stick comes out of your ass. You don't want a stick coming out of your ass, right? That's why you got to get a bidet. It's 2019. Get your shit together. I love using Tushy. Why? Because it's tremendous. I sit there and I just let the water, nature take care of my asshole. I look forward to fucking taking a huge shit now that I got a Tushy. The aim is tremendous. Fucking just a minute. Would you clean your crusty dishes with dry paper if a bird pooped on them? No. Because it's fucking paper, don't clean. You need water, cocksuckers. And I'll tell you what, it's Father's Day. So Tushy's going to make you a tremendous little deal here, right? They're going to throw in a Tushy bidet to upgrade your toilet to be a porcelain fucking throne fit for a king. That's your father. They're going to throw in some Tushy bamboo bum towels. They're going to throw in a Tushy travel. And they're going to throw in a t-shirt that says, ask me about my fucking butthole. Who's better than you? Nobody. All these together are $1.25. But go to HelloTushy.com and get 10% off your order. Listen, I've been with Hello Tushy for years. You guys have heard me. Since 2016, we've been working with Hello Tushy. It's the best thing you can do for yourself. Aren't you sick of having a stinky asshole? Go to HelloTushy.com right now and get a bidet. They start at $69, matching colors. They're fucking tremendous. And they got a 60-day money-back guarantee. Hello Tushy. Press in church and get 10% off your order. Listen, 23andMe is a tremendous Father's Day gift. And you're asking me why, Joey? Why? Because you get $50 off. You want to give your dad a gift that's unique, as unique as he is. Discover how genes influence well-being and lifestyle choices with insights with genetic weight, muscle composition, sleep quality, and more. Traits reports give insights into how genetics can affect, 1,000 things. Mosquito bite frequency, motion sickness, fear of heights, and more. Give Dad a gift that shows him that you care, because they got wellness reports that can help him make informed decisions about his health. Explore where his DNA is from, and over 1,000 regions worldwide with the most comprehensive genetic ancestry breakdown on the market. That's what 23andMe has to offer. You can even opt into a connect with people who share your DNA, like cousins, second cousins, third cousins. 23andMe is phenomenal, and it's the best Father's Day gift you can get. And if you buy yourself a gift too, you and Dad can connect and celebrate all your shared genetic similarities and differences with over 125 genetic reports on health, traits, and more. That's just for a start. What do I love about 23andMe? That you find out who the hell you are. So do me a favor. This Father's Day, get $50 off the 23andMe Health and Ancestry Kit at 23andme.com/church. That's 23andme.com/church. Listen, $50 off a Health and Ancestry Kit. You're never going to get that again. Offer ends June 17th. So do me a favor. Go to 23andme.com/church. CHURCH. That's 23andme.com/church. I want to thank 23andMe. I want to thank Tushy. I want to thank CBD Lion. I want to thank my bookie. I want to thank ZipRecruit. Anybody who works for this, I love you guys because you provide a great service to the church family. And I want to thank you motherfuckers for having my back. Do not forget, Friday, New Orleans, Saturday, Atlanta, Tabernacle Theater, 7 o'clock, Steve Simone. Be there or be square. I love you motherfuckers. I want to thank Pablo. I want to thank my man, the Flying Jew, a.k.a. the Christ Killer, a.k.a. fucking Lee Sayat. And I want to thank you guys for always having them back. Have a great weekend. Have a great remainder of the week. We love you, cocksuckers. Stay black. Lee, kick this fucking mule. So it's got to be 2008. And I've gone on a video shooting spree. Joey Karates and all these fucking videos. So one day I got an idea. I'm going to shoot a video in the fucking YMCA. And I got a towel. I put a Jewish star on it. Like the Jews do. And I sat there, and I had a yarmulke. But before I go over, I get my man Damon stoned to the gills. It was super silver haze from the place on Sierra Bonita.
Yeah.
That sold tremendous weed. The big fat dude, Pete, whatever his name was. He had weed that was deadly. And on Tuesdays, he had a chef from where Nicole Brown got killed, that Mezzaluna. He was the pastry chef, and he had just opened up an edible company. So he was making tiramisu and all these exotic fucking things. And he used to make this real, at those days, there was no milligrams on edibles. So I give Damon an edible.
And you didn't know which half was the better half.
Which half was the better half. So I eat the edible with Damon. We wait about 20 minutes. I look at Damon's face. I can tell he's higher than fuck. And our goal is to go into the YMCA. I'm going to get naked, put the towel on. I'm going to put the yarmulke on, and I'm going to go into the steam room. And I'm going to open up the door, and he's going to come in and shoot me, and I'm going to give the weekly picks, whatever the fuck I was doing.
Yeah.
So one thing leads to another. We walk into the Y, I give him the badge. We go in, and I can tell as soon as we walk in, after about 9 o'clock, because I said, let's go after 9. Because the Y is open till 11. I go, let's go after 9 because then it slows down.
Yeah.
But after 9, anybody even knows it's gay guys that go down there and they walk around naked. They try to hit on other guys. So you're at the Y in Hollywood.
After 9?
The guy will walk right past you with his dick out and go, excuse me. And you're like, why are you naked in the back? But you got to figure, like, this nights I would go in there at 4:45 and there'd be a guy coming down from meth, naked as fuck, looking to get his dick sucked. And I go, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
And there was one time I had words with a guy. One time I said, bro, you got to put your towel on. And he goes, does my dick bother you? I go, bro, you got to put your fucking towel on. You're a perverted motherfucker. You want me to go to the front desk and he put his towel on?
But also, like, there's just also a certain age. Like, when dudes go past the age of 70, those guys never wear a fucking towel.
So I take Damon down there. I could see he's spooked. You want to open up the steam because this is fits.
Yeah.
And then there's a steam. And the steam, you can't really look in. All you see is steam.
Yeah.
So when you open it, the steam clears and you can see. So Damon's got his head over my shoulder. I open the door, the steam clears, and it's the biggest, blackest motherfucker you've ever seen with a dick that had to be cold. And it was still 22 inches. Damon saw the guy's dick and ran the fuck out of there. I had to put my towel on and chase him. I go, what's going on? It was that guy's dick. It was too big. Greetings from Podcastville, you bad motherfuckers. It's Tuesday, the 11th of motherfucking July. The podcast is brought to you by On It, the best in supplements. Listen, I can't take care of you on the supplements, and I can't take care of you on the kettlebell and the club bells and all that stuff. And as far as supplements, I got you. Alpha Brain, Shroom Tech, the protein powder, I got you. Go to onit.com. Pick something. Start with Alpha Brain. Press in on it and get 10% off. Press in church. Bam! And get 10% off delivered to your fucking house right off the bat. Number 2, the days of buying CBD oil at a liquor store are done. CBD Lion is here. Let me explain something to you. Go to CBD Lion and look at the secondhand test results. This is a real fucking company with legit product. I'm 56 fucking years old. I jump up and down every fucking day. I eat 4 of those little gummies at night, and I sleep like a fucking lion. You understand me? If you want to sleep like a lion, go to cbdlion.com right now and press in church and get 20 motherfucking % off. That's how we do it on the Church of What's Happening Now. Take this fucking mule, Lee. It's the Church of What's Happening Now. It's Tuesday. Listen, I'm sorry, Atlanta. I'm very sorry. I'm going to reschedule a date today. I'm sorry, but what happened on Saturday, for you people who want to know, what really happened was that our flight was at 11:30, supposed to get into fucking Atlanta at 2:19, and they kept pushing the flight back, and then at 3 o'clock, they just canceled it. No, at 5 o'clock, they just canceled the motherfucker, and the next flight was at 6:09, and that got delayed till 7:22, so we weren't going to get in until 10, and they wanted you people to sit there for fucking 3 hours, so my deepest motherfucking apologies. Once I got to Atlanta, guess what? They left my luggage in New Orleans. So I had to sit there till 5 in the morning waiting for my fucking luggage.
What airline is that?
Delta, who I love to death. Everybody has a bad day.
Yeah.
You know, I was not angry. Steve Simone started to get a little bit angry at the counter, and I reminded him about Ralphie May was banned for life.
What?
Yeah, from Delta. For kicking the counter at fucking LAX because he got there at 30 minutes before the flight.
Yeah.
And he missed it because he was a big shot. And he kicked the counter and he said, fuck, this sucks. And they came and said, don't ever come into Delta again.
Get the fuck out.
Don't play at an airport. Do not play at an airport. When people tell me they play at an airport, I feel sorry for them. The TSA people have no time, and the airline people have no time.
Yeah.
Keep your mouth shut. Don't crack no fucking jokes.
Well, the jokes
don't say nothing about dynamite. Don't say nothing about fucking going through the machine. Just wear sweats so you don't have to take your belt off if you're a fat fuck. Put some nice NB, what do you call it, New Balance sneakers.
Yeah, slip them on.
Slip them on, and take a shirt and take a hooded sweatshirt if it's cold on the plane. And make sure in your fucking bag that you're carrying on, you have the essentials. You always have to have a joint rolled up and hidden a certain way in case your luggage gets lost. You don't want to sit in your room like a fucking bumpy. So thank God I had edibles on me. I had some fucking reefer on me. I had a vapor pen. That shit, and I had my computer. So I never get stuck. I wasn't really stuck. I took a shower. I didn't have no fucking gel to put in my hair. I looked like fucking Zombo. But I was still in the car. I didn't give a fuck, Jack, where my fucking luggage is. They can't get in it because I got a lock. I got one of those away suitcases that they're guaranteed for life. It comes with a combination.
You put on the plane?
Well, I could even plug my phone on that bitch. You know, you can charge your phone. It's tremendous. And I've had it for 2 months. You got to see what it looks like. Looks like it went to Afghanistan and they shot it. Looks like one of those good fella cars. They treat your luggage like shit, those fucking
Oh, yeah. You know, they lost my bag.
And then they wanted receipts.
They wanted receipts. They lost my bag, and I was like, listen, they said anything over $150 that was in the suitcase, we're going to need receipts. I'm like, well, there was some clothing in there, the jeans, some of the shoes. They
give you.
Here's the thing, right? So I said, they were over $150. They said, we're going to need receipts for those. And I said, yeah, but I've had them for like a year. You know what I mean? You think I keep the receipts for once I get clothes? If I know I'm going to keep them, I throw away the fucking receipt. And they were like, yeah, it's just the policy. I said, but what about the clothes you're wearing? You like them? And she said, yeah. And I said, do you have receipts for those? She said, no. but I didn't lose these clothes. I'm like, no, okay. So they made me do receipts, which I didn't fucking have. And so then they were like, we'll give you something like $400 for the bag and everything. That's it. But then I have to go down someplace and sign some paperwork.
Yeah, oh no, they make it rough for you.
Yeah.
They put you on hold. It's an hour. They make it rough for you. Let me tell you something how I feel. And I told the lady when she called me at 3, and she goes, your luggage didn't come. And I go, let me ask you a question, because this is what pisses me off, okay? This is what part of my beef is with society, and we've accepted it, is that I paid you $25 for that bag.
Yeah.
That means you're going to handle that bag with your life. If not, don't charge me, and I'll expect to lose it. But once I pay that $25, you know they charge me $100.
Why?
Because my bag was 2 pounds over.
They don't fuck around.
They don't fuck around. And I didn't have another bag, and I wasn't in the mood to argue. Listen, when I fly on Sunday, I don't want to argue.
Yeah.
I don't want to stand on the line.
You first flight guy?
Yeah, first flight guy. And this will kill me this week. I didn't take the first flight out. You take the first flight out. That's why I don't like doing city to city. I like one city at a fucking time.
Yeah.
You know what? When I get fucking Ali Wong, I can do 2 shows and then I done. But until then, I don't want to go from city to city. It bothers the fuck out of me. It really does.
But that's also early flight after early flight is not good.
Well, if you take the early flight and you get to a town, they're not going to check you in your room.
Yeah.
Right. You're going to be walking around the town like a fucking staminkia. I don't want to do that either. I don't want to do. The only one that has an early check-in is Hyatt. And they'll give it to you. They'll check you in at 9. They don't fuck around. I'm like platinum on Hyatt.
Yeah. But that's why, like, I would think most airlines, you wouldn't have to pay if your bag was over 50 pounds.
They got me on the way back from Minneapolis that week when I did Wisconsin. When I was shooting the movie in Jersey, the first week I had already 420 in Minneapolis and Milwaukee at the Paps. On the way home from the Paps, somebody gave me something like a sweatshirt or something. I left my kickboxing stuff at my friend's car.
Yeah.
But I forgot to take clothes out of there.
Got it.
So when I went, I don't know why they didn't charge me when I came back. And they goes, you're 2 pounds over. And I just paid the yardstick. Because I don't want to argue with you. It's not worth it. I don't want to get
on a Sunday morning. Yeah.
I don't want to argue with nobody on a Sunday morning.
Yeah.
I just did 5 fucking shows. I just took pictures. I talked to people. I heard people's stories. You know, I'm not in the mood. So I just feel if I pay you $25 to handle something, so how can my luggage still fucking be in fucking whatever?
But they're also like, you fly as much as I do. There's some things on a plane too. Like when somebody tries to fit an overhead bag the size of a fucking coffin in the overhead, and they're just
I got a problem with the guitar guys. Take that guitar and shove up your mother's ass.
Check it underneath.
Do not fucking bring the guitar on here. You're not going to serenade nobody. You're just going to waste the fucking thing with your fucking shitty band and your shitty fucking guitar. Check that fucking thing. It burns me the fuck up when I see some fucking guy with a guitar and I don't know who it is. If it ain't Jimmy Page, don't bring a guitar on the plane. If you ain't Dave Gilmour or Jimmy Page or you ain't in the Foo Fighters, leave your guitar, all right? Nobody knows you. Don't bring the guitar on to make believe. Like we're going to confuse you for somebody you're not. You're not in the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Leave your fucking guitar underneath. And then you sit in the back. That's what really pisses me off. You want to bring a guitar? Buy a first class ticket. So now you're going to fucking sit in the back with those Martians in the dungeon and fuck their shit up. Like they don't have it bad enough. You ever sit in first class and get up and look into the back of the plane? You advise people on not flying what you see. You see people stuck together. Even that seat behind first class, the more leg room.
Yeah.
They give you dick.
Nah.
You're still sitting next to 2 fucking idiots breathing on your neck. It's a fucking nightmare. It's a fucking nightmare. I feel bad for people that don't fly. When they fly, they we're gonna have a great time.
Yeah.
They're sitting back there fucking stuck. My wife, she's in for a treat. And she doesn't know.
Why?
Because she's going to Tennessee, to Nashville.
When's she going?
But she came to me with the amount for the plane tickets for the American, and I told her absolutely not. They wanted $700.
Yeah.
To go sit in the back on American Airlines to go to Nashville because every fucking star in the country lives in Nashville now. So if you go to Nashville,
especially nonstop, right?
I could get a cheaper mint ticket to Kennedy than what it is to fly.
Yeah. I have to go. I have to fly back from Nashville. Well, when does this come out?
Tomorrow.
I have to fly back from Nashville this weekend. This weekend? Next weekend. And I looked at that flight and I'm like, what? One way. Because it was like $600.
There's two places that they rape you, and I can't figure out. Well, I know one place, Nashville.
Yeah.
Because the movie stars, when you get on the ATL, also they rape you a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you what's the fucking other place where they rape you to go to. Philadelphia.
Come on.
Have you ever seen what a ticket to Philadelphia costs?
Yeah, I mean,
I look at I look at the first class, the regular, and the business, and I go, holy shit. Every year I save points just to go to Philly, just to fuck. Just to fuck. Like I got miles for you. If you want a coach seat, first class, I got 50,000. I'm covered. And then you can hear the crack over the phone.
Joe, on the way back from New Zealand, the guy says to me, I'm checking in. He said, we have one more first class seat available. Do you want to take it? And I was like, you know what? Because it was like, I go, how much American got there? And it was like $1,100. And I was like, you know what? I've never done something like that. I'm going to fucking do it. It changed the entire experience. I never wanted to get off the plane.
It was how many hours?
15 hours.
You do anything in 15 hours.
Yeah.
You got to take care of yourself.
Yeah, you know what? It's not something I would usually spend money on. I mean, honestly, I would be like, no, that's way too much. But it had been such a long trip. I was gone for almost 3 weeks. And I was like, you know what? I worked hard this trip. I'm putting on a carbon. I would do it again. It changed the trip there. I was in the back. The trip back, I was in the front. It changed.
Where's your wife?
She stayed home. She was selling because we were selling the house.
Okay, so she didn't go to New Zealand.
No, it was just
I
me.
thought she was gonna go.
She was gonna go.
So you ended up making money.
Yeah.
Yeah, you bring your wife, you break even.
Yeah.
That's what I told you.
Yeah.
Remember,
Yeah.
You remember how bad I was with money?
Yeah.
And then I used to talk to you. What the fuck? The day you justified your girlfriend taking $20 out of the bank every day, I listened to you and I'm like, he's a cheap fuck, but he's right.
Yeah.
$20 every day for lunch. $20. It fucking adds up.
Yeah.
That's 600 a fucking month.
Oh my God. You know what? But that's the thing. Like, nothing. I would rather you buy something big than nickel and dime me to death. Do you know what I mean? It's just that is just a slow. It's like the Chinese torture. Just watching it go at $20 a bit because I was checking it every 30, 40 minutes.
Garlic for you there. You get?
Yeah.
All right. Look, I know you didn't eat, so you can smell that. That's like a food substitute.
But
it's got protein in it.
Carol was tight on money.
Who?
Carol.
Oh, she still has the.
She was tight. She was the tightest person I've ever met in my life. She was tight.
Listen, it's tight for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
I tip. I leave tips in hotel rooms.
Yeah.
I spread it. That's always been, even when I didn't have it, I always spread it. That's why I have the friends I have. Because when I rob somebody, I'd make you a conspiracy, whether you wanted to or not. When Lee came up to you later and goes, Joe Diaz robbed my house. And you're like, you gave me $300. You couldn't say nothing because $300 of your money was Lee's pocket. You know what I'm saying? Or vice versa. So I would make your conspiracy right off the bat. You didn't even need to do nothing around me. I just throw you $200, then a week later you're like, Joey Diaz robbed my house and took my fucking pound of coke. And you're like, God, he came over and left me a gram of coke. No wonder.
God,
now I can't even fucking say nothing because I'm responsible. You called me from New Zealand. It was one of the most interesting calls I've had in a long time. Because one thing I really, really am, I'm not saying this for the podcast or whatever, is very humble and thankful.
Yeah.
Very humble and thankful. I know that this ends. I know that I'm not better than nobody else. I know I put my pants on long at a time like everybody else. I just put in the fucking work, You and I go back, if you really think about it, to 1995.
Yeah.
This is 2018. That means we were doing comedy, and you called me and you said, I'm here in New Zealand. I'm walking the streets of New Zealand, and I'm thinking about how much time I put into this to get here and how happy I am. And I might not be making a lot of money. And I got off the phone with you, and I'm like, he's getting it. There's one. When you come to LA, there's two reasons to come to LA. There's the reason to be a star, and for me, it was just to survive. Like I never thought I was good enough to get a movie. I always thought I would get. I remember Valerie, whatever, telling me, "I get you a job as an extra." I'm like, "Really?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm working on Friends." Remember, she used to leave animals on the set and play with them, so they could. She'd tell her mom that she left a thing on the set, and while you were watching it, that thing's head would be moving. Fucking hilarious. I thought I'd be an extra, so I just wanted to survive. There's people who come here. They're going to be stars. They become stars, and they get a shock of fucking reality. They get a little knockout to the head, and then they either smooth it out or they go away.
Yeah.
60% of them go away because they can't handle the fucking failure. 40% say, you know what, at the end of the day, I was a stand-up anyway. I didn't come here to make movies, TV shows, or to have a show. I came here just to be a fucking comic.
Mm-hmm.
When you really grab that, whether you're a comic or a lawyer, when you really see the work that you've put into something, it's hard to believe. And it came to you in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Chelsea, this, that, Greg Garcia. You opened up for these guys. This has all been part of your fucking journey. That's why I explain to people that they have to have a comedy journey. If do you think I would have handled this the way I did if I didn't do comedy for 20 years this weekend? Most comics would have had a heart attack if they missed their flight, whatever. That's normal. I know what you can and you can't do. If you rush it, you're just going to put on a bad show. And the agents are like, they'll wait till 10. And I'm like, I wouldn't wait for Led Zeppelin for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Never mind some fat fucking comic that's going to say dirty fucking words. Reschedule it. I don't want to go there with a gun to my head. I don't want to run there and be in a rush. And look, thank God I didn't say to wait because my luggage never got there. This is things you learn from doing comedy. I told Jeff Wills today. I go, Jeff, my apologies to you for not doing the show. But I've learned something when I was a kid, that if something sucks in the beginning, it's going to suck all the way through.
Yeah.
Only an idiot doesn't know that. If something sucks the very first moment, it's going to suck all the way through. This flight already started bad. It's delayed. It's been delayed 3 times. What does that tell you? That tells you something ain't right. Whatever you got to go to that funeral, you ain't going to make it.
Nope.
You're not going to make it. Sit back, go to the bar, if you need a cocktail. For me, I just popped another. I just popped 100 milligrams.
Dude, you know what else, though? Being on stage alone, and this dawned on me the other day. If I list the things that have happened to me while I've been on stage, electricity going out, mics going out, the whole building going out, people fighting in the audience, people throwing up on the stage, somebody have sex in the audience. You could name almost anything, right? And because almost anything has happened, it dawned on me a couple of years ago, and something shifted in the way I do stand-up. You can't surprise me with anything. Do you know what I mean? I feel almost more comfortable on stage than I do off. I'm in a way more sure of myself and what's going to happen. You know what I mean? Like I feel almost more comfortable standing up there than sometimes I do off. I feel like I know what's going to happen. Do you know what I mean? When I go on the road, I know even if something weird happened, I've seen it's hard to like.
The first time you saw a woman's pussy from the stage.
Yeah.
Remember, you couldn't say the joke afterward. You were just like, "Yeah, I was having a good time."
Joe.
I remember there was a time when once a month I had a girl. Those triple runs.
Yeah.
They have the people who go to throw you off. On those triple runs, once a month, there's always that one hot girl that shows up with a guy and doesn't wear underwear, and she just opens her legs throughout the whole show, and you look at it because that's what you do.
Yeah.
With Me Too's.
Yeah.
You gotta look. You know what I'm saying? But after a while, you're like, I can't look because she knows. She smiles.
Yeah.
The boyfriend is in love. He's like, my wife is the hottest thing. Meanwhile, she's showing you that plan, and it's fucking throws you off. The first time you're like you fucking actually go, and you're like, sorry, I just had a little break for it. No, you didn't. You just saw somebody snatch, and she saw it. She saw how you reacted, so now she's gonna open up her legs more. That threw me off the first time. Something as simple as that. I used to get thrown off by people with white hair.
Really?
I looked out in the audience and I saw a guy with hair.
Why? Because they didn't think you didn't think they'd get the jokes.
I didn't think I'd get them.
Yeah.
I didn't think. I thought
that used to throw me down.
Like there were so many things I would put on my act.
Yeah.
And in life, it's the same things we do in life. We put roadblocks in front of ourselves.
Joe, in Cleveland, last time I was there, or 2 times ago, there was a guy in the second row finger banging the girl next to him. Not subtly. He was a full arm length away. So he looked like a DJ scratching a record. That's how subtle it was from the stage. And I'm looking at it. And I didn't say anything because honestly, it just gave me something different to look at. I see everything, you know what I mean? I'm like, I've never seen that at a show before. Finger banging this girl. They ended up getting kicked out for something completely different because he ended up talking to the show. But I asked everybody in the crowd, I'm like, did you guys see that? And they were like, fuck. Yes, with the whole crowd, but we just went on with the, you know what I mean? Like, what am I gonna do? Hey, you're finger banging that girl. Like, what am I gonna say? I don't want to embarrass them. It's actually kind of funny to me. What the fuck? But that's what I mean. Like, at Comics in Mohegan, there was a woman in the front row. The video is on my YouTube page. I just happened to take the show. She threw up in her cup. It was an empty, giant margarita cup. She threw up in it 4 times, but like this. She would go like this. Ready? And just because she didn't want to get kicked out of the show. So she would throw up in her mouth, hold it in her mouth. No liquid came out. And then she would just open her mouth like a bit like baby bird, like you would feed a baby bird, and drop it into the cup. She did it 1 time. Her friend leaned over, and this is on the video too. Her friend leaned over to say something. I thought she was going to say, hey, we should get you out of here. And she leaned over. They were right up front. They were nurses. And she leaned over and she goes, get your shit together. And she threw up in the cup 4 times, 3 times maybe. And I finally had to kick her out, not because she was disrupting the show, because nobody besides me and her friend saw her. Nobody in the whole show. I had to kick her out because she filled up the cup. I didn't want her to throw it up on the ground and making the wait staff clean it up, right? So she walks out. And I asked,
did you bring the cup with her or did you leave
No, she left the cup. So surely, if they didn't saw the finger bang, surely everybody saw this woman in the front row. They were like, nobody saw anything. She was so stealth. She wanted to stay. So honestly, I felt bad asking her to leave because she was trying so hard to stay. You know what I mean? She was putting in 100, so...
I had a lady in the front row puke on the stage.
Where were you?
Houston. Mo and Mia was here 2 weeks ago, and I wanted to tell them the story.
Which club?
Not the Lab Stop or the Lab Spot. This was the one where he developed that with the Spanish one on the other side of town, where him, Ralphie, Thea Vidal. That club was a little bit more raw.
Mm-hmm.
The Lab Stop were white people, very nice. It's West Gray, very nice. 2 Starbucks on the corner.
Mm-hmm.
But the joke joint, today it's a joke joint. That's what they call it, the joke joint.
Right.
That was called, Denny Martinez owned it. And one time he said, I want you to headline here. And he didn't show up on Friday. His wife was there. She wouldn't let me work dirty. I'm struggling. And then fucking towards the end of my set, I see this lady put her hand up and the puke went between her fingers. And then she would move the hand and she just went blah all over the front table and on the stage. I did about 2 minutes and the smell of vomit. Everybody fucking around and started walking out. You have to be a trooper to live through that.
Yeah.
You just throw your hands up and you go back to your room and go, what
have you
is that?
Ever? I can tell you the closest I've been to walking off stage. I was in Myrtle Beach, and these people were talking in the audience, and I was kind of talking to them. And then another table got tired of them talking too. And then they started to argue with each other. And there was nobody from the staff coming in to break it up. And nothing I was saying was that. So I just sat on the stage and watched them argue and pretend fight for, it had to be 5 minutes. And I was like, because I couldn't at the time figure out how to control it. And I was like, do I just walk off the fucking stage? Like, I've literally lost control of this show. I can't get either table to calm down. And then other people are screaming at the tables, and I can't control the crowd at all. And I just sat there. And it was the closest I've ever been to saying, fuck this. If this is going to be the whole show and I can't control it, I got to walk off. I just sat. I ordered a couple drinks and just sat and waited for them to get tired of yelling at each other. But I didn't know. That was the closest I've ever been to walking off. You ever been close?
No. I've never been close to walking off. I've had my moments when I want to cry.
Yeah.
Up on stage where like you're either doing really bad or you're just not getting them. You're just not taking a ride. But when I was doing coke, I had a bad attitude on stage because all I would think about was going on stage and doing 45 minutes so I could do coke.
How did that change your? How did that?
The quicker I got off stage, the quicker I could get to my fucking little voodoo bag of debt. So I had that problem for a long time, and I just wanted to fulfill my obligation. I didn't really give a fuck about what I talked about on stage, and that's why I really had no success at that area. I was doing movies and stuff. I really had no control. I was just doing it to go on the road and not, when you have an addiction, you go on the road and nobody knows about it. Here, I would do it once a week here. When I was on the road, it was every night, Wednesday through Sunday. You still remember Beaumont.
Mm-hmm.
That was just, I think about Beaumont, I want to get sick. It took me a week from the OD on Sunday to Friday. My face was bent. Like, my face was bent for 5 fucking days. I couldn't talk.
Yeah.
I go, how you doing?
Yeah.
I said, what's going on with you? I go, nothing. I got a toothache. It was fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Like, I can't explain to people. But didn't I lay down at one point
on stage? And you said to me, Josh Wolf. And I was in the back. Yeah. And you come up here and help me get on the stool. And I go, no. And you were like, fuck you. But you were on your knees. You weren't laying down. You were on your knees. And you had the mic resting on your belly. I remember that.
Shirt.
I couldn't help you onto the fucking stool.
My fucking shirt was dressed.
Yeah.
One of those Big Daddy shirts on.
You took those Xanax before you went on stage. No, you took the Xanax before I went on stage.
30 of them?
Yeah, you took them before I went on stage.
30 of them, 3 things.
Yeah.
10 milligrams Xanax I was eating. And the last night I definitely ate 10 or 12.
You were, I don't think, but you know what's crazy? It didn't kill you. Is it bad?
No, he just eats fish and protein shakes all day. That's not bad for it at all. God damn it. All he does is he thinks about what he can eat to make farts smell bad.
We did that in college. In college, we were fucking dumb. Basically, my roommate challenged another 2 guys. We're like, we're going to lock ourselves in our rooms for a weekend. We're going to eat the worst things in the world. And we're going to see once and for all who's got the worst room. And I didn't make it the whole weekend. I woke up I think I woke up on Saturday. I had to make it till like Sunday at 8. And I woke up on Sunday morning. And I was like, I can't. This is as far as I go.
He's 2.5 times as old as you were at that point.
Yeah, but he's done some damage. And at this point, he knows exactly what makes him fart the worst.
Ooh.
Garlic. Garlic. What is it, fish?
Albacore sushi.
Yeah.
It's like I'm a mind reader.
Onions, jalapenos, and garlic cloves.
Oh, that's
the first
end.
2 or 3 farts are
Karnak.
just brutal. They're just brutal. When I go to Sushi Dan, I haven't been there in like 2 or 3 weeks. But when I go to Sushi Dan, I get the sizzling albacore. It's 6 pieces of albacore, just with onions, jalapeno, and fucking garlic cloves and a little bit of olive oil. And it's delicious. But what comes out of your ass 2 hours later is just disgusting. Once the onion mixes with the fucking garlic, you have a big problem. And then the jalapeno makes the front spicy.
Hard. You know what?
People sniffing, their nose hairs going.
Yeah, and it feels like a paper cut when it comes out of your asshole. Like you're like, oh shit. It's like the paper cut. Yeah, that's bad.
It's terrible. Well, I don't eat to fart. I don't know when I'm gonna fart.
Yeah. For me, dried apricots. Like if I want to torture Beth, I'll just buy a bag of dried apricots, and I hide them at the house. And if she's bothering me, I'll go eat some dried apricots.
There's that place on Lancashire. They make protein shakes once every 2 weeks. Still make them, and I go over there. It's not going to be a good protein shake for you because they put fruit in it. There's a lot of sugar in it.
Right.
But just to switch it up, it's called Maca Fuel.
Yeah.
It's a chocolate milkshake over there on Lancashire. They put dates in there.
That'll fuck you up too. Yep.
You have
yeah.
idea
that's me
what
too.
comes out of you when you eat dates.
Yeah.
The odor, that's why I had to stop going there.
It's rough.
Because I would have the shakes and go, Jesus Christ. I would be driving back from the comedy store at night and I would fart on Laurel K and almost crash the fucking car.
You ever fart in your car and keep the windows rolled up and see if it smells in the next morning?
No.
I like to do that. Do you ever do that?
I don't do it. I just did it by accident.
Yeah, I don't want to
Yours
do it.
definitely
would. Smell like shit. I hate my car stinking. I got to go in there with Ozium anyway.
Oh, yeah.
I go in there with Ozium every fucking day. When I start it up, I just blow it and put Ozium in there to kill the espiritos malos and everything fucking in between. You know what I'm saying? So now you're going to the UK. These are both your first times doing comedy abroad. What did you feel was different when you went abroad?
I was really scared.
In my world, people are people.
Yeah.
After 20 years, you realize people are people. No matter whether you go to a tent, if you ain't funny, they ain't gonna laugh.
So, yeah, I agree with you 100%. But sometimes I was going by myself, so I did a lot of thinking. And sometimes, your old insecurities or your old who you used to be can creep in and bring some self-doubt. And I started to think, well, is the sense of humor the same? I mean, I know what I'm, and I just started to creep into my own head. And I couldn't wait just to get that first set out of the way. And as soon as I got the first set out of the way, I was like, oh, yeah. Exactly what you said. People are people. If you're funny,
people are people.
If you're funny, you're funny.
Yeah, no. Denver audiences are better than Ohio audiences. No. You don't know what you're talking about.
No.
People are people.
Yeah.
If you're funny, they're going to be a good audience. I don't think I had the best show of my life in New Orleans. I was kind of fucking rusty. Even though I get on stage at the store, the hour is the big difference.
Yeah.
That hour is a big fucking difference. 15 minutes I could do with sleeping.
I did 12 hours and 14 days. And so I was sharp.
So you did how many shows over there in New Zealand?
Well, I was in Australia too.
So you did Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah. It was amazing. It was really cool. It was super humbling, to think that I'm just doing my little fucking dumb shit over here, and there are people over there that will come and excited. My show in Brisbane was a different experience for me altogether. I could feel it was a different energy when I walked on stage. Like those people were excited to be there, and it felt I told them, like, this is top 5 show I've ever had. It was a different experience. It was amazing. I was really humbling, man, because, I've told you this before. I know the list of people I would leave the house to pay and go see. So the fact that I'm on somebody's list is humbling every time I step on the stage. Like, these people left the house to come see me.
And they got a babysitter.
Yeah, like it blows my fucking mind. Think about who you would leave the house, honestly, to pay, bring your wife and go see. It's not that big of a list. So the fact that you're on somebody's list, that's why it bothers me when I hear people blame crowds. They came to see you, man. They came to see you. So they want you to do well. I don't like when people blame small crowds either, because those people also left the house to see you. So do your job. You know what I mean? It's super cool. It was really very humbling.
It's you do stand up, you starve. I mean, you starve no matter what type of artist you are in the beginning. I generalize and I say stand-up because that's what I know about. But I still remember being an apprentice electrician and starving, an apprentice carpenter. You know, you starve for a couple of years until you fall in love with something. But listen, I really enjoyed my open mic life. Like, my mother died when I was a kid, but I gotta tell you, I still had a great childhood. My open mic career, I consider it brilliant. I think until I spun my wheels till I was 29 years old. And before I got into comedy, I really fucking thought about it. Because I knew if I get into this and I failed, I was out of options. So when I picked this, the first 2 years, I didn't know what I was doing, which nobody really knows. And then once I got a grip of what I wanted to do, and when I got an answer of what I wanted to do and where I wanted to take it, then I count that. Like, yeah, I started in 91, but I really started in October of 93. That's when I saw the big picture, and that's when I attacked it. And I could look you in the face and tell you that I did it the right way.
I was thinking about this the other day.
I was an open micer for 7 years.
Yeah.
With no qualms.
Yeah. I was thinking about this the other day. How many sets, when we first got to LA for the first year, 2 years, how many sets a week do you think you were doing?
I was doing 4 at the store, 1 at the Improv, 1 at the Laugh Factory.
And you did 2 or 3 of those funny mics somewhere around town.
Every night I did a Mexican.
With Rudy and that.
With Rudy, Felipe.
Do you still have the notebooks of all the mics that you did?
Yes, I still have everything going back to 98.
I was thinking about how many mics we would. Yeah, that was the goal.
You know, when I lived in Boulder, I had to really work for sets, so it taught me a lot.
Yeah.
Every set was gold. There wasn't 4 sets a week on Monday. Mondays was the Outback. Way before Outback Saloon, this was the Outback Australian bar.
Yeah.
And it was an Australian theme, and they had a stage. You think they put us on the stage? No. We were in the back of the sound room, 5 feet longer than this. And the room it was a rehearsal space with pads on the wall. So bands could rehearse in there while people were at the bar and they wouldn't hear them. And they would let me go up there. Andy Payton would put me on every Monday for 10 fucking minutes. So I learned how to treat those spots like gold. The Comedy Works only put you on once every 3 weeks for 3 minutes. There was that many open mics there, open micers. Wednesday I had a place, Thursday I had a place, and then Friday and Saturday I hosted guest spots. And none of the clubs liked me, so I would get guest spots. When I went to Seattle, we had the chubby chick on Mondays in Tacoma.
Yeah.
Very sweet. She just reached out to me.
She's great, Susan.
You had the Comedy Underground, and then we had that artsy fartsy bar with the cages.
Yep. But we also had
and we had another open mic on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't think, I've thought about this a lot. You sent me a list a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
I showed on the podcast with Brody, God rest his soul, and all this shit. That Monday, Tuesday open mic combination
was deadly, dude.
Was deadly.
Yeah.
Because we had 2 nights to come up with material. So if it didn't work Monday, Carl would give you another chance. So you used what worked, and then you threw in an extra minute. Because it was 6 minutes, right?
Yeah, depending on, yeah.
Because they trained you for the Seattle Comedy Company.
Yeah.
That's why they were doing 6 minutes to keep it for Seattle. So it was all 6 minute shots. I think the closer was 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So that was the deal. But that was one of the biggest educations I got.
Not only that, if you remember, like one-nighters were one-nighters. So we weren't learning in 3 or 5 or 7 minute spots. When you went to Tacoma, when you went to Olympia, when you even went up north to Everett, you were doing 15 minutes.
You were doing 15 and 30.
Yeah, you were just so
whether
when
you had it or not.
No,
book you had 20 minutes, and you could improvise for 5. Laura Crocker,
yeah, but you were getting up there.
Wilson.
The
we MC every night.
MC had to do 15 minutes, so you would get on stage. You were 12th fucking time, and you had to stand up there for 15 minutes, and so it taught that was a huge education, but it didn't prepare us to come here. Because I was used to having 15 minutes. And you know, that first set at the store for 3 was like, with the lights on in that fucking room, you're like, what the fuck is going on? People, you know, you can see everybody. Nobody gives a fuck who you are. You thought you were the king of the hill. But when I left Seattle, I left with a little more confidence than I should have had. I mean, let's be honest. Because you think since you're doing so well somewhere else, that you're just going to come here and pick up. Did you think you were kind of come up and, I mean, obviously I didn't think it was going to be the same, but I was going to be like, oh, I've been doing this for a little while. I'm part of the young guns of comedy. Like I'm going to come down here and of course I'm going to be at the store. No, you start, no matter who you are almost, you start over. You start over.
Yeah, first of all, you lose 8 minutes because you have Seattle.
Yeah.
That's the worst. When you come down and you're like, what about that judge? And you're like, what judge? And you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, the Seahawks jokes don't work down here?
Yeah, that's it. Now you got to read. You just lose 10 minutes when you move here. You lose 10 fucking minutes. When I came down here. When you came down here, I wish you all the luck in the world. I didn't think I was ready. I didn't have no real connections. I didn't know anybody. Then I started fucking on at the Latino Laugh Festival.
Yeah.
And they flew me down and that shit, and they didn't book me on. So that was my only experience. Like I told Pablo when he was here. I came down here. I saw Pablo do Seinfeld in Spanish. And I was like, I don't know. Let's get that out of there. I'm just some fucking dirty comic. I accept that.
Yeah.
And then I came down here on Monday and Tuesday, I think you, me, and Gavin went to the Laugh Factory.
Yep.
And stood online.
Yep.
And then he told me, he goes, you're great, but you don't belong here. You're a cabaret comic. Get a van, go on the road, and do dirty jokes on the road. You'll make $1 million. I was crushed. Nobody knows that. That Jim Masada, I got here on a Monday, and Tuesday night, I stood out there all day. Richard, whatever, brought us water.
Mm-hmm.
And we stood out there, me and Gavin alternated going over to the coffee shop in that mall downstairs, the Coffee Bean. If you cross the street from the coffee shop, it was a completely different mall back then. The management company was there.
But Lemley was still there.
Lemley was still there, but there was a Coffee Bean.
Yeah.
And I still remember my first day here, me and Gavin and you, I think it was just me and Gavin, went down there at 8, or you too, and then we had to come back at 6.
Yeah.
But I still remember going across the street and seeing the guy was really hot at the time. He did that movie with Pauly Shore, real good-looking dude.
Brendan Fraser.
Brendan Fraser.
Yeah.
We saw him at Starbucks at a Coffee Bean. I'm like, oh shit, I'm at the right place. Then all of a sudden, Richard Lewis pulled up and gave me water. I was like, oh,
dude,
I'm at the right place.
Do you know what? So he told you not to be dirty. Do you know what he told me? Don't talk about your kids. Nobody wants to hear you talk about your kids. That was the first thing he told me, and I was like, okay.
Waited online.
Yeah.
I waited in the sun. Then at 6 o'clock, they gave you the number. We ran home. I'm hyped. I was at the store the night before. Fucking Don Barris put me up at the store the night before because the black kid, what's the black kid that took us to a strip club in Seattle that time? And he rented a convertible Beamer. And he took us to that strip club and paid for that Eddie Griffin hated him.
The singer.
The singer came in as I was
used to wear the big fedora
hat. I was talking to Don Barris.
Yeah.
He came in. He goes, hey.
James
Stevens III.
Yeah, thank you.
God bless him. And he came in.
He was a super nice guy.
Super nice guy. Yeah. He came in and he goes, when did you come down here? I just got here tonight. He goes, you want to go on stage? I go, fuck yeah. And he went up to Don Barris. There was 2 people. And this was my first LA premiere. 2 people in the fucking audience. I died of slow. I had never seen 2 people.
Yeah.
So I got off the stage. I saw Wheels. I saw Eddie Griffin. I saw Tumac from The Last Dragon.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know. This isn't going to work. And then that next Tuesday, I went to that Laugh Factory, bro, and I killed. I could look in the face. It was 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I was just used to doing 6 minutes for Monday and Tuesday for 18 months.
Yeah.
You're not going to fuck with me.
No.
I went up there and I did 3 minutes. I ripped that room apart and I waited on the line like, I'll be a regular. And bro, I walked in there like, Jamie, how you doing? He's like, sit down, my friend. You're very funny, but you do not belong in LA.
Yeah.
You're too blue. You're a cabaret comic. You're not going to make it here. You cannot perform in my club. That was my wake-up call to LA. And here I am 22 years later. That was my first day in LA. Like that guy cracking me. Like going home being cracked.
But dude, you never changed.
No,
you never.
I saw Doug Stanhope.
Yeah,
coaching
never changed.
horses, and he goes, "Why the long face?" And I told him, he goes, "Fuck him. He don't know nothing about comedy." And he started breaking down the history of LA, and he was a poor man at the store, and he tried to copy Mitzi. I got nothing against Jamie. Jamie's a great guy.
Great guy. He is a great guy.
At the time, that was what it was. That's who I was at that time, you know?
Yeah.
And he told me, don't worry about the fucking Laugh Factory. I'll get you in at the Comedy Store. And sure enough, he called. I thought he was lying to me. You know how people tell you I'll call?
Mm-hmm.
A week later, I got a call from fucking Scott Day telling me you got a showcase.
Scott Day.
It's going to be 6 months till you get the showcase because we're behind. I'm like, fuck, I don't know if I'll make 6 months. 6 months.
How many times did you showcase for?
February 19th. I showcased on the 12th for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And she goes, "Can you do 10?" Fuck yeah. And a week later, I came on the 19th on a Sunday night. And she goes, "Call Scott."
That's awesome.
You know, but this is Jim Masala telling me he hated him.
Yeah.
Now, somebody else would have gotten in the car and left.
Yeah.
Somebody else would have said, "That's the hottest club in LA," because it was the hottest club at the time.
For a long time.
And look what happened. Monday nights weren't his night. They were a produced show.
Mm-hmm.
And the kid Gilbert got, you know, he's still alive. I owe Gilbert a lot, and Rudy and those guys.
Yeah.
Gilbert would tell me, "Come by every Monday, I'm going to give you 20.
Gilbert?
And they would give you $25.
Yeah.
$25 was like fucking, oh my God.
Rudy used to give us a little money to drive out there too.
$40.
Yeah.
$40. And then you got the connection in Chino.
Oh,
where they gave you Coke till 4 in the morning. I come over to your house on a Monday, and you're like, "You gotta go to Chino." Those motherfuckers. I'm like, "How long is the drive?" You're like, 2 hours. But it's worth it. Open bar.
Oh my God.
Fucking blow.
You tried to pay me in hookers. I was like,
Yeah.
this is not how it's working, man.
Yeah, no, it was,
You're not
I
paying
never
me
went
in
down there.
hookers. Yeah,
I
it was
never went down there.
great.
You were the one that was like, "Oh."
He was like, "I'll pay you in hookers." I'm like, that's not how we're doing this. I can't, my kids are kind of hungry. I can't be like, "Hey, here's the deal. I don't have food, but
They still have that
smell
game.
my finger." You know what I mean? What's that? They still have that kid?
I was asking you if they still have that.
No, that dude's got to be in jail.
That guy's in jail.
And the first time I went out there with Danny Kelly.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. It was Danny Kelly's hookup.
Yeah, I went out there with
And
Danny
on
Kelly.
Monday, you were talking to the guy, and everybody was planning a big show down there.
Huge.
He was like, "Oh,
Yo, that was
Luke
going to be
Torres,"
yeah.
and all this
Luke
shit.
Torres.
And I'm like, "Oh boy, these guys."
Yo.
But we used to go to, even when I was a regular at the store, I don't know, what was the name of the open mic we went to? Okay, we used to go to the one on Barham.
Yep.
You remember Barham?
Yes.
Had the fucking library
Oh,
with the
my
scripts.
God.
And then, but you and Gavin and me, and there was somebody else, we used to go to a coffee shop.
But on Sunset.
No. Santa Monica Boulevard. Not Santa Monica, the city.
Yeah.
It was close to where you live. It was where White Lightning, little Jamaican bar.
Yeah.
What's that
Yeah.
fucking street? What's that street? Larchmont. The end
That
of
wasn't that far.
Yes, his Jamaican bar was at Larchmont.
But I do remember we also had the Union.
The Union, and we also had that place you got us in where we all ate a bag of dicks. Except for the black guy with dreads. That fucking bar on Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah.
No, in the middle. It's the people still smoking there. I heard that if a cop goes in there, they spit in his face. And they throw cigarettes at him and shit. They had a balcony, and that's where we did comedy. And it was me, you,
back.
Corey Miller.
Yeah. It was
and
that
black guy
Italian
with the
place.
dregs.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't the pizza joint.
No, not pizza, but it was in Hollywood.
It was in Hollywood in between.
What's it called? On Cherokee. It's on.
Yes,
yeah.
It's on Cherokee.
Yeah,
It's still there.
Yeah. I know.
Dive bar. You got us
In the
a gig
back.
In the back. And I bombed, you bombed, and Corey Miller.
Yeah.
Fucking went up there and destroyed him. And I'm like, I got to quit time.
How many rooms do you think that between you and I, we started and just got shut down in our time here? Because I made for a little while. That's how I made money. Like that improv show that I did. Remember that one? and the Union. The Union was the fucking the best.
But before the Union, you and I booked Tuesday nights at 11 o'clock at the Empire.
Yes.
And we would never get to go on. Right off the bat, you and I talked that lady to letting us book the Empire.
Yeah.
This is fucking 98.
Yeah.
And we would go down there and fucking wait, and then Damon Wayans would come in.
Always.
And bump us on Wednesday. We wouldn't get on until 1 o'clock. They said to us after the show, if you and Josh Wolf want, you go up there and do like a dirty show. And you could put a couple of your friends with the audience.
Yeah.
And they would go, all right, after the show, we got another show for you. Josh Wolf and friends. And the whole room would get up. And two lonely people would just sit there. And we'd be like, this is going to be great. I remember telling managers to come see me up there.
Shit. I remember that too.
You remember I had two managers there one night, one on one side of the room, one on the other side of the room. And you're like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like, I'm working both these down. Both going to sign me, then I got to know. I had agents coming down.
How? At one point in time.
I had 3 agents.
Yeah.
And nobody knew about each other. Whoever got the prize first
got the money.
That's it. Like I had to get 3 guys.
Yeah.
Like one guy can't cover me because you're all a bunch of dumb fucks. So I got 3 guys. I got the breakdowns.
Yep.
And I just gave words. I would get up at 6, fucking hungover from the night before, snorting coke. I get the breakdowns from Shooby Doob. And I just scroll them 80 fucking pages every morning and write down leads and send them to all 3 agents. So when they got in their office at 9 o'clock, they already had the submissions.
Yeah. We used to do those breakdowns.
And then you used to get them from Wendy Liebman's manager.
Yeah.
And Mitch Hedberg's girlfriend was the assistant for the fucking guy. What was that dude's name? Old guy. He's dead and buried. That guy died twice already. He was 80 when you were talking to him. He came to the show one day. I thought he was fucking a dude.
Oh my God.
I thought he was Burns.
What was
he came with a
that
cigar.
guy's name?
I remember one day you're like, this might be my future. I go, Josh, he's 100 years old, this fucking guy. He was old. I represented Johnny Carson at 58.
Yeah.
He had Wendy. He had like 4 people who were pretty good.
But he had, you walked into his office and there was like Henny Youngman's headshot.
Oh, yeah.
What the fuck?
He had a picture of the Declaration of Independence. Stand up. He booked the show. This guy, he showed up with fucking dandruff on his head. Like, Josh, the guy's got dandruff on his fucking
And
shirt.
he was, by the way.
Segundo. Not Barry Segundo.
Oh, my God.
Barry Segundo.
And he had he would wear like an old ass cardigan.
Oh,
and just the holes in it and shit.
You look back and you go, what the fuck convinced us to stay here? Who the fuck gave us permission to stay here? And remember, we came here, and for the first 18 months, we were on the level.
Yeah.
And then it just became a party. We were going out 4 nights a week.
Yeah.
And just fucking party. Whatever happened to those twins?
The twins?
I still remember walking into your house and Malia.
Oh, the twins!
Went on the balcony with candles, and I'm like, what's going on?
You talking about the one dude who was on Buffy?
Yes.
So I believe it's Nick and Kelly, and I don't remember his last name, but Nick was on Buffy. Nick, I think, got arrested not too long ago for something not great. You would have to look it up. I forget. It was something where you were like, some things people get arrested for, you're like, okay. But some things you're like, it was one of those. And Kelly disappeared. He just went, Nick, what was his name?
Nicholas Brendan.
Nicholas Brendan, thank you.
How many people did we actually see coming up?
Oh, man. Just look at that first picture of that very first set list that you sent me not long ago. The names that I recognize are Sully McCullough, me, you, and Dave Chappelle. And that was it. But you have to be able to ride out the storm. How many times did you think to yourself, dude, what the fuck am I doing here? How many times?
How many times did I bomb at the store and get in the car and go, that's going to be my last set?
Yeah.
Like, I'll never get another set.
Yeah.
This is not going to work out for me. I'm just gonna snort coke till I die.
When people ask you, hey, I want to get into stand up, what's your advice? The only thing I ever say is get on stage, because if you get on stage and it breaks you, then this is not for you. Do you know? That's it. The stage will tell you before you start writing a ton of material and shit and blah. Get on fucking stage, because that first time you might get on stage and be like, oh, fuck this. I've got enough rejection in my life. Like, I feel bad enough about myself. Because sometimes the stage is like, dude, when you used to get on stage at the Underground, how much were you looking forward to it? How much, like, when you saw your name on the list, you're like, fuck yes. That's when I knew. Because I could not wait to do that
8
6
o'clock
minutes.
could not come quick enough.
Come on.
8 o'clock could not come quick enough. In those days, I don't know if you remember, we would meet at 6:30.
Yeah.
6:30. Our hearts were beating. You couldn't wait to kick down that door. And God forbid somebody came to us and said, we got another gig for you today. Because like I said, I come from Denver where there was listen, bro. There's times I get a check now from a residual, and I look at it and I go, that's fucking amazing. You know, I got The Mentalist last week. I did The Mentalist, 8 years ago?
Yeah.
And I still get like $100 residuals. And I look at those $100 residuals. So they're a lot of money.
Yeah.
$100 is a lot of money in today's economy. And I look at it and I go, what did I do to deserve this? You know, when I met Slash in 98, he goes, you're broke right now. Cherish this. Because this is what's going to keep you grounded 20 years from now. And boy, was he right. Because now I have justification. I didn't steal it. I didn't kiss nobody's ass for it.
Mm-mm.
I worked for this bitch. I went in, I auditioned. The Mentalist I got on Twitter.
Get it.
I took a picture of the audition with Stephen Bauer. I went to the audition, Steve Bauer was there. So I took a picture of Stephen Bauer and put it up and go, this is an audition of Mentalist. That night, I got an email from the author of the book. He was telling me what role you want. And me, the asshole, I go, just give me the little one, because they were looking for 2 months.
Yeah.
I could have had the big role. But I wasn't greedy like that. I was like, just give me the little one that I read for. 2 lines with the stars.
But you've always just wanted to work.
Yeah, what is the purpose of being here?
Yeah. You've always just, but
there's 8 avenues to make a living.
Yeah.
If you can't make a living, shame on you. I'm not a director. I'm not a producer.
Yeah.
I'm a comic. I can write. I can do VOs. I can do television. I can do movies. I got 5 ways to make a fucking income check. 5 ways. The last 2 weeks I booked voiceovers. You know, I got 5 ways to make a fucking living. Shame on me.
Yeah.
Shame on me. Shame on me.
But what I mean is, that's your goal. Your goal wasn't to be a big star.
Not at all. I don't want to be Kevin Hart.
But that separates, like, that's different.
I don't want any of that.
No. You've always just wanted to work. No, you've
I
wanted
don't
to
want
work.
to take pictures of the premiere.
Nope.
I don't want to do none of that shit.
Nope.
You know, this week is the rap party for the movie I did, the Sopranos thing. And I've gotten 20 calls. And I love life. But I'm not going to play the little.
Yeah.
I got to give it the Ice House anyway.
Yeah.
I didn't get into this to go to party.
No, I know you didn't.
I really
You've
didn't.
said that a million times. I didn't get into this to
And
go to
that's what
party.
separated me.
Yes, without doubt.
200 people.
Yeah.
That they moved here and they tried to combine the party with the whatever. I'm what you call a functioning addict. I love to fuck around. I love to fuck around.
Yeah.
But at 7 o'clock, it's chop.
Yeah,
I don't know what you're talking. I went to bed at 5. I've been snorting coke all night. So save your sob story for somebody else. You're dealing with the real fucking deal here. You're dealing with somebody way. You know, I took my uncle to the baseball game a couple weeks ago, to the Met Dodger game.
Yeah.
The wife, the daughter, we all went, whatever. And the next day he called me to thank me. He goes, that meant the world to me that you took me, especially after the relationship we've had. He goes, you've grown up to be a good kid and all this shit. And he goes, I got to tell you something. He goes, you know, for years, everybody said you look like your mother and your father. He goes, it came to me last night. You're your fucking grandfather. He goes, you know what your grandfather did for a living? He left the house every day at 6, and he picked up shit from the street, and he'd fix it and paint it, and then sell it for $50 worth over his value. He was a savage. He fed 9 kids. He bought a house here. He goes, and he just made enough, but he got up every morning, no matter what condition. He goes, he died with his stomach hanging out, but he'd still go out every morning when he was 70 at 6 and pick up garbage and fix this and fix that. And he goes, that's who you are, only at a higher level.
Yeah.
But that's where you started. That was in your DNA, that you got to get up. I don't give a fuck what you do.
Yeah.
It don't mean nothing. Don't hit me with no excuses. You're sick. Listen, you're talking to the wrong guy. You're talking to the wrong motherfucker. I used to snort till 6. I still remember snorting and sucking at that Sunset, that dirty hotel across from the fucking Ralph's.
Yeah.
That they were doing now.
Yeah.
I still remember being in there and getting bit by a flea in your neck and shit. You get those bed bugs.
Yeah.
And looking at my pager, and there was a call from Chuck Pagano, the casting director, that I'm running late for a callback for a James Coburn movie. Bro, I brushed my teeth, and I flew the fuck up there, and I booked the fucking movie. Straight off of coke. I woke up at 10, and the guy was supposed to be at Radford at 11 o'clock. He called me like at fucking 10 to 11. He goes, I don't see you out in the waiting room. We got to call back. You want this movie or not? I go, dog, I forgot all about it. I looked at my eyes. I had those cocaine eyes.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to get this, but I'm going up there. And I nailed it. On fucking coke from robbing that fucking, I robbed the ski company. You remember the job you got me opening up for the ski company? Remember, first it was somebody else's, and he gave it to you.
Henry,
who gave it?
Somebody Miller is the name of the company. Warren Miller.
But then who did you work for? Who gave it to you?
Matt Parrott.
Matt Parrott. Where is he?
You know what? I had 2 numbers for him.
He's gone. He's gone. He's gone.
I texted him.
Matt Parrott also got you the job writing on the gun shop.
Matt Parrott looked out for me, man.
Matt Parrott, good guy.
Really good
so
dude.
Matt Parrott
and still buddies with Billy Gardell.
Is he?
Yeah.
So he still sees Billy. So,
but I've been trying to find him, but
he gave you the job.
Yeah, a couple of them.
And you did it for 2 years.
Yeah.
Warren Miller.
Yeah.
Then they gave it to me. I think it was $800 a night.
Yeah, it was pretty good money, man.
It was good money.
Yeah.
It was $800 a night. They gave you 1 check to cover 3 weeks.
So
and then you had to wait. But there were 2 young kids from like college, from Boulder. And I'm watching them like, oh, God. I'm seeing that they charge 20 at the door. And they're counting cash afterward and putting it in an envelope. And I'm like, oh, these motherfuckers. I'm like, these 2 idiots are going to go down. They don't know that I'm a master of deception. So I did the 2 weeks up north. Remember you had to start up north?
Yeah.
And you work yourself down to Carlsbad and San Diego.
Whose car were you driving with that?
Terry's. The green Dodge. That was a piece of shit with the speedometer. We just go around in circles when you hit 25. We were broke as fuck.
Yeah.
800 a fucking night. She was going down with me to make sure I brought the check home. Like the first time I told her I'm picking up $8,000, she's like, I'm going with you.
Yeah.
And we stopped.
That's probably pretty smart.
Bakersfield and bought a TV. I still got that TV.
Get the fuck out.
I will not let her get out of that TV. That's the first TV I bought with the sweat of comedy.
Does it still have, is it thick?
$100. You can't pick it up.
It's one of those thick,
you can't, fucking Hercules can't pick that
Do you
TV
still
up.
watch it?
Yeah, it's in the bedroom.
Get
She
the
watches
fuck
it.
out of here.
I refuse to. I go, you don't know how much. We still got the original VCR too that we bought. Up
Does it work?
Yeah.
You use it?
Yeah, the CD. It's in the bedroom. Oh, Mercy has it. A CD player.
That's amazing.
And it still works. We stopped in Bakersfield in the Neon.
Yeah.
The Neon, and we put the TV in the trunk like Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, it was hanging out.
Hanging out at 5 coming home. And I'll never forget that when I was down in Carlsbad with her, we went to a Kmart to buy clothes. And when we walked our socks and white underwear and all that shit, the tub broke out to buy socks. And when we walked out, there was a burrito lady walking around in the parking lot. And I bought 2 burritos and 2 tamales. And after I bit the tamale, I go, we got to go back. We made a U-turn on the 5 and went all the way back and bought the lady out. That's how good the top was. That's how fat of a fuck I was. I bought the lady out with the money from Warren Miller. But, so now I work Thursday, Friday, and I'm watching. They got sold out crowds. I'm watching them put this money in the sack. I'm watching them put it in the Nissan truck. They're fucking every night. It's adding up. It's adding up. And finally Sunday I watched him and I'm like, how am I gonna steal that fucking dough? And I watched it get counted because you had to go up and host in the beginning and then go up in the middle and do a raffle.
Yeah.
Give away skis and
Yeah.
a movie by Warren Miller. And I went in and I seen the kid put the fucking thing in. And then he went to the passenger side, the driver's side of his Nissan truck and put it right behind the seat and closed the door and then went tick tick. And he put his keys in his jacket. But guess what? A hot little girl walked in with a mini skirt and he was drooling all over. Like he's like, what can I do for you? So he went to a bar and I washed his jacket. He didn't take his jacket. And while he was at the bar, I took his car keys and I went outside. I put the car keys back in his pocket. I went and got the neons. And I drove all the way around the corner. I parked right next to his truck. I climbed into the passenger side of the neon, opened my door and opened his passenger door, and I just stuck my hand in there and took whatever I could in one chunk. I just took a handful of bills, closed the door, and I fucking went down the corner and put it in the trunk under the tire in case the cops pulled me over.
I went back to work.
I went back in and did the raffle. And then they're like, we don't have to work because they will give you a hotel.
Yeah.
So they said, we don't have to work tomorrow. So I go, I'm going back. Love you guys.
Yeah.
See you later. And I fucking just drove till I passed the immigration. And I pulled over and I stopped counting at 1,000. And there was still a stack of those. And I go, fuck this shit. And I shot right up to the Sunday night. I went right to the comedy store and I saw the man. And he goes,
He took his hat off for you?
What do you want? 5 of them? I go, no. Give me everything. He goes, Joey, I got like 20 of them. Give me everything. And he gave me every package, and I went to that fucking hotel across the street from Sunset.
Oh, my God.
And just started snorting up a fucking storm. He called 2 days later. Hey, man, did you see anything suspicious that night out there? I did see a fucking weird dude. I don't know if he was black or Puerto Rican. He walked up. You got to throw the racist card, man.
Yeah, yeah.
He goes, yeah, I saw that black dude. Boom. I was off the suspicion list. And then that Tuesday, I had like 10,000, whatever the fuck I had. There was another gig on Thursday. I just called him and said I can't make it.
Hey, did you come down and visit me on that set, the Prefontaine set?
Yeah, and we almost robbed that joint.
Yeah.
We had a deal. We were going to rob the car.
With the raffle.
We were going to plant somebody in the audience and give them a raffle ticket.
Here's what I was working. The movie was Prefontaine, and I was doing crowd work in the stadium scenes
in Eugene, Oregon.
So they would give you stupid games to control a stadium full of people. It's just ridiculous. But you would do big stupid games, or you would raffle off cool
What
prizes.
happened to her?
What was her name? The redhead.
The redhead and the
She
other.
got me that job.
Yes, and then they came down here with us.
Yeah.
And then she auditioned me a couple times.
What was her name?
At the park. I read for her at the park.
Yeah,
And,
what was her name?
There was the one good-looking one and the redheaded one. The brown-headed one had like hair to the side with
I don't remember
glasses.
her at all. I remember the redheaded girl.
They were very good to us.
Yeah, she was really nice. I wish I remembered her name. I guess I stopped hearing from her somewhere around 98, I would think, 99. 99 probably. 99.
That's what people have come.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, it's been 4 months. How do you feel about Brody now? I thought you were going to bring me a picture of Brody today. Somebody gave me a picture. Some artist drew pictures of Brody for everybody.
Yeah.
And they dropped them off at the store, and the guy gave it to me. And I put it in my back seat without looking at it. The other night I went to the car and I found it. And I almost had a fucking heart attack. But now I'm mad at Brody. I'm not the anger period with Brody right now. Like, I don't even want to see his fucking face. Like, when I saw that picture, I'm like, that was just a mask you were wearing.
Yeah.
Like, now I found myself angry at fucking him for some reason.
I go the other way. I feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for him. You know.
I felt sorry from the beginning.
Yeah.
And I knew this would happen.
Yeah.
I'm that type of guy, because I even got mad at my mother for a while. Like, I got mad at my mother for dying. So why wouldn't I get mad at
Well, listen, you're the first person who ever said, remember when we were in Seattle when Cobain killed himself? And when people were mourning and all that shit, right? You were like, why are they mourning? I'm gonna grab it. Why are they mourning that coward? You were like, fuck that guy. Like you were legit. It was the first time I had ever heard someone say, like, why are they mourning this fucking guy? Like he chose. It was the first time I'd ever heard anyone say that. So, but I still don't get mad. Like for Brody, I feel bad just knowing that he had that mask the whole time. Just knowing that was he was living with that shit all the time. That's tough for me.
Open that door a little bit. Oh, it's getting hot there. What did I say to you? When he shot himself, I was in Boulder. And I still remember that I had bought a batch of Coke that week. And I was so greedy, I cut it with not cut. I don't remember what I cut it with. But when I went to take it to the guy's like, this isn't what I wanted. This is yours. And I learned a big lesson not to cut Coke with like fucking weird shit. But I wasn't going to throw away the Coke. So I started snorting the Coke. And I swear to God, by the end of the week, I had like Batman marks. Both leaves were raw. Like it was just pink skin. I couldn't even leave the house. This was all burnt because whatever powder I put in there burnt the outside of my nose and it dripped.
Where did we get Coke in Seattle? I don't remember. We weren't getting it from Lionel, right? Oh, you know where I was getting it? Remember that waitress, Sharon?
We were getting it from a couple different people. I was getting Coke from Seattle. Lionel was getting it from that one. Then I got arrested. When I got arrested one time for the stolen car in Seattle, that drug dealer came up to me. And he goes, when you got arrested, did you say anything? And I go, what are you talking about? I didn't get arrested for drugs. He goes, well, ever since you got arrested, I see cops in my rearview mirror. So I'm like, listen, you're just reading too many comic books.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It was a stolen copy. There was nothing to talk about. They didn't even talk to me, the cops. What are you talking about? They let me out. The dealership in Everett said, oh, we found the fucking car. It's not stolen. They let me out of there. But I remember, like, he was a burly guy. There was a bunch of drug dealers up there. I was in bad shape up there.
Yeah.
Like, I was in really bad shape up there. Now you think back at it. But it's just really weird. The other day I saw that picture of Brody, and I'm like, fuck. I'm kind of angry at him. That thing he had on was just a mask the whole time. He was broken inside.
Yeah, but so how can you be mad at somebody who's broken like that? You know what I mean?
He let me down. He broke my heart. It's like a girl breaking your heart. I don't care how much you love her. When she breaks your heart in the first 2 months, you're kind of angry. He broke my heart. He broke my heart on a fucking Friday before a gig. You're going to kill yourself. Kill yourself on a Sunday. Give me a couple of days to fucking recover. You're going to kill yourself on a fucking Thursday night before all the comedians have to work on Friday. So I'm actually, that's the reason why.
Yeah.
I'm mad at him because he killed himself on a Thursday night and he fucked up my Friday. He made me test my wit.
Yeah.
By going on stage.
That was a tough.
That was tough. You know, I love him with all my heart. I hope God has him in his hand, you know, and he's curing him. But for right now, I'm a little angry. I was mad at Ralphie too. For a couple of days. You know, you knew you were heavy, and you're eating those jalapeno poppers.
But he wanted.
Yeah, no, there was two different stories and stuff.
Here's the thing with Brody for me is that I actually thought about him also when I was in New Zealand.
Sure, you did. I think about him every time I'm on the road.
Yeah, and it's one of the things that made me so grateful. It's one of the reasons that I called you because you and I started together, and it was important for me. I didn't call anybody else. I didn't call Beth. That wasn't something I needed to share with her, but it was something I needed to share with you because we've been doing this since basically our day ones. So who else would I tell that? And the reason I thought of Brody is because he was the other person I would have called to say, this is a fucking amazing experience. Look where we all are. So it made me think about him a lot.
If you're ever on stage and you say to yourself, wow, I'm doing this because of the work I did in 95 and 96. Do you ever see that?
I do see, not while I'm on stage, doesn't it?
I see it. When I'm on stage and I'm smooth,
yeah,
I'm like, this is because of the work I did in 95 through 99. I worked really hard. I think I worked really hard through 2002, where I remember I came to LA, bombed one night, and said, fuck it, I'm going on the road. I can't be talking this nonsense. I got to go on the road, hide, and come back another level.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I did. I came back another level because I was on the road for 8 fucking months. Every night you're on stage. Every night. Big show, little show, bar show,
What makes you sharp?
When you
Sharp
get to a
as fuck.
town,
Yeah.
comics will say, "Hey, I got a one-nighter
Yeah.
in Poughkeepsie. It pays $100 tomorrow night." You're like, "Wow, I didn't expect that." Now I can stay in a hotel and eat. Like that's the fucking challenge. That's part of the fucking journey, is to see what's out there, what's behind the fucking corner.
Yeah, but you can also tell somebody, well, you could before, who had spent some time on the road. You could tell.
Well, you could tell.
Yeah,
you could always tell.
Just the difference also with like if you craft your set 3-5 minutes at a time, like you have to do here 7 minutes at a time. It's a different than going on the road and crafting your set out there.
Right. No, the road material and LA material are two different
things.
Two different shows. The road is something completely different. You can experiment and take it out a little deeper.
Yeah.
Here in LA, you cut it down to what they know. There's more universal, whatever the fuck.
The best thing about Seattle too, Joe, was that we experimented a lot. Like there was a sense of just get up there and do whatever the fuck you want to do. You know what I mean? There was zero judgment. There were some weird motherfuckers that came to that open mic. There were some weird fucking people who came to that open mic.
It was a mental health thing that I didn't see then. Now you look back on it. The kid with the handcuff that ended up killing himself.
Yeah.
Rita O, God rest her soul. There was a lot of people up there.
God.
That the open mic was a mental health.
Do you remember that guy who used to do impersonations?
Yeah. Oh, we cracked him.
And every time he did an impersonation, he would turn his back to you. You'd go, okay, this is my impersonation of Denzel Washington. He'd turn his back, and then he'd turn around and do it. And then there was and then you said to him,
do an impersonation of a comic.
Yeah.
And his fucking soul cracked.
Fucked him up. And do you remember that other dude who did impersonations, but he naturally sounded like Jimmy Stewart? So every impersonation just sounded like Jimmy Stewart doing an impersonation. And we were like, hey, why don't you do a Jimmy Stewart impersonation? He was like, nah, I don't do that very well. I'm like,
who's in town this week?
What are you talking about?
I'm thinking of going.
Count Hopkins.
Is he?
No. He was in Seattle not too long ago.
No. Brad Upton.
He's funny, man.
That's Flappers, I think. Saturday.
Is he really?
I'm going to stop by him.
He's fucking funny.
He was very good to me.
Yeah.
The guy that, when a comic is very clean, they avoid you like the plague. And they make a judgmental move that they don't want to follow you or be around you. He was a guy that was spotless, funny, professional, the real deal, and he encouraged me. He used to encourage me to go off. I don't give a fuck, go off. So those people like that, that's all part of this fucking journey.
Yeah.
You, me,